I cheated on my boyfriend, but my therapist has been telling me that I didn't. I know that by looking at the title it sounds horrible, but hear me out. I, 22 female, and my boyfriend, 23 male, had been together for 2 years. He's my everything, and I would have never thought that things would end like this. We were having some problems with communication, but nothing that didn't got resolved the same day. Recently my little brother, 17 male, wanted to go to a music festival, and since I have went to plenty of them, I offered to take him to the festival. We bought a tour to the city where the festival was going to be, and off we went. The first day was amazing, and honestly both my brother and I were super tired after it. While waiting for the tour bus to take us to the hotel, a guy approached us and introduced himself to us. He was 27 and very interested in me and my brother's music interests. We thought it was normal since he was a little tipsy, but overall a very nice guy since he gave my brother a lot of good festival tricks and tips. We ended up exchanging numbers, and that was it. The next day he called me to tell me that he and his siblings were very close to the scenario where the artist that I liked was going to play, and that we were welcome to come there. My brother and I decided it was a good idea since we could see the artist better and closer. But while walking there my brother twisted his ankle and couldn't continue, so he went to sit on a bench and told me to record the concert for him since we couldn't even stand. I gave him money and told him to not move from where he was. He assured me he was going to be fine, and I went to meet the guy and his siblings close to the scenario. Before the festival I had already decided to not drink alcohol since it was my responsibility to take care of my brother, so I was only drinking soda and water. The guy and his siblings were nice, and I was having a good time waiting for the artist to come out. I ordered a soda to drink, and at one point I remember it tasting it weird, but I thought it was because it was hot and I was very thirsty. Time went out and I was texting my brother constantly. At one point I remember I started to slur my words and my head was pounding very hard, but I thought it was heat exhaustion. I started to lose control over my body and the guy told me to recline on him. At one point I passed out. When I woke up I saw the guy on top of me kissing me and essaying me. I wanted to scream and to kick him to do something, but I couldn't move. When he finished he left me there unconscious and terrified until I slowly recovered control. The first thing I did was look for my brother, and when I found him he told me that if I was going to get drunk, at least tell him so he can take care of me. I decided to not tell him anything to avoid making him feel bad, but in my head the only thing I was thinking was that I cheated on my boyfriend. It has been a few days since it happened and I couldn't find the courage to tell anybody except for my therapist. She has been telling me that it wasn't cheating. I was R-worded, but I can't bring myself to be looking at my boyfriend and knowing everything, and I know that if I told him what happened he would question everything and to some point he would believe I cheated, and it would break his heart. Some insight would be appreciated. I'm planning to elope because my parents are trying to make me agree to letting my sister's boyfriend propose to my sister at my wedding. Maybe this is the wrong place, but I'm going to explode with rage and disappointment at my family. My baby sister is the golden child, or maybe that's unfair to say. She survived cancer when she was a child. It was the darkest period of my parents' life. I don't remember much of it because my parents shielded me from the horrific truth. I knew she was sick and I remember all my childhood spent in hospitals, but never did I know that my sister almost passed away until many years later. I was 12 and she was 10. After she beat her sickness she became the obvious favorite in the house. She got everything she wanted and sometimes it was at my expense. I resented that, but I always heard that I was a naughty girl for being jealous of my hero sister. My sister grew up to be a brat. Now 20 years later she's still bratty, although we get along a lot better than when we were teenagers and young adults. My wedding is in July. Neither my fiancé nor I have the money for a big wedding. We settled for a small wedding, 30 people, at my fiancé's grandparents who have a beautiful house with lake view. My parents, when they heard this, said no way and offered to pay for a bigger wedding and better venue. We didn't agree at first, but later we did not want to disappoint them. It seemed like it was important to them. Last week my mom invited me over. My dad, mom and my sister's boyfriend asked me what I would think if my sister's boyfriend proposed to my sisters during the wedding, so it becomes an engagement party as well as a wedding. Mom has seen reels on Instagram about people proposing to maid of honors or bridesmaids and thought it cute. My sister is my maid of honor. I said no, that's ridiculous, and laughed. My mom was livid. She told me I was selfish and ungrateful, and I accused her of favoritism. I told her I always thought it was odd that you'd pay for my wedding, but now I know the reason why. She started crying and kicked me out of the house. Later both she and my future brother-in-law sent me texts warning me from exposing their plan to my sister. My fiancé was disappointed but not sure what we could do. My parents have spent almost $30,000 and it's too late to cancel. My mother called me today to plan the proposal, and I begged her not to ruin my day. She told me since she was paying she can make requests, and that I should let go of my jealousy and resentment towards my sister because she's innocent in all of this. But the thing is, this day will be about my sister. I told my fiancé to ask his grandparents if they're still willing to host my wedding. If they're, I'll revert to our original plan. If not, I will just elope. Not sure yet if I'm going to tell my family and cancel the wedding or just let them have their grand proposal party. None of my family is invited to my wedding, including my sister. Thank you for listening. Small update, I can't tell her since she has no idea her boyfriend is going to propose, and this would ruin the whole thing. At the same time it would be ruined anyway when I elope and she wonders why. But as of this morning, My mom still says they're going ahead with the proposal even without my help. The original plan is that I should be the one making the speech and telling my sister there's a surprise for her and today is about us two blah blah blah, and then her girlfriends and boyfriend do some rehearsed dance to their favorite song and then he proposes. If I know her well, she wouldn't mind being proposed to on my wedding day, so it's a lose-lose situation for me. Sometimes I think maybe I should agree and get it over with, but I'm so angry and my fiancé actually doesn't want me to cave this time. Since we both were happy with the backyard wedding, we even asked mom to donate what she had planned on spending on the wedding to the Childhood Cancer Fund, in our names like what we've requested as a wedding gift from our guests, but she insisted on a party for the extended family. I had a back and forth texting with my future brother-in-law, where he called me jealous and bitter. I have now blocked him. He texted my fiancé apologizing, but we didn't answer. My plan now is to get married a week earlier at my grandparents-in-law with 20 guests, because we have managed to change our honeymoon trip booking to be 3 weeks instead of 2 weeks with departure day the morning after the wedding. My mom's wedding is already paid in full with no refund possibilities with such short notice, 3 weeks. That was the whole point, I think, to spring this information on me so close to the wedding date, so I can't really do anything about it. Now they will have a 1-week heads up anyway. When they see my wedding pictures on social media, they will probably just turn the wedding into an engagement party and have a blast, so it's a win-win, I hope. Update: I'm planning to elope because my parents are trying to make me agree to letting my sister's boyfriend propose to my sister at my wedding. I'm now happily married and in Como, Italy for my honeymoon. I tried to stay away from my phone, but I was so curious to see my family's reaction to my elopement a week earlier than planned. It was really ugly. I must start with saying that I really tried my best to negotiate and compromise with my family and truly explain that this was hurting me. I have nothing against my sister and TBH nothing against her getting engaged on my wedding, but the principle that it was made very clear to me that I had absolutely no opinion or say in what was going to happen on what's supposed to be my special day was where I drew the line. It wasn't a wish or a request, it was a matter of fact and it was decided. So I told my mom that I'm not going to attend the party she's paid for. Maybe they should just make it an engagement party instead. She got very upset and told me that the engagement was supposed to be a surprise. I told her that I was just giving her the heads up since she's about to lose an insane amount of money. She didn't take me seriously, like I wasn't going to cancel my wedding because of a trivial thing. What she didn't know is that I've already made plans to get married a week earlier at my grandparents-in-law. We invited our closest friends and some even had to book earlier flights and take more vacation days. For these people I was extra grateful. What was left was my sister. I'd been back and forth arguing and negotiating with my parents and future brother-in-law. I decided that even if this would ruin her surprise, I had to tell her, so I did. She wasn't really happy with my mom, but she was more upset that I ruined her surprise, and she, as I expected, thought I could have just sucked it up and gone with the flow. I didn't tell her about my new wedding date. The wedding was dreamlike. In the back of my head I was hurt the people who loved me the most weren't there, but I pushed that thought away and refused to let it ruin our day. My husband was amazing. He promised to make me happy for the rest of my life and to make up for every heartbreak I've experienced in my past. My in-laws surprised us with upgrading our honeymoon to a 5-star hotel. I had my friends and some cousins and my favorite aunt attending. We asked them not to live stream or upload any pictures to SM until we're already on our honeymoon. We also asked them not to engage in any altercations online with my family. Today my mom made long Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram posts bashing me and my husband, calling me ungrateful and disrespectful with pictures of my wedding, telling people I've cost her a big chunk of her savings and she's now demanding compensation. Her Facebook post was shared about 200 times and the majority of my extended family is angry with me. She never once tried to contact me. I really thought she would bombard my phone. Instead, both her and my dad announced that they're cutting me off and are expecting compensation. Future brother-in-law commented that I ruined his surprise, and my sister made a post about being tired of jealous beaches and haters. None of the people we invited has commented, even though some of them were directly attacked, so they respected our wishes. I don't know if they're going to go ahead and turn the wedding into an engagement party now. I really hope they do so the money isn't wasted. It's on Saturday. I hope this was what you wanted. Last update. Yes, they did, and they blew the internet with pictures and posts about how magical the night was. Little sister made sure to write about haters not ruining her special day and how she's surrounded by the people that mattered. From what I gathered, about 30 to 40% of the guests that were invited showed up. This means they can't sue me for the wedding, so all is good.
My wife recently figured out my friend's wife was having an affair with me. 5 years ago, right after my divorce, I met this woman at a concert. She was a bit younger than me, but we hit it off and she wound up going to a bar with me and my friends after that show ended. It was a fun night and we exchanged numbers. At that time, I wasn't really using any social media except Facebook, and that was just to keep up with my kids' school and activities. So, we never friended, just texted each other. At first the texts were casual, a little flirty every once in a while, but nothing to suggest there was any interest in anything intimate. Turns out she only lived 20 minutes from me, but we never met up or saw each other. After a couple weeks of texting we figured out we were both going to be at the same concert again, but this time in another city. It was a guy weekend for me and a girl weekend for her. So, her and her friends met me and my friends before the concert. We did a little bar hopping together. Her and her friends were younger than me and my friends, and I was the only single one amongst my friends. My friends and I, noticed none of these girls were wearing wedding rings, so we assumed they were all not married. They were all younger than us and there didn't seem to be much interest outside of being friends. That was fine. At the time I wasn't interested in a relationship anyway. After going to a couple bars, we went to the concert. Her and her friends had floor tickets and me and my friends had seats. I thought that was the end of it for that night. After the concert me and my friends went to a bar and then to our hotels. Right after I got to my room this woman texted me and asked if I wanted to come have some more drinks with her. She was at a place close to my hotel, so sure, I agreed. I went back out expecting to see her and her friends, but it was just her. I don't even think I finished my drink by the time we were heading back to my hotel. It was awesome. When we got back home, she started coming over to my house during the day. I have a flexible job and most days work from my house. She travels around the area for her job, so she had time to come over during the day. She'd come over after my kids went to school and left before they got home. Some days she was at my house almost the whole time my kids were at school. Even if it wasn't my time with the kids she was there during the same time. Never at night and never during the weekends. It was just a friends with benefits type relationship. That was perfect for me. I was involved with my kids, even coaching 2 of their teams, so it never interfered with my time with them or my friends. Also, I wasn't looking for a relationship and definitely didn't want a relationship with someone that young that may want kids. I'm done having kids. I was upfront with her about how I felt, and she was fine with it. She said she wasn't looking for a relationship either. This went on for almost a year. Eventually I met someone, my now wife, and broke it off with her. She was fine with that too. We never texted each other again. A year after I met my wife we got married. 2 years ago, I met this woman again at a neighborhood gathering. Me and my wife were introduced to her and her husband by a friend of mine. They had recently bought the house right next to his. When we first saw each other, it wasn't awkward or anything. We just smiled and said hi. I told my wife about our past when we got home that night. My wife is very understanding. We both accept that we both have had past relationships. No big deal. Her husband turns out to be a pretty cool guy. He starts hanging out with my group of guys friends and we become friends too. This year he joined one of my fantasy football leagues, so he friends me on Facebook. After I friend him, he friends my wife. My wife takes a look at his profile and asks how long ago I was friends with benefits with his wife. It was 5 years ago. She shows me a recent post that says he and his wife have been married 8 years. Made it. It's my 40th birthday and I'm a virgin. Had you told me I would end up there when I was 20, I would have been dubious. Turns out you really never know, but it's not so bad. While I missed out on a lot of important stuff, loneliness feels heavy at times and I wonder how intimacy would be, but I also managed a few things for myself. I got the job I wanted and get to travel across Europe to train people in a field I really like and it's well paid. I managed to get a book published. Even if it's not a big thing, I still managed something that was a dream of mine. Sure, it wasn't a choice to be a virgin by now, but I try to stay positive. So, it's in the plane that I pour myself a glass of orange juice for my birthday. All the best to you folks. Have a great day.
My boyfriend wants to be poly. We've been dating for 8 years, working together for 7 of those years. 5 of those we started our own business with another friend. In 2020, my boyfriend's father catches COVID, beats it in January, transferred to a recovery home, due to malpractice passes away unexpectedly in March 2021. My boyfriend becomes distant for obvious reasons. I try to support him the best I can emotionally while running our business. Fast forward to October, he tells me he wants to go visit his friends a town over by himself. I think none of it but seeing he's trying to get back to his lively self. I get a call around 5 about, how angry will you be if I go do spooky stuff without you? I was a little upset since I felt left out but said sure. He kept texting me until 10 saying he'd be home in a bit, then turns off his phone. He finally turns it back on at 7, makes an excuse about being too drunk to drive home and didn't feel like arguing. I'm livid, not to mention it was our anniversary weekend. We talked it through and moved on with the event in the back of my mind. November continued with him having weekends wanting to go out with friends but returning home on time. I couldn't shake my gut feeling. We go on a vacation, just the 2 of us out of the country. He passed out drunk from drinking with some strangers. I can't help myself and look through his phone. A message read, I miss you, wish you were here. My stomach dropped and I resist all urges to smother him in his sleep. I confront him the next morning since he was too drunk to function. He accuses me of ruining the vacation. Why now? I felt betrayed and angry. He promised to never contact her again. She meant nothing. Less than a week go by, and he tells me he needs to talk to her. They were just friends. He insisted that they had connected over his father's death and she had been emotionally supporting him. I suggest us going to couple therapy. He immediately shoots it down. I told him to do whatever he wanted since he couldn't keep a simple promise with someone that meant nothing. I had fallen into a horrible depression and went to doctor to get some meds before I hurt myself. Few weeks go by and he brings up he wants us to have an open or poly relationship with her. Heck no. While it wasn't first time he brought up an open relationship, the thought of her in my life revolted me. He continues to harass me for the next few months until I finally agree in June due to an ultimatum, poly or I continue to cheat on you. I can't do monogamous. I immediately regretted opening the door. He begins spending more time with her, going on trips. We continue to distance. He begs me to meet her, to give her a chance. I do, nothing changes. He finally realizes our business is not doing well due to his negligence, plans to start helping more and scheduling properly to assure we are all getting the proper time, similar to how most people complain. Getting home late to stare at his phone really didn't count as spending time with me. I find out from a friend that he had taken her to dinner with friends, supposed to be a secret. I confront him over the phone since I'm out of town. He said it didn't mean anything, but I felt hurt. We talk it through before hanging up. He asks, how mad will I be if I take her to see my uncle? I hang up on him, not wanting to continue to fight. He opened yet another door. Now family. By September, I had enough. I told him I was tired of being ignored, toxic and depressed. He asked if I had found someone new. I just didn't want to continue being in a poly relationship with people that had betrayed me. I felt the third wheel in my own relationship. He begged me once again, new plan. I agree, with the exception that we go to couples therapy. Month goes by and still no therapy. I've had enough and bring it up again. I wanted him out of my house. I wanted us to break up unless he left her. He brings up reason he's with her is because I don't provide him with what he needs, to be desired and intimate. We'd always struggled with him in the past. Our drives are completely the opposite. We talk. We hash out a plan. Again, final straw. Her or me. I wanted to work on us, rebuild our relationship, find each other and be happy. He agreed, but that it needed to be next time he saw her, that he didn't want to do it over text. Okay. They had plans to go to Halloween. I show interest in what they are doing since he's going to be gone Friday and Saturday. He asks me if I want to come, that it'd be nice if I get along with her. I snapped. It's been 2 months of me telling him I feel like I'm on thin ice over our situation. He said he didn't realize he had a timeline to break up with her. I asked him what would be a good date for him then. He said end of January after their cruise. I felt defeated. I asked him that okay, then he couldn't stay with me while he was with her, that he needed to find his own place. I'm done. I give up. I stared into space as he muttered these while packing. You are throwing me away. I'm sorry I exist. I didn't realize I meant nothing to you. If I'm not with you, I'm leaving her too. Good luck tonight. I'm going to go cry myself to sleep. After a week I caved, let him back home. Couldn't stand him saying he was homeless. I feel empty now when I'm with him. I made it clear I didn't want the person who triggers my betrayal trauma in my life, but he's adamant I won't like the next person he finds. We started talking again. Holidays coming up. She's upset since she's unsure how if he's going to spend them with her. His birthday is coming up. Asked him what he wanted. Said it'd be nice if all three of us could get lunch or dinner. I told him, if I did. To be 100% clear, still doesn't mean I want them in my life. I'd like to run away, but feel trapped due to our business and life. I do still somewhat love him, but right now I feel numb. If I let myself feel, I know he's just going to hurt me. The constant roller coaster has been hell. I know I don't want poly, but it's hard to leave someone you've built a life with. Getting this off my chest has really helped. I don't have a support group to talk to, trying to focus on myself and my journey. Been in therapy for a few months now. Time to focus on my health and my life. Journey to a functional unicycle. My boyfriend wants to be poly. Update 4 months later. Ahoy there. I want to start off by thanking everyone for their comments in the last post. Honestly, as harsh as some of them were, they were in line with how I felt. I wanted to get it off my chest as a therapy mechanism, and it worked. I even showed him the post, which he tried to defend I colored him in the wrong light. I'd posted the original before Thanksgiving when I was struggling the most, as the previous year was when all my bells were ringing. I spent Thanksgiving with my family and it felt so refreshing to be by myself. When I came back, I went through the motions of masking. It was almost Christmas, his birthday was coming up, his dead father's birthday, and it was just hard for the both of us on these dates. The week before Christmas we had plans to have Christmas early with his family. I was flying later that week to spend Christmas with mine. I don't remember how the argument started, but it ended with my yelling at the top of my lungs that I didn't want to be with him anymore and I didn't want that other woman in my life, period. Full effing panic attack, but I was going to get that point across. He waited till I calmed down and asked if I still wanted to go. Obviously no. He went by himself and I spent the day thinking. He spent the night at her place and I woke up with a plan the next day. I grabbed all the family and friends' presents, all his friends and family. I drove and dropped them all off. He texted me that morning, asking if I could attend if he wanted me to go. I told him no, that I had no interest. On the way to drop the gifts off, I switched my flight to that same night. He came back later that day and without a word, I grabbed my stuff and left. He didn't even know I was flying out till he saw my location in another state. I was done. Basically told him I wasn't coming back until he left my house. By the beginning of 2023, he was out of my house and I came back a week later, walking into a semi-empty house. I thought it was going to be hard, but I was so relieved to have my house by myself. I was free. I'm free. I've spent the last few months really focusing on myself. I spent some time and money refurnishing the place to make it mine. I spent the last few weeks traveling by myself and loving every second of it. I have no one stressing me out when things aren't perfect. I have no one to ask me what we are eating. I just live how I want and do what I want, and it's great. I've realized how much gaslighting and brainwashing I've withstood in the past years in the name of love and care for someone else. Ladies, trust your guts. He literally purposely made me feel like I was going crazy on purpose to satisfy his needs. That is so effed up. I finally got my answers in the end, and I've never been so satisfied. It wasn't me. I wasn't crazy. It's over. Cheers to that. For anyone out there struggling with a similar situation, I can't suggest focusing on getting out of therapy. Emotional abuse is a form of abuse. It comes in different shapes and sizes. You should be your number one.
Girl I'm dating is a bully. I've heard she was. She denied it until I saw it myself. My girlfriend belongs to a group that other people call the bully beaches, and she swears she's not like her friends, but today she just almost ripped someone's entire hair off their head and it honestly scared me. I don't know what to do. We've been going for almost a month now. I didn't know her well before we started dating, so I wasn't aware of how those girls were like. I told some of my friends she's my girlfriend and one was like, her, why, she's a bully, she's a beach. I didn't really see it because she is so sweet and lovely. Her friends, well, her too, are loud and playful, always screaming and running somewhere, you know those type of girls. Anyway, today we were moving upstairs for the next class. She was up ahead with her friends, I was far behind. I don't think she saw me. As she climbed the stairs she reached down and grabbed the hair of another girl, yanked hard on her ponytail. The girl yelped in pain. She just kept going upstairs and laughing with her friends. It had been bugging me all day, so I texted her, told her I saw that. What was that about? Does she know people call her and her friends the bully beaches? She said it was a joke. That girl whose hair she yanked was her friend. I misunderstood. They were just playing, etc., etc. She then got mad at me saying I was making a big deal out of nothing. Am I? I don't like this. I have been bullied myself in elementary school, so I'm a little sensitive about it. It just doesn't sit well with me.
My boyfriend has given me an ultimatum on the clothing I wanted to wear. My boyfriend and I have been together for a few months after taking a break for a year because I moved away for that year. Neither of us wanted to do long distance, and neither of us got into a relationship with anyone else. Before that, we were high school sweethearts for 2 years. Back then he didn't care what I wore, or at least didn't communicate to me that he found certain clothing, shirts with midriff showing, tighter dresses, or me posting vacation pictures, such as me on the beach in a bikini, uncomfortable for him. Now that we have gotten back together, he tells me it is a boundary for him that I wear more modest clothes because he doesn't want other men to see parts of his girlfriend that only he should see. He told me that before. He just felt happy that he got to be with me because he had liked me for years and didn't feel like it was his place to tell me what to wear. Now that we are back together, it's different. Yesterday we went through my clothes and he told me what he is okay with me wearing and what he isn't. There was one specific dress that I loved and he told me it's a no, and I started crying. We almost broke up over this one dress until he asked me what I care more about, him or the dress. Obviously I told him I care more about him. It's very difficult for me because I'm very into fashion and I don't see these clothes as too revealing or sexual at all. I also struggled with body image for years when I was younger, and this is taking me back to the mindset of not being able to wear certain clothes because I wanted to hide my body. However, I'm very dependent on him and value his opinion a lot. I don't know what to do. Update. First of all, I wanted to say thank you. After feeling encouraged by your comments, I had the confidence to tell him that I choose being able to wear what I want. I reiterated how important fashion is to me and how his demands were bringing me back to a dark time of negative body image. We came to an agreement that there are fundamental differences in our values and what we want out of a relationship, because I want to be encouraged and uplifted while he wants a girl whose body is only his to look at. By the way, I wanted to say that this dress was not scandalous. It is tight in some parts, but doesn't show a lot of skin. He told me that we were done. He then blocked me on everything because, if he saw me, he would never be able to get over me. I cried for a couple of hours and then got myself collected. I made an appointment with a therapist and got a membership at a different gym than him, but then 5 hours later, he unblocked me and sent a long paragraph about how he shouldn't have been so hasty and was willing to change to make things work. Yesterday he texted me some more asking to talk in person. I agreed to meet up for dinner in a public place. I wore the dress. He brought me a bouquet of white roses and my favorite chocolate. He told me I looked beautiful and that the 5 hours without me hurt so much, and at this point, he doesn't care if I'm walking around exposed as long as he's the one I'm with. Can this man's fundamental values really change overnight? Also, I felt almost giddy and excited once I was done crying. Now I feel bad for him. My friend is upset that I'm seeing my ex again, after she had an emotional affair with him behind my back. I, 23, met my boyfriend Billy, 24, about 2 years ago, and knew from the start of my relationship that Billy had previously had feelings for his best friend, Emily, but she'd never reciprocated them. While Billy encouraged me bonding with his other friends, he was always weird about me spending time with Emily. I put it down to him being worried I was going to steal his best friend, so I very rarely spent time with her. Two things started happening at the same time about 6 months into the relationship. Billy got distant and wanted to spend less time with me, and he was spending more time with Emily. It wasn't as obvious when it happened as it looks on the page due to mental health and family issues, but it wasn't fun. Long story short, Billy and I went on a break after I asked for some space to figure out if I wanted this anymore. During this time, he went to a party with Emily, and Emily drunkenly confessed to him she had feelings for him there. They talked about the possibility of having a relationship. On finding this out, I immediately broke up with Billy and we had no contact for a few months. Emily seemed to really want to put things right, and we met to talk everything through. She said she was aware that their friendship was inappropriately close, but had tried to take space from him several times for my sake. She hadn't meant to develop feelings for him or end our relationship. She cut off contact with him, and they'd mutually agreed that any relationship between them would be unhealthy. She was honest with me and I really appreciated it, and I could tell she was remorseful, so we remained friends. Recently Billy and I have started causally seeing each other again. I'm nowhere near as invested as I was before, but I've honestly never seen a man do such a genuine 180 in terms of self-awareness. He's been in therapy, is deeply apologetic, loving, and has been treating me better than he ever has before. I'm moving cities soon anyway, so I'm just enjoying it while it lasts. which might be a bad idea, but I'm in my 20s and trying to have a good time finally. However, when Emily found out, she really caught me off guard. She was mad at me and said that Billy and I seeing each other is awful for her. She told me not to forget that this situation involves more than just me and him, and said that this wouldn't be happening if she was still speaking to him. She might be right, but it doesn't matter much to me right now. I'm upset as I feel like I tried to be a good friend to her despite all this, but some of her friends have sided with her and I know this is complicated. I'm just confused and tired of everything and I don't know how to feel.
I took revenge on a cheating ex and I went overboard. So recently I found out that my ex had a flirtatious relationship at work with one of her managers at a restaurant she works at. This involved spicy dirty talking while on the shift, spicy compliments and photo sharing and plans to hang out. I found out, and told her not to text the other guy again and block him. Well, something told me to check her phone again and it didn't take less than a full day for her to respond back to his texts on a message, thus continuing the contact of cheating on me. What's worst is how she described getting caught by me to be hilarious, funny, and that she'll reach out to this guy when we're done. She made me sound like a doormat, a joke, an option, as if everything we had was a plaything for her to play with. Feeling emasculated, embarrassed and surprised she could ever talk about me like this to another man, I posted her incriminating screenshots to her social media feeds, Instagram and Snapchat stories since I had access to the accounts, and sent those screenshots to the guy she was cheating on me with and her boss at work since she was doing it with another manager at the restaurant. I also sent them to her mother as she was texting this guy the whole week I was helping her mother move to her new home. The guy responded immediately and her boss and mother has yet to respond. She later called me back to apologize about the ordeal, but the damage was already done and I broke the news to her about what I did and to screw her. I think I went overboard as this is something I never done, take revenge on someone by screwing them over. Update, I've seen that her boss has looked at the message I sent her of my ex cheating at work on the job with another restaurant manager. The boss hasn't replied yet but she definitely knows now. Time will tell if she'll continue to be working there. Update 2, apparently she still has her job from the restaurant, and she's doing damage control from the social media posts. Update 3, she replied back to me letting me know the developments I about posted learning before and that only a person like me would care to see that happen. The conversation turned in a really ugly name calling match. The damage has already been done, I'm being spiteful, and I'm done talking with her. I'm going to desperately seek therapy and work on myself for the better. I didn't expect this to blow up but I appreciate the advice all around. She never wanted me or deserved it all. My wife spent my birthday out with her friends. I've posted here many times about issues I've had with my wife, most commonly with regards to her subservience to her best friend turned sister-in-law. She's promised to try and work on this, given how much it's impacted our marriage, but today I think we passed the point of no return. You see, today is my birthday, it's past midnight now though. This morning my daughter, who is nearly 4, gave me huge hugs and kisses which was great. My wife gave me a card, and told me that my gift hadn't arrived in the post yet. My suspicion is that she's yet to order it, or ordered it late, whatever it may be. I then logged into my work, and did my shift like any other day. My wife was off work while my daughter was at my mum's for a visit. Nothing special was planned for the evening, because there were plans in place already, just that those plans didn't include me. Sister-in-law and a couple of my wife's other friends had arranged to go out for dinner and drinks, because a voucher sister-in-law had for a particular restaurant expired soon, and my birthday was the only date they could all make. Crappy, right? Gets better though, because my wife made a big social media post wishing me a happy birthday, saying how crap it was that I had to work all night on my birthday. A complete lie, but it does make her look less bad in public for not spending my birthday with me. The issue is, because she's done this, I now couldn't make plans with friends or family without exposing her lie. So yeah, great birthday. When I think about how she'd react if I had pulled half the crap she has pulled, I can't see it ending any other way than me getting screamed at, even though she's chosen to spend my birthday with sister-in-law instead of me. On the plus side, I did some Warhammer painting after I collected my daughter and played with her a bit before bed. She also asked why mummy wasn't here, which kind of crushed me. Am I wrong to be annoyed about this?
My husband told someone he was out with his little sister. He doesn't have one. I've been married to my husband for a long time. We have kids, a house, and pets together. We have an active intimate life. We go on dates often and share a lot of the same hobbies. Today he's at a pool party with our oldest son. I took our youngest to the water park in town where I ran into one of the other moms I know. We started talking and she mentioned at one point that it had been so nice to meet my husband's younger sister last week and asked if she was my sister or his. I replied that neither one of us has a sister and asked her what the woman looked like. She said she was young and petite with dark hair. I only have a much younger brother with red hair and he has a brother who is over 6 foot, so neither one of us have a sibling who could be confused for a sister. He doesn't have any cousins and I do, but he's not close with any of them. I'm freaking out because obviously the first thing my mind goes to is he's cheating. I remember him going to the park last week and he never made any mention of meeting up with anyone or hanging out with anyone there. My youngest son isn't old enough to tell me. I can't get through to him because his phone isn't on him since they're in the pool. So now I'm just here freaking out because my mind is going wild. Update, when he got home from with our son I simply said, Trish said she ran into you at the park. She said you were with someone you introduced as your sister. Who was it? I knew something was up because he was just silent and he didn't say anything. Then he just said, okay, we need to talk. Do you want to do this now or later? Obviously I said now, so he told the boys to go play downstairs. He admitted he had been planning on leaving me for a while, but he had wanted to wait for the right time to do it. He said he had met someone else he had feelings for. He had met her last year and things happened slowly. He said he never cheated on me physically, but there were a lot of times he told me he was doing work when he was really texting her or going into his office to FaceTime her, and they would sometimes meet up. I asked him why he felt okay bringing our son around this person, and he said it was because our son already knew her, which is when I found out that his little sister and person he's leaving me for is our son's daycare teacher. My husband is the one who drops off every morning, so I guess that's how they met. I should have guessed something was up when he began volunteering to go pick him up as well. He seemed apologetic and kept repeating that he never did anything physical, and that he wanted to remain civil for the kids. I still haven't fully processed any of this. He's living in the basement apartment until we get things figured out.
I have a 4-month-old daughter. Ex-girlfriend wants to go to college and I am worried. Before anyone says anything, yes, I knew about protection. I was just dumb. Story time. My parents divorced when I was 10 but lived primarily with my mom. Tiffany's 16. Parents are together. When our parents found out she was pregnant, her parents kicked her out and my mom kicked me out. So now we live with my dad. During the pregnancy, my dad took my mom to court and got primary sole custody. I know what this means because I had to go to court for my daughter. He sued Tiffany's parents for legal guardianship and they now pay child support for her, and they are pissed and refuse to talk to us. I am in my bedroom and my daughter is in her bedroom and my ex is in the guest room that is now hers. My dad made a deal with us. We live with him until 18 with no rent payment. At 18 we need to decide what it is we do. I wasn't really that good in school and Tiffany is a great student. So I took my GED and my dad got me into welding school. I finish in 2 months. I also work full time, so I do welding school at night. Tiffany goes to school and works on the weekends at Wendy's. This whole thing is a huge ordeal. We literally have no life. My dad helps but not that much because he feels it's our responsibility, which I agree but still sucks. I work 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. at a warehouse and go to school from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Tiffany is home by 2:30 and picks up our daughter from daycare. We help each other a lot and then I head off to school and she stays with her at home until I get home and do it all over again day after day. When our daughter was born, my dad made us go to court. We have 50-50 and I don't pay child support because she lives with us. Because I work full time I can get health care for my daughter and myself, and that sucks. It costs me $300 a month and daycare is $400 a week. Literally Tiffany works just so we can pay for daycare and I pay for everything else. When we are short for cash my dad will help because he sees we are trying. My dad has been our rock. When we are tired and exhausted he will step in and give us a break here and there, but he makes sure we have everything we need and keeps us motivated. Tiffany wants to apply to college soon and I am worried because I don't want to keep living with her and I don't think I can keep our daughter full time as a welder working 12-hour shifts, but she says she will start at community college and work but wants to stay with us living together since it's easier. Since I will be working and it will be best for us to stay with my dad, but my dad said at 18 we have to pay rent. She doesn't mind, but I don't want to keep living with her because we aren't together. I am unsure how to tell her this. My dad thinks she should stay with us as long as she is a full-time student to finish her degree because I'm already getting my career. I just feel that all this is unfair because the burden is on me. I guess I am ranting because I am scared and unsure of what all this means. Update: I have a 4-month-old daughter. Ex-girlfriend wants to go to college and I am worried. I don't know why I feel like I need to update, but here it goes. Tiffany and my dad went to the school and were able to get her enrolled in college courses because of her grades. She won't graduate high school way too fast, but she will have enough to finish high school hours by next December. So 6 months early, she reapplied for assistance. We got a voucher for daycare, so now it's $50 a week. She quit her job so she can focus on school, but she doesn't start college until spring, so that's cool. It gives her some time. She still wants to be a nurse, so that's cool too. I got a new job that pays more as a forklift operator and will give me an internship for welding, which I won't be able to start until December until I finish my classes, and then I have to do a 2-month internship, but they are paying me really good. I started Monday. My dad and I had a long talk about my fears and he reassured me that it's okay to be scared, but we have a game plan. He is fixing up the basement to make 2 bedrooms and a living room like a little apartment because he said Tiffany and I will need space as we grow. He wants me to buy the house when I am 18 like he did with his parents, and he will help me pay it as long as Tiffany gets to stay until she finishes college and let her make her own choice. We all agreed this is the best option and we are all really much happier now. I guess I just needed to let it out. Tiffany and I are great while being parents is hard, but it's been good now that we feel a bit more secure. My mom and Tiffany's parents still haven't spoken to us because we aren't married, which does make me sad, but it's okay. We have my dad. Tiffany's grandparents bought her a car and said that's all they can do for her and not to contact them again until we are married. The car needs some work, but I'm going to pay for it to fix it up. It needs brakes, suspension and some regular maintenance. My dad finally told me what all happened and I didn't know, but it made me open my eyes to all of this. My dad met my mom in high school too and they were together and got caught kissing. Since my mom's family are Baptist, they forced my dad to marry her. I didn't know in Missouri parents can marry their kids at 15, which is why my dad has been so protective. They were going to marry Tiffany and I because she was pregnant, and when my dad stepped in they couldn't do it. My mom and Tiffany's dad went and got a license for us and were going to marry us in their church. I guess I wouldn't have minded marrying Tiffany, but I would rather do it later. But yeah, that's why they aren't talking to us. My dad did say if that happened he would help us get it annulled, but we have no intentions of speaking to them right now. He explained that Tiffany is stuck, and while I might be afraid, she is even more afraid because she has no one and I need to reassure her we are here for her as a family. I guess I couldn't see it that way and it's good that I talked to him. I hug my dad and I have been hugging him every day now and it's nice, it's made us closer. All of this information made me pretty sad and grateful at the same time, and it helped Tiffany and I really start talking more. Like we talked but we didn't talk and I didn't know she was scared too. We are now doing days for us to be kids as my dad says. So we both hang out with our friends who still talk to us at least once a week, and Tiffany and I do a lot of stuff on the weekends now that she doesn't work. Like taking Jelly to the park and going for walks, and we did a pumpkin patch. Jelly seems to be happier too and Tiffany doesn't seem as tired anymore. Anyway, thanks everyone for the help, tips and encouragement. I doubt I will update again and just lurk for parenting advice.
My boyfriend got incredibly sick and I love it. I know the title makes me sound like a terrible person, but I swear it's not as bad as it sounds. Yesterday my boyfriend came down with some kind of sickness. It's maybe the flu. We're not sure. He's been testing for COVID but he's been negative so far. And it's apparently drained his energy. It hurts to breathe. He has chest pain. Things like that. But because he feels like this he just wants to lay in bed all day. Which means he constantly wants to cuddle and lay with me. I love it so much. I especially like it because of how weak he is, to the point that he constantly needs my help with something. I don't know if it makes me a bad person for this, but I just like him feeling like that because he's so cute when he's sleepy, which he constantly is, and his voice sounds so adorable when he's sick. I would never purposely try to make him sick, but I love when it happens.
Just found out the true reason my dad wanted to start a business with me. In 2018, my dad told me he was planning to open a plant shop and asked if I wanted to help, since he was still working his full-time job and would not have the time to manage the shop. Now, my dad loves plants. The house is filled with them and he comes home every day after work to care and check in with them. He's extremely knowledgeable about them too and could tell if a plant was sick and how to treat it without ever having gone to school for it. He told me he really wanted to try it and hoped he could make something out of it. At this point, I had just gotten discharged from the military and wasn't doing much, plus it was rare that he would ask for my help, so I said sure. Within a week or two, we opened the shop, we planned the prices, the stocks, he taught me the basics of how to take care of various plants, how to make terrariums to sell, and everything else I needed to know to run the shop when he wasn't around. We sold succulents, various flowers, bonsai, seeds, anything we thought looked fun and interesting. He sourced all of that himself. He came by every day when he had a break from work and even offered delivery services to customers. Unfortunately, the shop didn't last long. The rent was expensive and foot traffic was low, so he was essentially bleeding money. Didn't help that he insisted on paying me a full living wage either. Eventually I couldn't bear to see him work so hard and lose so much money and told him I didn't want to do it anymore. The shop then closed and that was that. I've always felt bad about how it ended, and regretted how I didn't stick it out longer with this thing he worked so hard for and loved. I decided that once I made enough money in the future I would help him restart this business. Cut to a few days ago, I casually asked my mom if my dad ever mentioned anything about starting the business again since he was so into it. She was confused at first, then told me the truth. He didn't start the business because he wanted to, he just wanted me to have something to keep me busy. I didn't mention why I was discharged from the military earlier. It was because I had attempted self-destruction after a severe bout of depression. He came up with the business idea while visiting me at the psych ward. After I mentioned how doing nothing all day makes me feel worse, he heard this little comment of mine and just went for it. He knew he was going to lose money, but did it anyway. We're not rich by any means, and he used his savings to do this. My mom wasn't supposed to tell me any of this. He knew that if he had told me the truth in the beginning I would have said no because it was too much trouble. And if I found out now I would just feel bad. As long as it was something that helped me, he was okay with things as is. I don't know what I'm feeling about this. Like most Asian dads and sons, we've never really been affectionate with one another, not with words at least. He's always been more of a silent supporter type, showing up to every achievement and struggle I had. He never said that he cared, but visited me multiple times a day every day when I was at the psych ward. I want to thank him, but he would be uncomfortable. I want to say I love him, but he would do the boomer equivalent of cringing. I do plan to thank him at some point, but I'm also feeling uncomfortable because that's just not how we do things. In the meantime though, thank you Dad, I love you.
My boyfriend started feeding my special needs brother while I went to the bathroom, and I think I found the guy I'm gonna marry. I, 23 female, have been dating my wonderful boyfriend for 3 months. In those 3 months, we have become remarkably close. I have a special needs nonverbal brother who is 20 years old but has the mind of a 2-year-old. After he graduates high school this May, he will be going to a full-time daycare facility, which is like a school where he will be from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. on weekdays and 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturdays. He will be living with my parents till they retire, and then he will be living with me. I'm legally his co-guardian. I almost never introduce my friends to my brother, I guess because I feel embarrassed. People don't tend to understand what it is like living with someone who is so special needs. For some reason, I trust my boyfriend, and he has met my brother 4 or 5 times. He has been absolutely amazing with him and even plays with him, which the few friends I have introduced him to never have. On Sunday, I took him to Olive Garden with my boyfriend. Like usual, my brother acted a little crazy and was impatient for the food, but after a few reprimands, he acted normal and was overall well behaved. My boyfriend was absolutely amazing with him and told him to calm down and played with him too. Sometime during lunch I had to go to the bathroom. Normally in this case, I take him to the ladies' room with me after double checking that the bathroom is empty, etc., so no one feels uncomfortable, but my boyfriend was super sweet and offered to take care of him. I was apprehensive at first, but figured it was 3 minutes. When I came back, I saw my boyfriend feed chicken from his own plate to my brother. My brother can't reach across the table and eat without spilling food, and my brother was grinning because they were competing playing Temple Run. I started tearing up at the sight, and was about to start bawling out of happiness. I have almost never seen someone who isn't a professional or my parents treat my brother the way he was being treated now. They might attempt to connect with him, but the bond these two have is something I have never seen before. I've always been afraid that guys won't want to be with me because of my brother, or that whoever I marry would get fed up with him. I'm also afraid that my love for my brother will take over my love for myself or the life I want to live. But now, I'm proven wrong and it's given me a lot of hope for the future. I think I can be a special needs mom and life my best life. I think I've found the one. I know it's early, but I think I've found the one I want to marry. I've been in 2 long-term relationships, ranging 1 and 3 years long, and no one has ever treated my brother this way. No one has ever been such a kind-hearted soul. No one has ever given me this much hope. I love my boyfriend so much, and I hope some years from now, we get married and my future is like the current I have now.
I accidentally dropped my cake in the parking lot and cried. My 14-year-old son took his own life on his birthday. I can't even begin to explain how it felt like. It was a massive shock. It's been just me and him for a very long time. His mother ran off with the man she was having an affair with a few years ago. Although she kept contact with him, she never had time for him. This made him sad, and I begged her multiple times to make an effort to spend time with him, but she was always busy. I can count on one hand how many times she has seen him after leaving us, and even then, she had to rush somewhere. I did everything in my power to be there for him, but ultimately I couldn't replace his mom. Aside from missing her, my son was such a happy soul, always laughing and joking around. He did well in school and still enjoyed spending time with me. He was my pride and joy. Last year on his birthday, his mother was a no-show at his birthday party after promising that she would come. She did not even bother to let us know. He realized that she wasn't coming after everyone had left, and he was disappointed. We had a long talk where I reassured him that I will always love him and be there for him no matter what. He picked a movie for us to watch and we ate some leftover cake. By the time we went to bed, he seemed like his usual self. My whole world came crashing down the next morning when I found him. I went on a downward spiral from there. Grief and guilt were consuming me. How could I have not seen it coming? I felt like the worst father in the world. I barely slept, barely ate, and couldn't function. It felt like all I did was sit in his room and cry. I made so many mistakes at work that I was eventually let go. I had a hard time finding work and it was hard to keep afloat. I ended up having to live in my car. I was at my lowest. I remember eating a half-eaten burger from a trash can outside a Wendy's while feeling sorry for myself. This was my turning point. My son wouldn't want to see me like this. I wanted to make him proud, so I spent my days in the library sending out tons of job applications. I was relentless, and finally, I was able to get one. I ate once a day and worked all the time while saving up. This went on for months and eventually it paid off because I was recently able to save enough to get a place to stay. I am still grieving my son, but I'm better than right after he passed. I have joined an online support group and it is helpful. My former landlord has kept my belongings safe until I can settle part of my debt to him, which I can't wait for because this includes my son's things. I decided to buy myself a cake to celebrate how far I had come. When I went back to my car from the grocery store, I tripped and the cake slipped and fell on the ground. I stared down at it and before I knew it, tears were running down my face. I did not buy another one. I just drove back home. It was more than just accidentally dropping a cake. It was the fact that the last time I had it was with my son. And it was also the last day I saw him alive. Today I messed up when I learned the language my girlfriend speaks when she gossips with her friends. My girlfriend is South African. Her native language is Afrikaans. I've been learning how to speak Afrikaans without my girlfriend knowing. I secretly applied for online courses that I've been using on and off for more than a year now. My plan was to surprise my girlfriend and her family with my American Afrikaans when I finally meet her parents in person for the first time later this year. I never intended to eavesdrop or anything, but learning Afrikaans in secret accidentally exposed me to sensitive information that my girlfriend was sharing on the phone with her Afrikaans-speaking friends from South Africa. It was gossip I was not supposed to understand, but eventually I did. This is what I've heard in the past few months. 1. My girlfriend is planning to surprise me on my birthday by reuniting with her high school metal band and putting on a show for me. 2. My girlfriend wants to tattoo the names of literally all the Harry Potter spells on her back, but she doesn't know how to tell me because she's afraid I'll talk her out of it. 3. My girlfriend casually mentioned that one of the unexpected differences between her glasses and her contact lenses is that when she's on her knees looking up at me with her glasses on, my schlong looks much bigger compared to what it looks like through her contact lenses, which is why she's keeping her glasses on during lovemaking. Ouch. 4. My girlfriend is convinced that my parents are swingers because apparently there are always attractive couples hanging out at my mom and dad's house whenever we visit. 5. My girlfriend secretly finished the entire series of Better Call Saul without me, even though we agreed to finish it together. So now she's pretending to have no idea how the show ends. 6. My girlfriend is thinking about canceling the high school metal band reunion for my birthday because she's no longer sure if it's appropriate to team up with 2 of her exes that are original members of the band. 7. My girlfriend expects her dad not to like me. I would have preferred not knowing most of those things, to be honest, but there is no way for me to unlearn Afrikaans, so now I'm cursed with knowing too much while having to pretend I know nothing.
Update. My husband wants me to terminate my baby with my one-night stand, and everyone seems to agree with him. Hi, I want to tell you that I have now filed for divorce from my husband. When he got the papers, believe it or not, he kicked me out of our home, so now I rent a small attic room at one of my senior co-workers. She and her husband live alone and they're very tidy and clean. I love that she did this for me because she doesn't rent out rooms otherwise, but she simply just felt sorry for me. My family shut the door in my face. Initially, I thought that they were just disappointed that my marriage was over because they loved my husband like a son, but now I don't know if I can make any more excuses for them. They know I have been kicked out of my home and that I have spent some weeks sleeping on my friends' couches until I found this room that I can call mine, yet no one felt that now it was time to reach out a helping hand. I'm now looking for my own place to buy. These things take time in my country. I've learned a hard lesson, that everything can turn on its head in a matter of weeks and you become homeless and the people you thought were your safety net, well, they're just cobwebs. One night stand and I are still dating and I think we are falling hard for each other. He thought I was unnecessarily stubborn not to have moved in with him when I got kicked out like garbage, but how could I? If we are ever to succeed as a couple, I need to be with him from a place of equality. Only then we could know if this is love, pure love, and not dependence and convenience. He thinks I'm crazy thinking like that, but he respected my wish. My husband is refusing to sign the divorce. He has sent me 4 emails. I read one line from his first email. How did we end up like this? I stopped reading after this. I asked my lawyer to send him an email that moving forward, the only mean of communicating with me is via my lawyer and her email. He still sent one more email. Maybe not very cheerful update, but don't worry about me. I feel happy and free and so excited for my next chapter as a mother and hopefully with one night stand by my side. I love him.
Today I messed up by accidentally calling my employee a not safe for work name for 3 years. So, let me set the stage. I'm an Australian who managed to score a sweet gig working at a resort on a tropical island in Thailand. I had 50 awesome staff members working under me, and, wanting to make a great impression, I took the time to learn everyone's names, both their formal names and their nicknames. Now, here's where the colossal screw-up comes in. One of my staff members had the nickname Muaj, which I was told meant, China girl, eager to be friendly and relatable. I called her by her nickname for 3 whole years. Little did I know, I was actually calling her, pubic hair, due to the nuances of the Thai tonal language. For 3 long years, I unknowingly called this poor woman an NSFW name, and nobody corrected me. Finally, one staff member let the truth slip, and I was absolutely mortified. I had been walking around, blissfully unaware of the embarrassment I had been causing both myself and Muaj. To say I was devastated is an understatement. I messed up big time by not fully understanding the tonal intricacies of the Thai language, and accidentally calling my employee a wildly inappropriate name for years. Learn from my mistake, folks. When in doubt, stick to formal names. When people ask why I'm not in our family pictures, I'm going to tell them the truth. A couple of weeks ago, my wife asked if we could have professional family photos taken. I said that money was too tight between our daughter's birthday, a trip to her parents for Thanksgiving, and Christmas. I asked her if we could wait until after Christmas and she said no. She never brought it back up. I didn't think anything of it because I assumed she was planning on taking them herself. The other day, one of my tires blew out, and I went to our emergency fund to cover it. That's when I discovered that she took $300 out of it to pay for photos. $300 effing dollars. I know it sounds pathetic, but when I saw that, I broke down. The last couple of years have been horrible for us. I got laid off and she got sick in the same year. We eventually both found new jobs, but we never fully recovered financially. It took months and months of hard work just to get our emergency fund to that point. Now half of it is gone right before Christmas for effing photos. When I confronted her about it, she didn't even try to deny it. She just said that she deserves to have nice photos. I begged her to try and get that money back, but she said no. The photo session she booked is next Saturday, but I won't go. She keeps threatening me, saying that people are going to ask why I'm not in them and that I'm going to look bad. I'm sure she's right, but I'm counting on it. When people ask why I'm not there, I'll tell them exactly what happened. I don't care if it's in person or on her Facebook page. I'm going to let everyone know what she did. Since having pictures to show off is more important to her than our family's safety, it seems only right that her family and friends should know that. I feel like I'm married to a stranger. The woman I married would have never betrayed me like that. Update: I contacted the photographer directly. I didn't think it would work, but I decided to try it after so many people suggested it. I told my wife that I changed my mind about the photos and asked to see the photographer's other work. She gave me the website. Then I sent the photographer an email explaining the entire situation. I was shocked by how understanding she was. She refunded us right away. The only catch is that my wife is banned from using her services. I had planned on sitting my wife down to talk. However, the photographer sent her an email before I could. She was pissed. She wouldn't stop yelling at me until I told her I was considering leaving her. She calmed down after that. I told her how angry and disgusted I was that she would act so irresponsibly. I asked her why she would do something like this. She said she deserved nice photos after the last couple of crappy years. I pointed out that we both had hundreds, if not thousands, of family photos saved on our phones. She said they weren't high quality enough, and that we didn't look nice enough in them. I responded back that we could have gone to JCPenney, or just waited and budgeted for them. She said that she didn't want JCPenney style portraits, and that she wanted Christmas pictures. I told her that it doesn't matter, and that financial safety was more important than photos. I said if she didn't agree, it meant that we were incompatible as a couple. She apologized but didn't agree. She still wants to stay together and try to work through our issues. I agreed to try on 2 conditions. 1, we separate our finances, and 2, we do a trial separation. She agreed. We're splitting the bills 60-40, which is proportionate to our incomes, and splitting the emergency fund 50-50. We're also taking turns sleeping on the couch. I know a lot of you wanted me to leave her, but I can't do that. I want to see my daughter every day, not 50% of the time. I owe it to her to at least try and make this marriage work. As angry as I am at my wife, we have gone through hell together. I can't throw that away without trying to make it better. The trip to her parents isn't happening anymore. We evenly split the $100 we saved for gas. My wife can't afford the trip without my half. She's angry that I won't give it up. I told her that when I said separate finances, I meant separate finances. Besides, after paying for the tire and the tow, my half of the emergency fund is depleted. I need every dollar to build it back up again. I also want to stay in town with my parents. I suggested she dip into her half of the emergency fund, but she told me she already used it to book a different photographer for her and my daughter. Last Saturday, I borrowed a couple of sleds from a buddy of mine and took my kids sledding. I want us to build real memories together, not photos posted for likes. I think that 20 years from now, she'll remember that more fondly than the photo shoot her mother has planned.
I lied about my friend's last words and I will not honor her last request. My friend Amy passed away a couple of months ago and I was the last one to see her alive. I went over to her apartment, we watched a movie, ate dinner, I left to finish an essay, and then she OD'd and passed away alone. She was 19. Our final conversation was unremarkable. I said it was good to see her, thanked her for the food. We made plans for the sports we were going to play together the following week. I told her I would send her a bread recipe we had talked about. She said she was excited to bake it to bring to a potluck that was coming up. She wished me luck with the essay and I said I would try, but Brian, my roommate, was always loud and distracting, so hopefully I could get it done before he came back from clubbing. She laughed, and the very last thing she said was to say hi to Brian for me. Amy did not answer messages the next day, so I sent her roommate, Kara, a message to ask if everything was okay. Kara had been staying nearby with her boyfriend, so went home to see what was happening, and found Amy's body. She let me know what had happened, and after that there were police and all sorts. It was a shock and confusing, but I did not pry for details. Amy and Kara were incredibly close, practically sisters, so I absolutely did not want to bother her with questions, and the police had investigating to do. I was asked to describe the evening. Amy used substances frequently. They don't think the odd was on purpose, but they wanted to know if she was acting strangely. Had she taken anything while I was there? What time did I leave, etc.? And the death was deemed not suspicious. Amy had not contacted anyone online after I left, so I was the person she last spoke to. Kara asked me what her last words were. I lied. I said it had been to wish me luck with my essay, and that she hoped I had a good night. Amy had always been positive and such a genuinely lovely soul. Well wishes were fitting last words. I did not say anything about saying hi to Brian. Why I lied, Brian can F off. There was a running joke amongst some of my friends about Brian's magical ability to make everything about himself. We wanted to do a little Great British Bake Off for fun. Brian buys a sparkly suit and declares himself Paul Hollywood and yells through the whole thing, "You're doing a painting." Brian can't draw, but until you physically leave he will lecture you about why you're doing it wrong. Never do improv with Brian. It's like improv with Michael Scott. A group of people want to do life drawing. Brian finds a way to be the exposed model. Any birthday features speeches and songs performed by Brian, whether you really know him or not. Someone was going to come out as gay and was planning a little picnic for it. Effing Brian decided to come dressed as a drag queen too. Take the pressure off. Whatever sport or instrument or language you try to learn, Brian will insist he is better, or would be better if he tried to learn it, which he won't. He physically can't stand to not be the center of attention. I do not like Brian. I cannot wait to not live with him anymore. He thinks of himself as charismatic, and at first he truly seems that way, but over time you realize it's all just volume and narcissism. That said, many people do still like him, life of the party and all, while his older friends grow to despise him and gradually exit the group. I was one of the first people to find out that Amy had passed away, and that evening I called my best friend to get it off my chest, and because I needed to vent feelings. Brian heard. I should have been more careful, but I wasn't in my right mind. He asked for more details. Why did he need more details? Because he had already started drafting a mass message to send to all of Amy's friends to let them know that she had passed. Amy and Brian met maybe twice. I told him he couldn't send it. This was on the day I found out. The police were only just involved. We didn't even know if her parents knew yet. He went off on a whole explanation of how he could find them on Facebook and could check land records to find their house and go there in a suit with a bunch of flowers to sit them down and properly inform them. I said the police would tell them, or Kara. As I said, Amy and Kara were close. Kara is from another country, so spends summers with Amy's family, practically like a second daughter. Why on earth would Brian, a total stranger, be a more fitting messenger? He said he had thought that he should get to be the one to tell them. I remember it well because, he said get. For non-native English speakers, you get to be player one, you get to have an extra piece of chocolate cake, you get to dress up, you get to have a little treat that you want. You absolutely do effing not get to tell someone that their daughter has passed. This anti-Brian rant is getting too long. He held off on telling most people until after Amy's parents put out an official statement, though then gloated about having known about the news beforehand. He seemed to think that he would be able to speak at her funeral, but compromised and spoke instead at an informal gathering of friends that we held to honor her. He gave several speeches which, if you weren't aware that the two barely knew each other, would make you think that they were very close. He led a number of vigils, events, gatherings, which yes, were a good mourning opportunity for many people. but I'm too far gone with disliking him that I can't see it as anything other than him trying to gain an ownership of the situation. We put together a fundraiser in Amy's name for a mental health organization she had used, and Brian was upset that he was not listed as a contributor. He did not donate. We had a book where anyone could write about their memories with Amy. Kara wrote a half page, Brian wrote 2.5. I do not like to lie, it make me feel sick to my stomach. A couple of months have passed and the knowledge that I actively lied about Amy's last words is gnawing at me. It's so small and dumb, but I didn't say hi to Brian for her. I said I would. She made her last ever request and I'm denying it. I'm sorry for the paragraphs about what a massive jerk he is, but I hope it demonstrates my point. This is what he is like. This is how he behaved thinking a mutual friend he'd only met a couple of times had passed. Imagine what he would have been like if he knew that her last words were about him. I confess, channeling my negative feelings into hating how he has turned this into a main character moment has channeled them away from me and the obvious fact that I left her alone to pass away. I think my anger at myself for the lying might be part of the overall guilt I feel about it, but that's what therapy is for. Thank you for reading. I have given this a lot of thought and I'm not going to tell anyone what she said, but I needed to get it out of my brain and into words. I left my husband the day after our youngest moved out. He says I've deceived him all these years. My female 49 husband, male 51, cheated on me. It was 10 years ago when I got a call from school saying that our youngest, then 9, was sick and needed to go home. When we arrived, I heard them in our bedroom. I panicked, made loud noises to let them know they weren't alone and that our daughter was with me. I'm crying just writing this. I still cry whenever I remember that day. The first year after that was the hardest on me. I felt so insignificant and inadequate, unattractive and undesirable. We started therapy and my husband promised to do anything to make it work again. We moved apartments and bought new furniture and I started a new habit of changing the sheets every night before bed. All of this wasn't as effective as that one morning when I woke up and realized that I wasn't in love with my husband anymore. After this realization, everything seemed easier moving forward. I saw him as a roommate and a great support raising the children, a good friend. We love our children and we wanted the best for them. For these next 10 years we hardly ever fought and we raised 3 beautiful, happy and successful young people. When I realized that I didn't love him anymore, I also stopped caring what if he did it again. It was one of my nightmares in the beginning. I didn't care anymore as long as I slept in clean sheets every night. Around Christmas, our youngest daughter, who is now 19, got her first contract for her own apartment. That's when I knew that I was free. I also set in motion my plans of moving out and getting my divorce. I found myself an apartment too and I thought my husband can live in our apartment until we settled everything up. When I told him and handed him the divorce papers, he was in shock. And when I moved out the day after my daughter, on April 2nd, he was even more shocked and distraught. Now he is telling me that I have deceived him all these years, acting like I was fine when I wasn't, while he lived in regret every day for how he hurt me. I am cold and calculated and I am vindictive. I don't recognize any of these accusations. I don't see things that way. I saw it as me, and him of course, doing the best with what I was dealt to make a happy and content life for our children, our whole family really, and I think that I succeeded. What more could anyone ask of me? Can somebody please help me make sense of what just happened between my 18-month-old and a man in his 80s? This happened no more than an hour ago. My son and I went on our evening walk through the neighborhood. We decided to go down a street we don't normally go down. My son loves everything nature. He always grabs one rock and one stick to carry with him. He found his rock and stick and we were off. He's very particular with his items. He holds them tightly and refuses to give them up or drop them. He's also very shy and always buries his head into my shoulder when strangers want to say hi. So, we were walking and I was explaining to him all the flowers we were seeing. He loves it. We crossed the street and sat on the curb. I grabbed some leaves and we watched them float down the running water in the street gutters. An older man in his 80s approached me and says, "Hey, can you wait a minute?" And I of course said sure. I hear a clipping sound and he comes back with a single sprig of lavender from his garden. He goes to hand it to my son and I get ready to grab it from the man and hand it to my son since he never accepts things from strangers. He's too shy. He's never accepted anything from a stranger and people try all the time. To my utter shock, my son reached out and grabs the lavender. My son then puts his hand out and drops his stick and rock into this man's hand. I was floored. My jaw was literally open. I kid you not, tears start filling this man's eyes. Then my son takes the lavender up to his nose and starts sniffing the flower. He does not know to smell flowers. He's never done that. Here's where it gets even wilder. My son says a good few dozen words, but certain letters and sounds he's not great with yet. He's not good with ST sounds or R sounds. He also only elects to talk when he wants something. He starts making this str sound, then this STR sound. I'd never heard him make those sounds and couldn't figure out why all of a sudden he was so eager to make that sound. I then introduce myself and tell the older man my son's name. I ask his name, he says, Sterling. My son practically said the name 20 times before I even asked. I was so freaked out we went home. My son was holding onto the lavender, smelling it, smiling, just in heaven. I've had multiple strangers stop me on the street since he was just a few months old telling me he's an old soul. Probably happened 10 times, well before he could even talk. I just don't know how to make sense of what just happened. Husband and his friends have a nickname for me in their group chat. He won't tell me what it means. This happened a couple days ago. My phone died right as I was texting my mom about something rather important, so my husband let me use his. As I was typing, a banner popped up with a text from one of his friends to their group chat, saying to the effect of, "Hey, husband, do you and ST still want to Halloween plan we talked about?" So of course I'm like, whose street? Those are not my initials. I briefly looked at the chat. A few messages up I was at least able to confirm ST was me, in context of my husband mentioning a specific thing I'd done that day. Like I said, ST is not an abbreviation of my name or any name I would go by. None of our friends calls me by anything other than my real name, so I was confused. I showed him the chat and asked what it stood for. He looked suddenly really flustered. He grabbed his phone back and said, "Oh, it's nothing, just a nickname." Okay, what was it stand for? He literally wouldn't tell me. He just kept saying, "Don't worry about it." Well, is there some reason I would need to worry? I wouldn't be worrying if he just explained what it meant. I was a little put off by this, to find out all his friends are calling me something I don't even know about. I told him even if it's just some dumb joke, at least tell me, because clamming up just makes it look kind of weird. He still refused to tell me. This entire back and forth was maybe a minute or two, then he suddenly goes, "Okay fine, it's super terrific." Look, I can't tell if I'm being crazy, but I just don't fully buy that. If that's all it was, why not say so the first time I asked? I asked like 3 or 4 times for him to tell me what it stood for. Why keep avoiding it? On the other hand, I know this makes me look like a really high-strung paranoid person to be suspicious when it could so easily be what he said. I don't want to accuse him of lying with no proof, and over something so dumb. This is still bugging me a little. I just want to know if I'm being insane to have an inkling of doubt about it standing for super terrific. Do you think he was telling the truth? Would it be ridiculous to bring it up again at this point? Update: husband and his friends have a nickname for me in their group chat. He won't tell me what it means. Posted this last week. Well, not a happy ending. Ended up getting a text from one of my husband's female friends in his group chat, the day after I posted here. Turned out that right after I asked him about the nickname, he told all of them I'd seen it and to stop calling me that. She sent me a screenshot of his message which reads verbatim, "LOL, oh shite, she just saw that. I'm so screwed, but seriously don't send that anymore. I'm gonna end up in the doghouse." Tears of laughter emoji. The female friend who reached out is a new addition to the group as of a couple months ago. Friend of the girl one of his guy friends is dating. I'd met her a couple times on group outings and liked her. She told me she was uncomfortable when she caught on that ST was me and they were using that behind my back. Then when she was told what it stood for, after my husband's message, she thought to contact me in case I didn't know about it. I'm extremely grateful for this. Now the part everyone wanted to know. A lot of you thought it was sugar tits. I really wish. That would be cute and funny. Nope, not my luck. It stands for sausage tits. Yeah, that's what my husband and his gaggle of mental 12-year-olds refer to me as. I don't even know how or why it started. I cannot fathom the thought that my husband could have described my chest in detail to all his friends, and then they thought it sounded hilarious enough to make a nickname out of. I literally don't even know what to feel. I haven't been more humiliated in my life than I am right now. I don't know what to do about him. He apologized, but because it's just a joke to him, he doesn't seem to get or care how I feel. He apologized sincerely and promised he'd never call me that again or let any of his friends. Why did he ever in the first place? It's not a complimentary nickname that you wouldn't foresee a person not liking, right? Isn't it obvious it's mean-spirited? Or am I crazy to assume so? Is there some way I'm just not able to see where it's not actually as bad as I feel? Anyway, that's about it. I don't know what to do. We're sleeping in separate rooms because I can't bear to be near him or have him see me. I never want him to see me exposed again. I'm trying to figure out if my need for space is temporary or permanent. If it's permanent, then I'll be pursuing divorce. I just thought so highly of him. I never could have imagined he'd view me like this behind his back. It's like if he was to gain weight and I encouraged all my friends to start calling him arse or beer belly behind his back. What other possible reason to do that than contempt? I said this, but he insists it doesn't have any deeper meaning and is just bad humor. Whatever, time to put kiddos to bed. While he's typing away at his phone on the other side of the room. See, the issue I'm realizing is now there will always be a fear in my mind that he's saying nasty things about me to who knows who. So there's the update. Sausage, signing out. Today I messed up by warning my friend not to take a seat, because colored people just sat there. I went to a convention with friends, and on our way back we were understandably tired and struggling to think straight. We went into the tram, which was very full, both from people coming from our convention, but also from another festival that was taking place at the same time. We didn't get a seat, and as tired as we were, kept watching to see if anyone would get up to leave the train. Finally, a couple gets up right next to us, and my friend is moving to take their seats for us, but before I can think, I shout, "Wait, don't sit there." Colored people just sat there. Instantly everyone turns to me. God, I wanted to jump out of the moving train right then and there. The couple that just got up were full of powders in different colors, because they just came from a holy festival, and it stained the seats. I wanted to warn my friend because her outfit probably wouldn't take the color powder too well. My cousin told me that she was making love with my boyfriend, who died last year, while we were together. Almost 1 year ago, I lost the man I considered the love of my life. We were together since I was 19. He passed away in an accident, and this was so unexpected. It was tragic and I went into depression. He was the man I wanted to call my husband, and have a family with, There were so many things we wanted to experience together, I just couldn't deal with it and the pain was very strong. Thankfully, I had a few people who were there for me. I also went to therapy, and it really helped me. It still hurts a lot, but I'm doing my best to get better. The thing is that, I have this cousin who I see from time to time, but don't really get along with. She only contacts me when she needs me to help her. She used to have, still has a lot of issues and trouble, so I used to feel a bit bad about her and try to help her a bit. 2 days ago, she called me, because she wanted to know if I could take care of her kids. She's a single mother of 2, for a few hours. I told her that I couldn't because I had to study for some exam. She started to get mad, go on a rant, and told me that I was being a bitch, that I was lying, things as such. I told her I was done with her and her insults. I was about to hang up, but that's when she told me, just so you know, I was effing with my late boyfriend's name for 3 months and that, until the day he passed. I just couldn't believe it. I was in disbelief, completely shocked, but didn't know if it was true or not. I told her to shut up, that it was all lies, that she needed to take her medication and hung up on her. I started to cry. I was so shocked. I wasn't ready for it. I know she has some bipolar issues, but I also know for sure she made love with plenty married and taken men in her past. I'm so confused. I just have a hard time believing my BF would have been able to do that. He didn't even like her and she didn't like him either. I don't think she was his type and he told me she was bringing too much drama. If it's true, I never saw or noticed anything. I can't believe it, but it put some doubts in my mind. I'm feeling lost and confused now. Is she lying? Did she invent this because she wanted to be mean and hurt me? I just don't know what to think. Update: since I posted, I waited 2 days to see if she would contact me to apologize, but I didn't hear from her. So as many people suggested, I blocked her. I decided that I was completely done with her and I cut her off. I won't be able to forgive her, because what she did was very vile and cruel. She was not worth it anyways. I talked about it to my mother, brothers and my late boyfriend's friends, few of them, and everyone told me that I shouldn't believe her. His friends told me that they never saw any signs, they never heard that he was cheating with her or anyone. They also told me that every time he was taking about me, it was in positive. It reassures me but that made me sad, because it made me miss him even more. Now, I'll try to only keep the good memories that I had with him and I will try to forget about what she said. I want to honor his memory because he was the man I loved. I know the path is going to be long, and I know that depression probably isn't too far. I have some bad days and better ones. My cousin made things worse, but thankfully, I have a great mother and brothers, best friend, few friends. However, sometimes I still feel very alone and lost. I hope for better days. And to the people who told me they lost someone in the comments, I feel your pain and I'm sorry. Every time I had an issue or a problem, my boyfriend used to tell me, "We'll make it together. Now I'm alone but I'll fight for you and your memory." My husband is obsessed with my boss and it's all my fault. I started this job about 1.5 years ago. I can't say what it is because I want us to stay anonymous and our country is very small so my boss would probably be recognized. The moment I started I felt like I was in the right place. My boss, the owner of the company, is very cool and kind. She's self-made and she loves her job. She does a lot of the dirty work herself that bosses who has 30 to 35 employees wouldn't have to do, but she just loves it. On top of that, we have a 6-hour workday, our salaries are 20% higher than the market and we have 7 paid vacation weeks a year. Her reasons: she appreciates us and she's getting richer anyway. I was so proud of working with a woman like her so I wouldn't shut up talking about her to my husband, especially in the beginning. My husband was as fascinated by her as I am until he met her in a company party last Christmas. She must have been beautiful when she was young, she could have been a model. I think his fascination became a crush or an obsession or maybe worse, love. Now he follows her on social media. Her accounts are private but he stalks her with my account. He also follows the company Insta and likes every picture she's in. He asks about her all the time. She's a very private person but when her divorce from her ex-husband was finalized in the beginning of this year we all found out because he started showing up to work. He owned half her company now and he started to try to make changes in our work hours and salaries. We found out that her husband had cheated on her with a younger girl who he also tried to employ in our company. She still works with us. She, probably lawyers involved, eventually convinced her husband to sell her back his share. We're still in this process now. My husband has followed all this and he was so sad for her and so angry. How could anyone do this when they had a woman like her? If it was him he would cherish her, love her, blah blah blah. Who leaves a woman for a girl? I got very angry and told him that all men prefer younger women if they could choose. He laughed at me and told me only losers do that. The last drop was last Friday. We were out for a movie night and we saw my boss with a young man. He looked in his mid-20s. My husband lost it. He didn't know that she dated younger men. He wanted us to go say hello but I refused and yelled at him to control himself because he looked pathetic. When we got home he was frantically going through her social media, until he found the guy and he sighed in relief. The guy was her nephew and we didn't see the whole company but they were out with other family members. My husband was so happy like a weight lifted off his chest. I lost it on him. I started crying and yelling and told him he was in love with her and he was shocked when I pushed and kicked him out of our bedroom. I locked the door. He stood outside trying to calm me down telling me he loved me and I'm his girl and always will be. Then he said something that ruined me even further. It's not like someone like her would look my way. I haven't slept since then. Why is he feeling like this? Is it love, infatuation? She's too old for my husband, so what is it? And why would he think he couldn't have her? He's very handsome and still young. She should feel lucky a young handsome man likes her. And does he mean I'm less than her to accept him? Or is it purely her money and status? He refuses to admit anything, and what can I do now? I love this job. I love the benefits. Thanks to this job our life has improved and we can afford more than just the necessities. I'm starting to hate my boss though, and I hate myself for idolizing her in front of my husband. Edit. Sorry this is getting longer, but I have spoken to my mother, sister, granny and some friends about this, and about what happened last Friday, and they all think I'm making a big deal out of nothing. I just found out that my husband, separated, is dating my boss. I don't know what to do. Hi, I'm in so much pain and I don't know what to do. I don't want to do something dumb while hurting. I went against my family and friends and asked my husband for separation. I felt like my heart couldn't take it anymore. My intuition told me that my husband wasn't all mine. This was shortly after the event at the movies. My husband was in total confusion. He said that I was making a mistake making a mountain out of a molehill, but he moved in with his brother. However, we decided to start couples counseling too. It went well the first 3 weeks or so, but my husband became more and more reluctant to participate, and sometimes he just canceled on me last second. He stopped showing up this month, and he also stopped calling and texting me. I was even more heartbroken, but it just solidified that my intuition was right, and that I was doing the right thing seeing that he is not interested in working on us anymore. I chose not to quit my job. I still loved it with all the heartbreak, and I really needed the benefits. Like I'm the only one I know who is having a 3 weeks paid vacation around Christmas and New Year. I never see my boss anyway, and she doesn't even know of my existence. My husband eventually stopped being active on Instagram, and I thought it was normal because we were going through adversities until yesterday when his brother shared my husband's stories of the night. My husband was in a restaurant holding a woman's hand. I could only see her hand, so my husband has just blocked me and my family and friends from seeing his updates. I commented what the F, and this morning my husband called me, for the first time in month, totally scared and started begging, please don't ruin this for me, please don't ruin this for me. I told him what do you mean? He said don't tell her about us. I never made the connection at first. It never ever crossed my mind even. That woman in the picture was my boss. I started crying and screaming at him. How could you do this to me? How could you tell me that it was all in my head when it's obviously all over your Instagram? He said it just happened. I dumped him and he was single and just happened to find her on Bumble. He begged me not to ruin this for him. She knows he's in the process of divorce, but she doesn't know that he already knew who she was or that she was the boss of his soon-to-be ex. They have been seeing each other for 6 weeks, about 2 weeks after I asked him to move, and it is getting serious. He begged for a good 5 minuets telling me how he hasn't been this happy in all his life and that I shouldn't ruin his happiness since, again, I was the one who ended our marriage. I have been crying since this morning. I don't know what to do. I want to ruin him and his happiness, but I don't know if I have any right to do that, and I'm so worried about losing my job. Please help. Last update. Hi, I talked to my boss yesterday after lunch. I told her everything, basically how I was so happy I found this job, how I looked up to her and was proud to be working for someone like her, and that this rubbed off on my husband who grew more obsessed with her each day. I apologized for using obsessed, because I didn't know how things were between them, but that it was how I perceived his feelings. I told her about the day at the movie and how it basically made me realize that our issues were greater than I thought. I told her that I know and accept that my marriage is over and that my husband didn't love me anymore, and that the reason I'm telling her now isn't to judge or blame her but to let her know the whole story, because it's just fair that she knows that he has been following her life for over a year now, because from what I understood from my husband, you are under the impression that you just matched with him on a dating app, I said. She was silent the whole time I was talking, just listening to me until I mentioned the dating app, and that's when she interrupted me. That's not how we met. He has been a patron at my gym for the past 6 months, maybe a year, she said. I know her gym. It's the one across our workplace. She works out there every morning before coming work. I didn't know he had joined it because I knew him to be a member of the gym near our home. He has been, without telling me, working out just across the street from me every morning without telling me. She looked like how I felt, shocked. I apologized and told her that he has kept dating her a secret from me and that he begged me not to talk to her, telling me that he hasn't been this happy and so on. She didn't say much, just thanked me for telling her. Today she asked if she could talk to me. She apologized for everything that happened to me and asked if I needed any help. I said no. She thanked me again. When I got home, my husband was there. He had called me at least 50 times, but my phone was on silent. He was crying, calling me bitter and vindictive and pathetic. He said I ruined his relationship and future. She is scared of him now and it is all my fault. He wants me to tell her that he is not dangerous nor is he a pervert. He wants me to tell her that I was the one who wanted a divorce and that people fall out and in love and it is nobody's fault and neither is it creepy. He hasn't done anything wrong. He stayed faithful to me and would have stayed that way if I didn't kick him out. He asked me if I ever felt unsafe with him to make rumors about him being a stalker and a creep. I should tell the truth. I asked him to leave and that I'm starting the divorce, and from now on he could only contact me once I got a lawyer through them. I have been crying since he left. We haven't seen each other for weeks and he had no feelings whatsoever for me. He looked demented and full of sorrow like a broken little boy. How could he change this fast? Before we separated, he held me and begged me to believe him and his love for me. Was it all a lie? My whole entire relationship? Good night and thank you for the support. This is a throwaway and I will be deleting it soon. I just thought I would update before doing that. I feel disgusted after going on a date with her. My skin is literally crawling after this first date. For context's sake, I'm a woman too. We're both 30 years old. Matched with a girl on Hinge. She seemed kind and funny, so I pursued it. We began to get very close. She would call me every single day and we would talk for hours about everything. She seemed very funny, kind, consistent and normal. I was so excited to meet her and have a fun date with her. We finally met up after 6 weeks. I was away for work and holy shite, if it's possible to be personality catfished, it happened. She was completely different in person, like night and day. She was extremely aggressive, demanding and rude. She began shouting at me in the middle of the street when I offered to get her out the cold and buy her a drink, saying that I will steal her credit card to go spend all of her money. What? I ended up calmly walking away thinking maybe this was a fluke. Yeah, it wasn't. She found me about half an hour later and within about 30 seconds, started screaming at me again, asking me what planet I am on. I was so embarrassed. She then started to mock my religious beliefs out of nowhere, so I called it a night and left. I ended up seeing her 2 days later via a mutual friend. Same crap. We were all having dinner together and I made a joke saying, "What a letdown," to my friend. She suddenly burst into tears and started screaming at me again, saying that she hates me and to never contact her again. None of us knew what to do and I promptly left the shite show so her behavior didn't escalate further. By the time I walked home, a whole 5 minutes, I was already blocked on everything. I've never heard from her since. This has seriously put me off for life. She masked her true personality extremely well over text and phone calls, then it all came bursting out in person. My skin is literally crawling from her behavior. How can people in their 30s act like this? I wish I could say there is context missing, but there is none, it's all there. She was literally completely unstable in person and massively hid her batshite craziness perfectly over the phone, only to unleash it on me and everyone around her in person. Seriously, what the F? Today I messed up by telling my husband I liked a pair of earrings. My husband and I were out at an art walk with friends and passed by a jewelry store. I noticed some pretty gold and opal earrings in the window that were, in my opinion, clearly out of our price range, but in classic, let's indulge in the fantasy that we can have whatever we want for a moment style, I walked in to have the person give me a closer look. Hubby and friends followed me in. So the guy unlocks the case and I try on the fancy earrings and ask the guy how much and he says, $2,800. Now I am not a jewelry person. I rarely wear any. I am a homebody, so it's not like I have many occasions for whipping out earrings in any case. My husband, I believed, knows this. So after the guy tells us the absurd price, I jokingly make eye contact with hubby and say, "Birthday?" That's it, just birthday, then laugh and we leave and go on our way. We get a little further and my husband pats his pockets and says, "Oh shoot, I forgot my wallet in the car." So I give him the keys. He runs the several blocks back to the car and our friends and I keep going looking at galleries until he catches up with us, at which point he hands me a jewelry box. Friends are impressed, husband is very proud and happy, and I am mortified. I feel so bad. Don't get me wrong, we can afford it, but it is such a ginormous waste of money. But I couldn't bring myself to tell him. I would rather not have them in front of our friends. To be honest, I don't think I'm ever going to have the heart to tell him. I found out my niece is gay, but I don't know how to help her. My brother and I have been brought up in an extremely conservative and religious household. Our parents were Bible thumpers who punished us severely when we were kids. When I got into college, I managed to get away from them and managed to slowly work out years of conditioning, but my brother did not get out. He still lives near them and has bought into their ideology. My parents hated me when I told them I wasn't coming back. We managed to patch out relationship a bit, but it is still tenuous. My brother has a daughter whom I wasn't allowed to have a proper relationship with, because he considers me a corrupting influence. I've only ever spoken to her when I visit my family once a year. Even though my brother is still religious and conservative, he isn't as controlling and strict as my parents were, so she was allowed to go to college despite the protests from my parents. She goes to college in a city near me, but she was forbidden from visiting me. A few days ago, when I was in that city, I saw her kissing another woman in a cafe. I don't think she saw me. I was shocked when I saw that. My brother would disown her if he found out. I want to help her. She and I don't have a proper relationship, and I don't know what she thinks about me. My husband and I have good careers, so I'm willing to support her even when my family kicks her out. I've managed to convince her to visit me this weekend. Should I tell her I know? How do I help and support her? Update: I contacted a gay friend of mine and told her about my dilemma. She told me that she would help me and suggested that I should talk to my niece and my friend would join us when we went out in the evening. My niece visited me yesterday and she was apprehensive at first. We started talking and she became comfortable talking to me. She told me that my parents tried to poison her opinion of me when she was coming to college, but she didn't trust them. We had a really long conversation and caught up with each other. I subtly told her that she could tell me anything and could rely on me for anything. We went out in the evening and my friend brought her wife with her. We had a great time and my niece finally opened up about her being a lesbian and living in the fear of the wrath of her parents. She was elated when I told her that I would support her whenever she decided to come out and told her she could talk to me about anything. My friend told my niece that she could talk to her if she needed any advice anytime. I'm so happy that I finally have a good relationship with my niece. She is going to visit me every week going forward. My conservative brother found out my niece is gay and told her she was dead to him. How do I help her? My niece and I have a great relationship now after she came out to me. She is a very fun and bubbly person and I love her. She has a good relationship with her out and proud girlfriend, who is also a great person. They visit us almost every weekend and we have a great time. Her girlfriend told me that my niece is a lot happier after we reconnected. My niece went back home for the holidays last year and visited them on Christmas. We tried to act like before, but my niece told me that my brother asked her if she was visiting me. She denied it, but we decided to keep our distance for some weeks. There wasn't any more probing from my family, so we thought things calmed down. Last week, my brother suddenly barged into her dorm unannounced and caught her with her girlfriend. He started shouting and causing a ruckus. Her girlfriend called me immediately. I rushed and got there in less than an hour. By the time I got there, my niece was sobbing and my brother was still berating her. When he saw me, he started screaming at me. He called me names and told me that I had corrupted and destroyed his daughter. I brought the management with me and he told my niece that she was dead to him while he was being escorted outside. I took my niece and her girlfriend back home with me. My parents phoned me and called me demon spawn and said that they wanted to never see me again. My niece was devastated. She was sobbing all day. Her girlfriend and I tried to console her, but she didn't get better. She called her father the next day, but he told her that he didn't want a sinner in his family. I stayed with her as much as I could and managed to stop her crying. She hasn't gone back to college and hasn't been eating properly since then. She looks sad all day and hasn't spoken to anyone except her girlfriend and me. She refuses to get out of her room. Seeing her like that is eating at me. How do I help her feel better? Update: after I made my previous post, I asked my therapist for help, and she recommended a friend of hers, and also helped me get an appointment the next day. My niece, whom I'll call Jenny, did not want to talk to the therapist, but her girlfriend and I managed to convince her to give it a try. Jenny looked a little better after the session. She also had her first proper meal in a week that day. I invited my lesbian friend, who Jenny looked up to our home the next day. She and Jenny talked, and we decided to go to the beach. We relaxed and had fun. A couple of Jenny's close friends visited her after that and she cheered up a bit. I also spoke to the college as some of you suggested, and they were happy to let Jenny skip this semester if she wanted to. But as she was getting better, my sister-in-law called me. She refused to talk to me and only wanted to talk to Jenny. She told Jenny that she managed to calm my brother down, and they would forgive her if she came back, stopped going to college and got married, and that Jenny might not get another chance to atone and be with her parents. I was surprised when Jenny said no and told her that they would need to accept her the way she was. Her mother became furious and told her that they wouldn't pay for her college and she should never come back until she wanted to repent. I told Jenny that she could live with me as long as she wanted and that I would pay for her college happily. Jenny was very happy that I was going to support her and told me that I was the reason she got the courage to tell no to her mother. I'm so happy that I got to have a good relationship with my incredible niece after all these years. I hope I am capable of providing all the help she needs. I want to thank all the people who gave me advice on my previous. All of this is new to me, and I am very grateful for your advice. Some of you suggested looking for a friendly church, but Jenny told me that churches had no significance for her. My husband, who has been parenting my daughter for 10 years, doesn't want to adopt her after she asked him to be her dad for real, and I don't know what to do about our marriage. I had a child when I was 16 and I am not with her father and quite honestly don't know where he is. He wanted nothing to do with my daughter when she was 6. I met my current husband. He promised me he loved her and would treat her like his own, and he seems like he has. We have more kids together. It was her 16th birthday last week and she told me that she wanted her stepdad to adopt her. I thought this was a great idea and he has always been her dad anyways. He said yes and there were a lot of happy tears, and my younger kids were happy. It was one of the happiest moments of my life. That night he told me we had to talk. He told me that he did love her, but not the same, and he felt a bit weird adopting her because he felt like it would be a disservice to her to have a dad who didn't love her like his other kids. He told me that he wanted to talk to her about it and say that she could definitely take the last name if she wanted, but that he couldn't adopt her and that he felt bad about it, but it wouldn't be fair to anyone. He said he knows we are a package deal and would always treat her well and like a part of the family, but he couldn't be her dad. He told me he was sorry and he felt guilty and that he would take care of it and I didn't have to. My heart never hurt more in that moment, and I genuinely feel like I have failed my daughter. I told him I didn't want him to speak to her about it, and that if clearly doesn't think of her as his kid, then it's my job as a parent to take care of her. I don't know what to do. Do I ask for a divorce? I felt sick, dizzy, and numb all week. How do I tell my daughter? I don't know what to do. And please don't tell me that step-parents don't have to love their step-kids the same, because my daughter doesn't have a father and considers my husband to be her dad. He has helped raise her and disciplined her, and shared her best and worst moments with her. I have never felt so terribly about something in my life. Please help. I think I want a divorce. Update: everyone was helpful. I know a lot of people told me divorce, but I am going to try fix things first. I don't want my oldest to feel like it's all her fault. younger kids to resent her. SND, I am scared he wouldn't want to see her anymore. We are going to marriage counseling. I am looking for a therapist for my daughter. I let my husband talk to her because I felt like I should give them that and trusted that he wouldn't be stupid. They went on a drive. Don't know what was said exactly, but they are both upset. My daughter stopped calling my husband dad and calls him Mike now if she even speaks or looks at him. He seems upset by it, but I don't know what to tell him. Isn't it what he wanted? My girl has been very quiet and tired, and I told her to stay home from school for a few days, but she didn't want to. My other daughter asked us, why is Hannah calling Daddy Mike? Is he not her daddy anymore? Does that mean she isn't my sister? I corrected her and my husband looked horrified, but I once again didn't know what to say to him. I've been calling her, your sister, instead of Hannah when I talk about her, and I hope it helped. Once again, thank you. I'm exhausted as a mom and a wife, but I am the glue right now and I am doing my best to make the marriage work and to be a good mom. My friend is mad at me for wanting to date someone that was mean to them when we were kids, but they're still friends with a person who essayed me when I was 19. I reconnected with this guy I'd crushed on when I was in elementary school. The guy also liked me and assumed my gay friend and I were a couple, so he'd bully him with his friends and call him gay and the F slur. I know it's wrong, but we were kids, literally 10 years old. This guy's younger brother is also gay, but he is very supportive and he's obviously grown and changed in a lot of good ways. We're 26 now? But my friend gets really mad when I talk about hanging out with him or the ways he's changed since we were 10. He's like, no, he was just mean to me and I don't like him as a person, and refuses to actually hang out with or get to know him. I think what bothers me about it the most is that my friend hangs out with his friend who essayed me when I was 19. Everything had started out consensual, but he got really aggressive and the more I tried to back out, the more violent he got. I even tried screaming and crying but nothing helped. I was scared I wasn't going to make it out alive. It's worse than that because he actually has had multiple women accuse him of this to the police. He's been arrested for it and attempted to do this multiple times. My friend knows this but still defends him and even hangs out with him. I just don't understand why it's wrong for me to hang out with someone who, while bullying and homophobia is wrong, changed over the course of a decade, but I'm supposed to be cool with him hanging out with my assaulter, who still do this to women. It just makes me mad and upset. I'm going to get my brother's girlfriend to break up with him. My female 21 brother, male 25, is the biggest white supremacist I know. I could go into great detail about him, but let me just list a few things to give you an idea in one paragraph so I don't have to make 5 paragraphs going in detail describing how mentally ill he is. He agrees with the Nazis and neo-Nazis, is extremely racist, sexist, homophobic, thinks white people are the minority, and the most arrogant person alive. He is so out of touch with reality that it's insane. He considers himself a real man, also a huge Tate fan. You get the idea. I know he's not going to change. He is a lost cause and I've accepted it ever since we were in our teens. My brother has been dating his girlfriend, female 22, for about 2 years. She is soft-spoken, shy, etc., but very sweet, except my brother treats her like his property and I can just tell something is up with that relationship. My boyfriend and I are going on a family cruise with my parents, mom's extended family, and my brother is bringing his girlfriend. Tonight my brother texted me saying his girlfriend was excited to get drunk with me on vacation, which was a nice thing to hear since I would like to get to know her more. He goes on to tell me he's finally getting her to agree to get his name tattooed on her hip. He also told me that he hopes no one can hear him screw her on the balcony. I felt so disgusted that he would tell me that, but like I said, he's a lost cause with some clear issues. And to put more things in perspective, my brother told my parents and I at dinner that if he marries her, he gets to decide where she births their children because he put them in her. He wants 10 biological boys because he said, why would I want kids that aren't my blood? I immediately lost my appetite and that was my last straw. My boyfriend and I are wanting to talk to my brother's girlfriend when we go on vacation. I know that other relationships are not our business, but I feel so sorry for this girl. She is clearly brainwashed by him and he treats her like his property and not a person. He only sees her as his pet and I'm sure he's abusing her. As someone who dated an abuser that coerced me into making love, I don't want this girl to be abused by my brother right in front of me. I don't feel bad at all. Today I messed up eating Wingstop after butt stuff the night before Easter. So, yesterday I tried butt stuff again for the first time in like 5 years with my spouse. Don't know what spurred it, but it was my sudden idea in the heat of the moment and all was, mostly, fine besides the normal soreness. I should mention here that we are having Easter lunch at our home today, so we spent the majority of yesterday cleaning and prepping, and obviously being bastards. Naturally, I did not want to cook dinner after all that and thought Wingstop sounded great, and it totally was at that moment. Anyways, I planned to wake up early this morning and start on the cooking. What I did not plan for was waking up at 4 a.m., sweating and sprinting for the toilet. My stomach was making the most awful noises and I was relieved to make it to the toilet until I remembered. This explosive diarrhea I could have handled. I was not prepared for the fiery hell that is now my butthole. I legitimately almost vomited from the unexpected pain. What would have been some normal soreness is now what I would expect childbirth from your butt would feel like. It hurts to walk. I want to call my mom and ask her for help preparing the food, but I can't even bring myself to make up an excuse. My disabled husband told me I can't leave him because no one will want me. He's been a wheelchair user for 2 years, He's also suffering from chronic heart problems and I'm his sole caregiver. I noticed he's been intentionally rude and more needy. I can't complain about the constant demands all day long, and when I say something, he'd accuse me of abusing him and taking advantage of this power imbalance in our marriage. Last night he woke me up in the middle of the night just to ask me to unplug his phone from charging and give it to him. I was upset. I argued with him, complaining about him waking me up. He snapped and told me that this is how it is and I have to deal with it. He also told me I can't leave him or divorce him because no one would want or take me because I'm not physically attractive nor financially doing well nor young, then went on about how I'll never find someone like him, probably meant his physical features like eyes, hair, etc. This made me break down and cry in the bathroom. He felt stuck and despised and disrespected and unappreciated. I could not imagine he'd say this about me after all that I'd sacrificed in order to take care of him.
My mother-in-law has found 4 different ways so far this Easter to remind everyone that my wife, her daughter, makes more than I do. It's true, my wife does earn more than me, by a lot. My total compensation package each year is around $60,000, hers is around $300,000. My mother-in-law knows that my wife makes more than me, but she doesn't know just how much more. I'm not upset over the imbalance. If anything, I'm happy about it. Every other Friday when we both get paid, I feel like I've won the lottery. I went from living paycheck to paycheck 20 years ago, to my entire paycheck going into an investment account because we don't need it to pay bills. It's a great position to be in. But I just wish she would quit bringing it up. It's annoying, especially coming from her. She prided herself on raising 3 strong independent daughters. Now she's throwing shade that one of her daughters married beneath her.
I hooked up with someone for the first time in my life, and he made me feel more wanted and loved than in my 3-year relationship I got broken up with recently. I've been doing okay because even though I cared and loved my ex dearly, he told me he did not feel the same and he never reciprocated the love I gave him. I always had to go out of my way to get him to even notice me. It felt for an ego boost and the feeling of being desirable that I wanted. I started dressing up more, doing my makeup, and going to the gym more. I began talking more to a guy I've known but never associated with outside of the gym. I never wanted my partner to be uncomfortable, and he came over a few times. He made me feel appreciated. He goes out of his way to chat with me at the gym, has me teach him exercises I'm doing and teaches me, and switched his gym time so that we could drive together. When he came over to my place, he just knew exactly what to do. He was flirty and sweet while respecting the boundaries I had set beforehand. It was just the little things he did, the light tracing of my tattoos or over my skin, the funny and light-hearted comments that made me more comfortable, him constantly picking up small details I'd mentioned and remembering them later, just his ability to do things that made me feel like he was still paying attention to me, even if he wasn't. So the 3rd or 4th time he came over, he kissed me. It wasn't the same type of kiss I got in my relationship. He was gentle and caring and asked me if it was okay. He picked up on my nervousness and told me I was safe with him and asked if he needed to do anything to make me more comfortable. I'll save you the gory details, but after we hooked up, I assumed he'd leave and block my number. I came out to my living room and he asked if he could stay longer and talk to me, and ended up staying awake until the morning just talking. I told him it would be awkward to see him at my gym after, and he asked why. He told me that he was more excited to see me more and didn't plan on stopping anytime soon. I woke up after him, wrapped up in his arms, and the first thing he told me was how beautiful I am. This was all I wanted from my ex, just to feel wanted. My ex would come over to my house to make love and immediately leave after, not even pillow talk or a goodbye kiss. I would be in so much pain after making love and he wouldn't ask if I was okay or cuddle with me after, even if I told him I was in a lot of pain. This guy the entire time asked if I was okay, if I wanted to stop, and when I said it was, then told me to relax and enjoy myself. It's just the way he speaks to me, touches me when we're watching TV, and kisses me. He didn't make love with me because he was turned on and I'm just there. He prioritized me. I feel desired. I'm not the one initiating everything. He knows my insecurities and tells me he likes every part of them, like my not rock solid abs or the scar I have across my cheek, my freckles, my legs, my hips, everything I've hated about myself for years. He validates as beautiful. And there's things I hate about myself just because my ex would do the opposite or make jokes about things that I never ever forgot. My son's friend's parents want to adopt him. I, 24 female, am a single mom to my son, Owen, 8. It's been just us since day one. His father isn't in the picture and has been able to avoid child support for years now. Yes, I've tried everything. My own parents disowned me. I had to drop out of high school and have worked a myriad of jobs since then to keep us afloat. We aren't on the poverty line by any means, but we definitely live paycheck to paycheck in a 1-bedroom apartment. It's not ideal and I hope within the next couple of years, we'll be someplace bigger. For now, it's our situation. I've raised Owen to know that money isn't everything. We may not have a lot. He won't always have the newest this or that, but we have each other. The two of us are very close. He has never gone without the basics, but I admit, he doesn't get a lot of fun extras. I try to save a little here and there to make birthdays and holidays fun, but it's still never anything glamorous, and I think Owen was fine with that, until recently anyway. In our area, all the public schools are based on a lottery system, so your child has a fair shot of going to any of them, so long as you put in their name. Our neighborhood school is not great and in a pretty crappy area, so I decided to put him in a different one across town. It's near my job, so it works out. Last year, When he was in second grade, he met Charlie. They began hanging out a lot after school with Owen going to his place. I met Charlie's parents Nate and Paige a couple of times before this began. They seemed very nice and supportive. Owen always had a great time at their house. Charlie occasionally came to our apartment, but usually they were at his place, which made sense because I work and there's really not much for them to do here, even when I am off. Summer breaks are easy to find care, as there are several free or low-cost camps that I can put Owen in. It's the shorter breaks such as Christmas and spring that are harder. Camp space is limited. Spring break of 2022 I managed to just miss registration. Paige is a stay-at-home mom and offered to take Owen for the week. I was hesitant to ask so much of her, but she insisted. He had a really fun time with them. They did a ton of activities and Paige refused my attempts to pay her back at least some. I couldn't afford all, I admit. I did feel a tad uncomfortable with her spending this much on my son, but at the same time, I didn't want to deprive Owen of this stuff. Summer came and while I did get Owen into camp, he spent a ton of time with Charlie as well. He ended up going on vacation with them. I was again very hesitant, but the experience was something I could never give Owen and it wasn't too far away. He had a blast. I kept telling Nate and Paige that there's no way I could ever pay them back and they kept insisting that they loved having Owen around. They told me what a great kid he is. Sweet, respectful. At one point, I really pressed Paige as to why she was so insistent on having Owen around so much. That's when she told me that they never planned for Charlie to be an only child, but all attempts at giving him a sibling just didn't happen. They know that Owen will never make up for not having a brother, but if they can give him a consistent playmate so he's not lonely, they'll do it. Should this have been a red flag? Maybe, but at the same time I found it sweet that the boys considered each other brothers. I thought it was innocent. Surely Paige and Nate knew the truth, right? This continued for a bit and come Christmas break of 2022, Paige and Nate insisted that I not even bother to try to get Owen into a camp. They'd take care of him for me. I was grateful. They ended up getting him more Christmas gifts than I did. I tried to set my pride aside because it was about Owen and not me. This is still when things finally started seeming off to me. I understood a gift on his birthday and while they didn't get him as many gifts that they got Charlie, it was a lot more than you would typically get your kid's friend. Fast forward to now. Spring break was last week and this time, Paige and Nate didn't just offer to take care of him during the day while I worked. They asked if Owen could spend the entire week at their house. Honestly, it meant I could pick up some more shifts and save up for the bike Owen wants for his birthday, so I said yes. I went to pick him up on Saturday afternoon. The kids were playing out back, so Nate and Paige asked to talk to me. They sat me down and said they love Owen and he's always such a joy to have. I thanked them profusely for all they'd done for him. Paige suggested that Owen stay a little longer. I pointed out Easter was Sunday plus school started up on Monday. They said they could take him to school. I felt weird and said no. It was time for Owen to come home. That's when Nate suggested that Owen stay with them long term. I could still see him, but they would take care of him. I thought they were joking and said, like what, you'd be his guardians or something? They got quiet and the reality rushed over me. I pointed out that this wasn't a movie. They can't just get custody. They started spouting some legal stuff about how I could assign them as guardians and they would help make this transition smooth. They told me to think about Owen and what's best for him. I told them there was no way I was going to give up my son. I grabbed Owen and we left. I've blocked their numbers. Owen has no clue what's going on. I'm keeping him home tomorrow and took the day off work to figure some stuff out. Legally, they can't take him, but now I know what they want and I'm terrified. I don't want him going back to that school. Do we move? I'm so lost and I feel so dumb because looking back, all the warning signs were there. I know Owen is going to be devastated losing Charlie, Paige, and Nate. How am I ever going to explain it to him?
Today I messed up making love with my ex. Last week my ex-girlfriend, 20, called and asked if I, 22 male, was keen to continue sleeping with her. I never expected to hear from her again, let alone see her exposed. Our relationship recently came to an end. I tapped out because it became clear to me that the two of us were incompatible. My ex disagreed and thought screaming at me would somehow change my opinion. Considering how upset she was during our breakup, I was surprised when I got the call from her asking for bang bang. She said she had no intention of getting back together. All she wanted was to share a bed with someone who knew her well enough to know what buttons to press to get her off. Not gonna lie, the unexpected ego boost disarmed me. Her closing comment was, scratch out the friends and friends with benefits, but keep the benefits. I was willing to test it out. Last night my ex and I reunited for the first time since the dramatic final episode of our relationship. She followed me to my room and we hooked up. I woke up this morning with one arm cuffed to my bed. My ex was gone. A random note on the pillow said the key for the handcuffs was in the rubber under the pillow. I flipped the pillow and discovered the rubber, a used rubber, but not the one I used. Different brand, different size, different load. I did what had to be done to get the key out of the rubber and unlock the handcuffs. It was like a fear factor challenge, but all you get is some dude's nut juice on your fingers. Without wasting time, I disposed of the rubber, the key, the cuffs and the pillow before tossing all my sheets in the laundry and scrubbing my hands with disinfectant. I was fuming, but I was prepared to file my experience under crazy ex-girlfriend and never communicate with my ex again. However, I soon realized she did more than plant another person's used rubber under my pillow. She planted another person's used rubber in one of my running shoes as well. The rubber actually stuck to the bottom of my foot when I removed my shoe. It was disgusting. I decided to check everything: shoes, socks, pockets, bags, etc. I managed to find another used rubber in the hood of my hoodie. I informed my roommate because I didn't know if my ex was crazy enough to hide used rubbers elsewhere in our flat. He advised me to block and delete her phone number and social media, which is what I did. My roommate and I have been searching for used rubbers in every corner of our flat since we got out of bed. I have so many questions. Are all those rubbers from the same person? Does that person know my ex was using safe love making for evil? How did I not see this level of crazy during my relationship? I guess I'll never know. Today I messed up by telling someone from the FBI to investigate these nuts. I work for USPS as a general clerk. My job involves mostly receiving and paying invoices for contracted vehicle repair work. I got a call that went as follows. Me, City, Vehicle Maintenance. This is me. Caller, with a heavy Hindi accent. Hello, this is Alex from the FBI. I was wondering. Me, how about you investigate these nuts? Then I hung up. It was such an obvious scam I didn't want to deal with it. USPS has its own investigative law enforcement service, so even if there was something I wouldn't be dealing with the FBI. A few minutes later my boss walks into my office and asks me why I told the guy investigating contractor fraud to investigate my balls. My coworker had been the point of contact for Alex. My coworker is on vacation, so all his calls came to me. The FBI is working with the Postal Inspection Service because this particular contractor had done work for multiple government agencies. To make it worse, Alex is coming to the office to take a look at some paperwork. The only empty desk in the place is the spare one in my office, and he's going to be here for multiple days. She thought I was cheating and broke up with me. Now she wants me back. Her best friend saw me with my sister at a restaurant. The friend didn't know my sister, so she told my ex that I was cheating. My ex then broke up with me before finding out the truth and then asking me to take her back. If the misunderstanding was the only issue, then I'd give her another chance, but she had to take it a step further than that. When she broke up with me, she brought up the fact that my mom passed away giving birth to me, saying I'm nothing but bad luck, just a cheater who unalived his own mom. She has apologized and said she didn't mean it, but it still hurts a lot. Yes, she was under the impression that I cheated, but wouldn't it still be going too far even if I actually cheated? I told her I'll think about it. What do I do now? My sister didn't get into a single one of her dream schools and I'm living for it. I don't like my youngest sister, Sarah, fake name, I will admit that. She's always been a daddy's girl and never faced a single consequence in her life. While my parents are not narcissists or abusive, they've always been softer on Sarah than any of my other siblings. She's always been given privileges that were never given to any of the other siblings. It does not help that she's a selfish brat who has made it her mission to make all of her siblings' lives as hard as possible growing up. At some point, Sarah realized she can just lie and get away with it, or really do anything and not face any consequences. This ranged from petty lying to get all of us in trouble, to actual crime. She used to steal any cash she could find from all of us. My parents defended her and brushed it off even after my oldest sister caught her on camera doing it. Sarah graduates from high school this year. My parents have been awfully quiet about her academics for the last 2 years. Despite all of their other children having high marks academically, all now having college degrees, they could never stop gushing about Sarah and how smart she was, until 2 years ago when she nearly failed high school by ditching for an entire semester. Her GPA now is abysmal. She's barely graduating from what I've heard, yet my parents and Sarah still thought she could get into a good school. Sarah's dream school was Yale, with Harvard a second pick. I am not joking. Despite her graduation quickly approaching, I had heard nothing about Sarah's college plans, and it turns out that my parents and she had kept it secret because she got accepted into 0 of the schools she wanted. They applied to 12, and she only got accepted into 1. The school she got accepted to accepts literally anyone with a pulse that can pay. What makes this more cathartic to me, and makes me much pettier, is when I and my older brother went to college, my father refused to use the money he saved for our college on us, claiming because we got scholarships we didn't need and he would save it for Sarah. I know for a fact Sarah is distraught right now. The point is moot anyway because she would fail or drop out of school anyway, but for the first time in her life, she's actually facing consequences and I'm living for it right now. I feel like a traitor because I'm still close with family members who cut off my sister when we were kids. Our parents have been divorced since I was really young, like 2 or 3. Mom had primary custody, but we spent a lot of time with our dad and his side of the family too, holidays especially. Then at some point when I want to say between 7 and 10, Dad started only picking me up and my sister, I'll call her M, stayed behind at Mom's. I don't remember if I asked why at the time. I was a kinda oblivious a-hole kid who only cared about video games, and M and I didn't get along at that age, so I didn't question it. Over time I found out it was because M did something that upset the adults on Dad's side of the family so bad that she got banned from all our aunts and uncles' houses, and our grandma told our dad to cut her off completely. No one would tell me what she did, but M had a lot of emotional and behavior problems at the time, so I figured it was one of her tantrums or stunts at school that finally broke the camel's back, so to speak. M hasn't spoken to our dad or anyone from his family in at least 15 years, and her relationship with our mom never recovered from whatever happened back then either. So until I started getting more mature and making an effort to fix our relationship, she didn't really have anyone that showed her any family affection. A few years ago I started to notice that M gets depressed when she knows I'm going to see our dad's family, especially on holidays, so I tried to do the hero brother thing and facilitate a reconciliation. It didn't work out. Dad, Grandma, and anyone else in the family I approached about M said there's no coming back from her actions. But when I asked what that was, they got all uncomfortable and said it wasn't for them to tell me. I took that to mean I should ask M herself, so I did, but she got really upset and wouldn't tell me because it was too humiliating. Finally I gave up and asked Mom, which ended badly to say the least. Mom has a lot of issues when it comes to M in the past. This past Sunday of course was Easter and I went to Grandma's for the usual big family supper. I try not to mention anything when I go to family functions so as not to make Em feel worse, but she's not dumb. She knows what goes on holidays. I decided to dip out early and surprise Em with a drive to Dairy Queen, but when I got home I heard her crying in the living room. Like I can't even describe it, but she obviously thought she was alone in the house or she'd never cry like that. The sound straight punched me in the gut. I didn't want to embarrass her so I left again and texted her from my car saying I'd be home in 20 minutes. Went and got some ice creams for us, and came back. She wasn't crying when I got back but it was obvious she was before. She mentioned that she came across some old family photos on her laptop and got kinda emotional. I'm feeling like a pretty crappy brother right now to say the least. My gut reaction is that no matter what Em did, she was only a kid when she did it and therefore cutting her off from our family was overkill and I should be supporting her 100% instead of playing happy families on both sides. But at the same time I can't bring myself to ditch my dad's family and make myself an outcast too, because they've always loved and supported me. Family drama sucks, man. I miss being the little self-centered a-hole who had no clue any of this was going on. This bull crap must be why I always get urges to un-okay myself when I get too drunk. I don't like tattoos and my soon-to-be wife just got one in the worst possible place. As the title says, I don't like tattoos. I don't think you are special for having one. I don't think you are a deep person for getting a random Chinese character on your skin. I especially don't like those intricate big tattoos that cover a lot of skin. I just don't like them. Having said that, I have friends that have all of the above, and that's fine. It's not on my skin. It doesn't bother me, and as long as we can talk about anything else, it's all fine. Enter my soon-to-be wife. We've been together for 5 years. She is painfully aware of my feelings, but she still wanted to have a tattoo before we marry. A symbol of us to carry with her. I didn't really like the idea, but what can I really do? I love her, and what harm can a tattoo do? We talked where she should have it done, and the back of the wrist came as a suggestion, the shoulder, on her leg, on her back, tramp stamp, etc. She goes and has it done, and I can't be there with her because I have an important client visiting at work, and time off is impossible. She texts me during work, she tells me it's done, that she loves me. I ask for a picture of the end result, and she tells me tonight, it will be a surprise. So I finally get home, she's dolled up, super tight black dress, stockings, everything for a night of fun. She tells me to go have a shower and she will have dinner ready in the meantime. I ask to see the tattoo. She tells me later. I am frustrated. Go have the shower, come back, have dinner. Then we go to the fun stuff. I didn't see the tattoo on her wrist or legs, so I think to myself it is either on her back, upper thigh, or her shoulder. I am fine with that. I undo her zipper in the back. Then she returns and lets her dress down. Instant stiffy killer. She had it done on her chest, above her chest. It's big and in your face. It leaks above her chest, like on top of the chest. It has thick contours. Yeah, this didn't go well with me. She completely ignored my opinions. She disregarded the places where we agreed she could have it done. And it's a monstrosity of a tattoo in a place where I will always have to see it if we make love or she wears swimwear or something that has her chest showing. It is also something that is personal to me. Of all the things she mentioned the tattoo will be, she never told me about this. She said she wanted to be a gift to me, to show me her dedication. I feel disrespected, ignored, like my wishes and desires have no meaning to her. To me it shows what she thinks my status will be in our relationship, that she will just be able to go over anything I say and take drastic decisions without caring of the consequences. Well, a consequence of this is that I am calling off the wedding. She is in freak out mode, says she thought I will like it, that she wanted to show her dedication to me, that she will have it removed, basically anything she thinks I want to hear. My side of the family is understanding of my reaction. They know my standing on this matter. They know it wasn't something just like to pretend I hate but secretly love. Her side of the family is split. Her mother is more conservative, so her motives are not too straightforward. Her father is on my side. Her sister is all in on dear sister's side. Her brother is neutral, doesn't want to get involved. To me, even if she gets the tattoo removed, it shows her willingness to ignore my side of things, do things her way, then scramble and try to fix the eventual mess up. I can't have that in a relationship. What do you guys think? The wedding is definitely off. That decision I won't revert. What steps would you take regarding the relationship? Is there anything worth saving here? Is this how she will always be? Or was this a spur-of-the-moment decision? Any advice will be appreciated. Update, we will continue with the wedding as planned. We realize we still need to work on our communication, but we are also painfully aware how miserable we both were during this whole ordeal. This has been our first serious fight. What happened? Insecurity. She had this idea that I don't think she is dedicated to our relationship. She wanted to prove it somehow. Turns out, the end result wasn't something she was that happy with either. My initial reaction didn't help, and for the next few days things spiraled out of control. After the post here on Reddit, I decided we need to sit down and put our ducks in order. I love her, and she loves me, and there was no reason why we would not be able to untangle this mess. Why I hate tattoos. All she knew is that I am not a fan of them, but not the reason. When I was younger, a lot younger, I was horribly used by someone that had many tattoos. I don't associate people that have tattoos with losers, but I am also not a fan of the tattoo culture because of it. She didn't know, because I never talked with her about it. I suppose I never wanted her to think I am vulnerable, or that I was. You can imagine, after these many years, my thoughts on the matter are still mixed. Anyway, she was horrified to learn about this, started crying. She will have the tattoo removed. After the original post I have come to the conclusion that her new skin decoration is something I will have to live with, but at the end of the day, she is the one I want, and a mild annoyance will not define our relationship. I told her this, but she will get it removed anyway. I think she is horrified by the revelation. We also decided on couples counseling, to see if it is something that will work for us. If either of us will be uncomfortable, we will not continue with it. We also decided not to be jerks to one another in petty matters. I will wear shorts again, god dang it. Ha ha, that was a funny conversation. We won't impose restrictions on one another. I will go out with friends and watch football with them again. She can go and meet her girlfriends. We will put a lot of work in ourselves individually, and as a couple. Turns out, we have a problem with communication, but the prospects are positive. Her insecurities didn't want me to go out with friends, because some of them are single, and what if they bring women there that tempt me? So she always had to be there, but she doesn't like football, so you can see where this is going. I am happy with the results of the original post. She is happy I took the initiative and broke the ice. My fears were she had the tattoo done as a power play, but there was no malice. I want a relationship of equals, where a decision can be made as a couple. We will see where this is going, but the last 2 days have been amazing. I was asked this question, so here is the answer. We live together, we own a house 50-50. The night of the tattoo reveal, I went to my parents, she went to her parents. Essentially, until 2 days ago none of us lived home. She said she doesn't want to be there if I am not there. As a closing note, this could have been a huge mistake for both of us. Communication is key. I urge couples out there to learn from my story, and open up to one another. Had I done that sooner, I would have never been here. Thank you. Received open-ended proposition from female coworker recently, seriously considering accepting. Married, mid-30s, father of 2 here. I considered myself very happily married up until 2 weeks ago. I have a very attractive younger colleague who I've been working with for a little over a year. We immediately hit it off professionally, work very well together and have received accolades from superiors for our collaborations. She recently left a signed note in my desk drawer confessing that she was wildly attracted to me, wanted to make love, didn't care if it was one time only or ongoing. She also said she knew I was married, knew it was wrong to suggest but could no longer stay quiet, and would leave the decision to me. I haven't answered her yet, and she hasn't said another word about it in the meantime, but our working relationship has, of course, become quite weird. I keep wondering why I haven't responded with a simple, thanks. I'm very flattered but couldn't possibly. Simple answer is that the more I think about it, the more attractive the idea becomes. Don't know what to do. Update, wanted to say thanks to all who commented, and for the good advice from many, made me think hard. On Sunday, I showed my wife the note and told her I was going to ask to be assigned to work with someone else, and asked her opinion about any other steps I should take. She started crying and hugged me, said she always was suspicious of my colleague, had sensed that she was attracted to me and had been somewhat worried, even suspicious of me a few times, for which she apologized. We ended up talking about it for several hours, and it was wonderful to clear the air with her and get this load off my shoulders. Yesterday, I asked my colleague to go get coffee with me. I handed her the note back and told her I could not do such a thing, even though I had been briefly tempted. Then I told her I thought it would be best if we mutually sought to be reassigned. I told her, at my wife's suggestion, that I had spoken to my wife about the issue, and that she had suggested I photocopy the note and take it to HR, but that I didn't want to go that route, and would rather that we both came out of this okay with our jobs intact. Left hanging was the implication that I probably had made a copy of the note, and that since my wife knew, I had backup should any crap later hit the fan. She was fighting back tears at this point and kept apologizing for putting me in this position, and said she would do whatever I thought was best. So we worked it out that we would both approach our boss together and say that, while we were happy with our work to date, we were both looking for new challenges and, perhaps, new team members. That meeting is planned for tomorrow, and I believe the boss, who is a very smart woman, will get the message and reassign us both without prejudice.
My son will inherit. His affair baby will receive nothing. My name is Amelie, 26, and I have a 5-year-old son. My ex-husband, 29, cheated on me with his co-worker, Bethany, 28. I was 2 months pregnant with our second child when I found out Bethany was going to have his child. I miscarried. My ex left the house to be with her. It's been 2 years since it was born. My mother-in-law has been supportive of me and has had nothing to do with my ex or his mistress and their child, up until a few months ago. I adore my in-laws and we're extremely close. My mother-in-law and parents are the best of friends. She loves me and her grandson more than anything. This infuriates my ex-husband's affair partner. My in-laws cut contact with them straight away. Bethany was jealous that her child would never know the love of grandparents. At least her son has a father. This brings us to the problem. Unfortunately, my mother-in-law has been very ill for a while and so she's updated her will. My ex-husband was an only child, so he would get everything, but now, my son will inherit her house, villa and money. I will receive a large portion of her money and all of her belongings. Until my son turns 18, it will be in my trust. If I pass before that, my parents will take care of it. They do not know this. The thing is, once they caught wind of her being ill, my ex-husband begged for forgiveness. The mistress started being nice towards her. She started fights and called her horrible names before and forced her to be around his baby. My mother-in-law is bedbound, but she says she wants to leave with a bang so she'll endure this. I haven't encouraged her to do anything and this is her choice alone. They want her money, and her son thinks he is still included in the will. He also thinks his child will now be acknowledged by his grandmother and will also receive money. Now, my mother-in-law hasn't actually said she's forgiven them. She despises her son and his mistress for tearing apart our family. She wants to reward those who deserve it, and get revenge in one go. The mistress keeps on hinting on how her child will grow up, and attend a good college etc. Money involved things. Whenever she's around my mother-in-law, actually, mother-in-law's niece, my cousin by marriage, has overheard her on the phone discussing what wallpaper she wants in the dining room when she moves in and how my mother-in-law has no taste whatsoever. She also mentioned how she'll finally be able to take down pictures of my son when my ex owns the house. Too bad for her, it will belong to my son. No changes will be made until my son becomes 18. It's his grandmother's home and he should be allowed to cherish it in the way she's decorated it. I'm not really allowed to tell anyone, and though this revenge will be satisfying, I'll have to lose my mother-in-law. It's kind of a win-lose situation, and I dread the day when she'll take her last breath. She means a lot to me. I love her. She wants this for her grandson, and has said that she cannot rest until she knows her son and his mistress have been punished. She wants this because her childhood was also ruined because of her father and his affair partner. She wants my son to know he was loved and will always be loved. I hope my son will always value the great women in his life. I wish he had more time with his grandmother. I might make an update if anyone wants it, though I pray to God it's a long time before that.
Today I messed up by losing my faith over a poem. I, 36 male, have a wife, 34, and a daughter, 7, who is currently passing away from cancer. Seeing your own kid slowly dying is the most horrific pain in the world, and I am too weak to handle that, something I don't wish to anyone. I was raised Christian, my wife is Christian and our daughter is Christian. We go to church each Sunday, read the Bible every evening and pray before bed, but in the last couple of weeks I have started questioning God. Why exactly my daughter had to get cancer? She is too young and still so innocent. My wife kept reassuring me that God will heal her, and we ran from hospital to hospital with the outcome. My daughter will pass away, that is a given and can't be changed. Cancer is slowly eating her from the inside and there are metastases in her brain, yet still my wife claims that it is God's will, so do my parents and my in-laws. I tried talking to them and to our priest, but they didn't listen, always telling me that whatever God's plan is for her, will happen. I love poetry, specifically rhyming poetry. The rhythm just calms my mind when everything is too much and I am once more confronted with the inevitable death of my daughter. It's the only thing right now that I really enjoy, besides being with my girl. So yesterday after visiting her in the hospital, I went on Instagram and read through a few poems and then it was there, a poem about God. I read it again, and again. In that poem the author questions why God is good and the devil bad, why the innocent suffer. She even asked, why do children get cancer, why do they pass away? And there I was, a grown man sitting in my car on the hospital parking lot, crying like a little baby over a poem. But the author is right, and that opened my eyes. I lost my faith, completely. God doesn't exist, he can't exist. The poem, the words, that was proof, that was what I was looking for, what I actually already knew deep inside. I went home and talked to my wife about that and she went berserk on me, telling me that I should go and pray and talk to our priest, that God is the only answer we need, but I have made my mind clear, he doesn't exist and if then he isn't good, my innocent baby girl wouldn't pass away, she has never done anything wrong. This morning my wife yelled at me for questioning the Lord, she called everyone we know from church and they want to later meet, praying with me to get me back on the right way. My parents refuse to talk to me except I find back to the Almighty, and my in-laws are coming for a visit too, have a talk with me. My boss is part of our friends group and very religious. He just texted me that he would love to have a serious conversation with me. I'm sure he is going to fire me if I don't return to church and God. I left as 3 church friends of my wife showed up. Now I'm in my car again, parked in front of my work, not sure if I should laugh or cry about losing everything over a poem. I completely messed up everything.
My boyfriend doesn't want to marry me because I'm an immigrant. I, 29 female, moved to the United States 7 years ago as a grad school student from Indonesia. I met my boyfriend, 30 male, a few months after I moved and we've been together ever since. My boyfriend is a US citizen. After I graduated, we had a serious discussion about where our relationship was headed. I made it very clear that I wanted to eventually get married and have children. My boyfriend echoed the sentiments. I remember asking him if he saw that happening with me because I didn't want to be in a relationship with no future. He told me he loved me, and that we were definitely headed in that direction. As of last week, we've been dating for 7 years. We've occasionally talked about marriage, but we were both busy with our respective careers, so the timing didn't seem quite right. However, recently my company announced that there's a chance that my department's work will be outsourced. I'm on an H-1B visa, temporary worker, so this means that I need to start looking for a job as soon as possible if I want to continue staying in the US. Last week, during our anniversary, I brought this up. I asked him if he thought it was the right time to think about getting married, as that will also help with sorting out my visa issues. He looked like he was about to vomit. After much prodding, he confessed that he wasn't planning on us getting married before I was able to get a green card, permanent resident, in the US. I was incredibly confused because he'd never mentioned this before. His reason was that he didn't want to be used as a visa mule, his words not mine, by me, and that he wanted to make sure that I married him because I loved him and not because it was a ticket to getting to stay in the US, which can only happen when I get a green card. It took me a while to process what he said, and I asked him if he'd be okay to move to Indonesia with me, which he wasn't. I did not react well and ended up leaving because I couldn't deal with what just happened. I'm still in disbelief. I started dating him because he was the kindest, most thoughtful, and generous man I'd met. I now feel like I wasted 7 years. While the visa issues are certainly a problem, I did not date him with the intention of making him my safety net. I cannot believe that even after nearly a decade together, he doesn't know what kind of person I am. I feel like this relationship is possibly over and it hurts. It hurts so much. Update: my boyfriend doesn't want to marry me because I'm an immigrant. I took a few days to collect myself and then reached out to him wanting to talk. He agreed. It turns out that he has been insecure about earning less than I did for a while, apparently. His friends have been poking fun at our relationship, calling me the sugar mommy because I take care of most of the expenses. He never told me this until now. He apparently didn't feel like an equal because our pay differs so much, and started feeling that I was only with him as a quick way to get a PR here. I was speechless. I couldn't believe that his friends gaslighted him into doubting our relationship. I reminded him how he had supported me when I was in grad school, like getting me groceries when I had little money to spare, allowing me to stay with him rent-free in my last year of grad school to help me minimize expenses if I didn't have to take out a loan, letting me use his car when I was attending interviews. I told him that he did them because he loved me, and me taking on the majority of household expenses, since I started working, is my way of paying him back for all the things he did for me back then. He said that he gets what I'm saying, but also that he didn't expect me to start earning more than him straight off the bat. I asked if there was any chance he'd consider going to couples therapy, like some of you had suggested, and he declined because he didn't think he was being unreasonable. He said that he wanted to be the provider in a relationship and that he didn't feel like one in ours, so there's no going back from this unless I quit my job and found another that paid substantially less, which isn't going to happen. Well, long story short, we broke up. His family is in disbelief. They were hoping that he would propose soon. I've moved into an Airbnb for now. A little bit of good news to end this update with: my company offered me a similar role in a different department. However, this is based out of France, and there's a small decrease in pay. I've always dreamed about living in Europe and I've accepted this offer. I've signed the relocation agreement, and I'll move there in the next 8 to 12 weeks. My friend passed away and none of her best friends showed up to her funeral. Her whole entire day one friend group abandoned her. It was mostly her family members and her co-workers present at her funeral. None of her best friends who I met through her bothered to show up. I ran into her actual best friend at a bar a few weeks later. This was her best friend since elementary school, her real day one bestie who she always spoke highly of. We had all hung out several times through the years, so we are familiar. I asked if she attended the funeral, pretending like I didn't attend myself, and she told me she couldn't get off work that day, and said it in a very dismissive and unconcerning manner, and then she just went about her night partying with her other friends without a concern or care in the world. It really put into perspective for me that a lot of connections that we have are not genuine connections. Most people you know are gonna instantly detach from you when you die because they can no longer benefit from you. I had to face the fact that when she passed I was her only real friend, and when I think about it, her day one best friends only came around when there was fun to be had. They weren't there for her when she needed a babysitter so she can go to work. It was me. They weren't picking up her kids from school when they got sick. It was me. They weren't listed on her kids' school pickup list. It was me. I spent years thinking that I couldn't compete with her best friends when in reality I was her best friend and she was mine.
My wife wants to divorce me after we found out she couldn't conceive. We have been married for 5 years. We have been trying to conceive for some time. We ran through an array of tests and found out she couldn't get pregnant. IVF is not an option. Starting a family and raising children were something we both wanted to do. It was pretty shocking. My wife has taken it very badly. She has been moody and angry. I have tried to give her space and tried to talk to her, but she lashes out at both. It has been a week and she said she want to file for divorce and be done with our marriage. She sounds angry when she talks about it. She said it was better that we get it over and done with now. We got into an argument and she said I should find a woman who could give me what I want. I have tried to convince her that I have no intention of leaving her. She doesn't believe me. I don't know what to do here. I know she is just trying to deal with all these emotions by turning it into anger and projecting them on me. I don't know how to deal with this. She is supposed to be the rational one in the relationship. We have gone through a lot and she has dealt everything with calmness. I know she is hurting a lot. I wish I could help her feel a bit better. Update: a lot has happened. I asked her that if she wanted to get divorced in 6 months' time, we could get one, but we should drop it for now. She agreed to it. I took over most of the cooking and I pretty much made her all of her favorite dishes. She was still angry but less so. 2 days ago, she was finally in a place to process her emotions. She spent half the night crying in my arms. It was heartbreaking but I held on. Today morning, I cracked a joke and she laughed after what feels like a long time. She said she was going to start therapy because she wanted to be in a good mental place before we started any adoption process. There is a lot of work ahead of us, but I am fairly certain I am not getting divorced in 6 months. Might be an affair partner. For my job I travel between 3 different states about every week or so. I will be at one job site for a week, then the next for a week, and so on. Things change as needed. I don't have kids nor am I in a serious relationship. I met this woman Gina over a year ago. She was at a bar that some of my coworkers like to go to after a shift. I went to get a round for the group and she was also getting a drink. We began talking and I introduced myself and she herself. Ended up talking most of the night, but we left it at the bar. We talked a few more times over the course of a month. She said she was divorced and not looking for anything. That turned into her just wanting nothing serious and something fun and casual. Due to the nature of my job with traveling and the unpredictability of my schedule, I agreed. We exchanged numbers and that was that. We usually would hook up about 4 to 8 times a month. Over the course of the past year, most of the time we would be at the hotel I was put up in. She said she lived far and I was closer and a safer option. I never questioned her because she was always available, spent the night and weekends, and was not glued to her phone. I really didn't have any reason to question her. It was fun and we had a good connection. That was until last night. We were hanging out when I needed to get some things from the store and she came with me. We were doing some shopping, having a good time, joking, flirting, and laughing. As we were going down an aisle we heard someone yell, "Gina, is that you?" Gina's demeanor changed. Red flag number 1. It turns out that person was an old work friend of Gina's. They talked a little bit when this friend asked who I was. I politely introduced myself. When the lady asked how we knew each other, Gina quickly said, "He's an old friend from a town I grew up in." Red flag number 2. Then the lady asked Gina, "What is David up to?" Another awkward shift. Red flag number 3. And Gina said something about he is doing fine, busy with work, but she clearly did not want to talk about it. David is her ex-husband maybe. They finished the conversation soon after and I went back to shopping. After we get out of the store I asked her what that was all about. She said it was nothing and wants to put it behind her. Red flag number 4. She was distant the whole way back to the hotel. I could tell her mind was on something miles away. Red flag number 5. I asked if she was okay and she said yes, just fine. Then she cut the night short making a terrible excuse and left. Red flag number 6. She was originally supposed to see me off this morning. Up to this point it didn't occur to me that she might have lied about being divorced. I tried to look her up on Facebook. I could not find her under the name I knew. Red flag number 7. There was a private account that might have been her but a different last name. I couldn't investigate further due to account setting. I'm now on my way to a different job site and won't be back for probably 15 days. She did not respond to my text asking if she was alright or what was going on. The situation is odd and feels off. Not sure what to do. Update. Hello all. I just traveled back there, and she was actually at our normal meeting place, the bar. I was surprised to actually see her again. I noticed she was talking to a guy. When she noticed me, she gave a smile for like half a second, and she got a worried look on her face. She came over to me and apologized again and wanted to talk. Long conversation short, she is married to David. She did lie about her last name and blocked me on social media. She said it was because she was surprised how she felt about me and didn't want to hurt me. She came clean about everything. Turns out she and David have been married for 10 years. But Gina is what people call a beard. She is straight, and her husband is 110% not. Their parents are both super religious and traditional. They live together but have separate lives and relationships. The marriage is basically a cover and only on paper. David is actually a really cool guy and kept complimenting me and made the comment, "I see why you like him so much. I would have taken him home with me as well." I don't know how to take that. I'm not sure what the relationship is going to be like moving forward.
I recently found out who my daughter's father is, and I don't know how to feel. I've known my husband, male 27, since I was 8 when he moved in across the street. He was like an older brother to my twin brother and me because we had no other siblings. My dad was gone a lot because he was a lineman. The only person I really had was my mom. I was kinda rebellious as a teen and I'd sneak out all the time. At the time I had never had a boyfriend because everybody was afraid of my brother. When I was 15 I snuck out and went to a party. I don't remember what happened that night but I woke up in the backseat of my car covered in a blanket and my jacket over my head. I was hurting and confused, but I continued with life regularly. A few months after I went to the school nurse because I wasn't feeling well, and she gave me a pregnancy test and I told her it was impossible because I didn't even have a boyfriend. The test was positive and I cried because I didn't remember ever doing anything like that. They called my mom and the nurse told me to tell my mom because she felt like she shouldn't be the one to tell her. I told my mom I was pregnant but I've never done anything to have a baby. My mom took me to a doctor, and they told her I was too far along to abort. They told me how far I was along, and I told my mom about how I woke up in the backseat of my car that day. I had my daughter a few months later and she looked exactly like me. My green-blue eye color, my blonde curly hair, and she even had my full lips. My now husband started to come over more after my daughter was born. He was so good with her I started to see him as more than a friend. He bought her clothes, shoes, and toys, and he made sure she had everything she needed even though he was a college student. When my daughter was around 3 we started to date. We dated for like 6 months before he asked me to marry him at his graduation party. We got married 4 months after that, and I got pregnant with our first son soon after. Everything was so perfect. But as my daughter grew I noticed how much she started looking more like my husband. He always says she's his daughter not stepdaughter, and he'd get mad if somebody tried to correct him. I thought it was sweet that he was protecting her from not knowing who her father was. I recently did a DNA test to see if my gut was right. It turns out my husband is my daughter's father. I don't know what to do. I don't even know what happened. If I ask him if he remembers, how will he react? He has always been so loving and caring. He told me I was his dream girl and he'd give me the entire world if he could. It's been a week since I got the results and I haven't said anything. My life is so perfect that I don't even want to ask about it.
Tomorrow I'm breaking off my engagement. Last week I, 25 male, found out that my fiancée, 24 female, cheated with her boss. I'm not sure of his age but he's in his mid-40s. I also know he's married and he has 3 kids. This happened last November on a work trip while out of town. They made love 3 times. How do I know? Well, her boss's wife messaged me on Facebook and told me. She's also provided me with screenshots of texts and emails between them, graphic discussions about how they cheated on us, also how they got over on us and they joke about it. But then she'll tell him in the same text that she loves me so this can never come out. The boss's wife, who seems very sweet, I've met her at company functions before. is understandably enraged and heartbroken and is having him served with divorce papers tomorrow. She's also going to drop a friendly email to their HR department. So I'm sitting here on my phone typing this and she's across from me on the sofa on the computer planning a honeymoon trip for after a wedding she has no idea is never going to happen. She's completely oblivious to the fact that her life is going to fall apart tomorrow. I don't feel any sympathy at all since mine fell apart last week, and every time I read those texts and emails I feel like someone is impaling my heart. 3 years down the drain, I'm just thankful I found out before we got married. I guess there's that to be thankful for. She has no idea, but I took a vacation day tomorrow. After she leaves for work I'm going to go around my place and collect up all her stuff, box it up and have it sitting by the door. Then I have to figure out if I can get any of the money I've already laid out for the wedding back. It was supposed to happen in October, but yeah, that's not happening. And when she comes home I'm going to throw her out of my apartment and out of my life. I've debated posting all those screenshots on her Facebook page, but my sister talked me out of it. I also debated calling her parents. I feel bad for them as they are such great people and I'm going to miss her family. They've accepted me as one of their own and I don't know what they're going to say, but I've decided that she can explain herself to them. I don't want to hear her excuses or her lies. At this point I just want her out of my life so I can figure out what the hell I'm going to do with the rest of my life. Update. Wow, I cannot believe the response this post has gotten. I can safely say the bomb has dropped. Around 8 or so my phone started going nuts. Calls from her with voicemails after each call. I knew right away what was going on, so I immediately called my sister to tell her that it was happening. She told me to stay strong and if I wanted her to she would come to my place and sit with me, so she's doing that. Then I had a very difficult phone conversation with my ex's mother. Jesus, I can't believe I have an ex now. Difficult because this woman has done nothing to deserve the pain I could hear in her voice. Her whole family has been nothing but accepting of me since day one. I calmly as I could explained the situation to her mother and told her that I can't find it in myself to forgive this and that I'm going to be asking her to move out. Although she was very upset, her mother seemed to understand why I feel this way. She offered as well to come to my place and help my ex get her things. I think this is a pretty good idea. Then I texted a few of my closest friends about this situation. I've been getting bombed with texts from them since, but have said as soon as I can I will talk to them, but right now I'm completely overwhelmed. I listened to one voicemail from my ex and it was what I expected, crying and asking me to call her because we really need to talk. I called her back and she didn't answer, so I started to text her when she called me. Immediately she's telling me how sorry she is. Why did I call her mom? Why did I involve other people? So I lost it and asked how she thinks I feel having to go get tested for STDs because my fiancé cheated on me. Do you know how embarrassing that is? So at least she didn't deny what she did. I told her she needs to come this afternoon and get her stuff out of my place, and that we are finished. She said we'll talk more later, but I cut her off and said there's not a whole lot to talk about, is there? I also asked her how her and this guy could talk shit about me and his wife, like they made fun of her for gaining weight after having 3 kids. This poor woman didn't deserve this. I didn't deserve this. I also said something to her about not trying to say she felt pressured because the guy is her boss. Her texts show clearly that she was a more than willing participant in all this. I guess she's got to meet with HR at work today and the whole place is gossiping about the two of them. I can't feel sorry for either of them at this point. I'm already emotionally drained and it's not even 10 a.m. where I'm at. So once she's done with her HR meeting I guess she's going to come here and get her stuff. I'm hoping it goes without much drama. My sister should be here and I hope her mom comes with her. My landlord also says she'll be around and she's also going to have my locks changed hopefully either this afternoon or tomorrow. I know this is like a long babbling post, but I was trying to remember a lot of things I said and my mind is raving right now. Just realized I'm jealous of my 6-year-old. I woke up this morning and found my 6-year-old on the sofa, fully dressed and ready for school, an hour before he's supposed to be up. I ask, "Hey buddy, what are you doing up so early?" He replies, "I accidentally peed the bed this morning around like 4 and I tried to wake you up but couldn't, so I took my blankets off, put them by the laundry room and changed, then I came out here." I thanked him for taking care of it and I told him not worry, we'll have everything cleaned and ready for his bed later. Next time, make sure you pee before bed, accidents happen blah 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 etc. Then he got up and got breakfast. I made coffee and I sat there and thought to myself, I'm jealous of this kid. It then reminded me of being around his age as a child, and I remember wetting the bed, but my first instinct wasn't to wake my parents. Heck no, they would have been livid and punished me. I instead went to the bathroom, stole a roll of toilet paper and tried to dry my pee-drenched linen, because I knew if my parents found out, I would be in so much trouble and I was terrified of them. My son doesn't have to live with that kind of fear. Instead he tried to get me, and when I didn't wake up, he took care of it himself, and I wish I felt that sense of safety and reassurance when I was his age. Today I messed up by photoshopping my boss's face onto his entire family and sending it to my work chat. Obligatory, this happened last year. I luckily have a new job. It was Father's Day 2022. My boss on my team of 10 sends a photo of his entire family including his 3 baby grandchildren, 3 kids, their spouses, his daughter doesn't have a spouse, and his wife. My boss is not a good-looking man, the face only a blind mother could love. Unfortunately for his family, especially the female offspring, his genes are strong as F. I also hate my boss with a passion. His partner / my other boss that I had a good relationship with was just forced to retire the previous month. He had also just brought his lazy son who is about my age onto the team, and I was taken out of all client interaction because his son needed exposure. His son regularly fapped in the work bathroom with people sitting next to him, but that's another story. I luckily had one really good work friend on my team who also hated my boss, but he was higher up and didn't really need to deal with him as much. As this work group chat is going off, we are just ripping into his family. We were both pretty tipsy because F it. It's Father's Day and we're not fathers. This entire time we were joking like how crazy would it be if we accidentally sent to the wrong chat. I was laughing at him like he would be a dummy to send to the wrong chat. I had a eureka moment. I'm pretty good with face in the hole and use it often for funny memes. I face in the hole his hideous face onto his entire family except for his daughter. This included his 2 sons, 3 granddaughters, his wife and 2 daughter-in-laws. I made this thing a masterpiece. I was using tone, contrast, switched angles to match everything. It was the Mona Lisa of effed up face in hole. The best part is you couldn't even tell that his daughters wasn't face in the hole and that his granddaughters were photoshopped. In pure excitement of this masterpiece I saved it and immediately sent it to my buddy waiting for my glorious applause. As I sent it all of a sudden a text notification at the top comes up from my work buddy that says WTF? It took me a second to register that I just sent that to my entire team. I hadn't said anything in the group chat at all up to this point. My first message was this picture that had multiple layers of effed up. I literally jump up from the couch and throw my phone against the couch saying oh no oh no oh no and start profusely sweating and pacing frantically in the living room. My fight or flight response kicked in and I wanted to run like Forrest Gump. My wife freaks out thinking I just found out I had cancer or something and I told her what happened. She had no idea the messed up crap we were sending. She had just heard me giggling like a little schoolgirl across from the couch. She immediately tries to calm me down saying it's probably not that bad. I show her the picture and her jaw drops. Okay, we need to think of something. I call my buddy who is laughing hysterically at my stupidity and I'm like, you need to bombard the chat so hopefully he doesn't see it. He starts sending messages and asks people how their Father's Day was to get more interaction as I am just panicking / sweating / contemplating quitting before I could get fired. My wife ends up having a genius plan by telling me to text Happy Father's Day boss's name to you and your mini-me's, which I thought was genius, but I sent it like 15 minutes and 20 messages later, so it was random at that point and maybe put more attention to it. My buddy tells me her other coworker texted him on the side, WTF did Baby Boy Blue just send? Is he trying to get fired? Also, why was our boss's daughter the only one not photoshopped? It was like 9 p.m. at this point and my wife is trying to console me, but I could tell she was worried too. Like maybe your boss didn't see that photo where you photoshopped his hideous face onto his entire family including his baby granddaughters. I couldn't sleep at all that night. I just rolled around sweating thinking about what in the world I'm going to say to him and explain myself. Do I come up to him first and apologize? Do I wait and pray that he didn't see it? I went through every possible scenario in my head and they all sucked. Oops, I accidentally slipped and photoshopped your face on your entire family and then sent it to the group chat. I get ready for work early because I legit couldn't sleep. It felt like a prisoner on death row making his last walk, but I didn't get a tasty last meal because I felt like I was going to vomit. I'm the first one in the office and I'm pretending to work and trying to play it cool. Our assistants come in and I'm thinking alright, be sharp here and act like nothing happened. They say nothing about it like they didn't see me insult our boss's entire family via a masterpiece face in the hole. I'm starting to calm down thinking no one saw it. Then my work buddy comes in and he's just dying laughing, which brings my anxiety up. He can see me from his office, so every time a new coworker comes in his eyes get wide like oh crap, here it comes as he's chuckling. No one says anything. Then the moment of truth comes and my large hideous boss walks in with his large hideous son. I start sweating again. He just walks by me and says nothing. No hi, no good morning, just nothing. Okay, kinda weird for him but not bad. I'm watching his every move like I'm some psychoanalyst trying to read a serial unaliver's body language. Nothing happens and I'm convincing myself he didn't see. Maybe my face in the hole was so good that he thought I just sent the original photo back. 12 p.m. comes by and he comes up to me and says, Baby Boy Blue, wanna grab some lunch? I'm good, not hungry, I had a big breakfast. Well, walk with me across the street to get food. Alright, I guess. The time had come. I didn't get away easily. As we were walking out my buddy Army saluted me like it was the last time he would see me. He starts with small talk and I can barely answer because I'm just thinking how I would come up with an excuse. I have to wait for this guy to get his dumb salad bar as I'm starting to sweat again. I look like a walking food violation because the sweat was coming through my work shirt. We walk back and he's asking about my career aspirations and all these things. This guy did not mention it the entire time. He was just 100% mind effing me and it worked. It was honestly worse than if he had just called it out. I got back to work and I was safe. No one else on the team mentioned it again. My buddy would always randomly send me the photo while working just to mess with me. I ended up quitting about 6 months later for a much better job. Thinking about sending it to that chat again next Father's Day as an FU. My biological family has found my little brother's social media and I am beyond pissed. Long story short, I was physically and sexually abused by my father when I was young, and it led to me getting taken away by social services and him spending the rest of his life in prison. I was adopted by a loving family and that should have been the end of it. In December I found out that my bio father offed himself in prison. Shortly afterward, my adoptive parents started getting harassed on Facebook by members of my biological father's family, because they still after 17 effing years believe that I made the whole thing up for attention and that he would never do such a thing. They can't harass me anymore because I already deleted all my social media and blocked all of their numbers, so now they've resorted to bullying other members of my family. The only silver lining I guess is that they're a bunch of dumb inbred rednecks, so none of them have managed to figure out where I live yet. I have a little brother, he's only 13. He knows I'm adopted, but before yesterday he didn't know anything about my life before I was adopted. But yesterday he showed me messages he got on his private Instagram account of all things, and I am beyond infuriated to see the absolutely horrible things they've been sending him. Me and my parents basically had to sit down and explain to him who these people are, what all of these words mean and all the traumatic crap that happened to me before he was born. I don't even know what to say anymore. We haven't said a word to each other since last night. My parents were already trying to pursue legal action, but since the only thing they've actually done is send mean words over the internet, I'm not sure it'll go anywhere. If you find this post, consider it an open invitation. Stop harassing my family and come at me in real life, you effing inbred land Wales. Not trans anymore. I, 26 male, have been holding on to this for a long time now. No, I don't think that being trans is a choice. It's not a mental illness and there's no hidden agenda of the LGBTQ plus community. I'm not right-wing. This is just something I experienced and felt like I needed to say. I hate that I have to put a disclaimer, but I know there will be people who see this post as some sort of transphobic dog whistle. When I initially came out, trans felt like the right label. I went gung-ho about it, changed my gender designation to a neutral, X, on my driver's license, work forms, medical etc. I was pretty serious about it, but something happened. I just stopped feeling transgender. I really started feeling like a cisgender man again. And it didn't make sense. Like one morning, boom, I'm a man, I'm not on HRT or any treatments. So it was a bit of a weird situation. It's been really strange lately because I have trans friends and they've been really supportive and helpful since I came out. But these days I feel like I'm living a lie. I can't bring myself to tell anyone about it because I'm afraid of backlash or that they'll think I was faking it for attention or something. I will probably be downvoted for this hardcore, but I just needed to get it out of my head and out into the universe so I can move on from it.
I offered to let my mom live with me, under the exact same terms I lived with her as a teen. I don't know why in God's good name my mom thought I would be the one to come too. We don't get along. I went to live with Dad at 16 because she told me she hated me and kicked me out. My older brother, the golden child, I know for a fact has a spare bedroom she could sleep in now that she's losing the house. My mom's situation is entirely her own fault as well, which makes this all the more annoying. She and my stepdad bought a 7-bedroom house 10 years ago, right after she left her job of 20 years to work at some dumb startup that was out of business only 3 years later. My stepdad spent the last years of his miserable life bedbound because he ignored every doctor telling him to stop shoving his face full of food at every waking moment of the day. So, he passed away 500 pounds and in misery. I was more than fine with this, by the way. Well, when he passed away early this year, it pretty much drained the last of the money my joke of a mother had remaining, and now the bank's taking the house back. So she shows up at my door for some reason, after mistreating me since I was a kid, and ignoring me unless she wanted something since she married that thankfully deceased land whale. She had the nerve to ask to live with me. It's only me and my husband in our 2-bedroom house, sure, but that spare bedroom is his office, the basement's my art studio, and the couch in front of the fireplace is for our lovely cats. There is no room for the wicked hag anywhere in this house, but I knew this opportunity would never come again, so I told her she could live with us, if and only if she decided to follow the house rules. 1. All electronics were to be turned off by 6 p.m. If she was caught with any after that, they would be taken away and sold at the next yard sale. 2. Bedtime was 7:30. If I caught her up, I would take away all of her clothing for the week. 3. She may only shower for 5 minutes, once every 3 days. 4. All chores must be done the moment she wakes up. If I roll out of bed and they are not, she will not be getting meals for the day. 5. She must make sure she is alert at all times. If I and hubby need something done, it is to be done at that moment, or else she will lose her bedding privileges for the night. 6. She will be in charge of cooking one meal each day, that I choose. If it is not made to my liking, she will not be allowed to join us and instead will eat the cheapest frozen meal available. 7. I will be reading all her mail, text messages, and emails. I will give her the ones I deem acceptable communication under my roof. 8. Her car will be my own personal travel car. She will also drive me wherever I want. She will still have to pay for gas. And last but not least, if at any point she displeases me, I will be calling my brother up to pick her up from a nearby gas station. I will get to choose what she takes to put in a torn-up backpack before dropping her off without looking back. She called me a monster, told me these conditions were inhuman, and asked if I was insane. These were the exact conditions I lived under for years as a teenager, the exact conditions she tormented me with for years until she finally let me go live with the one parent that loved me, and these would be the conditions she would suffer under if she dared to ask me to home her worthless, joy-sucking soul. I don't know where she went after she stormed out of my house. My brother called me and told me I have the biggest balls in the family for the stunt I pulled. From the sounds of it though, none of the spawn want the brood mother to live with them. I hope she finds a nice park bench to stay on. My boyfriend found out I'm rich and started using it against me. My boyfriend and I met through a dating app 8 months ago and we've had a good, steady relationship. I come from a well-off family, but my parents never spoiled me. They taught me to not indulge in excess and to keep my privilege in mind when interacting with people. I'm currently living in an apartment with only my salary. I haven't told my boyfriend about my wealth. I wasn't actively hiding it, it just didn't come up. My birthday was a few weeks ago and my parents threw a party at our home. Our home is a medium-sized villa. My boyfriend started scowling when I told him that was the home I grew up in. When I asked him about it, he told me it was nothing and started smiling again. His mood got worse as more and more of my parents' rich friends started coming in. When I asked him about it the next day, he just told me that he was feeling a little sick. After we got back, he asked me why I hid the fact I was rich. I told him that I wasn't hiding it, but he started bringing it up in every conversation after that, like telling me that I didn't know how to cook properly because I was spoiled. He brought it up with his friends, telling them I was a spoiled princess who had everything handed to me. It started as jokes, but it got more hostile as the days went on. When I brought this up, he told me I didn't know normal people problems because I was rich. Did I do something wrong? What should I do? Update: I tried to have a conversation with him, but he kept stonewalling me. He made more snide comments and I decided to break up with him. When I told him that I was leaving him, it felt like he was expecting it. He called me a rich beach and went on a rant about how I was leaving him because he was poor. Some commenters told me to expect this, but it still came as a shock. He and I have very good salaries, and I don't know why he said that. He was a good person most of the time I knew him. Some people ask me why I didn't warn him about my wealth. All my relationships before him were with people in my social class, so the expectation of wealth was implicit. Having wealth was not a big deal in any of my previous relationships, so I assumed it was the same in this one too. I'll warn my partners before taking them home in my future relationships. This is a tangent, but I wanted to talk about, I'm not rich, my parents are, thing that many comments suggested. A lot of my friends from wealthy families use that line as a defense, but it is misleading. If I wanted to, I could dip into my parents' finances. I choose not to, but it is still my wealth too. It might technically be my parents' money, but it still makes me wealthy, and having wealthy parents comes with a lot of privileges even if I don't actively use their money. I never had to work a job when I was studying. I had access to the best schooling. I don't have student loans, and my parents' connections open a lot of doors. Having a safety net let me find what I was good at and let me take risks. So, unless they are estranged from their families, children from wealthy families are also wealthy. I thank all the people who commented on my original post and gave me advice. I felt like I was doing something wrong, but you made me see that it was his insecurity and jealousy that was the issue.
Today I messed up by saving a child on Michigan Avenue. To understand this story, you have to know a little bit about me. I grew up on a farm on the border of Kentucky and Illinois. My father was a farmer and a preacher who instilled in me a powerful belief that I should never shy away from helping someone, even at the risk of my own life or injury. I'm also 6'3", 300 pounds and move quite well for a man my size. I had just taken a job working on Michigan Avenue in Chicago, and it was one of my first times walking up the Mag Mile from the metro station. I had not been in the city long and was still a bit awed by the number of people and the wonder of the skyline. As I approached a busy intersection, I took my eyes off the tops of the buildings and started scanning the street to see if I could cross. For those of you who have been a pedestrian commuter on Michigan Avenue, you understand just how important it is to be vigilant, even at a light-protected crosswalk. As I waited, I saw a child who looked about the size of a second grader with a backpack standing precariously close to the street about 20 feet north of the crossing. Something in the back of my head was screaming, "This child's going to step out into the street." As I watched in horror, the nagging voice proved to be right as the kid jumped off the curb and started running across the 6 lanes of traffic. Instinct kicked in and I took off in pursuit, closing the distance between us in a matter of steps and swapping the child up into my arms before sprinting back to the curb. I spoke softly to the child, tucked under my arm like a sack of feed as I returned us to safety. "Hold on, buddy, I got you," to which a man's voice replied, "What the F are you doing, a-hole?" Shocked, I dropped him down on the sidewalk and turned him around, only to be greeted by a man with a bushy salt and pepper goatee. Today I messed up by getting my girlfriend high. I don't even really know where to start, but here's my best shot. I, 24 male, and my girlfriend, 23 female, were hanging out at home as we usually do during the week. Both go to work, have good jobs, come home and spend time together. I'm an avid Zaza consumer, and her not so much, but it's Monday night, not much going on, and she decides she wants to do the Zaza with me. I have different types of wax that I like, and one is clear distillate, which is around 96% THC, so I lay both containers on the table, get a movie going, and go to get some snacks. Her trying to set the mood gets exposed, and takes a Rick Ross-sized dab of the distillate. Terrible idea. I tell her she has about 4 minutes before she's immobilized, and sure enough, 2 minutes later she's in the bathroom sick. I bring her water and do all the necessary things, but she asks me to leave the bathroom as she's getting really sick vomiting. So I go back to the living room and watch TV, checking in once in a while. This whole time I never noticed her phone sitting on the couch until she started getting numerous texts and Snapchat notifications. My curiosity gets the best of me and I look, and she has 3 male co-workers on Snapchat that are all texting her after hours. Odd, sure, but I blow it off as work friends, until I looked in her memories. One particular co-worker, we'll call him Greg, has a bunch of selfies in her memories, some with her, some without. So I open their messages and oh my god, staring back at me is an exchange of exposed photos and even videos that he had recorded of them and sent to her for keeping. You can imagine the context of such videos. I'm heartbroken, sure, but I've been cheated on before and knew I could get through it. What horrifies me is the size of this guy's schlong. I've never seen anything so massive. It looked like a half-used roll of paper towels. One of the videos consisted of her slobbing the knob and she could barely get around it. Seriously, this dude isn't hung like a horse. Horses are hung like him. I'm so ashamed and embarrassed that this has been going on, and I've actually come into her work and had conversations with these people who are messing around with my girlfriend. I lost my job 2 weeks ago and I still haven't told my wife. I think she suspects I'm having an affair. First of all, no, I am not having an affair. I love my wife, 35 female, and I will not do something so vile like that. My wife and I have been married for 8 years now. Together we have a 4-year-old daughter and a newborn son of 10 months old. Recently the company I used to work for suffered a huge loss, so they had to lay off a lot of the employees. I was shocked. I didn't tell my wife about it. I am at a lot of stress with no job, and 2 kids in this economy would be difficult. My wife recently joined the workforce after staying at home after the birth. I have always been a primary breadwinner of our family. I made good money. My wife earned less than I did, so I took the role of primary provider. Now that I have lost my job, there will be money trouble for a while. We do have savings, but without a steady income it will be hard. Like I said, I have yet to tell my wife. I don't know how she will react. Of course she will be sad, and I am afraid it is going to put a strain in our relationship. I am afraid she will stop seeing me as a man and resent me because I cannot fulfill my role as a husband and a father anymore. It has been 2 weeks. The 2 weeks I just pretend I got to work, but then again I just go to the local park and sit there. I either read or search for other jobs. I come home the time I usually come home. My wife did notice I have been depressed lately and we haven't been intimate. She asked me if something is wrong. I said nothing. Last night she asked me if I didn't love her anymore. My heart just dropped. I think she thinks I'm having an affair, but I cannot tell her that I got fired. What should I do? Update. I talked to my wife. I told her that I got laid off 2 weeks ago. I opened up to her about my own insecurities, that I feel completely worthless because I promised her that I will provide for her and she never has to worry a day in her life. That now that I do not have a job I felt out of place and a little ashamed that I have let her down. Well, she head-butted me with her plushie and said I am a dummy and I have hurt her by making her think that I was having an affair. I told her that I would never do that to her. I love her so much. I asked for her forgiveness and she says as long as I am not having an affair she doesn't care. We talked about it a lot. She reassured me just because I do not have a job at the moment, she doesn't see me as any less of a man. She says I can still provide for my family. We talked about the finances and she told me she would earn for both of us from now and told me not to be too hard on myself. I need a break after grinding and sacrificing my hours. She also told a story that when we were first dating I helped her pay her bills for 3 months and she promised that she would pay me back. She said that it her turn to support us. I have decided that I should rest now. I have been so wrapped up because of my job I hardly made time for my kids. I am kinda enjoying it. I spend more time with my kids. We do have enough saving to get us by for quite some times. In the meantime, I would look for another job. I guess I let my insecurities get the best of me. Thank you, Reddit.
I was forced to be exposed for 2 weeks as punishment. In high school, I dated a guy that my family didn't approve of. My parents would demand that I break up with him, and I would always tell them to F off. After a week of constant arguing, my dad finally said that he would take action. I didn't know what he meant at the time, but the next day he had my brothers help him gather my clothes in garbage bags. When I got home and saw all of my clothes in a bag, I thought I was going to be kicked out of my house. Instead, my dad told me to hand him the clothes I was wearing. I thought he was joking at first, but he said that if I didn't do what he said, he, along with my brothers, would expose me right there. I cried as I got exposed down to my socks and underwear in front of my dad. Then he told me to hand him the rest of what I was wearing. I couldn't believe this was happening, but I didn't want to make this situation any worse. Now exposed and crying, I stood in my room as my dad and brothers carried my clothes to the backyard, presumably to the garage. Then I was called downstairs to dinner. I expected some sympathy from my mom and grandma, but I could tell by the way they looked at me as I entered the dining room that I wouldn't receive any. They said that I was bringing shame to the family, and that I wouldn't receive my clothes back until they were convinced I had learned my lesson. They said that if I wanted to do anything outside, I'd have to do it exposed, so naturally, I didn't. This lasted 2 weeks and I was taunted and teased every day. I wasn't allowed outside, which suited me seeing that I was embarrassed being exposed inside. I still had to do all the cooking and cleaning, even more so now that I was off school courtesy of a sick note from my mom. My brothers would taunt and tease me every day, and even made me show them my parts. If I told on them, they said they would just lie and that our parents would believe them over me, and that they would punish me worse. I knew that they were right, and that things would get much worse for me if I told on them. I wasn't even allowed clothes when family came over. My parents told everyone about my punishment and why I was being punished, and they all agreed I deserved it. My older cousins joined my brothers in taunting me and making me show them parts of me too. One of them was dared into kissing me, but thankfully he didn't. Finally, after 2 weeks, I told them that I would break up with my boyfriend. I was given back my clothes and allowed to go back to school, but there was an awkward silence throughout my house for a while after my punishment was over. It still affects me to this day. Every time I see any of my brothers, they make a joke about it. At first I told them that I didn't want to talk about it, but as none of them have stopped joking at my expense, I quit seeing or talking to them, as well as my parents. My family are the only people who know about what happened. The thought of any of them, whether it'd be my brothers or cousins or parents, telling people I've never met about what was done to me, has perturbed me enough that I just had to confess on here, so I could have some sense of control over myself after having had all of this hang over me. For anyone who has read this without judging me, thank you.
I purposefully spilled a giant glass of wine on my mother at my brother's wedding. Last month my brother got married to the woman he has spent the last 7 years of his life with. My sister-in-law is a wonderful woman and I am more than happy for the two of them. Well, my mother being the venomous demon she has decided that one of the most important days in her oldest child's life must be made about her in some way. She showed up in an incredibly frilly white bridal dress. Her dress was much more of a bridal dress than the bride's that day as well. She was the talk of the whole event, for all the wrong reasons I mind you. My brother didn't even know if she would show up after a previous meltdown of hers, but he didn't even know what to do when he walked down the aisle to see her sitting in the front row. My sister-in-law looked livid as well when she saw her. At the lunch afterward, things only got worse and I knew my mother was going to ruin this day, so I decided to take one for the team. We were served glasses of red wine at lunch, and I asked for mine to be filled to the brim. I walked over to where my mother was sitting and tripped, dousing her perfect white dress. I nearly got on my knees groveling to apologize and she missed the lunch and much of the first half of the reception driving back home, 4-hour round trip, to change into the dress my brother had originally bought for her. Lucky for me, no one cared but my mother. The maid of honor even ended up slipping me a text right after the scene telling me that I deserve an Oscar for my performance. I didn't plan on coming on the internet to brag about destroying a bridal dress and causing a scene at my brother's wedding, but I just received a bottle of red wine from my sister-in-law with a card saying, Enjoy the best bottle of wine I could find, for the best wedding gift you could have given us.
I'm afraid my ex is making the biggest mistake of his life. I've, 26 female, been in a relationship for 8.5 years. It may be weird to say, but those were the best years of my life. We never fought, we always talked about our problems and struggles with each other, and we loved and cherished each other, or so I thought. We both had difficult lives before we found each other. He, 26 male, was depressed and I was mentally abused by my dad, which scarred me for a long time. We pulled each other out of our difficult situations and became better people. We experienced a lot of good things, but also some really bad ones. He was there for me when my mom passed away last year. It was difficult, but we pulled through and we talked even more about our plans for the future. We planned a meeting with a shelter to see if we could adopt a cat. The night before we would see if the cat was a match for us. We even talked about our future plans with my family, house, kids, marriage, etc. The next morning, he broke up with me. He told me he never had feelings for me, but thought he did. Now he had developed feelings for his best friend, a girl from another country who he met online about 10 years ago and met in person twice. He realized his feelings when she stayed with us about 3 weeks ago and realized how different he felt about me and our relationship. 3 weeks after our breakup, he's planning to go to her and make the relationship official. My friends and family are pissed at my ex for the way he treated me, and I fully agree with them. He never told me anything was wrong and even kept bringing up plans for our future. He never even thought about relationship therapy, and he's moving on way too fast. It's like those 8.5 years didn't mean anything to him. We talked a lot about it, and I learned that the new girl and his future plans don't align at all. For example, he always wanted a lot of kids, but she doesn't want any. Every time he spoke of his plans, it sounds more and more unrealistic to me. I think sooner or later he'll realize he wants different things in life. His family, the ones who do know about the new girl, want to support him but also think he's making a huge mistake. Even so, I'd like to stay in his life, even as just a friend. However, I will not take him back if he ever realizes he made a mistake. Right now I'm living at my mom's old house, which now belongs to me and my brother. With my inheritance, I will be lucky enough to buy myself a house soon. Hopefully, I'll be adopting a cat as well.
I accidentally called my girlfriend mommy while we were making love, and now she wants a break from the relationship. So this happened last night. For context, we have been together for 6 months. We haven't made love for over 2 weeks due to being busy, her time of the month, etc. So we were both very much in the mood. Without giving you guys a play-by-play, it was honestly the most intense and passionate lovemaking we've ever had. It was actually really wonderful until I had the most powerful climax of my life, grabbed her tightly in my arms and loudly moaned, "Mommy," then I buried my face into her chest while I was finishing. I do not know why I did this. I was not thinking about my mother at all, or anyone's mother for that matter. She looked at me with a look of confusion and disgust. Then she said, "Did you just call me mommy?" I honestly felt really embarrassed and weird, so I didn't say anything, and she just looked at me and said, "What the F?" Then she got up and went to go shower. I sat there in silence until eventually she came in and I said, "Can we talk about what just happened?" I told her I was sorry and I don't know where that came from, and it just kind of happened. She said it was really weird and it made her uncomfortable. We talked it out, but she said it was super weird and creepy and she wants to take a break for her to process things for a while. Honestly, I feel crushed. She made me feel like a creep and a loser for something I didn't even mean to say during our intimacy. What can I do to salvage this? How much space should I give her here? What do I do? My mom cheated on my dad, and I get why. So back when I was teen, it was discovered that my mom was carrying on an affair with another man. My dad ended up forgiving my mom and moving forward together. I held resentment for my mom for a real long time because how dare she do that to my dad. Hindsight is 20/20 though. Well, now as I am an adult, pushing 30, I can see their relationship for what it is. My dad is a great dad, absolutely wonderful, although I can see the misogyny from how he was raised at that period of time. As a husband and partner, I can see how lousy he is. My mom is basically his mom too. She does all the cleaning in their house. He can't be bothered to even wash a dish or clean up after himself. My mom does it all. The mental load. She takes it all, keeping track of groceries they need for the next shopping trip. She's in charge of paying all the bills, cooking the meals. Oh, and she still has to work her regular job full time, 45 plus hours a week. My dad's health isn't the greatest, so my mom has also become his nurse when he is ill, managing the myriad of his medications and general health. Also, she cares for my grandma as she is sick too with a couple diseases, so on top of everything she does, she manages grandma's health too, all without a thank you or you're appreciated. This past Christmas put everything into perspective. My mom coordinated with my siblings to all go in on a super expensive gift for him for Christmas. An item he really wants. The effort he put into her gift, zero. He got her absolutely nothing. I spoke to him privately prior to gift exchange about what he got my mom, claiming, well, I buy her nice anniversary and birthday gifts. Isn't that enough? I see the disappointment my mom feels on her face and it hurts me. She doesn't get just because flowers from him. It's like he sees her as just a person to take care of him and home. This has been their whole relationship, not just after the affair, but prior to it too. So although I absolutely do not condone cheating, I can understand why she did what she did back then. I get sad thinking of my mom and how she takes care of everyone, but the person who is supposed to take care of her doesn't do that. I catch myself thinking occasionally, they should really just get divorced. I have learned over the years to really cherish my mom, so even if he doesn't spoil her, I do. Take her on mini weekend trips, we go to out-of-town concerts together. I try to buy her small just thinking of you gifts so she can feel appreciated and loved.
I caught my boyfriend lying to me, and when confronted, He denied the whole thing, so I ghosted him. I cannot believe this is my life right now. This was the man I thought I was going to marry, that was going to be the father of my kids. I, 29 female, met my boyfriend 29 male, at the end of 2021, and we dated pretty much half of 2022 before breaking up due to certain indifference. Then in October of 2022, he reached out saying he wanted to reconcile, and I agreed right away because I was still in love with him and thought about him all the time. And a few days later, he received news that he has to move to Houston for his police academy. We're both from Washington. I knew from the beginning he wanted to be a police officer, and Houston was the first one to offer the position, so he took it, and then we both just decided not to continue things. If there was an end goal of us being together, then maybe. But he told me he was likely going to stay there indefinitely. This time felt worse because he was moving to a different state and I was just an emotional mess. I couldn't stop replying our memories. Then once again, he reached out to me a month ago confessing his feelings and saying he does see a future with me and wants to make things work. He told me to not worry about the distance for now because he is planning to move back to our home state by the end of the year. Again, because I have to know self-control, I agreed to do this once again. Things were full swing. We were talking every day, met up a few times. He was back home for 3 weeks from the academy. If I'm being honest, that itself was a little fishy to me. Anyways, he had told me he needed to go back to Houston on the 16th of April, 2 days ago, and when he got there, he called me and we talked on the phone for a bit, and this was just pure curiosity on my end, but I asked him to send a photo of his room because I wanted to see what it looked like. 10 minutes later, he sends me a photo of his bedroom and living room. Being the nosy person that I am, I saved those photos, and to my surprise, when I clicked info it says the photo was taken 2 minutes before it was sent to me, but wasn't taken in Houston but New York. And the other weird thing was that it was taken with an iPhone 12 when I know for a fact he has a 13 Pro Max. Now my mind was trying to decipher all of this. Was he lying about being in the academy so he asked someone he knows to send a photo of their bedroom and living room? Was he in New York with some other chick? I honestly don't have a clue what the truth was, but I was already a bit suspicious about the academy. How could he have 3 weeks off from the academy? I remember him telling me he was here for a week back in February too. How does an academy let their students do this? There is absolutely no way. So many questions were raised. And so, I did what any other girl in a relationship would do. I asked him to explain why this photo says it was taken in New York when he was supposed to be in Houston. I asked calmly, never once accusing him of anything because I didn't know the full story, so I was being calm about. He sends me 3 different text messages 3 hours later, and each one of them said something different. First he said he was too tired to take a pic and send it, but not too tired to send a random photo, didn't realize it took that much energy. Then he said he couldn't believe I would download the photos and that I haven't changed much, don't know what he meant by that honestly. Then he said he purposely sent those live photos so I would save it and check it, and that he doesn't owe me an explanation because he didn't do anything wrong. So what? He was testing me. I mean, the proof is in the photos that he was lying to me. So, I typed out an angry response, and was about to go off when I stopped myself and thought, what's the point? Then deleted the whole paragraph and never said a word back to him, because he was probably gonna continue to spew bull crap out of his dumb mouth. I'm just in shock right now, but I'm over it and I am over him, and I can't believe I've wasted my time with a liar. But I'll be okay. If you made it this far, thank you for letting me vent. What an emotional roller coaster. My husband said I am selfish to request for divorce while being 7 months pregnant. He cheated on me and I'm lost. My husband, 29 male, cheated on me, 29 female, twice in the span of 1 month. I'm considering divorce. He said that will be very selfish and inconsiderate of our child. I'm 7 months pregnant, because our baby will need both parents to grow up. I said it's bull crap. If I'm living in a toxic environment, if I'm stressed, depressed and not happy, I will not be able to nurture the baby lovingly, and I cannot take care of the baby. Heck, I can't even produce milk. But he said, he will do everything for the child. He will stop arguing with me, and make sure the baby only experienced positive and good environment growing up. He is saying I'm selfish for taking care of myself first, and not my baby's needs to have both parents. That's our difference. I would do anything for the baby, but you won't. You prioritize yourself first, and that's selfish. Background: the first time he got caught, I found out they've been physical, touching each other, groping, small kisses, for 3 weeks, maybe 4 or 5 times. We fought. He defended himself, acknowledged that he cheated but saying it's because he is in denial. I used to be open and can accept him doing sexual acts with someone else. It's actually his kink, not mine. We fantasized this while making love together, not just him, but me doing with someone else too. I actually did some physical interactions with a colleague with his permission, told him everything and he found it hot, too hot that he encouraged me doing again, but I never continued. He's in denial cause I used to be okay with it. Why not now? Well, we had this conversation like 2 months before. Since getting pregnant, I kinda became insecure with myself, vulnerable, needed his attention/care, and told him to stop his advances to his affair partner, 28 female, until I'm emotionally stable. At that time, they were just flirting around. He wasn't that happy, but he said okay. I felt very betrayed that he continued to do so, and even became physical. I also felt very hurt because from their messages, they both are very deeply, emotionally attached to each other. Things like, I enjoy spending time with you, you look cute in black, your hug made my day. I need your support. I make excuses to see you, asking for pictures, etc. But he denied that he has romantic feelings to her, only felt really close to her as a friend, and that he hid it from me because he didn't want me to restrict him further. After the first time he got caught, I told him to cut her completely off. He had a meltdown. He said he wanted to support her in some things which he promised her. He looked so sad and depressed, and I hate seeing him like that because I still love him. So I agreed to let him continue being friends but requested him to stop being flirty, and of course no physical, and to completely cut her off after he fulfilled the promise. 1 week after that, I caught him doing the physical act again, so this time, I gave him the ultimatum to cut her off within a week, or we're getting divorced. I was very angry, hurt, confused, regretful, suicidal, and a lot of other emotions. I hated that he tried to play victim, saying that if we divorce then he will lose everything in this world, that he just wanted to maintain things as the way they are. He convinced me to give him some time to cut off, but not a week. A week is too short and he doesn't know what to do. I refuse to compromise again, as there will be no difference than what happened before. He said he respects my decision to get divorced after a week, and asked me to respect him to take his life. It's his dumb way of taking responsibility. I tried to rationalize. He wouldn't listen. I get angry. I throw things. He cried. I cried and I eventually caved into his wish again. He would let me read his WhatsApp communication with the girl, but I know he deleted a large portion of their conversation flirting with each other or having emotional conversation. I know, but he would never admit that. I told him, I'm worried with the uncertainty. It seems like he will drag this again and end up not cutting her as what I want. He said it's difficult, because he views friend and intimate physical interactions as separate things. He will stop doing the physical interaction, but he cannot stop being her friend. I felt that she is so important to him that my husband would risk our marriage for her. Why is he doing this to his wife? If I am his world, stop hurting me. We view commitment differently. For me, when we decided to have a baby after 2 years of marriage, I want us to focus more on each other, spend more time together, less outside, or in general becoming a family person. But for him, his commitment is that he won't replace me ever. I will always be his #1 priority, the only person he loves. We couldn't agree with each other and I feel hopeless. Is this my fate? My husband accidentally called me baby at work and it's giving me butterflies. So I'm a housewife and my husband has a business. Without getting into too much detail, I've recently started helping in expanding and diversifying. I usually work from home or meet with clients, but there are days that I go to the office. We go together then. Out of respect to the employees and to not cause confusion or drama, we interact professionally with each other when at the office. That includes not using pet names, calling each other by our first names instead. This morning though, while in a general meeting, he accidentally called me baby when he called me to report on my department's updates. No one reacted out loud though some eyes darted a bit in surprise. It's not a big deal really because everyone knows we're married. They've seen us interact sweetly when I used to visit him in the office, and I'm pregnant with our 3rd baby at the moment, but I couldn't get it out of my mind earlier and it gave me major butterflies. So much so that I contemplated inviting him to a hotel nearby for a lunchtime quickie. Partner and I started couples therapy. I learned I am the problem. My partner, 25 male, P and I, 26 female, have been together for 8 years. We met in high school, started dating just before I graduated high school. I moved out of my parents' house as soon as I turned 18, and P moved in with me 2 years later. We have lived together on our own for 6 years. Our relationship is strong. We grew into mature adults together. We had the opportunity to grow as individuals both personally and professionally with each other's support. We had our difference though. Clear communication was difficult. I felt like I wasn't being heard, and we weren't living up to our potentials, specifically financially. I am an extremely competitive person, and work hard in my jobs to earn experience and promotions, especially as someone with no college degree. I strive to not worry about paying my bills and have money to take a vacation every year and own a home. He shares most of my aspirations but is extremely laid back about his approach to achieve those dreams. He had a good job in 2021 as a district manager for a chain restaurant company. He worked there for 5 years making decent money, eventually quitting when the franchise was to be sold to a different owner and his work benefits would be renegotiated. He stated he was burned out and needed a break. I supported him. He quit and took off of 7 months to relax and enjoy his free time. This didn't bother me in the beginning because he said he had enough money to pay his portion of the bills for this time and we wouldn't need to worry. I ended up supporting us the last 3 months because his money ran out. He eventually got an offer for a part-time job at a cannabis dispensary as a bud tender and accepted. I was upset. He has great management experience and could have easily gotten another food service job as a manager, but he doesn't have a car. I would have to drive him to and from. This new job is within walking distance. I saw the benefits for his mental health in this new job, and that is so important, and the choice of this employment wasn't mine. But he is dirt poor now, living paycheck to paycheck, unable to save money to replenish his spent savings. I care deeply about our relationship and collective future, so I gave an ultimatum: couples counseling to better understand each other and have my concerns be heard, or I leave and focus on my own future. I realize now the way I approached this was wrong. It did not come from a place of concern but from selfishness. My feelings were valid, but it could and should have been said better. After going through communication exercises in therapy and learning about how trust is built, I realized it is me who doesn't listen and doesn't trust. I built walls early in my life to keep people out and set extremely high life goals to compensate for feeling inadequate as an adult. I was projecting my insecurities into my relationship and sabotaging our 8 years together. I feel so much guilt for my controlling behavior. The couples counseling is helpful and really has helped us better understand each other's individual needs, but what I really need is individual therapy to deal with my feelings and be a better partner to P. The revelation hit me like a ton of bricks after our most recent session when our therapist gave us homework to dig deep into how we treat each other and ourselves. She warned it would be eye-opening, and it was. We will be discussing with P if he wants to continue couples counseling, but I decided for myself that I need help to work through my personal issues to not lose my relationship. This girl is trying to live my life. Okay, so I'm at the point that I actually want to scream and then get as far away from everyone and everything. I met this girl Jane when I was like 5 years old and we became friends. We went to the same birthday parties and we had the same friends. We are the same age. So when we reached preteens, she actually moved in down the street from me and we became like proper best friends. So into our teen years it was very much whatever I would do, she would do it better. I became goth. She became edgy alternative. I would like a boy and she would not only tell the boy that I liked him but then she would date him. When I had my first boyfriend, she was the one who told me that he was cheating on me, but not really as a supportive friend but almost in a gloating way. Throughout the years we became less close, but she was still of the mentality that she could do anything that I did better. We are now in our 20s and I have a very different line of work. Like not many people do it, and if I told you what it would be easy for me to be found. But when I got into this line of work, she decided that she had an interest in it and started texting me for help with it. I had put everything from our teen years aside, so I did help her, but she tried to use it against me so that everyone would think I was absolutely insane and a horrible person. Thank goodness it didn't work. I found out from her friend over the last few months that every person I've ever been friends with, kissed or dated, she's gone after. Now let me be blunt. This girl is stunning. I don't have low self-esteem, so I'm not going to sit here and be like, she makes me insecure. But it's gotten to a point where if I'm about to start dating someone or being friends with someone, I will always ask the question of, have you had relations with Jane? And if the answer is yes, I will cut contact. I just don't want to be associated with this girl in any way. I have her blocked on everything and she will still copy anything I do online. It's honestly feeling stalkerish. Here's where I reached the last straw. I was recently talking to a guy who I was interested in and there was no reason for me to believe that he wasn't interested too. I was getting daily compliments. We were talking constantly. He then followed me on Instagram. All was good and then out of the blue he completely ghosted me. That was alright. I got over it and moved on. My friend who still follows Jane texted me to say that the guy was liking all of Jane's posts on Instagram, and that she had been seen in a bar in town with him the night that he started ghosting me. Now they are liking everything the other one does all over social media. But here's the kicker. I never asked him if he was associated with Jane. In fact, I already knew that they didn't know each other. So now I'm feeling more creeped out. I've changed my passwords on everything, but it's like this girl is psychic and just knows everything about me all the time. I honestly don't care about the guy, but I feel like I can't do anything anymore.
Girlfriend wants her little sister to move in with us. I don't want that. I, 28 male, and my girlfriend, 26 female, of 3 years have been planning on moving in with each other in a little under 2 months. She told her landlord she won't be renewing and they already found a new tenant to sign a lease to. We've been looking at apartments and have a few we are heavily considering. Well, recently her little sister, 17, has been having issues with her stepdad, and has asked to stay with us for the rest of the last year of high school. My girlfriend has always been a little motherly towards her sister because of the significant age gap and wants to let her stay with us. I however don't want us moving in together to also include her sister. I really don't want to live with a 17-year-old in general, but especially not as I'd acclimate to living with a partner for the first time. There's also the money issue. We've been looking at 2 beds since we both work from home pretty often and we're going to have one room be the office and guest room. I make more than twice as much as my girlfriend, so I was willing to pay a bigger share of rent to be fair, and I'd probably use the room as an office a little over half the time to make it fair to me. But if she'd stay with us, I wouldn't have an office, or we'd need a 3-bed, which would be even more expensive. I could technically afford to spend more but don't want to. She cannot spend more than what she's already committing to. Her parents are pretty poor, so getting support from them feels unlikely. This is causing a lot of conflict because now I'm wanting to either just renew my lease and wait another year, or tell her sister sorry. My girlfriend says I'm not being supportive and abandoning her family. It's causing a huge conflict and I don't know what to do. Update: I made this post Tuesday and that night I met with my, now ex-girlfriend and laid out why I was not comfortable with living with her sister. She tried to change my mind, first in a debate style, then I told her it wasn't something I was going to change my mind about. It is a hard deal breaker, and if she can't accept it I will not be moving in with her. She then started getting more confrontational, which is when I told her I don't think our relationship can proceed. Immediately she got regretful and told me not to be so drastic. I told her I needed some space and went home. Wednesday I asked for more space again, and then last night we met up and I officially broke up with her. I don't want to talk badly about her, but I realized we just weren't as aligned as I thought we were, and the way she disregarded my opinion and comfort felt extremely disrespectful. She called me a bunch of times after I left last night and I blocked her number this morning. I'm going to keep it blocked so I can get some peace for a while. Maybe in a few days I'll unblock and see if she can have a civil discussion for closure, if she wants that. But my mind is made up. Breakups suck and I know it'll take some time to get over her, but I'm looking forward to the next stage of my life.
I bought my never met boyfriend a plane ticket and he stood me up and ghosted me. I, female 34, am from Mexico, and he, male 40, is from Holland, Netherlands, whatever you call it. We met playing an online game more than 3 years ago. At some point we got bored of the game, but we kept in touch. COVID happened, and we found ourselves talking every day. Time passed and it evolved to video chats. Long story short, months passed and we confessed that we had feelings for each other, and gave the long-distance never-met relationship a chance. We in a romantic way said that we're going to work for it. Because of COVID and because it is a bit expensive, it was taking us a bit to plan our meeting. At the time we had agreed that since he was going to visit me first and we would go from there. Time passed, years passed. He met my family, I met his family. He met my friends, I met his. We had cooking dates, movie dates, we would play other games, he would send me gifts. We were intimate. Every single day for the past 3 years we talked. For the last 2, which is when we decided to be a couple, we would at least talk on the phone for a bit if our days were busy. Even if we had a party or was with friends or something, we always called. At my company last Christmas party I won a gift card for travel expenses, plane or hotel or both, of $1,000, and I decided to surprise him. I told him about the gift card and that I wanted to buy him a plane ticket to come visit me. It was time. He was super excited. I bought his ticket for April, his birthday month, and the waiting and planning began. I told everyone on my side that he was finally coming, planned a big carne asada as a welcome and birthday party. We were planning a road trip of the north of Mexico, several towns, etc. He had been to Mexico before, but to the south and the usual tourist destinations. I wanted him to know my area. The day arrived, his plane departed at my 3 a.m. We called right before. He was getting his documents ready, passport, visa, he had connecting flight in the US, etc. We hung up when he was on his way to the airport since I did not want to drain his battery and I needed to go to sleep. Asked him to send me a text once he boarded the plane. See you when you are on my side of the world, I love you. Well, woke up the next day with no text, freaked out, but said to myself, maybe he forgot or something. Of course I texted him, and messages did not go through. I kept telling myself, it is because he is on the plane. Texted his daughter, he was divorced, to see if he at least contacted her. No answer. Checked the confirmation number online. It did not show itinerary. It showed that there was credit available. Called the airline. On their system it was written that the passenger did not show. I have never in my life felt my heart sank as it did that day. I contacted one of his friends. He kindly told me that he was going to investigate. He had a connecting flight. The hour arrived. I called like crazy but calls did not go through. I was worried. My mom and brother were worried. Later in the day, he had blocked me from everywhere. WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram. I contacted his friend again. He just said, he will contact you soon. I asked for confirmation as to if he was alive. Yes, he is alive. And that is the end. 2 weeks have passed. I sent emails. I sent texts. I tried calling. I have tried everything to contact him and nothing. Neither from anyone on his side. Ghosting, it causes a heartbreak of its own. I have never experienced anything like this feeling. It is just a hole in my chest. I am even grieving, I think, but who knows what is it that I am grieving. Years of my life wasted. I was faithful, I was loyal, I was committed. I am mad and humiliated, which is why after being a Reddit lurker for many years I have decided to vent and take this off my chest. Do not ghost or catfish. Am I the jerk for calling my ex a deadbeat in front of his family? I, 41 female, have a daughter, Sam, 14 female, with my ex-husband Brian, 44 male. We divorced when she was 4. Brian made a real effort to be a good father for the first couple of years after our divorce, but then pretty much overnight he seemed to lose interest in her. He stopped coming to parent-teacher nights, never came to any of her sports games and stopped asking about them, refused to pay child support, which I eventually stopped asking for. I have a well-paying job, would forget to pick Sam up on days he said he would, stop asking to see her at holidays. On the rare occasions he remembered to pick her up he would try and smooth everything over by buying her expensive gifts, and it worked for a really long time, but it started to wear off now and Sam is starting to see through it. Sam has maintained a very close relationship with her paternal grandparents. Sam is a very accomplished field hockey player and represented our country internationally recently, and it's likely that she will be on the World Championship team later this year. We returned 2 days ago and yesterday her grandparents wanted to take her and the rest of the family to lunch to celebrate. Brain showed up 45 minutes late, didn't apologize. His parents were surprised, and told him to behave. As Sam was recounting her time and summaries of the matches to her grandparents, Brain interjected and belittled her performance because she only scored 1 goal. Sam burst into tears and ran to the bathroom. I comforted her and she asked if we could go home. I agreed and told her to wait in the car while I got our stuff. When I returned to the table, Brain was defending himself against his parents and I snapped. I told him he was a deadbeat and recounted all of the things mentioned above and that I wouldn't be surprised if Sam cuts him loose one day. Our daughter is wonderful and does not deserve to be treated like this. His parents seemed shocked as he clearly had given them the impression he's a good father. He threw a tantrum and stormed out. I apologized and left money for half the check with his parents. Since then Brain has sent me several messages, and his parents texted to say they don't appreciate the scene I caused in the restaurant. I don't think I did anything wrong but my parents agree with them, so maybe I did. Am I the jerk?
Today I messed up by asking my daughter what she wished for in public. I surprised my kids with a trip to Chuck E. Cheese for my daughter's birthday for the first time in a long time. Their mom passed away and this was her first birthday without her. It was also a treat to try make it up to them. We had a tough couple of months but things are looking better for us. It was great seeing how excited they were to be there, and after blowing out the candle on her cupcake, I asked her what she wished for. I wasn't prepared for her saying that she wishes mommy could come back just for her birthday and started crying. This made her brother cry too, so I held both of them and tried comforting them while trying to hide my own tears. We had to get up and leave because people were giving us weird looks. I asked because I wanted to see if maybe I could surprise her with what she wished for. Both of them stopped asking me for things that they wanted a while ago because they knew that they would not get them. We had to prioritize other things and they understood that, which killed me inside because kids should worry about just being kids. I really wanted to make the day a happy one for them, but I ended up reminding them and myself of the one wish I could never make come true. I don't know how it didn't occur to me at that moment that my kids' deepest wish would be to see their mom again.
My husband has been lying to me about our finances and we are screwed. The title is basically the story. I'm also to blame for this. I realize that. We divided household responsibilities pretty evenly, but we don't split every responsibility down the middle, and finances were his job. He's better at them. I thought he was better at them. We are $50,000 in credit card debt. I did not know about this. $50,000 on a home equity loan. I did know about this. 2 months behind on our mortgage and severely behind on a car payment. I quit my job when we decided to have my middle child 3 years ago. Then we had our youngest a year ago. I thought we were fine. We should have been fine. I don't understand what the F happened or why he waited so long to tell me. I trusted him completely. I would never have believed this. I love him so much. By all accounts, we had an ideal marriage, or we did. I thought we did. I have no idea how we ever come back from this. It will take years to pay this off. I am in school full-time but will need to drop out because we can obviously no longer afford childcare while I'm in class. That just sets us back even more because my earning potential is lower. The most effed up part is that my dad did this exact same thing to my mom. It was awful to live through as a teenager. It was a serious contributor in being resistant to commitment or ever relying on anyone for anything. My husband obviously knew about this. It was my number one reservation when I was quitting my job. I can't believe I was so stupid. This is my worst fear coming true, and I have no idea what to do. Update: husband lying about finances. 47 days ago I posted about finding out my husband has been lying about our finances and that we are financially screwed. That was just the tip of the iceberg as it turns out. After I spoke to him trying to figure out how this was possible, he admitted to having a second family. He's been cheating on me and has 2 kids with this lady. The best part? She's his second cousin and they've been in love since high school. What even is my life? The debt is worse than I initially thought. It's $100,000 in credit card debt and there could be more. Who knows at this point? I guess his cousin had a good job but lost it over the pandemic, and that's when he started trying to pay bills for both households. I've hired a divorce lawyer who is going through everything so I can figure out a path forward. He's staying with his mistress cousin and his children. Are they also his cousins? And I guess finally living his dream. We've agreed it's best that our children don't stay there right now. All of the kids are having trouble adjusting but oldest is 8 so he has some understanding of what is going on. It's just gutting me. Luckily we have a crapload of equity in our house as we bought it cheap and did a lot of the labor of fixing it up ourselves. It's going to hurt me to no end to sell this house, but it should be enough to let us pay off most of what we need to pay off and go our separate ways. I started bartending again, which isn't exactly glamorous. It should get me and the kids through the next 2 years while I finish school. My ex-husband has so far said he would prefer the kids live with me and he will pay me child support. I guess we'll see how that goes. My lawyer is also going to handle a custody agreement. If you had told me 48 days ago that this would be my future, I would have laughed. Some mornings I still wake up feeling like it's not real. I am assuming at some point I will get very sad about this, but right now it's so ridiculous that I can't feel anything but a sick sort of humor. From the outside, and even from the inside, we look like a boring, happy couple. You never know what's really happening behind closed doors, I guess. A lot of things finally make a lot of sense now. I thought he traveled for work 1 weekend a month. I've always thought it was weird, but it's always been that way. As long as I've known him, he doesn't travel for work, he spends that weekend with her. He gets a very generous amount of personal days and vacation, which he was always extremely reluctant to use, except he wasn't reluctant to use them. He just used all of them to spend time with her and their children, the work phone and work computer. Nope, personal devices that he used to hide what was going on. I have started to feel bad for her in a way because she must have lived such an incomplete life all of these years, and her children. I can't imagine. I'll update again if the plot thickens. Lol.
Today I messed up choosing the wrong time to visit my brother. Yesterday I, 22 male, visited my brother, 28, in the hospital. He had a benign growth in his nose that required surgical removal because it obstructed his breathing. He was recovering from the surgery when I showed up. Both our parents and my brother's girlfriend were there too. The feedback from my family was that the feedback from the doctor was positive regarding the outcome of my brother's surgery. I approached my brother and asked how he was feeling. He was still high from the medication. As soon as he focused on my face, he asked when did my hair get so long. I said he's seen me with long hair for years. He reached out and touched my hair before saying he wished my hair was that long when we were hooking up in high school because he would have enjoyed sleeping with a teenage Tarzan. I decided to pull my brother's hand away from my hair and remind him that the two of us had the same mom and dad, and he had a girlfriend, and if he looked to his left, he would see all of them staring at us from the other side of his bed with traumatized faces. My brother paid no attention to our parents or his girlfriend. It was unclear if he even noticed them at all. He squeezed my hand and said he never should have pushed me away to prove that he preferred being with girls. My response was to tell my brother he got the wrong guy, which prompted my brother to unexpectedly plant my hand on top of his stiffy and tell me that he got the wrong girl, not the wrong guy. Cue chaos. I yanked my hand away. My brother's girlfriend walked out of the room with tears in her eyes. My mom followed with tissues. My dad moved to my side of my brother's bed so he could lock eyes with his turned on, high, possibly bisexual and potentially soon to be single son and encourage him to get some rest. My brother eventually passed out, but before he did, he was singing the song that apparently played when he hooked up with his homie in high school for the first time. He wanted me to sing with him, but I was too busy looking for tools to amputate my hand. All of us need time to recover now. Stranger drank my coffee and I may have given him herpes simplex. Ever since I was a kid I got cold sores when I'm going through a period of stress or exhaustion. It is something that I try to prevent and have gotten pretty good at managing the outbreaks, but I'm in the middle of one now and once it's started it just has to run its course. Anyway, I work in a business that has been converted from an old early 1900s house. The house is huge and has a ton of different rooms. I drag my Yeti full of iced coffee around with me everywhere I go and, because leaving it exposed to the public freaks me out, I usually stick it in the employee-only spaces. Sunday I was in transit from one area to another and set it down to straighten up some merchandise and completely forgot about it when I walked away. About an hour later I walked into the room for an unrelated reason and saw a group of late teenagers giggling as this kid drank out of the straw in my cup. Apparently it was a dare that may have given him a lifelong struggle with cold sores and herpes simplex, and I wouldn't wish it on anyone. The looks on their faces when I asked for my coffee back. I have two shiny red oozy cold sores on the right side of my mouth, one top and bottom. At first I felt like it was karma for drinking out of my cup without me knowing, because I definitely would have still finished the coffee, but now I just feel like it's 100% my fault. I keep going back and forth, like, it was my responsibility to not leave it out, but he was old enough to know better. In the end I'm super disappointed in myself for leaving it on a shelf. I hate cold sores and I sincerely hope he had a strong enough immune system to fight it off.
My boyfriend's friends pretending to abduct me for a proposal. A week ago my boyfriend told me he had a camping trip planned with his friends on Friday. Today, he said he would have no service and he'll see me on Sunday. He messaged me at 5 a.m. this morning and told me they are hitting the road. Around 8 I went for a run like I usually do on Fridays. I have one headphone in while I do because I was on a work call. While I was running, I noticed an SUV that kept popping up. In hindsight, it looked just my boyfriend's childhood friend's car. I sent a message to my sister saying to stand by and shared my location. Right after sending the message I looked up and the SUV was right beside me and someone jumped out and took me. It happened so fast I even dropped my phone on the pavement. I was pulled into this car, and I could tell there was at least two masked guys in the back before they covered my eyes. In hindsight they had cartoonish ski masks and black gloves on. I freaked out and resisted like crazy, screaming and kicking. All I could hear was these guys laughing and was held down. I don't know how long I was in there, but I keep begging them to let me go and crying. I even admit I peed on myself, but I don't think they noticed until we arrived at the house. They pulled me out of the car, and I was yelling for help until I was pulled into a house. When the mask on my head was removed, I was on my knees in front of my boyfriend of 2 years. He was staring at me with a confused look before he started to angrily ask his friends what was going on. As I started to adjust to what was going on, I realized he was dressed nice and there was romantic decorations around the entryway to his house. I realized who he was and what was going on and collapsed into sobs. I probably had a 5-minute panic attack in that car on my way there and another one sitting in the entryway to his house. I was sweaty, wearing soiled yoga pants, flushed with fear, scared for my life. That was all about an hour or two ago. My boyfriend took me upstairs and was going to help me get showered and changed, but I wanted to do that alone. I heard yelling and commotion downstairs while I showered, but I don't know what is going on. I'm sitting in his room now holding my shattered phone after crying to my sister about what happened. She lives 1.5 hours away but is speeding over to get me now. I can't stop thinking about what happened, and even though I know now I was never in any danger, I don't think my brain can comprehend it. They were snickering and teasing me in deepened voices about what they were going to do. The one that was holding my legs kept caressing my inner thigh area. When the car would brake his face kept falling into my chest. I don't even know who that was. I just know one of them sounded unsure and kept trying to defuse the situation, but I think it was the driver. Neighbor touched me. So a little backstory: myself, 24 female, my children, 1 and 3, and my husband, 24 male, recently moved to a new area. We have been here for a few months and have made friends with an older couple who have children ages ranging from age 5 to 20. They moved here from Syria 7 years ago, so there is a bit of a language barrier with the parents, but we make it work and frequently exchange baked goods, dinners, and toys for the kids. Everything was going great until recently. The dad has always been nice to us, but lately he has been sending me Facebook messages of gifts that seem slightly inappropriate. I brushed it off and chalked it up to the language barrier and continued being friends with them. Yesterday I went for a walk and posted a picture of the trails I was walking on onto my Facebook. 10 minutes later this man sends me a photo of the exact spot I took a photo at with no context. I looked across the water and saw him sitting in his car, just waiting there. I told my husband about this and he said I was probably overreacting and I shouldn't worry. I thought so too, but something just didn't feel right. So today starts off normal. Me and the kids are outside playing after breakfast, and my oldest runs over to the man's house, per usual, to get a granola bar. He invited me in for a coffee and snacks for the kids, so I went in. As he was reaching for the water cooler to fill up the pot of coffee, he kind of nudged my private area with his hand. I moved out of the way and went to sit down with my kids who were having their snack. He then sat down next to me and put his hand on my thigh, caressing it. I got up and said it was my daughter's nap time to get out of there as soon as possible. He followed behind me, grabbing my behind and rubbing it as I was walking out the door. I didn't say stop, I just kind of froze, shocked that this was happening. I am so hurt and upset that this is happening. My kids loved him and his family, and we did too. My husband is of course going to talk to him, and our kids are no longer allowed over there. I feel gross. I'm so tired of going through this. I hate being a woman. Update. Thank you for all the advice. He followed me again and was sending me pictures of my approximate location. I'm going to file a police report. I just went on a date with a guy who tried to rob me. 2 years ago I returned home from my father's funeral. As soon as I opened the door to my apartment, a guy holding a crowbar came out from my kitchen holding my TV. I live in the city, so robberies are common. The guy began shouting at me and he clumsily dropped my TV and began holding the crowbar like it was a baseball bat. I was so stunned at what was happening that I didn't move. The guy screamed at me to empty my pockets. From the stress of the last few days with my father passing away, I simply started crying, not out of fear at what was happening, but because this was literally the worst time of my life, the worst moment, the worst minute and second. While crying hysterically, I gave the guy my wallet. I just sat on my floor and hugged my knees and told him through my tears to take whatever you want. He hesitated, looked down at me, he dropped my wallet and sat down beside me. Immediately, he began to comfort me, he began to apologize. He put my TV back on the table and told me it wasn't damaged. He told me that he lost his job and that his mom needed medicine that he couldn't afford and that they were homeless. He told me all of this while I just wailed. I cried for my father, who was lost. I cried for my future, for it was uncertain, and I cried because my home had been intruded on in the most violent way. For a good 10 minutes I sat in the floor with a guy who had every intent to rob me, telling me that it would be okay and that he was sorry. He begged me not to call the police. I just started screaming at him to get out. He ran away so fast that he left the crowbar. I threw it after him as he ran down the street. 2 days later, I came home from work and he was sitting in front of my door. I was so terrified that I pulled out my phone, but he had this look on his face of, I'm not sure how to describe it, remorse, regret. He told me that he told his mom what he did, and his mom made me some soup. He handed me this tiny bowl wrapped in tin foil. Again, I was stunned and overwhelmed and angry that I slapped the bowl out of his hands and it shattered on the floor. I told him to leave or I was calling the police. He left. I remember he looked upset. I left the soup and shattered bowl outside my door, almost as a warning for him to not come back. About 3 months after that, I got a note in my mail slot from the guy. He told me his mother had passed away and that he was no longer homeless and that he had a job. He wanted to repay me for breaking into my apartment. He wrote down his address and told me that I was welcome to break into his place if I wanted, but he didn't have much stuff. This all overwhelmed me. I threw away the letter, but I remembered his address. I remember walking by there one day, out of curiosity. It was a ratty apartment building across the city. He was walking up to his room and he saw me. He waved. I turned away and left. He ran after me, apologized again, told me that he never meant to do what he did. He showed me the program from his mother's funeral that he kept in his wallet. He wasn't lying, she was real. He was real. He was a real person. I don't know what it was, but I believed him. We slowly began to grow together as people. I can't describe it. After a year of maintaining communication and learning about who he was, he enrolled in a local community college and began taking courses to earn credits before applying to university. I helped him study for his history class a lot. He's great at math and science though. I never invited him over to my apartment. However, no matter how much I got to know him, I was still afraid of him, and he knew that. He knew that I couldn't trust him. But tonight, we went out for coffee because he said he had an exam in his World Civ class. When I got there, he said he forgot his book. We just talked for a bit, we laughed, and then he told me he wanted to cook for me. On a whim, I decided to invite him to my apartment. After picking up some things from the grocery store, he came over. I was so nervous that I was shaking. He noticed, he squeezed my hand, and then he made dinner. It was amazing. We talked, we laughed, we sat in the floor and watched a movie on the TV he tried to steal. We made jokes about it, and then he told me that he missed his mom. I gave him a hug, then he left. I don't know what I feel, but I do know that I can't give up on people anymore. Some people just have the shit end of life. Maybe things have a way of working themselves out, and I miss my dad too. Update. I went on a date with a guy who tried to rob me. About the guy, I've been trying to write this for the past 3 months, but I always kept getting busy. I truly don't know what to say because so much has happened in the 6 months since I wrote all this down for the first time. I want to say this for me, to get this off my chest. I cared about him. I cared for him. I did. I can't deny that. In January, right after the new year started, I got a phone call at 2:30 in the morning from him. He was in jail. He and 2 of his friends were arrested for public intoxication and possession of stuff. He wanted me to bail him out. I'm a teacher living on a teacher's salary. I said no, I couldn't. This is when things fell apart. Before then, he and I had been incredibly close. We spent Christmas together. I didn't have enough money for a plane ticket home, so I stayed in the city. He came over. We cooked, watched movies. Before Christmas we spent Thanksgiving together. I helped him study. I helped him get his finances in order. He had no idea how to do taxes and how to do all of the adult stuff, as he said. But I noticed I started doing things I didn't normally do. He would come over in the middle of the night, visibly panicked, and ask if he could stay with me. I let him, no questions asked. I stopped asking questions because I wanted to believe that he was good and everything was fine. He started asking me that if others asked about him if I would lie and say I didn't know him. This scared me, but I assumed it was about work stuff. I wanted it to be his work stuff. He was released from jail about a week later. He didn't talk to me. I called his apartment. Nothing. I came home from work one day and a woman was waiting outside my door. She appeared disheveled. She was wearing a tank top and flip-flops in mid-January in the Northeast. It was cold. When I tried to key into my apartment, she started verbally attacking me. She told me to stay away from him, like she owned him. She told me that she knew what I did to him, and that I would get what's coming. She left. I was scared out of my mind. Before calling the police, I decided to call his apartment one last time. He answered. I told him about the woman. He apologized, said that he was seeing her. He didn't intend for her to come over and interfere, but that led me to another question. How did she know where I live, and how many others had he told where I lived? He hesitated before answering. I remember that. He just said he was sorry. I immediately packed an overnight bag, grabbed my most valuable items, and went to stay in a hotel. I used my credit card, my only in case of emergencies card, because I no longer felt safe because of him. I came back to my apartment the next day. Everything was fine. He came over to apologize. I told him to get out. I started crying. When I'm angry, I cry. He tried to hug me, but I remember picking up a piece of wood. I had a dismantled IKEA shelf. To protect myself, I demanded to know what he was doing. He told me he was selling meds. He told me that he had to do it because he knew people that would hurt him. Lies, I guess. I don't know. I told him to get out, never want to see him again, etc., etc. He got angry, threatened to come back with his friends. I was racked with guilt for trusting him. He apologized again, said he was sorry. I was questioning everything about him. I pushed him out, locked the door. The teaching program I'm a part of rotates teachers in and out of schools across the country. Last year I put in a request to move across the country to be closer to home. 2 weeks after this encounter with him, I found out that my request was accepted and I was set to leave in March. My apartment was broken into and vandalized in early February. At night, he would come and knock on my door. I would call the police, but he would always leave before they got there. His guys started harassing me. Nothing was ever stolen, just broken. They broke a glass bottle my dad made for me when I was 6. He knew how much that meant to me. It was shattered. The week before I left, I saw him outside my building. I called the police. He was walking over to me, and I remember having this fiery rage in me. It was this impassioned, red, angry heat that washed over me, and I took my keys, which are on a lanyard, and I just started hitting him. I ended up cracking his eye socket. When the police questioned him, they realized he was the one that was harassing me. He was wanted for a myriad of other charges. After he fell down, after I cracked his eye socket with my keys, I started whacking him. Then I thought about what my dad would think, but then I realized, I'm not my dad. I will never be him. I'm different. This is different. People are different. Not all of them are good, but some of them are. I am good. I am a good person. Right now I'm sitting in my new apartment in a brand new city. It's warm, rent is cheaper. I live in a neighborhood of old people. They're nice. They love that I teach kids. It makes them feel safe. I guess. Some days I leave my front door open and let in a breeze. I'm never afraid. The beach is literally a 7-minute walk. I've timed it from my back door. I'm happy. So I'm putting this to rest. It's done, it's over, I'm tired, I'm posting this and not checking back anymore. I just wanted to tell someone, because no one in my personal life even knew this was happening. I still can't believe it happened, but it did, and it's done.
The 8-year-old girl next door just broke my heart. Some backstory. I'm a 24-year-old guy. I love tooling around on old cars. Something I've done together with my dad since I was a kid. He was all too happy to have me carry it on. So I work your typical 8 to 4 or 5 schedule. And quite often I'm in the garage after work fixing up this old Mustang I've been on for the last 2 years or so. A completely unrestored 65 Mustang that my dad has had for years. To take on now that I'm out in the world, that was a special moment. So one day, I started leaving the garage door open, and it's to the front so pretty much everyone can see what I'm doing. People stop by, chat, say hello. It's great. I always love to chat it up, especially older folks that are happy to see a young guy getting his hands dirty working hard on a classic. So about a year ago during the summer, the neighbor's mom asked if I could look after their little girl Rachel, a quiet little girl that always seemed well behaved. I didn't mind, but I said I'm really committed to working on this car. If you feel good enough to let her over here while I'm working on the car, not a problem. Turns out they're going through a divorce. The dad works the 3rd shift, the mom's got a part-time gig, evening hours just aren't good for them. Okay, so this starts, and it goes fine. She's quiet, usually reading books or watching the TV I brought out so she would be around me. I always made sure to be courteous, firm, and try out dad humor every now and then. Well, she starts to come out of her shell after a while and it was a joy. I still remember when she first asked about why I was working on the car. Why are you working on that car when you have one that's newer and works? Well, this car is about 45 years older than the other one. It's a classic. She'll be much prettier when I'm done with her. I've been sitting in the garage helping my pop since I was younger than you. I always wanted to be like him and so I'd sit and learn and eventually he let me help. She says, oh, whenever I see dad he's always sleeping. And I reply with, well, he's working hard to provide for you. He's working a tough job. She just kind of was quiet after that, but after 2 or 3 months, she started being cheerful when she came over, always asking questions about what I was doing specifically, this part and that, why it needed to be done, what made it work. I was glad to impart knowledge. I think everyone likes teaching a bit, especially something you're passionate about. I started teaching her about tools, how to recognize which ones you need, what they can do on a car or around the house. She started to light up. I got the sense that besides school, she didn't have much of a parental figure, or anyone to teach her anything about life, or anything. One time my dad visited in his 66 GT convertible, and I took her for a ride in it. I'll always remember how she smiled, saying, is this what yours is going to be like? Should be, but mine's a coupe so it won't be quite as nice. No, yours will be much better, 'cause we've been doing it. My chin started to wobble and I just smiled and said you're right, it will be. She'd really started to grow on me. I mean, it would be impossible not to let her into your heart, a bright-eyed smart little girl that just soaks up everything you teach her, wants to learn, and looks up to you like that. It made me sad, because the times I saw her parents interact they were always snide or yelling at each other, when they were around that is. This spring I started noticing the mother leaving without a uniform, sometimes dressed to go out. I came to the conclusion she quit or wasn't working, but still taking advantage of me babysitting, which I didn't mind in the slightest. Sometimes Rachel would be quiet more when she came over, but I always waited until she would open up. She'd let out tidbits like, Mommy woke me up late at night, she was acting funny, or, she came home with someone that wasn't daddy, or the like. It would pierce my heart, but I didn't know what to do except keep being a safe harbor for her of sorts. She started hugging me more often, squeezing me as hard as she could. I'd always get a lump in my throat. She's just wormed her way into my heart. How when I take a break and sit down, she'll climb all over me until I give her the proper attention. Every now and then when she does some mannerism or phrase she picked up from me, even just when I ask her to hand me a tool and she picks the proper one, no problem. We had some of the best times I can remember, just tinkering under my car, her with a raggedy old sweater of mine on with safety glasses so old dirt wouldn't fall in her eyes, watching me work, asking away. One time she nicked herself on the edge of the radiator support and I picked her up and went to bandage it up. I told her, most girls your age would cry if they got that little cut. She said brightly, now my hands are gonna get all beat up like yours. I didn't even know what to say so I burst out laughing, plus another lump in the throat, and hugged her and said, you're the best little girl in the world, you know that? Then a few weeks ago, her mom came over and said they were going to get a divorce, and if I could still keep watching her during the week. I told her I was sorry and absolutely, she's a delight to have around. Yesterday she was morose, and quiet unlike she had been in a long time. Turns out her parents will be separating and they'll have to move soon. She started crying and hugged me, asking if it meant she won't be able to come over anymore. I started tearing up a bit and choked out, I don't know Rachel, I don't know, I hope you can. I love you, you know that, you're the smartest, cutest, best little girl in the world and I love you. She just cried all the harder and said I love you too. She even asked if she could stay with me. Again I said I don't know, but I don't think it's in the cards. When she left yesterday I just sat down with a bottle of Jack and started crying. I just can't take it. That sweet beautiful little girl that wants to be just like me, giggles when she gets grease on her, tosses on my old dirty sweater when she comes over 'cause she wants to help. I just want to take her up in my arms and take away that pain. She doesn't deserve to have a crappy childhood growing up with a non-existent father or a crappy mother. I just can't deal with it. It tears my heart apart.
I wish I never met my boyfriend. Whenever I see someone's boyfriend giving them basic respect and doing the bare minimum I get jealous and think to myself, I wish my boyfriend was like that, and it makes me realize bad it is. I shouldn't have to wish for the bare minimum or respect. He used to be the sweetest guy. He tried for a long time to get me to be his girlfriend, and once I finally gave in everything changed for the worst. He became abusive mentally, emotionally, and sometimes physically. I should have left when he started showing signs but he had me so wrapped around his finger my life revolved around him. I was so convinced I deserved this treatment because he would always make it sound like it was my fault that he is the way he is. I feel dumb. He never changes. He has good days but that doesn't last long. He's short-tempered and mean. He can be so loving yet can be so cruel. After he screamed at me, physically hurt me, called me names etc., he tries to act all sweet as if nothing happened or try to make love with me and I hate it. He has no accountability. He's held me back for years and has completely broke me. I don't know who or what I am anymore. All I think is that if I never met him I could be doing so much more with my life and how happy I'd be. I'd probably have gone to college and done well in school. I've always been an honor student and that changed when we got together. I wouldn't have so much trauma and fear. I would be the happy, bubbly, fun girl I used to be before I met him. Meeting him literally ruined my life. I should have just rejected him and moved on, and the more I think about it the more I feel guilty about being with him. He's a negative person overall and it's so draining to be around. He has no desire to work or do anything. He'd rather just live life with no responsibilities. I work 40 hours a week and clean at home etc., and I can't be the only one trying. I'm so tired of being tired I need to leave him. I want to feel free again. My stepmom thinks my dad and I are in love. My dad, 50 male, and my mom, 45 female, got divorced when I, 21 female, was in first grade. My sister, 18 female, and I have been doing fine going between houses since then. A few years ago my dad met my stepmom, 50 female, and it was amazing seeing him so happy that he finally met someone who loved him as much as he loved her. They got married 3 years ago and ever since then she's acted different to me. My dad and I used to do everything together. He'd take me to his work. We'd have dad-daughter dates. He took my sister and I on family trips with just the three of us. My stepmom threw away everything that resembled my mom when she moved in. My jacket that had my dad's company and mom's name was thrown away. Pictures from my parents' wedding went missing. She starts crying and screaming when we talk about life before she came into the picture. Now she accuses just me and my dad of having an intimate relationship, which is not true whatsoever. He's not allowed to be home alone with me. We aren't allowed to go hang out together without her. I was wearing my snow gear. We live in Minnesota so it's pretty cold, and she accused my dad of looking at me intimately. I was in giant snow pants and a huge coat. Heaven forbid I sit on the same couch as him. I was happy that he found someone who loved him, but I feel as if I'm being pushed further away from him. I try to be nice to her because her own kids barely talk to her anymore, but I'm finding it really difficult. I cry every time I visit because those two just end up in a fight about me while I'm here. I know he doesn't want to start over, but is staying with her worth losing a relationship with your own daughter?
I'm about to tell my dad the truth in a few hours and I'm scared crapless. I'm writing this real quick because things are going to go down in just a few hours. To understand my background, I'm from a very small and religious Muslim country in Africa, Eid Mubarak, where the mentality is pretty much, marry someone from the motherland, from your region and ideally from the same city, and obviously, they need to be Muslim too. The city thing tends to be evolving over time, thankfully, because we kinda reached a point where everybody is at least loosely related. To tell you how small it is, just mentioning the country and city could get me in trouble, although I doubt many of them are on Reddit, but I'm not about to press my luck. A lot of people from my parents' generation moved to Europe in the last 20 to 30 years but kept the same expectations their own parents had in that aspect. And while some of them have been rethinking those impossible expectations over time, my parents are absolutely not part of that category. My mom and my dad are very much religious. They're reading the Quran every day, exclusively eating halal food, praying even more than the 5 prayers required and so on and so forth, which is perfectly fine. What is less fine is when they expect their children to do the same. I consider myself spiritual, but not on the level that they'd want me to. I don't eat pork, I fast during Ramadan and I read the Quran here and there but not frequently. On the other hand, I barely pray and I drink alcohol, something they will never ever know, or I'm a man. And this situation has always been a subject of tension because they can tell I don't have the same level of commitment they have. Our generation has been born in Europe for a lot of us, and you can tell that our parents are fighting a change that's inevitable. So on one hand, you have the heavy religious expectations, and on the other, the pressure of marriage that you can feel all around, from your parents to your uncles and aunts, and even distant relatives that you barely know. My aunt, who barely acknowledges my existence most of the time, even tried to set me up with someone who wasn't actually aware of it, but it's a story for another day. This brings us to the current situation. I've been with my girlfriend for almost 2 years and, you guessed it, she's neither from my native country nor from the same faith. Yay me. Problem is, we want to move in together this summer and it has put me in a really uncomfortable situation. The truth is, I love my parents. They're caring and did everything so that my siblings and I could succeed in life where they couldn't. And I'm scared that telling them I have a girlfriend, that we don't want to get married yet but we want to live together, is going to change the relationship I have with them for good. I'm especially scared of how my mother is going to react because I've heard the things she said when some of my cousins decided to go against their parents in that aspect. So I've been thinking about how to confess the truth and be free of a burden that's been really getting me super anxious the last couple of months, and I came up with my master plan. My dad is a little more diplomat, if I can put it that way, even if I know he's not going to be pleased and will ultimately side with my mom, but it might be easier to talk to him first to gauge the situation. In about an hour and a half, we're going to play tennis together. It's the only way for me to get him alone for a few hours while I'm in town. When we're done playing, I'll break the news to him and then pray it goes well enough. Everybody I've talked to has been like, it'll be fine. If they love you, they'll be okay with it ultimately. But the truth is, I genuinely don't think it's going to go well. I've played the situation thousands of times in my head and there's no scenario where I see things going well. I often wish things as trivial as who you want to be with didn't matter to my family, but well, it's not something you get to choose. So I'm going to get a quick shower, cry it off a little while I'm at it, get ready to play the game of my life and face my destiny like a man. See you all in a few. Date. I'm about to tell my dad the truth in a few hours and I'm scared crapless. So first of all, I'm still very much alive and kicking. For the few of you who were worried, on to what you've all been waiting for, the tennis game. I hadn't played in a while so I was a little bit rusty. My dad won the first set 6-4, then we had to stop at 2-2 in the second because it was starting to get dark, but overall it was a great time. More seriously, things did not go great, as many of you expected. We got into the car and before we started driving back home, I confessed everything to my dad, told him I was in a relationship, that it was serious and that she wasn't Muslim. All he could initially gather to say was, "This is not a good news." I actually started crying, and as I'm typing this I'm still holding back tears thinking back on that conversation. I knew it wasn't going to go well, but being proved right actually broke my heart. "Why are you crying?" That's all my dad was able to ask, as if he couldn't even put himself in my shoes for even 1 second and understand why I'd be so sad because of what he was telling me. Here are some quotes. "We've raised you and always told you we wanted you to marry someone from the same origins. If at least she was Muslim, we would have sucked it up. now your brother is gonna go do the same. Do you even know well enough this girl? It's not too late to change your mind. Each of his words pierced my heart and I kept on crying while he couldn't understand why I was crying. Like, Dad, how do you not understand how hurtful your words are right now? He went on a whole rant about how Prophet Muhammad always told us that faith was the most important thing to look for in a partner. At this point, I just wanted to throw myself out of the car. And things are gonna get so much worse. My mom doesn't know yet and she's the one I'm particularly scared of. I'm bracing myself for the most hurtful words I will ever hear in my life. Even my dad is scared of her reaction being like, how am I gonna tell her? Right now I'm home typing on my computer under a super comfortable blanket, so at least I got that. My dad has not said much since. I think he's stopping himself from telling her. I'm leaving tomorrow around 5 p.m. and I'd almost rather she learn the news when I'm not here. I don't think I have the energy for another conversation right now. I've cried so much that my head hurts a bit now. Anyway, this is gonna be a fun couple of days coming up. My parents are supposed to come to my place at the beginning of May because I'm getting a lil wisdom tooth removal, but I'm definitely not looking forward to it. Right now, I'm just looking forward to seeing my girlfriend tomorrow. She's actually gonna break the news to her parents too. Hopefully it'll go better for her than it is for me. Thank you all for reading.
Becoming single was the absolute best thing that has ever happened to me. I couldn't even go anywhere by myself at night, to a gas station or anything. Everything in the apartment we shared was gray. I've never been able to express myself because we had to agree on everything and nothing could be girly. I broke up with him in January, which took a lot of determination, and he threw everything I owned on the front lawn. At the lowest point in my life, sleeping on a friend's couch, I decided to do something crazy. I got on Zillow and looked at places for sale in my hometown. I found a historic farmhouse that needs a lot of restoring for an insanely cheap price, with a lot land. Now I'm home, I can breathe, and I can literally do anything to my house that I want to. I bought classy, yet fun tile for my bathroom that has flowers all over it. I painted my bedroom purple. I'm doing a decidedly 70s theme in my kitchen and I just put stick-on vinyl all over my fridge with huge sunflowers on it. Like, I'm going wild. I can leave my house at any time and come and go as I please. I can go to Walmart at 2 a.m. on a Saturday for Ben & Jerry's if I have a random craving, and no one is going to scream at me and me for it. It may sound dumb to some, but it just made me break down in happy tears after bouncing all around my living room to classic rock. I'm just loving life. I found a draft of a letter my boyfriend is writing me and I'm on the verge of tears. Today was looking for one of my notebooks when I accidentally dropped some papers that belonged to my boyfriend and were on the same table. One piece of paper caught my eye and I couldn't help reading it. Part of the words were crossed out, but the legible part said, "Looking at you is like seeing the sun. You are the light of my days, but when you say you are ugly, all that light is gone and I feel so unsettled. Please don't do that to me, babe." For context, I was very close to undergo a series of cosmetic surgeries in order to fit the beauty standard because I felt unattractive. I still feel unattractive, to be honest, but I'm getting help and I think I will be able to leave that behind someday. I'm nearly crying right now. It's beautiful to know how he perceives me, but I feel terrified about what would he think had I had the surgeries. My dad's girlfriend is trying to get rid of me. My mom passed away 5 years ago and I think of her every day. My dad went through a really bad depression, and I had to take care of myself basically. During the Christmas holidays my dad told me that he had been seeing someone for a while. I noticed that he was happier and I guess I was happy for him. I didn't want him to be lonely forever, but I did feel like my mom was being erased completely. He never wanted to talk about her and he got rid of all pictures with her in them. He said that his girlfriend will be spending Christmas with us and then moving in. I wasn't happy at all. I don't even know her, but I didn't say anything. I met her on Christmas and usually my dad and I put the star on the tree that day. We would put the star on the tree and watch The Grinch. It's our tradition and we kept it even when we were grieving my mom. It's the only tradition from when she was with us that we actually kept. When his girlfriend came over he put the star on with her while I was in the bathroom. Also we didn't watch The Grinch because she hates it. I know I sound spoiled and childish but I was so angry. We've been doing this my whole life and she just came in and destroyed it. The whole night she didn't even bother getting to know me at all. She was all over my dad and pretty much ignored me. I told my dad about how upset I was about our tradition and he said I should grow up and that things change. I didn't like her because she gave me a bad feeling so I never got close to her. She complained to my dad about it and he got mad at me for not making her feel welcomed. I felt bad because she makes my dad really happy so I tried being more friendly with her. In front of my dad she was nice to me but when we were alone she ignored me or spoke to me with attitude. She even told me that I was a brat and I make my dad's life harder. I told him but he didn't believe me and yelled at me for trying to sabotage his relationship. He said that I wanted him to die alone and be sad and that I was selfish. I was so shocked because none of it is true. My dad basically treated me like I wasn't there at all after that. I felt like I did when my mom died, all alone. I stayed up really late one night because I just couldn't sleep and wanted to sneak in a midnight snack. The girlfriend was in the kitchen on FaceTime so I decided to be nosy and listen. She was talking about my dad and how much she loves him. Then she said that he had this dumb daughter and she wondered if it was too late for adoption. Her and her friend laughed at that. She said that I was a little bitch and she hated me. Her friend then said something about boarding school or military school but I left so I didn't hear the rest. I was so exhausted from all the crying I did so I actually slept. I didn't tell my dad and I don't even know if I should since he probably won't believe me. I really miss my mom. I kinda want to go live with my grandparents, mom's parents. Now but I don't want my dad to think that I'm leaving him. What do I do? Can I even do anything? How do I get my dad to listen to me? Would I be wrong for leaving? Update. Hi, since my last post I spoke to my grandparents and told them everything. I asked if I could stay with them if I wanted to and they agreed. I then spoke to my dad again and tried to tell him how I felt and what I had heard. I didn't want to film or record because I knew that he would be mad at that and wouldn't listen. He didn't believe me again and thought that I was jealous of having to share him with someone else. I got upset and told him that I was leaving so he could live happily ever after without the burden of having me around. He looked shocked but didn't say anything. I had already packed my bags and had brought some things to my grandparents' house already. My dad didn't speak to me for the rest of the day. My grandfather picked me up and I've been there since. I haven't gone home and I haven't heard from my dad. My grandparents told me that they would handle my dad and that I shouldn't have to be the one doing it. I'm upset that my dad hasn't called or texted me once to see if I'm okay. At the same time, I'm feeling so much better being with my grandparents. My grandmother is probably the sweetest person ever and my grandfather is a little rough around the edges but he's really a softie. Update to the update. My dad came to visit me at my grandparents' place to talk to me. He brought his girlfriend with him. He said, "Girlfriend and I have been talking and we decided that it's best that you stay here." My dad said that I can come clean out my room completely and he'll help. He also said that after I get my things we should also take a break from each other and reevaluate things in a few months or however long it takes. His girlfriend then said something about how she'll take care of my dad for me. In a few days I'll be going over with my grandparents to get my stuff. We'll also be getting the important papers that some of you have mentioned. It doesn't look like I'll be going home anytime soon. I have a new home now, I guess. To be honest, I have been feeling pretty bad about some of the comments, specifically the one saying that since I probably remind him of my mom that's why he's like that with me. He got rid of everything of my mom's and I was the last piece of my mom, so it makes sense he doesn't want me anymore. I really wish she was still here. I think he wants to start over and I wasn't part of that plan, so I guess that's it. Thank you for all the kind comments. I lost my V card and my best friend wasn't happy for me. My best friend is a lesbian woman and talks about how much lovemaking she has had before, sometimes even going into explicit detail about her experiences, and has made fun of me for having my V card. She has randomly told me her specific likings, and her girlfriend's likings too for some reason. I never asked. I never complained about her sharing ever. Yesterday I lost my V card and took my boyfriend's. I was excited about this and told her. I took my boyfriend's V card today. She wasn't happy for me. She expressed disgust and told me that I had burned a gross image into her head. I apologized immediately and told her I wouldn't talk about it again. I felt horrible after. Later I felt great resentment. It felt really unfair that she openly talked about her intimate experiences, made fun of me for having my V card, and then acted that way towards me when I told her the news. I didn't give any detail. I just told her I made love with someone. Oh yeah, and later that night she told me she was going to go screw her girlfriend. Am I wrong for feeling unhappy?
Today I messed up by owning a golden retriever while being black. Sigh. Work was rough today and all I wanted to do afterward was to sit on the couch and let the TV watch me while eating food not cooked by my own hands. The answer to that: delivery. Food ordered. I let the dog into the yard to burn some energy and sat camped outside with him while waiting for the delivery. DoorDash, Grubhub, Uber and everyone other than Jehovah's Witnesses has trouble locating my address strictly relying on GPS, so it's nothing for me to post up and wait outside for when they are close, flag them down and go back inside for a contactless drop-off. Pertinent details before crap hits the fan. My neighbor and I share a fence with a doggy door as our pups are super close, and you can bet each time that if my dog is outside, hers will follow for cross-yard playtime. This was the case today and probably bad judgment on my part to think that I would be able to break up the fun quickly. Both dogs were in the neighbor's yard at the time the notification came through that the driver was pulling up and I had to call out a few times to get my dog's attention. Neighbor thankfully whistled for her dog and I had to put on the voice for mine to acknowledge I existed and then took off running for my door while waving to the driver who by this point was getting out of the car. Pup and I have a game called Runaway where I will take off yelling, "Run away," and literally he will chase after me like some human-sized fetch stick. I used this to my advantage until he realized I was putting him inside but managed to get him through the storm door and close the screen before he could run out, then realized that I'd left the gate locked like a dummy with the driver standing right outside by this point. I didn't have a mask on at this point and neither did she, so I yelled from the porch that she could leave the food by the mailbox, and that is where the fun started. "Is that your dog?" My BS meter didn't go off. I thought she was asking a question with an obvious answer because duh, she was a dog person, so I engaged with dog owner gushiness. "Yes, blah blah blah, his name is XYZ, wanna say hi? I'll be nice because you brought my food." But she just stood there awkwardly for a moment, put the food down and quickly jumped back into her car. In my mind I was like, okay weird, but whatever, snatched the food and went back inside. Went to wash my hands and from the kitchen window, I can see the full street where she is still parked outside, thinking, okay weird, again, but didn't dwell on it too much, figuring that she was looking at the route to her next location. I went about my business of preparing to destroy my meal. Few minutes later, the dog begins barking manically at the door. I take a glance at the cameras and realize she is still out front, parked directly in front of my mailbox. Oh okay, what's going on here? I go outside and try to get her attention, but she is on the phone and doesn't notice me. I walk up like I'm going to check the mail and she does pull off. but towards the back of the neighborhood that only has one way in and one way out. Lots of people make that mistake, and so you'll quickly see cars turning back around, but she never came back. By this time, I think I'm losing my mind, so I go back in, but still watching the street for the car to pass. It never does. I don't know, people are weird, so I just left it at that and went back to eat. About 10 minutes later, dog starts going ham at the door, so I check the cameras to see 2 police cars sitting outside my house. I continue to watch the cameras, realizing that the cops are getting out of the car and walking back and forth in front of mine and neighbors' yards. I go out to see if anything is wrong, and they introduce themselves before saying they were called because a stolen golden retriever was reported at my address and if there was a dog in the home. It clicked that driver had called the police and then explained my version of what happened. They were really respectful and apologetic, but asked if I could get Sir Pup. I went ahead and opened the door for the dog, who took off, ready to greet the new faces outside. His collar has tags matching the address with my name and phone number on it in case he was ever lost or stolen, which was proof enough for them, as it was obvious that they wanted to get this over as fast as possible. No hard feelings on either side. We were all walking away when driver's car slowly comes creeping from the back of the neighborhood. I yelled out to them that the lady was right there, and they positioned themselves in front of her car in a way she would have to stop and speak with them. I don't know if this lady was drunk or off her meds, but she rolled down the window and was literally sobbing hysterically that she saw me take the dog from the neighbor's yard. That animals get no justice, and the icing on the cake, my kind only owns pit bulls and Rottweilers. There was no way he was mine and needed to be protected. I honestly did not want to deal with that mess, so sorry guys. This isn't a tale of revenge. I went back inside and stayed on my couch. My day was already crappy. Everyone left a few minutes after that, so I assumed she got a warning. However, I did report the incident to the delivery service and was offered credits towards my next meal. I splurged it on a bakery, and now I'm currently effing up a slice of carrot cake. Grateful it didn't end worse. Stay classy, everyone. Today I messed up by swiping on my girlfriend's phone. So this happened a few days ago, and I'm still not sure I'm 100% ready to tell the story, but here goes. I've been with my girlfriend for about a year, and I already know she is the love of my life. She's perfect for me. We're perfect for each other. We're getting ready to move in with each other, and I want nothing more than to start a family with her and spend the rest of my life with her. We went on a short vacation last week, and when we returned she gave me her phone to look at some photos from the trip. She went to the bathroom while I had her phone. And as I was scrolling through the pictures, it kind of jumped to a period that was about a year and a half ago. If you have an iPhone, you know what I'm talking about. You scroll a little bit too fast and all of a sudden you're back at the start of the photo album. It's annoying as heck. But some photos caught my eye, some photos that I really shouldn't be seeing, of her and a previous boyfriend. There she is, the love of my life, trying to get around the biggest schlong I've ever seen in my life. I've watched Korn a lot. I've never seen one like this. I'm talking bigger than 2 Coke cans stacked on top of each other, longer and wider. I could see another thumbnail of her comparing the size of his thing to her forearm with a look of wonder and glee on her face. I closed the pictures and I've acted like nothing has happened, but I cannot get these images out of my mind. I've never been self-conscious about my size. In fact, if you believe the stats, I'm significantly above average, but this has destroyed my self-esteem. We haven't made love since. I can't concentrate on my work. I just wish I had never seen those dang pictures. Took the V card of a terminally ill 41-year-old woman, and I can't stop thinking about her. I am a bisexual male worker. My job is legal in my country. My customers are mostly gay men and middle-aged women, so she was in no way a surprise for me. So this woman wanted me to meet her at a hotel room she specifically booked for us. I already knew a few things about her because of the messages she sent me, like her name, her age, and that she never had a relationship, let alone that she had made love with anyone. When we met, we greeted each other and she had a huge smile on her face. The first rule with my customers is that we get to know each other before we do what we do. We talked for about half an hour and I found out that she had leukemia and was about to pass away. She also told me that she never found a boyfriend because of her looks. She was constantly called unattractive and disgusting, and no boy wanted to be near her, and the hurtful comments continued during her adulthood. She was always treated like some kind of a weirdo. She just thought that she had to wait for the right one, but after so many years she lost hope and accepted that she is supposed to be lonely. And now that she's 41 and has never done the deed, she felt like she missed on the most beautiful things in life. Her parents passed away many years ago and she had no one. She was all by herself. The money she wanted to pay me with was the money she was about to use for her treatment, but she told me that the doctor said that the treatment would only give her a little bit more time but not save her life, so she figured she could use it to finally find out what it's like to make love. I almost teared up a bit, but I forced myself to stay professional and just listen to what she had to say. When she was done, we did what we did, and afterwards she was smiling big and said she hasn't felt this good in years. She asked me if I could lay down with her and cuddle. She said she'd pay more if I did that, and I said yes. We laid down, turned on the TV, and she laid in my arms. What I assumed to be happy tears were rolling down her face, and she snuggled closer to me and closed her eyes. This was the cutest thing I've ever seen. We laid there for 2 hours. She slept in my arms and I woke her up and told her I had to leave now. She nodded and turned around and grabbed her wallet. I told her she doesn't have to pay me. I gave her my number and offered her to visit me whenever she feels alone and needs someone to be with. She visited me 2 times before she passed away and called me every day. We became friends. I even attended her funeral. And it made me sad how few people were there. She was such a soft and kind-hearted human being. I can't stop thinking about her. She deserves so much better in life. I had many customers over the years and many of them had sad stories, but for some reason her story is the one that stuck with me. Today I messed up by realizing the older woman I've been sleeping with for months is my coworker's mom. So I, male 25, have been involved with an older woman, female 44. Lately, it started a few months ago. I was on Tinder trying to find someone to hook up with. I saw this very attractive older woman and decided to swipe right because it's every 20-something-year-old's dream to hook up with a MILF. A few days go by and I get a notification that I have a new match. Wahoo! I open up the app and lo and behold it's the fine cougar I was hoping for. We start chatting and flirting. It's going really well. Out of nowhere she messages me and says, "I'm not sure how this app works. Do we just meet to make love or do we go on a date first?" I was drinking coffee at the time and promptly shot it out both nostrils. My chance had come. I replied back that people generally just meet up to go to the bone zone together but I'm easy either way. She replies, "Well, good because I hate formalities." I nearly crapped my pants in excitement. She sends me her address and tells me she's free on Friday and to bring wine. The rest of that whole week was a complete blur of anxiety. I could not mess this up. So Friday comes, I show up with wine. She looks effing smoking hot. Better in person. We talk about music and traveling and all that. Not many personal details, which would come back to haunt me. Just sort of arts and culture talk. A few glasses of wine later and we're full blown going at it like rabbits on the middle of her living room floor. I left a little while later feeling like I'm the king of the entire universe and go to sleep. The next day she texts me saying how she had a great time, and it made her feel young again and blah blah blah. She says she's off every Friday and Saturday and that next week we should do the same. This has been going on for roughly 3 months. We meet up once or twice a week, screw like animals, and then go on our merry way until one of us gets turned on again. Sweet deal, right? Wrong. I messaged her yesterday saying that I had today off of work and asked if she wanted to meet up. She said her son was taking her out to lunch, and that I could come over at 3 p.m. She had mentioned she had a son before but didn't go any further and I didn't really care to ask. So 3 p.m. comes and I'm almost at her house when she messages me that she's running late. No problem. I park on the road and sort of just wait in my car because her car wasn't in the driveway yet. I'm sitting there listening to the radio when an oddly familiar SUV pulls into the drive. I sorta looked at it funny and then I immediately realized where I knew it from. My coworker, male 23, jumps out of the front seat, goes around to her side of the vehicle, gives her a kiss on the cheek and a hug and then jumps back in the car. My jaw was on the ground. He reversed out of the driveway and dummy me is sitting like a deer in the headlights in plain sight. He turns around and is literally 10 feet in front of my car and staring directly at me. My face goes bright red and I feel like I'm going to vomit. Me and this guy work together every single day and I consider him a friend of mine. I even trained him when he started at my company, and the kicker is I've been telling him, in detail, about this older lady and he's been giving me immense kudos about it saying that it's his dream. He pulls up beside me and looks very confused, asks me what I'm doing and how funny it was we ran into each other. I panic completely and stumble over my words and pretend like I'm on the wrong street and trying to find my cousin's house. He looks skeptical but sort of shrugged it off. The whole time his mother is standing there watching us through the curtains. He directs me where to go and I pull off and then circle back once he's gone. Needless to say I went inside and told her what was up, and we both sort of sat there in silence before I left. No boom boom today. I am now panicking. There's no way he's not going to know, right? And he's gonna realize all these wild escapades with this she-devil night mistress I've been telling him about is actually his mom. Dang, I already called in sick for work tomorrow because I cannot look him in the eye. Will update if anything happens. Pray for my soul, Reddit. Update, she just texted me and says that we should tell him and come clean because it's the right thing to do. What the F? How do I politely explain that I've told her son in detail about our escapades including the time I dripped candle wax on her rear hole? She a freak. She's adamant about telling him, even after I informed her about the explicit details I've been sharing since we started doing this. What is wrong with this woman? I'm seriously debating quitting my job. I know her son well and he's gonna want to unalive me. She keeps insisting that he's a grown-up and he should realize that his mother is a person too with desires like any other person. That's not the point. I'm screwed. Update 2. She said regardless of what I say she's telling him tomorrow, because she can't live with the guilt and deceit. She won't answer my calls at all. Not going over to her house because she's out somewhere. I'm screwed. Will update again. Let my tombstone read, past doing what he loved best. Update 3. Well gentlemen, the cat is out of the bag. His mother pulled the trigger and came clean about it all. I don't even know what to say. He called me saying it was super weird and he's mind-effed but he's not mad because he knows we had no idea. He asked if it was her I'd been talking about the whole time and I said yes. Then he must have felt sick because he asked. Even all that crazy stuff. Rip bro. Needless to say I laughed and changed the subject. You've been through enough today my child. He also said he's gonna look for a new job and already gave his 2 weeks notice because it'll be weird working together. He genuinely just seems bummed as F. His mother is a dummy and I feel scummy as heck. He also said he put in a transfer so we won't be working in the same building until he's gone. Geez, going to see his mom later and telling her we can't do this anymore. She caused him to lose a job and a friend and a reason to go to therapy over something we could have likely played off. I think that's the end of it though. Can't believe I made my own son quit his job. Dang. I'm falling in love with my roommate. I have been living with my roommate for almost a year and I am so in love with her. We knew each other in high school but weren't really friends. She stayed back home for college while I went to a school on the other side of the state, then found a job I like in the same city. She moved to my city to start a new job and I offered her my other room since I needed a roommate. Since she moved in we have become incredibly close friends. We instantly connected and started confiding in each other. We know almost everything about each other and we both have trust in the other person. She is so clean and organized and never makes a mess. She is really into fitness and got me into Pilates. She checks in on me and even makes me dinner sometimes. She is an amazing cook and I will eat anything she makes. My favorite time with her is when we are cooking and I say something that makes her laugh. She has the nicest smile in the world and I can listen to her talk for hours. She is so beautiful. When we hang out or meet up with friends she is always the life of the party. She is just a good, honest person. I thought she was good looking in high school, but being her roommate is making me fall in love with her. She isn't doing me any favors either. I keep trying to suppress my feelings, but she does something that reels me in further. She always complains about being touch-starved and asks me to hold her. She loves it when I play with her hair. There has been heavy rain where I live for the past couple of months, and when there is thunder and lightning she will come to my room and ask if she could stay with me until the thunder goes away. She is not afraid of thunder, so I sometimes wonder if she's doing it on purpose. Today I woke up late, so I ran out the door without making my bed. When I came home from work I noticed my bed was made and my room was clean. I asked my roommate if she made my bed and she said yes, and mentioned that she noticed that I have been a little on edge for the past 2 weeks, so she made some spaghetti for me. Spaghetti is my favorite food, and it might have been the reason why I started spilling my heart out to her. I did not outright say I have feelings for her, but the way I was talking I might as well have told her. She understood where I am coming from, and I am the only person who makes her feel safe. She then walked past me to her room and I felt her touch my hand. I think I'm going to tell her how I feel. I want to be her boyfriend so bad. I can't keep these feelings in longer. I might explode. I absolutely suck at picking up signs, but even I can tell she feels something towards me. I really don't want to lose her as a friend or a roommate, but I need to do this. Update. On Monday we were watching the Warriors-Kings game. She isn't into sports, but I got her hooked on the Warriors and 49ers. She sat down on the couch next to me and rested her head on my shoulder a couple minutes later. She said she had a long day at work and she was exhausted. I placed my head on top of her head and she wrapped her arm around mine. We stayed like that until Draymond Green was ejected in the fourth quarter. After the game she said she was tired and was going to go to bed, but I stopped her and said I needed to tell her something. She sat down on the couch and I told her how much I love having her as a roommate. She is a beautiful person who is making me a better person every day, and I am so glad to have her in my life. I said I like her and asked her if she wanted to go on a date with me. She took a second and said yes and gave me a hug. She told me how much she enjoys being around me and how my positive attitude is rubbing off on her. She feels comfortable around me, which is not something she can say about a lot of people. She knows I will not judge her for being herself, but will also be upfront with her, which is something she needs to keep her in check. She said she had been waiting for 2 months for me to ask her out and she was afraid I was never going to do it. Yesterday we went on the date and she had a great time. I took her mini golfing, then we got a pizza and went back to our apartment and talked until 2 a.m. I really like her. She wants to take me out on a date before we officially become boyfriend-girlfriend, and I can't wait. Mom had an affair 18 years ago. I am the product of it. My dad just informed me of all this and told me he will not pay for my college, while my siblings got their college experience paid by our dad. Both my older brother and sister went to the same college. My brother graduated 2 years ago. My sister is set to graduate in 2 years. Both had their college paid by our dad. Dad paid all their college expenses, including rent, food, their cars, pocket money, you name it. My brother has a job now, his own place, lives together with his fiancée, and has his life together. My sister already has a good paying job, and my dad still pays for almost everything for her. I got accepted to the same college, which was always the plan, and was looking forward to talk with my parents about the next steps, and ask them to help me the same they did for my siblings. I always assumed they had money put aside for my college the way they had for my siblings. Instead I was met with a story about my mom's cheating, how I am the result of her cheating, and how my dad is not willing to support me anymore moving forward. Dad told me that mom had 18 years to let me know and prepare me for the future, but obviously she never did. He said it was never his place to say anything since I am not his son, and didn't want to interfere with mom's parenting. Apparently my grandparents know I am not my dad's biological son, but they haven't bothered to tell me anything either. My siblings had no idea, and they are as surprised as I am because there was never a hint of anything being off. I might be naive, but I always thought I had a great relationship with my dad. We go to see sports together, we go fishing together, he tutored me when I had difficulties with math. Dad is an engineer, he taught me to drive. I never got a hint he stores resentment towards me. I mean, he gave me my name, and has explained what my name means, and he was very proud of it. It's a story he tells from time to time. He likes to talk about stuff like that about me. My mom has never said a word about anything, and apparently she was supposed to have the talk with me, but she never did. I feel abandoned and unprepared for what lies ahead. I am not even sure I will be able to go to college anymore. I always assumed my parents will pay for it. I never had a job, and I am not sure what job I can even get to support me through college. I have no idea how to apply for loans. All my mom has done is cry and apologize, but nothing of substance. She has no idea how to help me. I don't even know if I'm welcomed home anymore. It's all up in the air. I feel shame leaving my room, and if I will be asked to move out I don't know where to go. I don't have any savings, maybe $400 put together. I am angry at my mom. I am confused about where I stand with my dad. There's a man out there who is my father that never wanted to have anything to do with me. I feel rejected and I have no idea what to do to fix this situation. Anyone have any idea what to do here? Do I apologize to my dad? What do I say to him? I don't know. I've been stuck in my room these past few days, reading and browsing Reddit. I have no idea what to do.
My boyfriend's wife called Saturday. I've been seeing who I thought was the most amazing man for 3 months. We've spent every day Monday to Friday together. He works in my town and lives a few hours away. I had just gotten out of an abusive relationship and it felt like he was healing my soul. He validated my sadness in not being able to have children because of a cancerous tumor with his own experience of getting in an accident that caused sterilization in high school. He asked in-depth questions about me and where I come from. We went out with his co-workers and friends as a couple and felt like we were falling in love. He met my friends and parts of my family. He was sweet and kind and my psyche relaxed around him totally. Many nights we just laid in bed, held hands and talked about our lives and what our goals were. We had deeply passionate love-making that was the best either of us said we'd ever had. I felt taken care of, appreciated and loved. There were no red flags. His wife called my phone on Saturday night. She is the sweetest woman. He has 3 kids, including a 4-month-old baby. He's been married for 7 years. None of his friends told me or her. They even said they approved of us. He fabricated an entire personality and a lifetime of experiences. He gave me a fake last name, his wife's maiden name. I've spent the last 2 days helping her get her ducks in a row. I've sent screenshots and call logs. Anything she needs to prove what happened. She has been so kind and I feel so guilty for hurting a family, and so angry I was made a part of this without knowing. I'm completely torn apart. My trust in people is destroyed and I don't know how to come back from this. My side is so insignificant in the grand scheme, but I don't know what to do now. Today I messed up by accidentally getting intimate with my dentist, again. I can never go back to my new dentist after 2 visits because I'm a dummy. My dentist is a very nice and professional man. Our first appointment was going pretty smoothly until he made some innocuous remark about us being strangers. My immediate reply was, "Oh, you're not a stranger. You've been inside of my mouth for 20 minutes. I did not intend to make an inappropriate joke. His face turned red and he was clearly embarrassed, but he continued on like a true professional, and we were probably both relieved when the appointment was over. I had my second dentist appointment today. I actually mentally prepared myself to be a model patient who didn't say anything weird. Thank you very much. He had been working in my mouth for about 5 minutes when he started to seem really uncomfortable or something. His face was red and he was breathing a little heavier. I was a bit concerned and also confused. Like, how could I have embarrassed him this time? I had hardly spoken. So he keeps working in there, and then I realize what the heck is happening. My dentist was wearing grape-flavored gloves. I had been absent-mindedly licking his fingers the whole time, never going back.
I have to break up with newish serious girlfriend because of medical issues. About 8 months ago, I met a very lovely woman and we hit it off completely. She has her own life, kids, work, hobbies, but we make things work and see each other whenever possible and are in touch daily. I love her and she has also stated that she loves me. We have talked about long-term plans of being together once we are both done with our other obligations. Whilst all of these wonderful experiences have been going on, I have been dealing with what I thought were minor medical issues. I never let on to my girlfriend, so as to not worry her and add another dynamic to our relationship, that I've been having any issues and they were so minor that I was able to get away with it. After many medical appointments and many tests, my doctors informed me late last week that the problems aren't so minor and the prognosis is not good. I absolutely do not want to burden this wonderful woman with what I'm going to be dealing with. Do I lie and make up a story or do I tell her the truth? Can anyone see a way out of this without lying or telling her the truth? Regardless of how I approach this, I will not be staying with her. Update, it's going to be short and sweet. Well, maybe not so sweet. I worked out a plan to tell her everything at our next meeting. I had spoken with a counselor and worked out a plan. I wrote her a letter and was going to read it to her in person. The letter explained my health situation and my plans going forward. Long story short, she was able to sense that something was up during our conversations this week, because I didn't want to just drop this ton of bricks on her unannounced. I gave her a heads up that we needed to talk when we met. Things went downhill from there. She assumed the worst because of her past and we ended up breaking things off on the phone earlier. When I said we, I meant she. She has no idea about my health situation and I now have no plans to share this information with her. I also would like to state for all the people saying I was not doing the right thing, my counselor helped me see this isn't about right or wrong, it's about doing what's best for me. Wishing you all peace and love. Update, the final word, this message is being posted at my behest but not by me. Jen, should you ever stumble upon this account and messages, please know that I loved you until the day I passed. You must also know that I never lied to you and I do apologize for letting the thought of lying to you cross my mind. I wrote you a long letter explaining it all but it was returned to me unopened when I got back home. Please do not let me and this jade you further. You must not close yourself off from the world again. You deserve to love and be loved. I did what I needed to do for me. It was selfish but it was what I needed to do. Should you ever decide you want more closure, please contact Nick and he will give you the letter. Reddit. Thank you to the small minority that supported and understood me in my moment of emotional need. Death, like life, doesn't always go to plan. Whilst not wrong about the diagnosis, the doctors did have the timeline wrong and my short-term plans were cut much shorter than expected. To everyone else, you want your cookie-cutter plans for happiness to be real but that often isn't the case. Real life is messy. I'm sure most of you didn't have ill intentions. Some of you did though, but maybe learn to open up your minds a little to see both sides of an equation. Today I messed up by not wearing underwear. The event happened 2 days ago but I wasn't aware of the mess up until now. This past Sunday was a normal evening. Got home from the gym, showered, threw on my favorite pajamas and started to cook dinner. While my chicken was in the air fryer I was scrolling on Instagram. I saw some of my female friends go live. I joined in and started chatting with them and they eventually said they want to come and hang out at my house for a bit. When they got here we were sitting on my back porch watching Netflix having casual conversation and petting my dog. So kinda abruptly after only being here 20 minutes one of them said they wanted to go home. Kinda confused, I drove them home and that was that. Fast forward 2 days later, I stopped by their house to pick up something I had left. My 2 female friends and their older brother, one of my best friends, had just got home. The 2 girls didn't even look at me and immediately walked into the house. My best friend walks over to me with a serious face and says I need to talk to you. Confused, I say, sure what's up? He then begins to explain that I had essentially flashed my schlong to his sister and her friend multiple times that night. Literal dread begins to fill my body as I try to explain that it wasn't on purpose and it had to have been the old pair of pajamas I was wearing at the time. If anyone has ever had to plead their innocence in a situation like this, let me tell you, no matter what you say it never sounds good. He seemed skeptical of my apology but accepted it and I left. I took it upon myself to write out an apology to them but they deleted me on socials without responding.
I hate my students. I have been teaching for 6 years and this year is by far the worst group I have had the displeasure of working with. They tire me out every single day. They're 10 and I loathe them. They're rude and inconsiderate, they don't follow instructions and they're constantly fighting with each other. I'm usually very patient and understanding but these children have drained me dry. I have nothing left to give. I've tried positive reinforcement, I've called their parents, allowed natural consequences to take effect but nothing works with them, they just don't learn. They are special needs, a mix of mildly, moderately and severely intellectually disabled, which in and of itself is tiring, and then pair that with their social and behavioral issues and you have a rotten, draining bunch of jerks. When someone reprimands them they smirk like arrogant little twits. I repeatedly remind them of the rules which they blatantly ignore. I can't teach because I'm too busy managing their behavior and preventing arguments and physical altercations, so I've resigned myself to handing out tasks without any sort of explanation or demonstrations and then marking and failing them accordingly. Please, I don't need you to tell me that I am doing these already disenfranchised children a disservice by not trying harder because it's been 4 months and I have had enough. I will not put my mental and physical well-being on the line to try to help these ungrateful, inconsiderate churls. I don't get paid enough for that. I am done. My boyfriend is making love with other women and I'm just sitting at home, not knowing what to do. Me, female, and my boyfriend have a really loving and caring relationship. We never really had problems in our relationship which we never talked about after and we just understand each other like soulmates. He also adores everything about me, even my body, though I'm visibly very underweight. Unfortunately, I was diagnosed a few weeks back with a chronic skin disease that also causes permanent pain in my intimate area, like really bad pain, especially after making love it gets really worse. First I was hoping it would go away on its own, but then my gynecologist said it would be chronically and not being able to heal, so I decided to distance myself from intimate activities, because it brings me just so much physical pain. My boyfriend is a little frustrated, because he is a very intimately active person. A while back we talked about our points of view on open relationships, and he said he wouldn't mind if I made out with someone else. I thought it would only be fair if I thought so too, so I offered him to satisfy his intimate needs with someone else, not me. Of course he took that offer. For some reason I still can't stand the thought of him making out with someone else. It's rather the thought of never being able to do what they do again. I understand my boyfriend's frustration with me, and I want him to be happy, so I offered him that. I am not mad at these women or my boyfriend, I am mad at myself, for being stuck in a dysfunctional body. I am also not the most mentally stable person. I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder 3 years ago and all of this is just adding up to that. Right now, I am sitting at home, while he is out with another woman, crying myself into oblivion, because I can't think of anything else. It feels like I have lost a huge part in our relationship, even though it's just lovemaking, but it felt like a closer relationship before. I don't know what to do. I want him to understand me, but I also don't want him to feel bad about it. I just want him back. I found out my fiancé is with me for money and family business. To preface, my family owns a business that is very well known in our sector and makes loads of profit, thus I am a trust fund baby. I try to not be spoiled and have always worked myself. I met my fiancé Mark when I was 20 and working as a waitress. We began dating a few months later and he proposed to me last year. Now Mark is not poor, he is upper middle class, and while he doesn't struggle in life he didn't have too much to spend and lived very frugal. I thought he was an honest man because he always wanted to pay for his own things, reject expensive family holidays when we were still dating, and he would cook for me instead of going with me dining outside. What I want to say is that I never had the impression that Mark was trying to take advantage of me or my family. In the beginning my family was a little sketched out and brought up the gold digger argument, and I stood up for him and fought with my dad. They came to love and accept him. When Mark graduated, Dad hired him and now he is in a high earning position. Sunday I was supposed to work in the evening and I was going to stay with my sister, but I got a fever and was basically just non-functioning, so I stayed home. Instead of staying in our bedroom I made my way to the guest room that is better ventilated, has a mini fridge in its own bathroom. I didn't want to stand up at all and walk around, so I just bunkered all my stuff there and closed the door. Mark came home when I was fast asleep and I was woken up by loud voices in our garden. I pushed the curtains a bit to the side and Mark was there with a few friends. Just as I wanted to say hello I noticed that they were talking about me. His friend kept laughing and calling Mark the man. Then they started laughing about me being willing to not sign a prenup. Then one of the girls that was there said something along the lines of, "Jesus, you about to make some bank, Mark?" Mark laughed and said, "Yeah, just 3 more years and I am free." At this moment I felt sick to my stomach and wanted to throw up. I kept hearing them calling me trust fund Barbie and stupid and so on. I didn't know what to do, so I just lied petrified in my bed and waited till the people left and Mark went to bed. I texted my sister and snuck out to her place in the middle of the night and just passed out without telling her anything. I haven't returned home and just told Mark that I was sick and didn't want to make him sick. My sister has been really worried, but I just feel so ashamed about everything. My family was right. Mark is a gold digger and I fell for it. Even if I tell my family what happened, I have no proof. My father can't fire him just because he is a jerk. As far as I know, he is excellent at what he does and he has no legal foot to fire him, I think. I just feel so confused, ashamed, and angry and would appreciate some insight. Update: I found out my fiancé is with me for money and family business. I was very tempted to play the long game and lead him on, but I decided to just present him with a prenup to look into his reaction. After telling my dad, we invited Mark for lunch and would serve him the prenup there. However, to be sure about things, I asked him if he had had anyone over, because our neighbors had complained about loud noises. He said yes, that his buddies were there. He didn't mention the girls that I saw. We finished lunch and Dad served him the paper saying that it was a must for getting married. You could instantly see that he didn't expect this. He got angry and asked me to speak to him alone. We went into the other room and he began babbling about blindsiding him and that this just really felt like a personal attack. He was trying so hard to sell me the role of victim and making me out to be the villain. Then he just said that he needed to think everything through and left. I have to admit I kind of broke down and began second-guessing me, but I could keep it together. My family happily didn't pull the "I told you so's." We looked into everything and I have the legal right to evict him. The lawyer handled everything, wrote an official eviction notice, and after a lot of talk, Dad decided to present Mark with a deal so that he would leave the company. After that was all sorted out, I decided to just simply text, as one of you suggested, "Hey Mark, trust fund Barbie here. As you said you would be free in 3 years, I'll do you a big favor and set you free now. Kisses, OP." My phone completely blew up with Mark's messages after I sent that. He texted and called me so many times I had to switch off my phone. He came to my sister's place as he wanted to explain the situation. He promised that it was just a joke like a million times. I said it wasn't cutting it. They disrespected me in my own house, and I didn't want to be with someone that puts me down in order to appear better. He pleaded her, cried, he begged me not to end things. When I wasn't budging, he got mad at me, accusing me of spying on him and ruining his life. Honestly, I don't know. Then his manner changed once again to apologetic. He eventually owned up to the comment he made, still insisting that it was just a joke. And then when I asked him why he didn't tell me about those random girls that appeared to know so much about me, he told me this weird story of them being cousins from one of his buddies and that they know of me because of my Instagram. It's private and I have like 30 followers. I stood strong and I ended things with him. I will never know what exactly his plan was, but it's better to have things this way. We still have to sort out some financial stuff, but after that I won't ever see Mark again. Sorry for any mistakes. I am really sleepy. Just thought it would be good to update you. Today I messed up. I accidentally revealed my boyfriend's mom's infidelity. Obligatory: this story actually happened about a year ago. I, 18 female at the time, was dating a boy named Jacob, 18 male. His father, early 60s, was a mechanic and his mom, mid-50s, was a stay-at-home mom. They were a pretty typical white suburban family in the South and had asked Jacob if they could meet me even though we had only been dating for a month. At the dinner, I met his mom, dad, older brother, older sister, and her newborn daughter. The dinner went well and I was chatting about my volunteer work at my college's blood drive, to which his father explains that his doctor told him he was O negative and a universal blood donor. My boyfriend mentions he is the same blood type, but his siblings casually mention they are both AB. I don't think anything of it because my boyfriend had mentioned that his mom was married once before and was widowed. The following conversation went like this. Me: oh, that's really cool. You're a really rare blood type. If you don't mind me asking, is your mom's blood type A, and your dad's B, or your dad's A, and mom's V? Older sister: what do you mean, he's O, me? Oh, I know. I was just asking about your bio father, but of course, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. I notice his mom get really pale, and it was in that moment I realized I messed up. Older brother: what do you mean bio father? Me: I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything by it. Jacob's dad got real quiet and looking at his wife's face, he knew instantly. I look over to Jacob, who I think was starting to put the full picture of what was happening together. Jacob's dad: are you saying they're not my biological kids? Because my wife swore up and down in marriage counseling, by marriage counseling they mean with a pastor, that they were my kids and she would never cheat on me. Yeah, turns out she never had any kids from her previous marriage. Jacob's mom: I would never cheat on you. Older sister and older brother are your kids. Jacob's dad: OP, why do you think they're not my kids? I tried to excuse myself because it was very clear the cat was out of the bag, and with a quick Google search for my boyfriend he starts cussing out his mom. She starts to sob and apologizes over and over again, and I am forced to explain 9th grade biology to his father about the fact that the only kids he could have produced were with the blood type OA or B, but absolutely not AB. Jacob was the only one with the possibility of being his son. They all start screaming at one another. Older sister eventually leaves because her newborn is screaming too. His mom goes and locks herself in the bedroom. His older brother follows her screaming, asking who his real father is. My boyfriend is trying to figure out if his dad still wants to be their father. I eventually have a friend come pick me up. Yeah, we broke up shortly after, but not after figuring out that none of the kids produced from the marriage were his. Update: they found out via paternity tests, for sure weren't his kids, and they divorced soon after. Husband got weird about physical affection from me and things escalated very badly. My husband and I have been married for 2 years and together for 5 altogether. We used to be very affectionate with each other in a way that was playful, flirty and warm. A couple months ago he decided I was too clingy and that he wanted to be the one to initiate all physical contact from then on. I do not think I was or am clingy. I initiated hugs and kisses a few times a day with a few other casual touches like a hand on the shoulder, but was very far from him every second. I know he has also been coming to terms with some issues from a difficult childhood at that time, not physical abuse, more emotional abandonment and alienation issues with his parents, so I wanted to give him space and not make this about me, especially as he promised to continue being regularly affectionate, and he has done so, maybe a bit less than before, but we still have some affectionate touches, initiated by him, every day, and more intimate activities a couple times a week, used to be more like 3 to 4 times a week, but again I know he is going through some stuff. A few days ago, I found out at work I had gotten a big promotion and bonus. When I got home I was so excited that I threw my arms around him, thereby violating his rule that he needed to be the one to initiate contact. He immediately pushed me away and got extremely angry. It was not an intimate hug at all, more like the kind you see sports team members giving each other when they win a big game. I tried to apologize, but he started yelling about how I am an abuser and traumatized him. He asked me to leave. I quickly packed a few things and went to a motel, not wanting things to escalate further. I understand from his brother that after I left he tried to go to the police to press charges, but they said that a quick hug from one's wife, even if not really wanted or expected, was not the kind of thing they are going to prosecute. He is now threatening to call my employer to tell them I am an abuser who engages in intimate misconduct in my personal life. I am not asking for legal advice about that here. What I am asking is, honestly, would he be justified in telling my employer about what happened? I did make a terrible mistake, even if it wasn't malicious. I believe people are allowed to determine that they don't want others to initiate touch and should have bodily autonomy. Just because I wouldn't be traumatized over a hug doesn't mean he shouldn't be. I'm willing to accept that he may very well divorce me over this and that I may lose other important friendships and family relationships, but should I also lose my job? My job is working with other adults in an office, not vulnerable people. I don't and have never initiated physical contact with coworkers except an occasional handshake or accepting a high five. Update: so things came to a head, but not in the way I was expecting. My husband's brother continued to stay with him while I stayed at a hotel. After a couple days, I got a call from brother-in-law asking me to come home so that we could all talk. He assured me I would be safe. Turns out, my husband has been having an affair with an intern at his company, 21 female, and is deeply in love and wants to be with her. He told brother-in-law this shortly after I left. He wanted to make me the bad guy, so first started with the no-touching rule, figuring I would get fed up with it, or that eventually I would make a mistake and he could use that to claim I was an abuser. That is what happened, so that I would be the bad guy. It was also a way to reduce intimacy of all types with me while he was falling out of love with me and in love with his affair partner. So, he made up the stuff about trauma flaring up, and isn't actually having a psychotic break, although obviously has some level of mental problems to do something so cruel. For what it's worth, he did apologize, sort of, said he was just so in love with the other woman and couldn't deal with hurting me directly by leaving me right away, so came up with this plan, and just got a little too caught up in character when I gave him the mistaken hug with calling me an abuser, making a police report and threatening my job. We sat down and talked about everything, with brother-in-law as mediator, and agreed to a cordial and quick divorce, dividing assets 50-50, thankfully no pets or kids. I know I could probably make things harder for him under the circumstances, but I really just want to move on as soon as possible and put this all behind me. I have a good job and income and don't need anything from him other than my freedom, as soon as possible. I appreciate everyone who commented, and all who sent me messages. Apologies for not responding personally to everyone, but was a bit overwhelmed. Even though things went in an unexpected direction, it was so helpful to see that what was happening wasn't normal and also helped me to prepare for the truth when it came out. Thank you.
Today I messed up by going on Omegle. So I went on Omegle uncensored to do what people do on there. I was going around for a while before I was connected with this girl and she added me on Snap, so we face chatted there. She was asking for lots of social media information for me too. Get to know me before we started. But I was vague on what my social media accounts were and all of them are private anyway. One thing led to another and then I'm getting ransomed for $500 to have the video not sent to everyone I know. The account called me back and suddenly there's a man's voice on the other end telling me to send screenshots of my PayPal or they will start sending the pictures out. They started sending screenshots of Facebook accounts and pictures of myself proving that they recorded the chat. The best part is that they didn't find my account but some other poor soul not related to me at all, so they started sending my schlong to everyone on his friends list. Obviously I didn't pay them and blocked the Snap, but I did try to troll them a bit, but it didn't work. I made a fake Facebook account and messaged him to apologize, but I have yet to hear back from him. I feel really bad he got stuck in this situation with me, but in the end there's nothing I can do about that now. Got very lucky and learned a valuable lesson today.
My sister says I can't be in her wedding if I bring my boyfriend of 5 years. I met my boyfriend in college 7 years ago, and we started dating 5 years ago. He is super close and loving with my family. He was there at my niece's births, baptisms, Christmas, vacations, etc. We are extremely committed to each other for the long run but don't want to get married until we are financially stable and both our careers are where we want them to be. My sister has been with her fiancé for 2 years and engaged for 6 months. My sister is the type of girl who has dreamed of getting married since she was a little girl. It didn't matter who proposed, she just wanted to be married. I have never cared if I got married or not. As long as I have a good career and a happy relationship, I'm fine. In the beginning of her relationship, she tricked me into going on a double date with her fiancé and his brother. She had said it was dinner with her and a friend, and it was most definitely not. The brother kept making passes at me the whole time, and I told him I had a boyfriend, and the whole situation made me uncomfortable. At their engagement party, my boyfriend noticed that the brother wouldn't stop staring at me, and we tried our best to avoid him. Every time I have seen this guy, he has been weird towards me. But my sister wanted me, my twin, fraternal, and 2 brothers in her wedding. The wedding is supposed to be next month in the beginning of May. My sister just told me that I'm going to be walking down the aisle with her fiancé's brother. I told her that he makes me uncomfortable and I thought I would be walking with my own brother. Apparently this is something her fiancé is insisting and she wants to make him happy. Seems like a pretty weird thing to insist. And I know it's some scheme between the 2 brothers. My other siblings also thought it was weird and voiced their objections to our sister. She got upset and said this is her wedding and she'll do what she wants. I told my boyfriend this and he was upset for me. He's confident enough in himself that he knows this guy would never be competition, but he knows how uncomfortable I am with this situation. The other day we had family dinner at my mom's house. I took this as an opportunity to bring up the all situation with my mother around. When my sister got extremely upset and started crying, saying I was trying to ruin her marriage, I was so confused, as was everyone else, and tried to explain that he makes me and my boyfriend extremely uncomfortable. She then said that I can't bring my boyfriend to her wedding anymore, and if I do then I'm no longer a bridesmaid. She gave no reason as to why I can't bring him, and my siblings were just as upset considering they like my boyfriend a lot better than my sister's fiancé. I thought I would give her a few days to calm down and rethink, but she has not changed her mind. My 19-year-old brother's girlfriend is still invited to the wedding. My boyfriend is an incredible guy and has been nothing but kind and generous to my sister. His feelings are hurt, but he still wants me to go to the wedding. I think my sister is being an unreasonable jerk, and I will be pretty pissed off at the wedding if my life partner is not there with me. Being her bridesmaid is something I can live without, so should I bring my boyfriend or go without him? Or should I demand that my boyfriend be allowed to come to her wedding and that she's being super unfair? I love my sister, but I don't understand why she's forcing some silly request by her creepy brother-in-law. I don't know what to do and my family is no help either. Update: most of the comments said I shouldn't go to the wedding at all, but she is my sister and I don't want to miss her wedding. I went to my parents' house with my brothers and told them about everything the brother-in-law has done that makes me super uncomfortable and how my sister is disrespecting my relationship. My dad was pretty pissed off about the date stunt that she pulled and is on my side. My mom, however, says that I need to try and resolve this with her because if I am not part of the wedding party, people will talk. I honestly couldn't give a crap about what extended family has to say. My mom called a family meeting and told my sister and my twin to come to the house. My dad asked her why I was no longer walking with my brother, to which she responded saying that it's what her fiancé wants and she just wants to make him happy. I pressed the issue asking why is this such a big deal for me to walk with him and that he's super weird and I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to me. That really pissed her off. She started crying and yelling, saying a bunch of bull crap, how this is all she's ever wanted and we're trying to ruin her special day. Blah blah blah. I was tired of the arguing and just straight up said I'll go to the wedding as a guest, then I'm leaving before the reception. My twin and younger brother took my side and said they don't want to be in the wedding party if I'm not. This made my sister lose her effing mind. She was screaming now, calling me a bunch of names that I can't say, and also calling my boyfriend names. I decided to leave and let my parents calm her down, but before I could walk out she ran at me and yanked my hair, still screaming. She wouldn't let go, so I yanked hers too and she let go. She has extensions and apparently I effed them up and ripped some hair out. She tried to grab me again, so I whacked her in the face. I didn't mean to hit her, it was just my instant reaction to someone coming at me. So now she has a black eye, a cut on her cheek, and missing some hair. She's absolutely livid because her bachelorette party is next week. My mom is mad at me, my dad is not. My sister is now saying that she's going to press charges against me. Can she actually do that, or is she just trying to scare me? She's also pissed off because my other siblings won't be in the wedding. She told my mom if I apologize to her and agree to be in the wedding she'll let me walk with my brother. I feel like that is bull crap and she will still make me walk with the brother-in-law last minute. At this point I feel like it's not worth the trouble and I just don't want to go at all. My mom and dad want me to do what she asked because they're paying for the wedding and want all their kids there. My twin and younger brother said they'll do whatever I want to do, but I don't think I should be the reason they don't go. My boyfriend feels like he started all this drama when none of it is his fault. My sister believes I ruined her wedding. She ruined it herself, and I don't know what to do, so options are go to the wedding as a guest, be in the wedding, or not go at all. My parents will be upset if I don't go, and I really don't want any more tension, but she disrespected me and my relationship. As soon as this wedding is over I am going to limit my contact with her for a while.
My wife is willing to forgive me for my affair, but I'm still in love with my affair partner and I'm afraid I'm about to make more terrible decisions. I'm in a deeply depressed state right now. I understand that my actions have been those of a total scumbag, and I am not proud whatsoever of the hurt I've caused to those I love. It feels like the last year of my life was just one big blur of terrible decision making and I'm paying the consequences now. For context, my wife and I have been together for 10 years, married for 7. We have 2 small children under the age of 5. A little over a year ago, I, 33 male, started going out after work with an older, also married, female coworker, 41 female, for drinks to vent about things going on at work. From the beginning, I knew this wasn't the most appropriate thing to do, but my wife, 34 female, didn't have concerns. She trusted me. Over time, our meetups became more frequent, more secretive, and an emotional affair developed. We would flirt via text, make time to see each other, etc. After about a month, we ended up making love and it turned into a physical and emotional 100% romantic passionate love affair. We ended up seeing each other as much as we could and she actually divorced her husband after a few months, not for me, but because her marriage was pretty bad. Long story short, we fell in love and have been together in secret for a year. She also changed jobs last year as to not let our relationship interfere with work. In the past few months, I told my wife I needed space and that I needed to stay with a friend. Well, I did not stay with a friend. I basically moved in with my affair partner for several weeks. Fast forward to a week ago, I got caught by my wife and I sat her down and told her everything. She asked me a million questions, and I answered everything truthfully. Everywhere we had been, the frequency of our lovemaking, all details of everything. I was so ashamed and full of guilt that I decided to lay everything on the table for her to be able to make a decision as to whether she wanted to stay. She took a few days, and came back to say she would like to work on our marriage and forgive me if I promised to cut all contact with my affair partner. She is willing to give me another chance, go to counseling, both individually and as a couple, and just start over. My relationship with my wife has always been very stable. She's an angel, she works with children, is a wholesome woman, takes care of me, and is beautiful. We never fight, and on paper it's the perfect marriage. To be honest, I don't even know why I began the affair. I believe I just got addicted to the rush, and the feeling of being desperately wanted by someone new. It was wrong, but I did it. On the other hand, my relationship with my affair partner has been a total toxic roller coaster of emotions. She is an alcoholic, has a past of serial cheating, cheated on her ex-husband dozens of times, has lied to me during our relationship about many things, and is overall just not a person of great character. Funny of me to say that, right? She is a high-level executive at a big company, so she is very smart, ambitious, and independent, very different from my humble, caring, family-oriented, innocent, young soul of a wife. However, I'm still madly in love with my affair partner. It's a totally toxic relationship. Even just a few weeks ago, I had to call the police for her blacking out, calling me names, and passing out on a city street. We have had dozens of violent fights, broken up several times, etc. My gut tells me I'm addicted to the toxic nature of the relationship with her. The awful lows make our highs feel so amazing. And I do feel in love, perhaps we can call it limerence, or infatuation, but I do care about her, a lot. I can say I love her. At this point, my heart and brain are pulling me in 2 separate directions. My affair partner is asking me to divorce my wife to be with her, saying that she wants me but needs me to leave my wife. If I'm being honest, that's what my heart wants right now, but my brain is telling me, hey dumb arse, you have this beautiful sweet woman who is your wife and mother of your children offering to give you a second chance after you broke her heart by cheating on her, and you're still wanting to be in a relationship with an abusive alcoholic woman with a decades-long history of infidelity and dishonesty. I needed to get this off my chest. I'm not sleeping, I'm not eating, I'm not productive at work. The other woman consumes my mind 24 hours a day and I crave her, but I know deep down it's my brain chemicals acting up, wanting the satisfaction of this rush, excitement, and her approval and affection. I'm considering leaving my wife for this other woman and I know it sounds crazy. I know it's not the right choice. That being said, I also don't have these feelings with my wife. It's so hard to want to work on my marriage with my wife when the feelings I get from this other woman are so amazing. Right now, it feels like I'll never be able to feel in love the way I feel in love with my toxic affair partner. I need help.
I'm breaking off my engagement because he said he would make me breakfast but he didn't. And it was the last goddamn straw after 2 years were so many empty words, broken promises and lack of follow-through. He made me fall for him mostly based on brownie points from saying the most romantic amazing thoughtful things and doing them less than 10% of the time. This man is complacent and has no follow-through. Not with me. Not when he was at school or college. Not at work, and I am so f***ing done. Every time I try to leave him he love bombs me because he does love me a lot. I know he does. His friends and family adore me and tell me how I'm the best thing that happened to him, but dang I got myself into a caregiver role slowly and surely. I'm raising a man who's 5 years older, finding him jobs, writing his cover letters, cooking his meals, being his therapist, organizing his plans with friends and family, and all I get is empty words. I love him but I don't effing like him. My husband told me that he's in love with my sister. I'm pregnant and I don't know why this is happening to me. My sister and I had a crappy life growing up with a passive mother and an abusive stepfather. My sister was my protector and role model since no one of the adults were. She tried to shift my stepdad's focus on her when he got drunk so he wouldn't hurt me. When she left for college she let me stay in her bed while she slept on the floor in her student room. The days I managed to run away from home. When I turned 16 she let me move in with her permanently. We never saw our parents again. My husband is very similar to my sister. They're both very calm and kind, both very intelligent. They have the same sense of humor, love the same music, books, movies, and games. It's like a weird, perverted thing that I found the male version of my sister to fall in love with. They get along very well, and that was so important to me because they're my only family. We got married a year ago after 6 years together, and I'm 27 weeks pregnant now with our first baby. My sister met her boyfriend, male 30, years ago. He got along very well with me and my husband, although I always felt that my husband never really liked the guy. When I asked him once why he didn't like him, he got flustered and told me that he didn't know it was noticeable and apologized. He told me he just didn't think he was good enough for her. Her boyfriend proposed to my sister last night. We were just having pizzas and they were having beers in my sister's balcony, and the boyfriend just suddenly went down on his knees and took out a ring. She was very surprised but happy all the same and said yes. When we went back home, my husband was a little tipsy. He told me he wasn't tired and that he's going to take one more beer and watch TV and that I should go to bed. I went back to the living area and he was sitting there crying. I asked him what's going on and he told me that he was in love with my sister. Has been for years, but that he knew how wrong this was. He told me that loved me very much and promised to be a good husband and father to our daughter. He slept on the couch. He's still sleeping now. I'm shocked and full of anxiety. I don't know what to do or how to feel about this. My sister, should I tell her? Nothing can be the same again, but she's my only family and my best friend. And my husband, is this over? I have been so blind, now I see everything. Of course he's in love with her, how could I be shocked now? Can I save this marriage? And my baby? I promised her a better life than the one I had. I promised her kind and loving parents. I can't let her come to this world with estranged parents and new people in their lives. What can I do? Update: he is awake now and I have spoken to him. He apologized for hurting me last night. He said that he just felt despair, like he had something very beloved and important in his life that he lost and he was mourning it. He told me he loved me very much and he wanted for this to work for us and the baby. I asked him if he loved her more than me and he said it's just a different type of love. I asked him if he could choose between me or her. He said he'd choose me. I asked him if he thought she was more beautiful and he said that I'm conventionally more attractive. I asked him if he stayed with me all these years to be near her. He said I was being unfair to him because he did love me. I asked him if he is okay never seeing her again. He teared up but then said he would do anything to save this marriage. He then added that he never really had a mother or a female figure in his life. That's probably why he's attached to her, because she is very warm and loving. I asked him, do you love her as a mother figure or do you want to sleep with her? He didn't want to answer. I asked him if he fantasized about her while sleeping with me. He refused to answer at first and then said, why are you doing this to yourself? I asked him, will lose interest in me if she's out of our lives and it's just us. He looked like he was thinking about this for the first time and then he said that he chose me and my baby. He wants to start therapy and counseling because he thinks this marriage is salvageable. Update 2. We had a dinner with my sister and her fiancé. My husband was unusually silent and didn't initiate any talk with my sister, and he barely looked at her. It was a nice dinner. My sister is too happy to notice anything with her engagement and trip tomorrow. Before she went, however, my husband hugged her, longer than usual. He told her he was happy for her and wished her a great trip, all while hugging her. Then he held her hand and told her, I didn't congratulate you properly yesterday because I was drunk, and he congratulated her again. He was tearing up again. Then he hugged my sister's fiancé and congratulated him. He was silent on our way home. He told me he loved me when we got back and that he will do anything to make this work, but that I shouldn't take any decisions while hurt. We are starting couples therapy. I want him to be 100% honest. He asked me not tell anyone about his confession because it meant nothing. I told him that I didn't want him around my sister anymore if I would give him a chance. He asked me how this would work when we're always together. She will suspect something and he doesn't want me to tell her because he's embarrassed. I told him he could just minimize his interactions with her. I told him to sleep on the couch again tonight because I haven't made up my mind about my next move yet, and that until then it's the couch for him. What an exhausting day. Update 3. I asked my husband for separation because I need to be in my own to make my decision. We are also starting marriage counseling, whether we stay together or not. I want to know everything that he has been withholding from me. He thinks I'm torturing myself, but he's wrong. I'm tortured with half-truths. With marriage counseling, I'm hoping I could get to the bottom of his feelings in a safe environment. He cried when I told him that I wanted to separate. He told me he has lost everything in one day because of a drunk confession that meant nothing. He loves me and he wants to be with me. He suggested that we move away. He has had job offers in other cities on several occasions. He said this could be our new start. We were renovating the basement this summer to make it a guest room because our current guest room is being turned into a baby room. He will live in the basement. It has separate entrances and the mini kitchen is almost finished. I have decided not to tell my sister about any of this. This is my battle and my marriage. I love my sister so much, but I'll be very honest here. I resent her. I'm jealous of her, and I think I have always been jealous of her. She's a way better person than I'm. I hate that I never had the chance to return the favor, as she always been perfect and never needed help. I resent that she isn't as angry as I'm about the injustice we had to endure. I hate that she's so good to me and my husband. I hate that he sees how much better of a person she is, and I hate that I don't blame for loving her instead of me. My husband told me that he's in love with my sister. I'm pregnant and I don't know why this is happening to me. Final updates. After my sister's engagement and his confession, He made me a promise that he will love me and that he's going to do all in his power to be a good and loving husband and father. He didn't want me to tell my sister anything because he was embarrassed, and we slowly started to plan a future together in another city. He was already getting a better job offer in the other city, and now he thought it was time to move on. I agreed. We started marriage counseling. I told my sister that we were moving and she was very distraught, but she as always didn't object and supported me. I don't know if she felt it was weird that my husband wasn't hanging with us anymore, but she never asked. She was probably just busy with her own happiness and the changes in her life. After her vacation she came home and told me everything. She was pregnant and she was glowing. And that was the reason for this sudden engagement. Her fiancé wants to get married before the baby was born. She asked me to keep it a secret. She probably didn't mean even from my husband, but I kept it a secret anyway, because she was waiting for the second trimester to make the announcement. She finally broke down crying, however, about me moving away when she needed me the most, but then later apologized for being selfish. She understood that we needed to provide the best life for my daughter, including finding better jobs elsewhere. I cried for a whole week. A week ago my husband was in a job interview in the other city and he was going to stay there for the week to sign a lease to a new apartment. We thought we could try out the new life before selling our house to buy a new one there. My sisters and her boyfriend made the announcement that they were expecting last Tuesday, the day after my husband's interview. Not 30 minutes later my husband called me. He was drunk and he was crying and asking if it was true and if I knew. He called me a cruel liar for not telling him. He said it was so unfair. My sister's fiancé was a loser and he didn't deserve her. Her fiancé is a carpenter and my sister is a pediatrician. And he told me he needed to be alone for a while, so switched off his phone. Friday he texted me that he didn't want to be with me anymore and that he didn't want to be in my daughter's life. He was sorry but couldn't do it anymore. If I agree to free him from his responsibilities as a father, he will leave me the house. I tried calling him but he had switched off his phone again. I cried all night. Yesterday morning my sister called me to ask what's up. My husband has asked her to meet up with him because he wanted to tell her something that he couldn't say over the phone, that he was coming on Monday to see her. She asked me what's going on, but I was too tired to tell her anything. She and her fiancé are coming over today and I will probably need to tell her everything now. Final update. I knew I could count on you for support. My sister was here and I told her everything. I got help from showing her parts of what I have written here because honestly I'm too tired to go into details about what I've been going through all these weeks. I told her that Lucas was going to call asking to meet her, probably to tell her he loved her, or maybe something more sinister, so she need to stay away from him. Her fiancé was on the edge of his seat with anger. My sister was just crying and apologizing and trying to hug and stroke my hair. I hated her touch, I don't know why. I know nothing is her fault. I told my sister that now I warned her I want to be in my own for a while and that I didn't want any contact with any of them. I have been thinking about moving to another city. There's a small town that one of my best high school friends live in after getting married. It's up north and everything is bigger and better and cheaper. I can easily find a small rental until the divorce is final, and I can easily get a job there. If I can manage a pace there, I can give birth up there with zero stress. I texted my husband that I've told my sister everything and that both her and her fiancé aren't happy. He called me an hour later. He apologized and told me he didn't mean to freak her out. He just wanted to see her and say goodbye, but that he won't bother her if she feels scared. He's still the same man and wouldn't let anything happen to her. He didn't ask about me or my baby. He's staying in the new place and he's starting his new job in September. He thought he would come back to say goodbye before moving to his new city permanently. My sister texted me later that she loved me and that she would stay out of my way if that's what I wanted, but to please not go through with my plans to move, because she needs me and she would do anything to make it up to me. I didn't answer. I hate it when she's so perfect and kind. F off. Today I messed up. I'm a terrible parent. Today I gave my 4-year-old his first existential crisis. I did one of those age progression apps that age me to age 70, and I showed it to my son, not even thinking about the consequences of my actions. For a little backstory, we just moved in with my best friend who recently lost her grandma to old age. It was my son's first exposure to someone passing and he is very matter-of-fact about it. When my friend or her boys talk about her, he will sometimes chime in with gems like, "Yeah, but she's not alive anymore." So he has asked all of the normal questions about death that 4-year-olds have, and I think he basically understands it. His response to this picture was not what I was expecting. He completely broke down and for almost an hour he just cried and wailed, "I don't want you to get old and die, mama. Please don't get old and die, mama." He repeated it over and over, as if him saying it would somehow will me into existence forever. Nothing I could do or say could comfort him. He did this until he passed out. It was bedtime. I think for the first time he realized that I would pass away, and what that actually means. Did I traumatize my baby? I feel so dumb for showing him that picture. I should have known.
Ex-wife and I slept together. Hey guys, long post but the details are important. My ex, 47 female, and I, 45 male, have been divorced for 3 years and have 2 sons, Wyatt and Jack. Our split was mainly due to our kids and the different parenting styles. My ex is a genius. She's a PhD and a research scientist while I'm an analyst. She grew up with colder parents who instilled strict routine and discipline to be successful, while I grew up with a very close relationship to my parents who encouraged forming my own path in life. These two backgrounds came head to head when it came to our own kids, especially when they started school. My ex wanted them completely focused on academics while I wanted them to live a little and let them enjoy being kids and have them figure things out on their own a little. After months of fighting, we decided that it wasn't going to work. Our split was amicable, and she actually paid way more child support than she had to but insisted on it. We even spend Christmas and birthdays all together for the sake of our kids. Our sons primarily live with me by their own choice, and while my ex does see them about once a week, my kids are teenagers now, and sometimes they want the weekends to themselves. My older one, Wyatt, has said to me that sometimes he feels like it's my ex's own fault because of how hard she was on them. I try to remind them that she's still their mother and she was doing what she believed was best, and at the very least he owes her respect. This brings us to a few days ago. Since both kids are on break, my ex tries to stop by on the weekdays to try and see them more. She stopped by, but both kids were out with friends for the evening. She had come all the way, so I invited her in for a drink. We were just chatting and eventually we started looking at old baby photos of our kids. We had a lot of laughs until we got to one picture. It was a picture of when my sons were 6 and 2 and I had them both up on each shoulder and the three of us were laughing. My ex just started sobbing out of nowhere and started apologizing to me for everything. I was really confused, but I hugged her and told her that she only did what she thought was best and that she shouldn't apologize for trying to be an involved parent. We stayed there for a while, but neither of us wanted to let go. Eventually she looked up at me and her look reminded me of when we were dating. We started kissing and things escalated. It was like the 12 years of our marriage came flooding back, and during, my ex kept tearing up and telling me she loved me. She quickly left before our kids could come back and we've been silent until today. I got a text from my ex asking if we could meet up alone to talk. What the fuck do I do here, guys? On one end both my ex and I still care each other, but on the other this whole thing could be a huge shock to not only our kids, but the rest of our families as well. Update. Hi everyone. I know it's been a little bit, but I have an update to my last post. First of all, thank you to everyone. Your guys gave some great advice and really helped me prepare for the conversation with my ex. I met up with my ex 2 days after getting the text from her. I went over to her apartment and we had a great talk. About a year after the divorce, my ex actually went to see a therapist to sort of get an understanding of where her life was. As she kept going and discussing things from her childhood, she realized she was doing the same things to our kids that her parents did to her. Things that ultimately made her resent her parents, which was why she was actually closer to my mom than her own. She teared up a bit and told me she never stopped loving me and that regardless of what a document says, I would always be her husband. My ex admitted that on the night the incident happened, she knew the boys would be out and she wanted to spend some time with me alone. When we started looking at old pictures, she got overwhelmed. She told me how much she missed me and would do anything it took to make it up and at the very least be partners again. I told her that I always cared about her and that I missed her too and that I still felt something for her. At the end of the evening we both came to terms that we still loved each other and would give it another shot. The terms were that we take it slow and regularly attend couple counseling, as well as to not to tell the kids yet. Since then we have been spending almost every day together and we actually had our first counseling session. It went pretty well even after everything that happened, and my ex and I were really able to establish the grounds of our new old relationship. We are going to be going to more sessions, but it's a good start. I actually hosted a family dinner a couple nights ago. While our boys still don't know about us, I made the excuse that it would be good for the four of us to have a meal together. And honestly, my wife really has changed. She was more open with the kids and was more interested in hearing about things like sports, hanging out with friends, and hobbies. My kids responded really well, and for the first time in a while our sons were enthusiastically engaging and connecting with their mom. She also planned a trip to the zoo for the four of us like we used to do when the boys were young. I think my older one got a little suspicious and rolled with it, but the fact that we have co-parented so well has been a great cover. Things are good now, and I think deep down neither of us truly fell out of love, and I think we would have eventually found our way back to each other regardless of what happened that night. Thank you guys again for all your kind words and support. My dad disowned my sister and he is dying. How do I convince her to let him go? Backstory. My family used to be really close, but that changed in 2003 when my dad, 55 male, discovered that my mom, 54 female, was having an affair with John, 54 male, my dad's childhood best friend. He was basically his brother back then and he was my dad's best man in his wedding with mom. He begged her to stay and work things out, but my mom ended up leaving him for John and eventually they got a divorce and my mom ended up marrying John 5 months later. My twin sister Sarah, 27 female, was always the stereotypical, daddy's girl. Dad spoiled her a bit more than the rest of us and she was basically his shadow back then, and that's why it was really surprising to us that Sarah chose to stay with our mom after the divorce. Back then me, 27 male, and her were the only ones to still live with our parents. We have other 4 brothers. I choose to stay with dad and Sarah choose to live with mom, and in the weekends she come to stay with me and dad. I choose to stay with dad and I occasionally went to mom house. To say that the divorce and my sister choosing to stay with mom messed up my dad is understatement. He tried to act like he was okay in front of us, but every single weekday for the year following the divorce I could hear him cry himself to sleep. After the divorce the relationship between Sarah and dad didn't change that much. He started to spoil her a bit more than the usual and still remained the usual super dad, showing up in every parent-teacher conference, ballet recital and soccer match and being the most present dad possible. Things started to change when she suddenly changed her mind about med school. Our dad an insurgent, and she always said that she wanted to follow his steps, but mom and John ended up pressuring her to change her career path to become a lawyer. Mom and John are both lawyers. During her studies John started mentoring her and they become really close. After she finished her education he got her a job at his law firm. On to the issue. In 2017 Sarah got married. My dad was absolutely thrilled about her wedding. He gave Sarah a blank check for her dream wedding. To be fair, he did this to all of us. He really liked weddings. But in Sarah's case he was really excited because she is his only daughter, and I always remembered him talking about walking her down the aisle. Like every wedding that we went to, he always said to her that he couldn't wait for the day to walk down his little girl down the aisle. One day before the wedding Sarah drops the bomb that Dad and John will be walking her down the aisle together. Well, Dad is the most non-confrontational person to walk on this earth, and she expected him to just suck it up. He didn't do that. They got into a huge fight. First time I see he get angry. And in the end he didn't attend the wedding and John ended up walking Sarah down the aisle. The fallout was massive. After the wedding, Dad and his side of our family basically disowned her and their relationship became non-existent. She tried to reach out after a while and make amends several times, but he simply didn't want to talk or hear about her. We expected him to turn around when she gave birth in 2018, but he doesn't even want to meet her kids. Earlier this year, he was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer and unfortunately the treatment didn't work and he is terminal. Even with it he still doesn't want to see her again and she doesn't understand that. I am very close to my dad and this last few weeks are being really difficult to me. How do I convince her to let him go? Date: my dad disowned my sister and he is dying. How do I convince her to let him go? A week after I posted the original post my dad started getting worse. His health started declining really fast. We lost him exactly 1 month ago. It wasn't pretty. I never thought it would be, but I never thought it would be that heartbreaking. He was in a lot of pain. He'd been through so much in these last months. As heartbreaking as it was to us, he deserved to rest. He was tired. In the end, he was lucid enough to say his goodbyes to me and my older brothers. Hearing him saying what he said to me was one of the most painful and beautiful moments of my life. His words to me meant a lot. I won't say exactly what he said because I believe that it's just too personal. He said goodbye to my daughters, 11-month and 2-year-old. It was just like when I was a kid. He gave them a kiss on the forehead, told them to be good girls, and said that he loved them. It was something I won't ever forget, and it hurts like hell that they are so young to understand what happened. They still ask about Grandpa and every time I try to explain to them that he isn't coming back they don't see to understand that, and how can I blame them? I'm only 27 years old. I honestly don't get it. I was supposed to get a lot more years with my dad. It doesn't seem fair at all. The worst part was my twin sister Sarah. Dad died without speaking to her. I tried to talk to him about her, but he wasn't interested in speaking with her. She started getting more desperate and suddenly he passed. It was expected, but she was in denial. His funeral was beautiful. A lot of people shared their stories about him. It was nice. Sarah saw Dad for the first time since the night before her wedding. She didn't recognize him. He was very skinny. Dad was always a bit overweight, the famous dad bod, but he had lost a lot of weight from cancer. She cried a lot during the whole funeral. Mom and John tried to show up at the ceremony and my uncles were forced to kick them out of the funeral. Good f***ing riddance. Dad's will went as expected as it could. Dad's family came from old money, petrochemicals, so he always had a lot of money. He left a little bit of money and properties divided equally to all his kids, including Sarah. He left a trust fund, which was a lot of money, for all his grandkids including Sarah kids which he never met. It was honestly expected. My dad never really cared about money that much. He just wanted us to be comfortable and assured that his grandkids all had something to support them. The tricky part was the personal things. He left a really big letter to all of us, except Sarah. It was really personal stuff. In my letter he spoke to me about our story, about my childhood. It was really nice. I must have read the letter like 100 times and I cried every single time. One of Dad's favorite hobbies was photography. He was quite an enthusiast, and the subject of his photos was pretty much our family. When he and Mom were together, later it turned out to be just me and my siblings. As a result of this we had a lot of pictures from us growing up. He gave each of us a photo album and behind each photo, he wrote something, where it is taken and a few words. I was honestly very surprised with this. He must have done this long before he passed away. It was a very thoughtful goodbye gift, something that was very typical of Dad. Sarah didn't get a letter and her album didn't have anything wrote behind her photos, and when she found out about this she had a mental breakdown. The regret was eating her alive, still is. She was admitted to a hospital and spent an entire week there. She is doing a bit better now, getting a little better every day. Her husband and I are really confident in her recovery. She is sleeping and eating almost normally now. She still starts to cry randomly multiple times on a daily basis, but it's getting better. At least that's what I am telling to myself. Which bring us to last week. My wife and I discovered that we are expecting again. It wasn't planned or anything like that. My wife switched birth controls last month and she spends a week without taking the pill. Is still very early in her pregnancy, so we haven't told anyone yet. The thing is that I'm really angry. I'm angry that my future kid is not gonna be able to meet Dad. I'm pissed honestly. It doesn't seem fair at all. I'm angry and I'm scared. My dad was supposed to guide me in the whole parenthood process. He was teaching me a lot of us with my daughters. I'm scared of doing this without him. I'm scared of not being a good father like he was to me because my kids deserve that. This is it, folks. This whole situation could be a lot better. I play the what if scenario on my head every day. Unfortunately, it doesn't change anything. This is honestly a bitter ending. Doesn't seem fair at all, but that the thing about life, it's actually never fair. I want to thank everyone who gave me advice and to everyone who reached out and offered their support in the chat. I was very lonely at that time. It meant a lot to me. Thank you, Reddit.
My fiancé wants to try an open relationship before we get married. I'm at a loss of what to do. Me, female 25, and my fiancé, male 24, have been in a relationship for 3 years, 4 years coming up in March. He popped the question a few months ago and I was so excited. I really feel like he is the one for me. He's amazing in so many ways and I genuinely feel like he feels the same way, or at least I did. Last night we ordered takeout for dinner and we were going to watch the newest Rings of Power episode. He was acting incredibly weird, not very talkative and very fidgety. He usually sits pretty still or relaxed, but he kept bouncing his leg and tapping his fingers. Eventually, about halfway through the episode, he pauses it and says he wants to talk about something extremely important. He sounded so nervous and I immediately got this sinking feeling, but I told him everything was okay just to tell me what was going on. He said it had been on his mind for a while and he didn't know if it was just the nerves of realizing he's about to be married, but he realized that I'm his first real relationship. Before me, he had only dated a couple people in high school and it was never long lasting. I asked him where he was going with this and he started crying. He said he was scared since he didn't have a lot of experience with other people. He was worried if he was making the right decision. Obviously that effing hurt to hear, but I didn't say anything. After dancing around the subject for a bit, he finally just said he was thinking an open relationship would be good for us, at least for a little bit. Honestly, the second half of this conversation is a blur because my anxiety was so bad I was hardly listening. He said he loved me and he knows he wants me marry me no matter what, but he wants to see what other people were like before getting into a lifelong marriage. He cried throughout the whole conversation and he kept reassuring me that I wasn't the problem. He just wanted to experience other people since he never really was able to. He said if I agreed to an open relationship there would be lots of rules in place and it would all be very safe. I feel like our relationship is ruined. I'm obviously not okay with an open relationship. He said I could see other people too, but I don't want to. I only have eyes for him. I only want him. I only love him. He kept saying I have every right to say no and he would understand it and he would never make me do something I didn't want to do. But the thing is, since he brought this up, if I say no then I'm constantly going to think he's seeing people anyway. It's already happening. I used to have complete trust in him, but now I can't stop thinking if he's already seeing other people. Maybe he's bringing this up because he cheated on me and he needs an excuse now. I don't know, my mind is everywhere. I don't know what to do. I told him I would think about it and he hugged me. He didn't let go for a long time. I slept on the couch last night. I told him I just needed to be alone. Any advice is so much appreciated. Update: we called off the engagement and broke up. He swears up and down he didn't do anything, but he confessed he brought it up because he had a crush on someone and wanted to try it out. I had been staying at my friend's house for a few days trying to figure out what I wanted to do. A lot of the people in the comments were a huge help to me mentally. I appreciate a lot of you so much. I probably would have gone through with it, but you guys pushed me to ask more questions. I asked him what made him start thinking about it and at first he went right back to his experience bull crap. I told him if he wanted to experiment intimately, I would be more than happy to try some things out and I wasn't going to be accepting that as his answer. After a while he caved in and admitted that a girl who works at a coffee shop he visits often asked him for his number, and that's when he started to think about it. I was heartbroken and angry to say the least. He had said if we got into an open relationship, people we knew would be off limits. He said she didn't count as someone he knew because he wasn't friends with her and she was still technically a stranger. I told him he did know her, he goes almost every day and she's very friendly with us, but either way it didn't matter because he had already told me there was no one he had in mind. He lied to me. After some more arguing and crying from both of us, he told me if I didn't want the open relationship then to just say no and we could move on from this. He was basically begging me not to talk about it anymore, he just wanted to move on. I told him it wasn't that easy because I straight up do not trust him anymore. As far as I know, he could have already experimented with her. He promised me he never cheated on me and never will. He said he would never go to that coffee place again and if he saw her he would ignore her. I told him he could see other people, I just wouldn't be in the picture. He got frantic and asked me if I was breaking up with him. I said yes. I told him a year from now or even a couple years from now, after he gets all his experience out of his system and I'm still single and interested, we can try again, from the beginning, no engagement. I personally don't see us getting back together, but he was crying and clinging on to me. Honestly, I'm disgusted. I'm mostly sad though, heartbroken, pissed off, lost, confused, anxious. We had our whole life planned out and ready for us and it got ruined by a dumb crush he had the nerve to ask to try out because of lack of experience. I'm heading out in a bit to get drunk with some girlfriends. I know a few people wanted an update. Sorry it wasn't very happy. Thank you for all of the advice. My best friend from childhood invited me to her wedding but forgot to assign me a seat. I spent the night alone in a separate room. My childhood best friend, 23 female, got married this weekend and I was so excited to be there to support her on her big day. I'm a chocolatier, so the bride asked me if I could create the wedding favors and dessert table. I was ecstatic to help with the wedding and went above and beyond to create a gorgeous table that was a huge hit on the day. I was told early on that the wedding was over budget and to keep costs low, my boyfriend was not invited. I was extremely understanding and even reduced my rates for the suite table as my present to the couple. A couple weeks later, after reviewing the guest list, the bride informed me that my boyfriend could come as my plus one, but if he did, I would be moved from the head table. My boyfriend is a wedding photographer and is looking to build his videography portfolio. Knowing that the couple didn't have a videographer, he offered to film a professional wedding video free of charge. The bride was ecstatic and offered to move us to the vendor table so that we could network with the other vendors. We loved the idea and it was confirmed that we would be sitting with the vendors. The day of the wedding, we arrived 4 hours early to help with the event. My boyfriend spent the time filming while I set up the dessert table and helped the event coordinator set the dinner tables. After the ceremony, guests were moved to the cocktail room while the original room was converted into the room for the reception. While helping convert the room, I noticed that our names were not on the seating chart. I asked the event coordinator where we would be sitting and she said, "Good question," and left to find out. She came back to say that there was no vendor table and that if we were staying for dinner, my boyfriend and I would have to sit in a separate room as we were not on the list. The room was closed off from the reception, so we couldn't hear or see anything, let alone talk to anybody. I told the event coordinator that we were in fact guests and that we should be moved into the reception room. The event coordinator herself was seated at one of the tables in the room. I told her I was a longtime friend of the bride, and even originally meant to be seated at the head table. However, the event coordinator said she couldn't do anything about it. I approached the bride to explain the situation. She mentioned that it was definitely a mix-up and that we should be in the room. The bride mentioned that she didn't want to undermine me as a businesswoman, so she never told the event coordinators that we were friends or that I was a guest. She left the coordination of the vendor table to the event coordinator and left it off of the seating chart. The event coordinator was not made aware that any of the vendors, besides herself and the MC, were staying for the reception and therefore didn't think to add us in. Although I understand the mix-up, the bride did nothing to get us moved to the main room. My boyfriend and I were cut off from the reception with no one to speak to, no way to see or hear, and even had to ask to be fed. As a result, I missed the entire wedding and spent the majority of the evening crying in the bathroom waiting to move the dessert table into the main room after dinner so that we could leave. My boyfriend continued to film everything as he was committed to getting a beautiful video for his portfolio. The next morning I emailed the bride about the experience. She apologized profusely and said she was scatterbrained on the day and didn't think to do anything about it. She feels extremely guilty and would still like to be friends. I would like to forgive her, but I am still extremely hurt. Update: after reading everyone's responses and doing some reflecting, I've come to the conclusion that she's not my friend. Our relationship in the past few months has mostly consisted of her blowing me off, and me interpreting it as though she was busy. She moved across the country 2 years ago, but flies here often. Most of the couple's friends and family still live here, which is why they decided to have their wedding here. Every time she's come to visit, we've tried to make plans, which would end with me being blown off. The excuse was always that some last-minute thing came up, which is why she didn't have time to see me. She called me months before her engagement party to let me know that I would be invited to it, but I was never actually invited. I responded to pictures of it online, just saying, "Gorgeous," and she explained that I wasn't invited because her mill planned it and didn't know her friends. Moral of the story: the only time I've seen her within the past year was to do a free tasting for her wedding after she mentioned that she would not finalize her order without a tasting. We had plans to meet up the same week of the tasting, which she blew. I reread her apologetic email and interpreted it differently the second time. The email mainly followed the structure of excuse, but that's not an excuse. In one section, she wrote that although she would still like to be friends, she understands that I may not want to, and that's fine. To me, it seemed as though she was saying she wouldn't care if we were to no longer be friends. At the end of the email, she added, "P.S. We would still like the video," despite making it a point prior to the wedding to let my boyfriend, and I know that she couldn't care less about the wedding video. Although she mentioned in her email that she would make it up to me, I haven't heard a word from her since I responded back to her email naively accepting the apology the day after the wedding. I watched my boyfriend's rough edit of the wedding video this week and listened to her speech. She added a section where she thanked her friends for transcending the lines of friends and family. She called out a long list of names from the friend group. Mine wasn't included, which sealed the deal for me, especially since I was so involved in the preparation of the wedding that she wouldn't have just forgotten my name. Moving forward, I will be a lot more cautious with my circle, and I'll definitely be more strict with doing business with friends. No more paying out of pocket. My boyfriend has agreed to not go out of his way to send her the video. If she asks for it, he will send a link to a shortened version on his website. I couldn't convince him to add a watermark, although that was my favorite solution. Thanks everyone for your recommendations. So, we'll see if she comes around in a month or so. I will definitely not be reaching out.
I, 35 male, was incarcerated and lost touch with, 33 female. It's been over 10 years. Would it be wrong to contact her? When I was a university student, I fell in love with Daria. She was the little sister of my best friend, so I considered her off limits, but my crush on her persisted and grew. She's one of those beautiful, brilliant people who is alive and breathing to make the world a better place. How could I not be drawn to that? One day, she told me she had feelings for me, and to my relief my best friend didn't have a problem with me dating his sister either. So for 2 wonderful years, Daria was my girlfriend. I should have asked her to marry me. I don't know why I didn't. I suppose I thought I had all the time in the world. We were young and there was no need to rush things. We lived in a country that isn't exactly democratic, and we were political activists. I ended up getting arrested and going to prison for 9 years. Please don't think I'm some kind of monster for this. I don't want to go into detail in case it makes me identifiable somehow. But we didn't hurt anyone or do anything immoral. What we did is not even illegal in the country where I currently live, and our beliefs were far from extremist. I haven't seen or spoken to Daria since the day I got arrested. My best friend shortly after, and Daria left the country, partly due to the possibility that she'd be arrested too. There wasn't any way for her to contact me while I was in prison, though apparently she contacted my dad a few times in the beginning. Things got even worse in our country while I was incarcerated, so my dad and I emigrated when I was released. We've been living in Western Europe ever since, and life is pretty okay. I live with my dad, and I have a steady job. Months ago, I found Daria online. She lives in a neighboring country, 7 hours away by rail. She doesn't use social media too much, but from what I've seen there's no evidence of a partner or kids, and even if she's married, I'd be content just to be her friend, as I was for the first years we knew each other. Part of me desperately wants to reach out to her, and my dad has been encouraging me to do so, but I feel like it'd be too selfish. The circumstances of her brother's death were very traumatic for her, and I'm afraid that I'm just a living reminder of all the bad things that happened to us. And if she does have a partner, would my contacting her offend him and trouble their relationship? I don't want to cause her any more sadness. Time stood still for me while I was in prison, but I know it didn't for her or anyone else. She's done so well for herself, she's built a whole life, and I don't want to derail that life just because I feel entitled to a place in it. She might not even remember me at all, and even if she did invite me back into her life, I'd be nothing but a burden now, owing to my wrecked mental health. We've been apart twice as long as I knew her. Have I even the right to miss her as much as I do? For now I've contented myself with Googling her name every so often and seeing that she's okay. It just hurts a lot, and I don't know how to make it not hurt. I still love her with everything I have. I probably always will. Should I reach out to her or leave her alone? If I do contact her, what should I even say? Date: I, 35 male, was incarcerated and lost touch with, 33 female. It's been over 10 years. Would it be wrong to contact her? First, I want to say thank you to everyone who offered advice or kind words. I had spent so long feeling ashamed about my situation, and expecting most people to react very negatively if they knew. I had barely discussed it with anyone before, except my dad and people whose job it is to help me, lawyers, therapists, etc. And I was very surprised to be met with so much compassion from a bunch of complete strangers. Thank you, truly. Several people asked for an update, and that's the least I can do in return. I sent Daria a message the evening after I made my post. It was something like, I don't mean to intrude, but I wanted to say hello and thought I would give you my new contact information in case you ever felt like getting in touch. If not, that's completely fine too. I left her my mobile number and email address, wished her well, and that was that. I knew it might be a while before she responded, if she responded at all, so I tried to put it out of my mind. Early Monday morning, my phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number from the country where Daria lives. Who else would ever be calling me from there? I panicked a little bit, but I managed to answer in time. She asked a few times if it was really me, and I couldn't tell if she was laughing or crying. At first she called me by the very affectionate version of my name she used too, but then she quickly apologized and corrected herself, which broke my heart a little bit. It was an awkward phone call, but not in a bad way. I was extremely nervous and it seemed like she was too, but happy also. Some of you mentioned that Daria would want to know that I was safe, and this was more true than I could have guessed, because unrest in my country increased a lot during the last year I was in prison. She was afraid that they would decide to quietly unalive me rather than let me go. There are documented cases of other prisoners like me having met very suspicious ends in the months before my release, so it wasn't a totally unreasonable worry. She also said she repeatedly tried to send me parcels of supplies and put money on my commissary account, but her attempts were rejected without explanation. After my sentencing, I was not allowed to receive correspondence or to have a commissary account at all, because of the classification of my crimes, so she was forced to give up. She told me this as an apology, as if I would have been disappointed with her for not helping me more. I had no idea she had done any of that. I do know that it was not a safe thing for her to do, and I feel terrible that she put herself at risk trying to make me a little more comfortable. She didn't seem to want to talk about what happened any more than that, and so we didn't. We changed the subject to more lighthearted things, our jobs, the cities where we live, how my dad is adapting to a new country, etc. When she arrived at work and had to end the phone call, she asked if I wanted to continue talking through a messaging app. Obviously I said yes, and downloaded it immediately. We sent messages throughout the day, and she even interrupted her commute home to send me a picture of a restaurant modeled after one of my favorite books, just because she thought I would like it. She told me that she thought of me every time she saw it, but unfortunately the restaurant itself was not so good. I was afraid she wouldn't remember me, but she even remembers the things I like to read. She remembers a lot of little things, even stuff I forgot. We have been sending messages back and forth ever since, and talking on the phone after I finish work at night, until she gets too sleepy. Sometimes it feels like I'm 24 and she's texting me from a few blocks away, as if the next thing she might ask is what's for dinner. Other times it seems like we're trying to will dead versions of ourselves back to life in order to avoid acknowledging what we've lost. She seems a lot more timid than she used to, more passive, which I suppose makes sense. Sometimes I worry about how much I've changed, and that maybe she won't find anything left in me that's worthy of her. But if I could express in words what it feels like to hear her laugh, I could explain that there's also a lot that we know very well. She hasn't lost her kindness, or her warmth, or her empathy. She still cares about me, and I still care about her. I know that rebuilding a friendship after all that's happened will take lots of patience, and I have plenty to spare. I'm just happy to have the chance to get to know her again. This morning, Daria asked if I want to have a video call sometime this weekend. I agreed, but I'm ashamed to admit that as much as I want to see her, I'm very nervous. I look so different than she would remember. My jaw is messed up, and I have the teeth of a hockey player. Fortunately, I will qualify for healthcare insurance soon and be able to have it fixed. I lost weight that I haven't put back on, and I see an old man in the mirror. I'm also worried that I will get very emotional when I see her, and embarrass myself that way. I don't really cry in front of people. I'm not used to it, and this doesn't seem like a good occasion to start. Aside from not wanting to appear pitiful, I don't want her to feel forced to comfort me. If anyone has some advice on how to handle this, it would be much appreciated. Overall, this week could not have gone better, and I am extremely grateful to everyone who gave me the little push of courage I needed to send her that message, 1,000 times. Thank you.
My boyfriend's reaction to him thinking I was leaving worried me. So my partner and I, engaged, have been wonderful for the past year. After having a baby girl, we went through my postpartum and came out the other side, and things have been very normal, except maybe our lovemaking life is not back. Well, his parents are getting up there in age and catching some health issues. For full context, I get alone with them for the most part as long as mother-in-law isn't having one of her "you stole my baby and took my first grandchild for yourself" moments. We decided to move in with them, and it's been hard. I have found myself taking care of mother-in-law, my baby, and working full-time. I am a maid, so it is not incredibly hard work, but I do get tired. Well, I needed a break. Mother-in-law needed shots, so I gave those shots through a long and hard battle of screaming and being. She claims she can't help but scream and kick me through her phobia of needles. This was directly after work, and of course this display really unsettled my 1-year-old. I soothed her, gave her something to eat, and play for about 15 minutes before mother-in-law started crying about how I'm not cleaning enough and how I moved in to help, and how this was not helping. So I then picked my daughter, get 45-minute chicken meal together, table set, family eating. I did dishes, put daughter to bed, and cleaned the upstairs and started a load of laundry. As I said, I needed a break, a big one, so I stepped outside. My mother-in-law is weird. She lies to make bad situations happen, even when they benefit her in no way. I guess she told my exhausted partner I was leaving him. I was on my phone, texting, and he came out, literally picked me up and just basically threw me in a closet. I thought it was funny at first. I wasn't hurt. He did not appear to be mad but did look odd. I don't know how else to describe it, so I thought he was messing with me. Till it was what felt like hours later and I'm sobbing, shaking, sweating and banging on the door as hard as I can. No one was answering me. I could hear them talking but couldn't make out what they were saying. Another eternity goes by and he just basically whimpers out that I can't leave him. I ask him what the heck he was talking about and again, demand to be let out. He said he couldn't deal with me leaving and that he loved me. I had been left in the dark, with no phone or anything, so I did just cuss back that this was effed up and that I needed to be let out ASAP. He did, and start sobbing and apologizing over and over. His mom just stared at me, like I was a wild dog or something. I screamed at him and said that was not okay and heard my daughter screaming. At this point I knew nothing about the mother-in-law making up that I was leaving. I just kept screaming because he wasn't making any sense and I kind of thought it was a silly prank and he forgot about me. It wasn't okay. I was in there for 2 hours. We talked about it and we are saving up to move back out. But what the F? He never yelled, screamed, or got angry, and never has. But he so calmly locked me in a closet for 2 hours. How would that help? He has been apologizing, saying he panicked, and didn't know why he responded that way. He picked me up, put me in a closet, locked it, and then had a panic attack in the bathroom for 2 hours. Meanwhile, my mother-in-law did nothing but talk on the phone. I feel bad for wanting to leave for a while, but I feel so overwhelmed. Nothing like this has ever happened in the last 5 years of us being together. He hasn't even yelled at me past one time when he thought I was cheating, but he didn't put me in a closet then. It took me an hour after getting out to convince him I never intended to leave. I just wanted a break. I'm having a hard time not breaking and screaming at everyone. I have to keep taking bathroom breaks at work and home to keep from blowing up over small issues. Why did he have to go so psycho, and then let me go? Like you even let me out so I could leave freely. What was the point of locking me up? Why did he just go psycho?
After 18 years of marriage, I just found out that my children aren't mine. My wife Kelly and I have known each other for over 20 years and have been married for 18 years. We have 17-year-old twins, a boy and a girl, and I found out that they aren't mine 2 days ago. My kids got those ancestry tests for the family and we found out that I am not their father. Kelly and I met each other as co-workers at a job right out of college. We both were very ambitious, so after working for a couple of years, we decided to start our own business. We fell in love, and a year after starting out business, we got married. A couple of months into marriage, we had a massive fight over the direction we wanted to take our business in, and I left our home. She came to me a couple of weeks later, and we compromised. We've been inseparable ever since. Kelly got pregnant around that time. We've been through thick and thin. Our business has been through several hardships, but we weathered them together. We were always there for each other. We could always depend on each other. I loved her so much. She was a part of me and I couldn't even imagine a life without her. I trusted her absolutely until this happened. Kelly has been crying and apologizing constantly. She told me that during the time we had that fight at the start of our marriage, she got drunk one night and slept with a random guy, and that she has not cheated on me since. The betrayal has left me disoriented. I told Kelly I needed time to process this and I'm currently staying at a hotel. I don't know what I'm even doing anymore. The last 2 days have been a blur. I feel like a zombie, completely unable to feel or process anything. I don't intend to abandon my kids. I might not be their father, but I'm still their dad and I love them dearly. Right now, I'm sitting on my hotel bed and I have not eaten anything today. My thoughts are a mess, so I'm writing this down to help me process. Kelly has always been a great wife and an excellent business partner. I don't know if I'll be able to look at her the same again or if I'll be the same person again. I don't know how to move forward. Update: the day after my post, I called my children and told them I loved them. They were scared that I might leave them. I told them that they're still my children even though I'm not their biological father and that I won't be abandoning them. I just needed to think about my relationship with their mother. I saw several comments telling me that they're not my children because they don't have my DNA, but it matters very little to me. I raised them and they're my children. I spent thinking about how to move forward with Kelly after that. I was angry that she hid the fact that she slept with someone else. After we got married, I calmed down and really thought about the whole situation. I really wanted to call my lawyer to talk about separation, but I kept thinking about our life together, so I decided to talk to Kelly and give her a chance. I called her and went back home the next day. My kids were thrilled to see me and we spent some time together. Kelly and I went up to our room after that. I didn't speak to her properly since we saw the results. I gave her time to talk. Kelly told me that it had never even occurred to her that the kids couldn't be mine. She told me that when we had the fight early in our marriage, she was angry at me leaving over a business dispute, and after waiting for me to return, she went to a bar one day and got wasted. She picked up some guy and didn't remember much that happened that night. The guy was gone before she woke up the next day and she felt extremely guilty after that. She wanted to tell me but was afraid that I would leave her. To be fair, I was a hot-headed and stubborn guy back then, so I probably would have filed for a divorce without a second thought. To her, it was drunken mistake that would never come out, so she didn't want to risk our marriage, and I would have never found out about it if she didn't get pregnant that night. She broke down multiple times and apologized constantly throughout the conversation. I believe her story. Kelly has been my rock and partner throughout my life and I wouldn't be where I am today without her. We trusted each other absolutely. This ordeal has made a massive dent in my belief in her as a wife, but I still trust her as a partner. We had long conversations about our future and I told her I was willing to give us a chance. I made it clear that we might not succeed and I might leave, but I was willing to try. I assured my children that no matter what happened with my marriage, I would always love them and be their father. We decided to give marriage counseling a try. My wife asked a therapist friend of hers and she recommended a counselor. We have appointments starting next week. Update 2. We are still together. Our relationship has been mended. I won't say it's like before because it never will be, but we are in a very good place. Getting to this place wasn't easy. There were days that I felt like I was wasting my time because I couldn't trust her anymore, but Kelly was very patient with me. Therapy helped immensely. Whenever I felt like giving up, my children were my motivation to keep trying. It was a difficult journey, but I am incredibly lucky that I was able to mend my relationship. This is my advice. You are not obligated to try and fix your relationship if you feel that it has been irrevocably damaged. I decided to try because I loved my wife deeply and trusted that she was telling the truth. We had been through so much, both in business and in our relationship, and I knew I had to at least try to save it. Even after you try, you will most likely fail and that's okay. My wife thinks our story is so cute, but I've never told her the true story of how we met. A few years ago I moved to a new town and started going to a new church. At that church I met a girl. We never really became more than acquaintances until one day we happened to run into each other while we were walking our dogs at a neighborhood park and discovered that we lived right across the street from each other. After that we started hanging out more and walking our dogs together. Then we found out that we had a lot in common. One thing led to another, and we ended up getting married, or at least that's how she thinks it went. The truth is a little different. A few years ago I moved to a new town to go college. It was a pretty small college, and within a month of starting I knew every student at the school, and while they were nice, I just couldn't see myself dating any of them. So there I was, in the middle of an unfamiliar city, leagues away from anyone who knew me, and my dating prospects seemed grim, at least for the moment. I figured this was as good a time as any to try out online dating just to see if it was worth the time. So I signed up for a free trial on a reputable site. I filled out my profile, set some tight filters, and started searching. Over the next month I met a few girls and had a few chats, but nothing exciting happened. Then one day I was scrolling down the list and I came across one of the most attractive girls I'd seen on the site. From her profile she seemed to be exactly the kind of girl I was looking for, but that was no surprise since my search parameters didn't leave much room for anything else. I was just about to send her a message to say hi, when I noticed that she lived in the same town as me. I figured that I'd probably have more success introducing myself to her in person than I would online. So I went on Facebook to see if I could find her profile. Within a few minutes I found her, so I started scrolling down her timeline to see if I could figure out what church she went to. Luckily I didn't have to go far. She'd shared a church event just a few days before. That Sunday I went to that church, and wouldn't you know it, she was one of the first people to come say hi to me when I walked in. We only got to talk for a minute, but I liked what I saw. Over the next few weeks I got to talk to her a few more times, but I could never really get anywhere. Then, one Saturday morning I was driving out of my neighborhood. A man on a bike rode past my car. I recognized him as the girl's father who I'd seen at church several times. He seemed to be taking a leisurely ride, so it made sense that he couldn't live too far away. Later that day when I got home I pulled out the phone book and looked him up just out of curiosity. To my surprise I discovered that he lived less than 100 yards from my house. At that point I knew what I had to do. I started taking my dog out on walks to the neighborhood park much more often. And sure enough, I eventually ran into her walking hers. Of course, we started talking, hit it off, and the rest is history. I feel so dishonest not telling her my side of the story, but I don't want to take the romance out of her memories.
My boyfriend of 5 months broke up with me because he tested positive for chlamydia. I, 19 female, and my now ex-boyfriend, 20, have been together for a little less than 5 months. This whole time our relationship has been strictly closed and we've really developed strong feelings for each other. Last Wednesday my ex came over to tell me that he had tested positive test for chlamydia. Apparently he got tested last Friday and got his results back on Monday. I had no idea that any of this was happening as he only told me last Wednesday. Here's the real kicker. He immediately said that I must have given it to him and that the only logical conclusion is that I must have cheated on him. I was in complete and utter shock for so many reasons. I couldn't believe that he thought I would do something as crappy as cheating. I think it is disgusting, and if I wanted something or someone else, then I would have just left him. Fun fact about chlamydia: it is known as the silent STI because both men and women can contract it unknowingly and be asymptomatic for weeks, months, or years. The point I am trying to make is that either of us could have had it for the past 5 months and could have contracted it from previous relationships, and it just didn't present itself until now. Anyways, he decided to break up with me yesterday because he has decided that I cheated on him and that even if I didn't, he couldn't have the same relationship with me because there will always be a doubt in his mind. I'm pissed off and frustrated by his decision. He says that he loves me and cares about me, yet he has zero faith in me. I could have just as easily accused him of cheating, but I didn't. I trusted him when he said that he didn't cheat, but for some reason I can't be trusted. I think part of the problem is that I am his first real girlfriend. While I've had many partners in the past, long-term and hookups, I think that he's especially afraid of getting hurt, so he's trying to guard his own emotions. But what about mine? Yeah, it sucks that we both got chlamydia, and that he broke up with me, but it hurts that after nearly half a year he has no faith in me, especially since I have been nothing but completely devoted to him. It sucks that he couldn't even consider my feelings before making his decision. While I'm still upset that the relationship is over, I'm glad that I got to see this side of him, and I now know that his trust issues extend to those who care about him deeply. I found my husband and sister together. I, 40 female, and my husband, 42 male, have been married since I was 22 and he was 23. Up until now our marriage has been perfect. We have a 12-year-old daughter and a 14-year-old son together, but lately I have been getting this weird feeling that my husband is in love with my sister. For short context, my sister, 43 female, has always hated me. Even though she was our parents' favorite growing up, she just had the hate for me and always took away things like I loved. Like for example, when I was younger I loved playing soccer and was good at it. When my sister found out she also started playing soccer, she was good but not better than me. Not to brag, one day she injured her ankles and was told she couldn't play soccer for a long time and somehow it was my fault. She told our parents, and being their favorite uncle, they believed her and banned me from playing soccer ever again. She also stole my first boyfriend and bullied me in school, but I never said anything and mostly kept to myself. Back to now. I had the feeling that my husband was in love with my sister because when she and her husband got divorced, she called up my husband immediately and he went without a second thought. That's how it has always been. Whenever she needs him, he's there with her without even a second thought. About 2 months ago our 12-year-old daughter broke her arm and we went to the hospital with both me and my husband while my son was at his friend's place. We got home and my daughter asked if she could get McDonald's, and so I went out to get our daughter some McDonald's because she wanted it and she also wanted her dad to stay with her. She has always been a daddy's girl. When I came back home I found my husband on his way out with our daughter crying and begging him to stay. When I saw it I quickly rushed over and asked what was happening, and I found out he was going to my sister because she wasn't feeling well, and I asked him why was he going there when his daughter literally just broke her arm, and he only answers, "Your sister needs me," and left. After that I got super angry and packed a bag for me, my daughter and my son and went to stay at my aunt's place. She was the only one of my family that agreed that my sister was a brat, so I spent most of my childhood with her. 2 days after I had to go back home because I forgot my work computer, and when I got there I was shocked at what I saw. My husband and my sister were on the couch of our family home doing the dirty work. When they both noticed me they were quick to get their clothes back on, and my husband ran to me telling me that this wasn't what it looked like and that this was all a misunderstanding. I stood there for a minute because I yelled back at him how he could have done this to me and if I meant nothing to him, and I yelled that I wanted divorce and left. When I got to my aunt's place I went into the room I was staying in and broke down crying. I don't know what to do. I already told my aunt and she is furious. She told our parents and most of our family members even though I asked her not to, but at the same time I'm happy she told them because I don't have the courage to do so. My husband and sister have been blowing up my phone with text messages, but I just ignore them. I don't know how I'm gonna tell my kids. What do I do? Update 1. One side of me felt sad and wanted to forgive my husband for the kids' sake, but the other side felt anger and wanted revenge. I told my kids that things aren't working well at work. That was the reason for my sadness, which they believed. I was glad because I still can't bring myself to tell them about their father. One thing I didn't mention in the other post was that my sister and her ex-husband, super hot husband and such a nice person, I'm so sorry but it's the truth, got divorced because she had been mentally abusing him throughout their whole relationship and she had just started physically abusing him, and that's when enough was enough for him and he divorced her. Being the person that she is, she made a lie about how her husband was the one doing the and all that bull crap. I contacted her ex-husband to have a talk with him and I asked if he wanted revenge. He agreed and we made plans to meet up. We met up at a public cafe and talked together. We talked about how abusive she was and how he too had the feeling that she had feelings for my husband. I also told him what I saw and we decided to start with our revenge plan. We started with reporting my sister to the police for the abuse, and at first the officer was skeptical, but she had left a bruise on him and he also had texts from her threatening him. They told us they were going to start on the case and advised us to get a lawyer and send us home. After that I started with taking out all the money we had on our shared account to my own, and since I owned the house I was going to kick him out. I then got a lawyer and started the divorce process, which I knew was going to be a long and hard battle, but I was willing to do anything to get away from this disgusting man. Later that week, I sat my kids down and told them everything. My son was furious, but my daughter didn't believe me at all and told me I was lying, and I told her that even though she might think I'm lying, I am not going to stop her from seeing her dad. Later that day, my aunt had gathered my parents and my husband's parents together with the both of them at her house, and I didn't know. I just got home from work to find them all there. Turns out my aunt finally had enough of my sister and told the whole family of what I had seen, and also that my sister had been in and out of jail and my aunt was the one to bail her out each time. My parents were furious and started yelling about how much of a disappointment she was, and my mom gave her a tight slap and told her they never wanted to see her ever again. As for my husband's parents, they told him they never thought he could go that low, knowing his mom raised him as a single mom before she met his stepdad, who he called dad. My daughter stood up and yelled at her dad, telling him how much she hates him and never wants to see him again, before she ran up into the room she and her brother were sharing at my aunt's house and slammed the door after herself. My son gave him a disappointed look and followed his sister upstairs. My husband kneeled in front of me and begged for forgiveness, and I told him he had 2 days to pack his things and leave the house or else I'll call the cops, and he started sobbing and begged me, saying he had nowhere else to go. His parents told him he wasn't welcome ever again in their house, never ever. I told him I didn't care and that I wanted a divorce, and at the end he said okay and left with red teary eyes. 2 days later I went home with my babies. They hadn't been to school since that talk and were having a hard time, especially my daughter. I sat them down and held them both in my arms, telling them we were strong and we're gonna get through this no matter what. I'll always be there for them. They both broke down crying until they fell asleep. I woke them up to take them in their bed and went downstairs and had a breakdown myself. I could never show my kids how hard this was on me. I had to be strong for them. I heard the doorbell ring and thought it was my ex-husband, but it was my sister's ex-husband who came to visit. He sat me down and hugged him while I cried, telling him I couldn't do this on my own. He stayed the night, and when I woke up he had made breakfast for me and my kids, and they seemed to enjoy him being here. He asked the kids if they wanted to go somewhere special with him, and they both gave him a shrug. I was about to tell him it's okay, but he talked the kids into it and they finally agreed, running to their rooms to get ready. I gave him a big hug and told him thank you, and he hugged me back, telling me to take all the time I needed. For any confusion, they have always been close with Thomas, my sister's ex. When they left, I called up my lawyer and had a chat before meeting him. When I got home, I almost started crying at what I saw. I saw that Thomas had ordered their favorite takeout and was sitting on the sofa eating it while my daughter was cuddled up on his side, eyes red from crying. I quietly got my shoes and jacket off before making my way into the living room with a huge smile on my face. My son ran up to me and gave me a big hug before we sat down and enjoyed our night together. I had a talk with my kids and they agree that we all should start seeing a therapist. Thomas helped talk them into it because he was also seeing one himself. My husband has been blowing up my phone with texts and calls, but I just blocked him. That's all I have. I'll update if anything happens, and my kids haven't talked to their dad since, and I also cut off my parents, and I also got tested for STD and was STD free. Again, thank you guys for the love and support. Update: I found my husband and sister together. Hey everyone, it has been a while since I last updated. I've been very busy with work, my kids, therapy and just everything. I'll just start with how things are going. For me it is going better. I am starting to feel good, all thanks to Thomas. My daughter has been trying her best. What I mean by that is sometimes she will come crying to me or Thomas talking about how much she hates her dad, and other times she will go crying to her dad wanting his comfort. I don't blame her and never will. It breaks my heart to see her suffering so much. All she wants is our family back together. I wish I could, but the damage has been done. Sometimes she gets episodes where she will go in a state where she can't really tell what is happening around her, and sometimes she slips up and calls Thomas dad, which is not a bad thing, but I would never date my sister's ex no matter how much of a devil she is. I just can't. As for my son, he has been very close to his emotions. I sometimes find him crying to himself at night and I just go in to hug him. We talk and I tuck him and stay with him while he sleeps. This is the only way I can get to know how he is truly feeling, because he never talks to me no matter how hard I try. As for ex, he broke thing off completely with my sister and hasn't spoken to her. He got himself a good paying job. He worked at his dad company before all this and got fired from there. He also lives in a really nice house because he for some reason had been saving up just for in case, knowing I would catch him and my sister one day. I know all this though my daughter tells me everything. I don't press her. She always says she wants me to know what's going on in his life. My son does not speak with his father and never visits. I am not gonna force him. My ex has been trying to get in touch with me and sending me flowers and gifts. I accept them because I don't want to throw away stuff. It is just not me and I still love him. It is not easy to let go of those feelings. From what I have heard, my sister lives in her car and works at a very low-paying job. One thing I want to make clear is that if my sister goes homeless, I'm gonna help her because I just can't stand and watch her live in the street knowing how dangerous our town gets at night. Thomas has been a great help for all of us. He is just so perfect in every way. One more thing about Thomas is that he found he is bi and started dating this guy named Logan not too long ago. Logan has been too much help too, and my kids loves them both. My daughter does not fully loves them like my son, but she is getting closer every day. I've also started working out and eating better, trying to get in better shape. I met this dude. We have been talking and working out a lot together. He gives me the same spark that my exes gave me back when we were dating. I am not saying that I'm gonna start dating this dude, but he makes me really happy. My kids do not know about him yet. That's all for now. I will update if anything else happens. Mini update. Hey y'all, I posted an update not too long ago, and one thing that got a lot of attention was 1. Me accepting gift from my ex, and 2. Helping my sister in the future. Let me start with the first one. The only reason I don't throw away the gift from him is because I hate the idea of throwing things that is in perfectly good shape. Thomas gave me a good idea about going to a women's shelter or orphanage and giving away. He usually gives me flowers, teddies or jewels, which I'm not going to use, so I will be giving it away. Helping my sister, I don't mean inviting her into my house, but instead giving her money, because in my country, it is extremely dangerous for a woman to be alone at night. That is only if my parents fail to help her. I know what she did was bad, but I can't stand and watch her get hurt. As for my ex, we have no future together, and I am gonna make sure he gets that through his thick skull. Someone said that my daughter might be telling on me to her dad, and I hope she is. I want him to know how much better we are doing without him, and as for the money he saved up, I don't want it. I have a high-paying job and my babies always gets what they need when they need it, so we don't need his help or his filthy money. That was all. I may update, not sure. Have a wonderful day, you guys, and again thanks for the support. You guys don't even know how much you guys help me.
Planted bamboo that overrun my neighbor's property over a security light. About 4 years ago, I used to live in a nice hoa in a small town in Texas and enjoyed having only one neighbor over my backyard fence. The plot was about 2 acres and the other side of the backyard butted up to a hay field. The stars were beautiful at night because of virtually no light pollution. Until the neighbor decided to install an incredibly bright security light over their back porch aimed right at my back patio and bedroom windows. I tried to ignore it at first and put shades in the bedroom, but out on the patio it was like having a bright LED headlight in your face all night. I consulted the hoa about adding a privacy addition to my fence to increase its height, and they said no because it's already at the 8-foot max allowed height. They said there was nothing in the bylaws or whatever about bright lights, so nothing they could do. Diplomacy. So I hated for this to be the thing where we finally had a formal greeting after 3 years of back porch waves, but I walked over and rang the doorbell with $20. I politely explained how the light was causing the aforementioned nuisance and asked if there was any way I could convince him to point the light down or in a different direction, and even offered to buy him a case of beer. The $20, out of goodwill and even a new motion sensing light. He seemed nice and agreed to point it down. But after waiting a month, nothing changed. I went back to have another polite conversation and he said he had changed his mind and was going to leave it on every night and leave it pointed as is. Petty revenge. Needless to say, I was a bit upset. Diplomacy failed and started figuring out how to win. If the military taught me anything, there's always ways to adapt and overcome. So I started researching fast-growing plants to create big privacy walls and reading through the hoa bylaws and city-state ordinances about what I could or couldn't plant and if there were any repercussions for encroachment across the property line. I quickly discovered running bamboo, despite being very invasive, would grow super fast to make the neighbor's house and light disappear from view, and there was nothing on the hoa, state, or city books to prevent me from planting it or cause legal recourse if it spread and grew on his side on the fence. Only thing he could do is cut anything that grew on his side of the line. So I pulled the trigger and planted a bunch of golden bamboo, which grows and spreads crazy fast in Texas and grows up to 20 feet tall. I didn't care if it took over the fence line because his house is 15 feet from the fence while mine was 50 yards away, so I planted a bunch right against the fence and only put root barrier on my side to prevent it spreading into my yard. Within 6 months his house and light were gone from view, replaced by a pretty bamboo jungle row at the edge of my yard. Within 1 year he complained it was growing into his yard via mailed letters. They went right into the trash with no response. He rang my doorbell once and I looked at him through the window but just didn't answer the door. I unexpectedly sold the house and moved 2 years after planning for a career opportunity. It's been 2 years since I sold and I just checked the property on Google Earth and his entire backyard is bamboo.
I broke up with my boyfriend because of his views on cheating. I don't know what to feel. Me, 25 female, and my boyfriend, 28 male, have been together for 3 years now. We have been living together for 2 years. I know his family. He has one brother, Sam, 33 male, who is married to Lisa, 32 female. They have one daughter who is 4 years old. He is very close to his brother, which resulted in me being closer to his wife and kids too. Sam sometimes comes to our place and plays video games with my boyfriend. One day, when they were playing video, Sam put his phone on charger in our guest room. I was there cleaning the windows when suddenly his phone buzzed. I went to look and there was a girl named Office texting him. I had a great time last night. Your tongue is magic, with some emojis. I was a little shocked. Sam always shows how much he adores his wife. Even Lisa says he is the best husband. How could he cheat? This was the first incident. Then one day when he was at our house again, he was talking loudly while I was right by the kitchen while he was talking on the phone in our guest room with doors open. He was saying, "I love you," to a girl named Beth. This confirmed my suspicion even more. I told my boyfriend I think his brother is cheating on his wife. I asked him if he knows anything about it. His expression went blank. He told me he knew about it. I was perplexed. I asked, what does he mean? He began to tell me Sam has been seeing other girls on the side. He doubled it down, saying it is not a big deal because Lisa is happy. He is happy and plus he doesn't like to mix in other people's business. I asked him if he thinks that his brother cheating on Lisa was right. How could he defend his brother over something so vile? He told me it is their personal life, plus he doesn't want to ruin his brother's marriage. I told him firmly his brother's marriage was already ruined the moment he decided to stick his thing inside someone else that isn't his wife, and he clearly wrong for supporting him. How would he feel if I was cheating on him and my sister knew and never told him? He told of course he would feel bad, but this isn't about him. I just told him to leave me alone. Cheating is a deal breaker for me. I do not like people who are cheaters or support cheating. I can't even look at him the same way I used to. So a few weeks ago, I called him and told him this isn't working. I cannot be with someone who supports cheating and doesn't mind someone else cheating. He cried and told me to not do it, that he will do better and this isn't fair to him. I cannot punish him for what his brother is doing. I told him calmly that this is not a punishment but my decision. I already told him that cheating is a deal breaker for me. I will not tolerate it in any shape or form. I went to stay with my brother. 2 days later I went to our place to get some stuff of mine. He asked me if he could talk. I said sure. He told me he was wrong for not saying anything against his own brother. Lisa is a good woman and that he would ask his brother to stop. I told him that doesn't make me feel better. The fact that he thinks it is okay to cheat clearly shows he has no problem with cheating on me. He told me he is not cheating on me and that he will be better. I asked him if he could tell Lisa about his husband's affair. He went silent and told me he can't go against his own brother. Well then I guess he made his choices. I left his place leaving him crying on his couch. I feel bad. I love him but the trust I had for him is gone. I do not know how to tell everything to Lisa. I am not sure what to do. I feel lost. Update. Hello, thanks for all the kind words. So, I did tell her the very day I made this post even though I had no evidence. I got some encouragement from you guys too. For all I knew she could scream at me. But hey, if that happens, at least I wouldn't have to live with this giant guilt that I misled a friend of mine. I talked to Lisa telling her everything on the phone. She just told me she can't speak right now and thanked me for informing her, which was weird. I didn't hear from her for the next 3 days. I only heard from her when my ex called my brother to yell at me. He called me a homewrecker because I snitched to Lisa and today she took her daughter and served Sam divorce papers. I was even more confused. It's not possible to file a divorce paper within 3 days. I called Lisa. She didn't pick up but texted me to come to Sam's house. I went with my brother because I didn't know how safe it is for me. When I entered I saw my ex, Sam and then their parents along with Lisa. Sam looked really crappy. My ex jumped on me by saying I did this to his brother. Lisa told my ex to calm down. She carries on to explain that she already knew Sam was cheating for a while. One of the girls he was with contacted her and showed her the messages between him and her. That girl worked in his office. The girl felt guilty knowing that she hooked up with a married man and so she told Lisa before quitting her job. I am guessing she felt really guilty and couldn't work there or something. Lisa further told us she has been planning on leaving Sam since then. She needed time to get her things sorted and gather evidence that will help her in court. She was mostly a homemaker but worked part-time so there were financial issues too. She went on to expose Sam even more of his deeds in front of his own parents and told Sam she wants full custody because Sam bringing one of his toys around her daughter is not safe. From what she described, Sam is pretty screwed in the divorce. She also didn't spare my ex. She basically told him she has never treated him like an outsider, that if someone was cheating on him she would definitely tell him, even if that someone was her own family member. She finds it really sad that she had to know from a stranger what his brother was up to rather than someone closer to her and someone she loved like a brother. My ex was silent. A lot more things came to light because there was a lot of yelling and pointing fingers. Sam has been cheating on Lisa for 3 years. My ex knew it for the last 2 years and has been covering for Sam. Sam's parents were disappointed at him as well. And apparently my ex also lied to his parents about why we broke up. He told his parents I fell in love with someone else and that's why I left him. Why he did that? Because his dumb brother thought it was a great cover-up because even if I told Lisa then no one would believe in me because I was the one who cheated, and projecting it on his brother. Lisa called me here to clean my name and also thanked me for informing her even if she knew it all along. Their parents apologized to both of us and told us they are ashamed of their sons. I just felt bad for them. After that I went home. Lisa asked me if she could stay with me. I said sure. She was stoic when she was talking to Sam and his parents but as soon as she entered my house she broke down in tears. She told me that she should have listened to her friends who told her Sam was not a decent person. She left her job and her law study so that she could be with him. I felt really bad for her. I know this will be really tough on her and her daughter. I wish there was more I could do, but I am really impressed that she handled this situation with such poise. I hope she decides to continue her law studies like she wanted to. She sacrificed a lot for that jerk. Also to all those people who think that my ex was right not to snitch on his brother, you guys don't see how he is putting her at risk. Sam was making love with literally everything that has a hole. You guys think it would be better to keep her in the dark. I know she knew about it but what if she didn't? What if Sam's careless toys put her in danger of STD? Some STDs are life-threatening. Him not coming clean of his brother's deeds was seriously putting her in danger of it, and I wasn't punishing him. I simply cannot live with someone who would support cheating. To me that is exactly like cheating. Moreover, he lied and covered for him. Who is to say he wouldn't mind cheating on me because he clearly thinks cheating is not a big deal, even if he wasn't covering for them. The mere fact that he thinks it is okay for someone to get cheated on is a huge nope for me. I am really shocked to see how many people are willing to take the cheater's side instead of the one who getting cheated on. Final update. Wow, it has been almost 2 months. Crazy. First of all, I am still in contact with Lisa. I mean, she seems like a cool person, so I continued my contact with her, regardless of what relationship I had with my ex. I did find a good friend in Lisa. My ex did reached out to me. I met him on a public space. He said sorry for lying about our breakup. He was angry at me because I broke up with him because of what his brother was doing. He also said that he never wanted his brother's family to implode like that. That's why he hid it from everyone. I reminded him that he didn't just hid it. He actively supported it and helped him cover up. Does he not feel a little bit guilty for lying to her sister-in-law? Lisa thought of him as her brother and he betrayed that trust. I told him it was never about his brother, it was about him being a coward and putting Lisa in danger of losing everything. He should have at least told his brother to stop or confront him, but he did not. His moral views and mine are completely different, and I cannot build a future with someone who thinks cheating is okay as long as the other person who is being cheated on doesn't know about it. He could easily cheat on me. He said he understands and doesn't blame me. He even got a lot of crap from his parents for covering up for his brother. We ended things in good terms, until the incident that happened a month ago. Lisa and Sam have agreed on shared custody until the divorce is finalized. On weekends, their daughter, Ally, stays with him. So like a month ago, Ally was there. Sam asked my ex to come over because he wants someone to babysit Ally while he and his girlfriend is spending time with each other. Remind you, they were still in the house but in Sam's room. Sam prepared lunch for Ally. He gave her a sandwich that contained soy bacon. She is allergic to soy. My ex was busy playing on the PlayStation and Sam was busy with his floozy in another room when she was eating it. I swear to God that man doesn't care about anyone other than his you-know-what. Ally had a bad reaction to the soy and was taken to the hospital. There Lisa chewed them out for good. She is now adamant about getting the primary custody of Ally, and don't worry, the poor girl is fine. As for Lisa, she has gotten a good full-time job. She is thinking about doing her law studies once this whole thing settles. She has an friends with benefits kind of situation. It is nothing serious as far as I know. She wants to stay focused on her and her daughter. My grandparents don't approve of my relationship with my black boyfriend, and don't want me to marry him. I don't know what to do, since I don't want to lose either of these people. I was orphaned at 8, and my paternal grandparents took me in. They've raised me with the utmost love and care anyone could ask for, and I'm not lying when I say that they'd readily pass away for me, but most parents and grandparents are like that, so you all know what I'm talking about. I've always looked up to them, and they've always set the very best examples for me. I've never ever seen either of them be unkind to a single soul, and they've always taught me to be that way too. Recently though, I received the shock of my life when I saw their reaction to seeing my boyfriend, Sam, for the first time, who happens to be black. I've never pegged them for racist people, and it was honestly unexpected. They tried to hide it, but I could see it on their faces, that they didn't approve. Since then they've just never liked the guy, and I've always been like really nitpicky about him, criticizing him about the smallest of things, always judging every single thing he says and does very harshly, etc. I've tried time and again to convince them that he's a really good guy, that he loves me and cares about me, but to no avail. Well, he proposed to me, and it was the happiest moment of my life. When I told my grandparents though, it was clear they were upset. This time, unlike before, they didn't make excuses about why they didn't like him and just straight up confessed to having a problem with his race. At first I was incredibly pissed off, but I tried to reason with them and get to the bottom of why they felt this way. They think all black people are really similar to the way they're portrayed in racist stereotypes. This is all despite the fact that he's nothing like the racist stereotypes portray black people. He's a college-educated, well-dressed, well-spoken man with a good job and a decent salary. This doesn't sway them. Another thing that really confuses me is my mom, who is Asian. They were apparently not only okay with their son marrying an Asian woman, they loved her like she was their own daughter. They're also really good friends with my maternal grandparents, who are from Korea and Singapore. When my maternal grandparents found out, they weren't too happy either, and they were actually much more direct about it compared to my paternal grandparents. I honestly don't know what to do. My boyfriend, fiancé, has always sorta known that my grandparents didn't really like him, but he doesn't suspect that it's because of his race. My friends have all unanimously sided against my grandparents and said stuff like, they don't get to dictate what you do with your life. Tell them to either accept it or you'll cut them off permanently. Just cut them off, they're toxic people, etc. While my grandparents are definitely in the wrong about all this, I can't even begin to fathom cutting them out of my life. They gave everything they had and more to raise me and give me the best life they could. They're the reason I am who I am today. They were always there for me, took care of my every need and always put me above themselves. How can I just abandon them like this, after everything they've done for me? On the other hand, I can't imagine losing Sam either. What do I do? Edit to add, I gave my maternal grandparents an earful, and told them straight up that they had no right to say the kind of stuff they said about Sam, and that it was extremely rude. They tried to say stuff like, we only want what's best for you, etc. But I shut that crap down, and told them I won't speak to them again unless they treat him with respect. Update 1 week later. Thanks for all your responses on my previous post. It was all really good advice, but the very best out of it all was the suggestion that I come clean to Sam. I did that, and he reacted in a surprisingly calm manner. I asked him how he's taking it so well, and he told me he's experienced something similar before. His cousin had come out as gay a few years back, and he told me how his own grandparents reacted very poorly to his cousin's revelation. He told me they absolutely refused to acknowledge the fact that he was gay and said some pretty hurtful stuff along the lines of how his homosexuality would embarrass them in front of all their family and friends, etc. They wouldn't allow the cousin to bring his boyfriend to family gatherings, and threatened to cut him out of their inheritance unless he got his head straight. He then showed me pictures of his grandparents laughing along with his cousin's husband, pictures of them at his cousin's wedding, etc. He told me they eventually grew out of it, and as they go to know him they really bonded with the guy. Sam joked that he wouldn't give my grandparents a choice and that within a month they'd be in love with him. Well, I think it's working. Sam and I have dinner at my grandparents' house every night, and each night I notice them more and more at ease and more avidly taking part in our conversations. Sam and my grandpa are both World War II enthusiasts, and my grandpa absolutely loves having discussions on the subject with Sam. I decided to update this post because last night something very special happened. I got there before Sam, and I could see the disappointment on their faces when they thought I had come alone. They asked where Sam was, when he was coming, etc. Then they said we wouldn't start eating until he arrived. I'm just so incredibly happy that I get to keep both relationships.
I saw videos of my fiancée cheating during her bachelorette party. My girlfriend and I were together 4 years and we were engaged to be married. Last weekend she had her bachelorette party. I didn't have a problem with it, especially after what she told me was the plan. Her and some friends were going to rent an Airbnb or something. A big place with like 4 bedrooms, and they were just going to get trashed and party and hang out. The day of the party she was at my place, a 2-bedroom apartment, 1 room I use as a home office. I am a self-employed investor. She makes all of the arrangements and goes to meet her friends. We texted a little, but as the party warmed up we stopped and I figured they were just having fun. After midnight I start getting ready for bed and noticed that the computer in my office isn't turned off. Rather, the black screen was just a screensaver. It turns out fiancée had not logged out and her messenger was still open on the computer. There was a group chat where her and the girls had been planning everything, and a lot of videos were uploaded to the chat. I was a little curious and I started watching some of the videos. Most of them were pretty innocent, just a group of 15 girls having a good time. Then there was a video of a woman going to the front door and about 10 guys enter the apartment. I don't know who they were and I didn't recognize anyone. There were a couple videos of the guys and girls dancing and drinking, and then the worst happened. A video started of my fiancée making out with a guy on the sofa. She stops and rolls over and starts making out with a second guy. Then there was a video of her and the 2 guys going into a bedroom. There was also a video of them coming out that according to the timestamps was 5 minutes later, but that doesn't mean anything. For all I know the videos were an hour apart and they were all just uploaded at the same time. Seeing all this was like a sledgehammer to the guy. I walked into the bathroom because I thought I would be sick. I wasn't, but I feel like I paced back and forth in the apartment for about 30 minutes. Then I poured myself a rocks glass full of whiskey. I saved the videos and then made one of my own. Just a short little selfie video of me saying, "Hi, this is my name, your ex-fiancé. Just wanted to say I saw the videos from the party and the wedding is off. I hope it was worth it." I'm glad I saved the videos because in less than 10 minutes they were all deleted and my phone started blowing up, but I didn't answer any calls or texts. At first it was just my girlfriend texting saying she can explain and it's not what it looked like. Then her friends joined in, but I ignored everyone and didn't respond. Then suddenly I got a request for a video chat and I'll admit my curiosity got the better of me. I answered the call but didn't say anything. It was my fiancée sitting in front of the camera and she looked like she had been crying and the other friends just around her. I really only know maybe 4 of the friends, but I recognize a lot of the others. First she started apologizing but kept saying it wasn't what it looked like, it was just a party and the guys coming over was not planned or anything like that. She said it might have looked bad but nothing happened. When I didn't say anything she just kept going on with more of the same and her friends backed her up. The more I didn't speak the more hysterical she got. Eventually she admitted to kissing the 2 guys but dumped the blame on her friends who all took responsibility for that, which surprised me a little. She said the kisses didn't mean anything and that's all that happened. Then she seemed to remember the video of her going into the bedroom and she started screaming that it was just a joke and nothing happened. All the other women confirmed it was just a joke and that my fiancé had walked into the room and then turned around and walked out again. This just keeping going on and they just kept repeating themselves. Eventually everyone got quiet and all I said was, "Is there anything else to add?" She said no and I just ended the video call. I went onto social media and changed my relationship status to single and posted that the wedding was off and if anyone had bought a present they should feel free to return it. Fiancé saw the post and is freaking out even more and just keeps insisting that all she did was kiss and nothing else. I sent her a text saying if I suspect that her or any of her friends lie about what happened or try to make me the bad guy, then I will post all the videos online. Right now no one else knows what is happening. This was a couple days ago and everything for the wedding is cancelled and my fiancé just keeps pursuing me. Any advice on what I should do from here? Update. The update is pretty simple. Everything has been called off and cancelled. The wedding is officially not happening. I got the ring back and all of her stuff is moved out. She is staying with her parents for now. We did talk a little bit. It was mostly just her begging and apologizing and crying. She keeps insisting that all she did was kiss the guys, and she has never done anything like this before and she promises it will never happen again. Part of me really wanted to believe her, but the problem is that this incident puts our entire relationship in doubt. I think she may be telling the truth, but again the point is there is no way to know. If it is true that her friends pressured her to do it, then how can I believe they never did it before? We kept going around in circles because ultimately there is just no way I can be sure. She said she would do anything including cutting off her friends and only ever drink around me. She really blasted her friends online saying if at the party had stuck to the original plan she would still be getting married, so maybe she already cut them off. All I can say is that at the moment I am single and I'm just going to live my life. Probably take some time to myself after getting out of a 4-year relationship. What's crazy is that a couple of her friends are also texting me, just to talk. I haven't responded yet because well it's hard to trust them too. Thanks again to everyone who expressed sympathy and I hope none of you here need to deal with anything like this in the future.
My 19-year-old sister is getting married to her high school teacher. My younger sister is getting married to her 36-year-old high school teacher in a few days and everyone seems okay with it. She graduated a year ago and they told us they were dating. Almost immediately after the graduation, I was shocked and angry, but everyone around me was happy and supportive of them. The teacher divorced his wife 2 years ago and started paying attention to my sister. He spoke to her after class regularly and paid special attention to her studies. I thought this was weird and talked to my sister about this, but she told me he was helping her because she was the best student of her class, which she was. A few months ago, only a few months into dating, they announced that they were engaged. I tried talking to my parents about their age difference and stuff, but they didn't want to hear it. I talked to my sister and she told me she is happy and that she loves him. We live in a small town with a tight-knit community and everyone else is supporting their marriage. I'm feeling useless right now and I am angry at myself. I was unable to protect my sister. I feel like I failed my duties as an older sibling. I hate everyone around me. How do they not see what's going on here? Update: the marriage happened. I contemplated not going to the ceremony, but I didn't want to hurt my little sister, so I went reluctantly. My blood was boiling throughout the whole thing. Everyone who came to the ceremony congratulated them. I couldn't even look the teacher in the face because I was so angry at him. I hated the whole thing. I'm leaving this town tomorrow. I had some interviews lined up and got selected in one. It's in a city and I'm moving tomorrow. I can't stand these people. My parents think that getting married to a good guy with a stable job is the best thing that could have happened to my sister, and my relatives agreed. He groomed her. Why doesn't anyone else see that? I wanted to scream at everyone. When I told my sis I was leaving, she cried. I reassured her and told her that I wasn't angry at her. I made it clear to her that she could contact me anytime under any circumstances and that I'd be there for her. I bought her a phone and told her that I'd talk to her regularly. I tried to not antagonize anyone because I want them to reach out to me if anything happens. It was very hard to do. I came very close to fighting several people. My sister was a star student. I always thought that she would go to a big college and become someone significant, but now, she's going to be a housewife. That thought is destroying me. I wasn't harsh on her because I'm hoping that she wakes up soon and I want to be there for her when that happens. I want to support her and see her full potential, and I'm wishing it happens soon. My 19-year-old sister is getting married to her 36-year-old high school teacher. Update: a year later. I wanted to share an update on my sister's situation since it's been a year and the situation has changed significantly in a positive way. Since the marriage a year ago, I've made it a point to talk to my sister regularly on the phone that I gave her. A few weeks in, her husband started pushing her to be in a traditional wife role, which created a wedge between her and her friends, but I made sure to keep in touch and to visit her once every month. Her husband did not like that, but he tolerated it to keep up appearances. To deal with my frustrations, I joined a gym and started working out. Luckily, my boss at my job turned out to be a great lady who listened to me and gave me a lot of support and advice. She told me I could call her when I needed help, and became my mentor and an older sister I could lean on, while also paying me well. Some months into the marriage, her husband managed to domesticate her completely. She stopped going out almost entirely and had very little independence, and he tried to start separating my sister from me. However, because I kept a good and consistent relationship with her, he wasn't able to do it. A couple of months ago, he started hinting to my sister about wanting kids, but I kept repeating to my sister that she should not have children until a few years into marriage. Last month, he told her directly that he wanted children and my sister told him that she wanted to wait. He started pressuring her to get her contraceptive implant removed, so last week, I went back home to talk to him. I always try to be polite to him whenever I visit their home so that he doesn't have any ammo to try to separate us. During conversation, I brought up that he was pressuring my sister to get her contraceptive implant removed. It escalated into an argument with him saying that he had a right to have children with his wife. When I didn't back down, he got frustrated and took a swing at me, which didn't connect properly. I didn't hesitate in punching him back in his face. He fell backwards and started howling in pain. I wanted to do that since this whole ordeal started and it was satisfying. I think him hitting me was my sister's wake-up call. He called the cops and told them that I assaulted him. Fortunately, I make sure to record everything whenever I visit their home. I called my boss and told her about what happened, and she promised to send a lawyer just in case. When the cops arrived, my sister took my side, which surprised her husband. With me being a woman, and with the recording, the cops also took my side. The lawyer arrived after that, and I told her husband that I was taking my sister with me. He tried to protest, but the lawyer warned him that I would press charges if he stopped my sister from leaving. He reluctantly let her go, and she has been staying with me for the last week. My parents were furious when they found out that my sister left her husband. They did not seem to care that he hit me, probably because I stopped talking to them. I am still talking to my sister about what she wants to do, and will probably start divorce proceedings in a few days. Her husband and my parents have been trying to call and get her to come back, but I've made sure that she doesn't talk to them without me present. Throughout the whole thing, my boss has been super helpful and has been giving my sister advice about what she could do next. I know that I'm super lucky that my sister managed to wake up so soon and that I've had support from people like my boss. Throughout the whole of last year, I was worried about how my sister was going to end up, but I am elated now.
My girlfriend overheard my family talking badly about her. My girlfriend Sammy and I have been together a bit over a year. She's absolutely wonderful, smart, attractive, driven, educated, kind and goofy. She's everything I've ever wanted, and up until last week, I thought my family felt the same way. Last week I went to my parents' house for dinner. We get together as a family a few times a month and it's been a tradition with us for years now. Sammy usually joins us for these dinners, but had work obligations. I told my family she wouldn't be joining us that night. Halfway through dinner I got up to go to the bathroom and Sammy texted me that she was outside. She got off work early and came over to hang out. She would have normally walked in, which is normal, but she needed help bringing in some gifts. Sammy is leaving tomorrow for a work trip and a personal vacation to see some friends. My brother and sister, twins, have their birthday next week, and my girlfriend had gifts for them. At this point, my family had no idea Sammy was there. We walked inside and headed to the kitchen and we overheard my family talking. My sister was saying that she was glad my girlfriend was gone because she couldn't stand a family night being ruined by my girlfriend being annoying. My brother and other sister agreed about how annoying and awful my girlfriend is. My dad made a comment about how they should be nice to Sammy, and my mom chimed in with, "Sammy is nice and all, but I can't believe OP likes how big she is. He can do so much better." My family, even my dad, agreed, and my sister piped up that I was dating down because I'm still rebounding from my last girlfriend, which was 5 years ago. I was floored. My family has always been so nice to Sammy and I've never heard them talk badly about her. I've never heard my family say mean things about anyone. To be honest, Sammy walked into the kitchen and dumped the presents on the counter. She was crying and mumbled something about happy birthday and then took off out the door. My family looked shocked and a bit embarrassed. I asked my family what the F was wrong with them and didn't stick around for an answer. I went after Sammy. She was in her car crying. Now, Sammy is usually tough but family is super important to her. She has no family aside from an alcoholic dad that she doesn't have any contact with. My family was like her surrogate family and something she always wanted. She was overjoyed when my family welcomed her and invited her to family events. The presents she brought my sister and brother were paintings she had spent many hours working on. And yes, she is bigger, but I prefer thick girls. Always have. To me she's gorgeous and exactly what I like. But even then, she's lost about 40 pounds since we started dating. I would love her at any weight and I'm proud of the work she's done. I have no idea what they mean about her being annoying. She comes when she's invited, usually brings baked goods or beer. She's taken my family out to dinner multiple times and is extremely generous with them. She's even become the go-to babysitter for my sister and her 2 kids, and she helped my brother get a job in her company. She pushed really hard to get him hired and put her professional reputation on the line. She's never asked for repayment or holds it over anyone. She even does the dishes when we come over for dinner. The thing that makes this even worse is I was planning on proposing to her in the next few months. I had planned on asking my sisters to come with me to pick out her ring. Now, Sammy hasn't said much about it and hasn't talked to me much about this incident. She has always wanted a family and she doesn't understand why my family doesn't like her or what she's done wrong. She said she'd talk to me more when she gets back from her trip. I don't want to lose her over this. I would take her over my family. Sammy hasn't been her usual cheerful self this week and I've caught her crying more than once since this incident. I try to comfort her but she tries to play it that she's fine. At this point, I have no idea if I even want them in my life. All of them have reached out to me with weak apologies full of justifications. I asked my mom if she had apologized to Sammy, and my mom said I could pass on the apology. To be fair to them, all of them do feel bad about what happened and seemed extra embarrassed about this, but no one can give me exact reasons why she's annoying or how she's ruined family nights. My dad is the only reasonable one that has offered to apologize to Sammy directly. What do? I don't want to get rid of my family, but Sammy matters more to me at this point. I want Sammy to know I'm fully in her corner and I don't want her to feel guilty if I have to cut out my family. Update. First off, Sammy and I had a wonderful Thanksgiving. We spent it out of town in a small skiing town. It was a great weekend and we spent a lot of time talking and discussing what to do about my family. Sammy was still pretty hurt over the matter but was adamant that I shouldn't cut all ties with my family. I told her that all depended on my family. My mom was in denial that I wouldn't be coming to Thanksgiving. After my last post, I let her know Sammy and I wouldn't be attending. She brushed it off until the day before Thanksgiving when she called to make sure I was bringing pie. I reminded her I wouldn't be at dinner and she broke down crying. She told me she was sorry for hurting Sammy and would like the chance to apologize. I let her know she'd have a chance after Thanksgiving. After we got back from our Thanksgiving trip, my parents came over for dinner. I had okayed this with Sammy. She thought my parents deserved a chance to make this right and frankly, I think she really wanted to mend things with my family. Dinner was awkward, to say the least. My dad started out by offering Sammy a genuine apology. He told her he was extremely embarrassed and genuinely wanted to make things up to her. They had a nice chat. The talk with my mom, well, that went okay. My mom cried through most of it and tried to reinforce that she was very sorry. I couldn't tell if she was sorry or just upset that I was taking Sammy's side. I don't think Sammy was convinced either. A few days after dinner, my mom called Sammy and asked her to lunch to talk by themselves. Several comments in my last post mentioned that my family probably felt Sammy was annoying simply because they felt intimidated or projecting their own issues on her. I think that was spot on. Sammy went to lunch with my mom. They had a very long, good talk about everything. She said my mom felt jealous that Sammy was so educated and had the chance to get an education. And Sammy admitted to being jealous that my mom has a big family. Sammy opened up to my mom about the situation with her own family and living on her own since she was a teenager. I think that hit my mom very hard because she's always been surrounded by a big loving family, and I think she was horrified by her own behavior towards Sammy, who wanted to be a part of the family. Overall, I think things are better between my parents and Sammy. My younger sister reached out to Sammy after Thanksgiving. I don't think any of my siblings expected me to ditch family dinner and I heard they were pretty upset I went on vacation instead. My sister apologized over the phone. I don't know if it was enough, but it was a good step. Sammy says she's feeling pretty neutral about my youngest sister. She said she feels like my sister is more sorry she was caught, but Sammy appreciated the apology. My brother had to endure a very uncomfortable few weeks at work, while Sammy was traveling. I think by Thanksgiving, he was confident that Sammy wasn't going to screw with his job. When Sammy got back to work after our vacation, he went to her office to apologize. Again, I think he apologized just to appease us. But, he did it in person and didn't try to cop out. Like my sister, Sammy feels neutral about him. My other sister, my brother's twin, is the only holdout. She hasn't given Sammy an apology and seems pissed that she no longer has a built-in free babysitter. She's doubled down and said she has nothing to apologize for and Sammy is the one causing troubles. This has caused a bit of a rift in my family. My parents would like Sammy and I to come to Christmas dinner, but I'm not interested in being around my sister right now and I'm not going to subject Sammy to that. My parents have even suggested that my sister should stay home to make us more comfortable in coming. While I appreciate the sentiment, I would feel guilty about my sister being alone on Christmas. Her kids will be with their dad. Sammy and I have plenty of offers from friends. My sister would probably not be able to find a place to go on short notice. Sammy has told my parents she would rather not create a bigger rift and will come over at another time. Sammy told me, privately, that while she has forgiven my family, she's not all that comfortable hanging out with my family just yet. I'm perfectly okay with this. I feel like taking some time from my family will be a good thing. Sammy and I are still deciding where to go on Christmas, probably to my best friend's house. The best part of the update, my best friend's wife went ring shopping with me. She let me go to all the chain stores and balked at the prices for the same ring in every store. She eventually took me to a local jeweler and we discussed a custom ring. The jeweler completely understood what I wanted and I decided she would be great at designing a ring. She's pretty backed up with orders, and said she'd be able to get to it in January. A few nights ago, she texted me a picture of a stone she had found, to see if it fit what I had in mind. Sammy saw the text and it led to an impromptu proposal. She said yes. So, now I have a fiancé. We haven't really told anyone yet. I'll tell my family at some point, but for now, I'm enjoying sharing this time with her. So, things are okay. Better than I hoped since my last post. I'm very sad about my sister because I miss her and her kids, and I miss my family, but I feel good about my decisions. I feel like things will get better with my family, except my sister, in time. Sammy liked the idea of a destination wedding next summer, but we haven't even started any planning yet. Sammy told me after everything that's happened with my family, she feels confident that I have her back and that she finally has me as her true family. The amount of time my girlfriend has spent sleeping has made me stop loving her. I sound awful but you have no idea. She always slept more than me. That's fine but lately it's been just too much. She falls asleep at say 10 p.m. then wakes up after 12 p.m. Some days even after 2 p.m. Then she takes a nap like 2 hours later for somewhere between 3 and 6 hours. I think my final straw was yesterday. She woke up at 9, then took a 6-hour nap at 11. Then after waking up at 5-ish, cleaned for an hour, then took a 5-hour nap after that. She spent 11 hours of her daytime sleeping. I'll get hate for this as well but it's affected our love-making life. Every time I say I'm in the mood she falls asleep. I don't mean she says, not tonight, and falls asleep. I mean she just falls asleep. One time it was the afternoon we both had off and I suggested it. She was excited, went to bed, and I went to freshen up a bit. I came back like 3 minutes later and she was passed out. I get I'm not owed lovemaking, but I'm having a dry spell because she just sleeps. I keep telling her this isn't normal and she needs to see a doctor but she refuses. She says I'm controlling because I can't have her all the time. She seems to think it's normal for people to sleep 20 hours a day. I just stopped caring now. I can't leave her, but she makes me feel ignored for her bed. Edit to add, we're both 28, I work full-time. She had a full-time job but she quit 2 months ago. Since then she had been looking for work but the sleep issues started 2 weeks ago. My biggest mistake was mentioning our lovemaking life as people took it to mean I cared more about lovemaking than her. It was the easiest thing to show how my frustration had built up. Obviously I care about her health too. I said before we've gone for months without doing the deed and I've had no problems. And even if we did make love, I would still be concerned. But I get how it comes off and that was my mistake. As for the people calling me a jerk because I didn't take her to the doctor, what was I supposed to do? She's an adult and I can't make her go somewhere. Plus after she called me controlling I couldn't continue pushing since I was reminded of my ex who was also a lot said I didn't care or was selfish. I was frustrated over what I was seeing and wanted my old girlfriend back. I wanted her to be better. You can say that makes me a horrible person if you wish. Update, I took some of your advice and first told her parents. They can't make her do anything but they know now. I gave her an ultimatum. Get help or I leave. I made it clear I will not sit around as she sleeps all day. It's not normal and she needs help. I said I will help any way I can. Long story short, we broke up. She got mad saying she was just more tired and it'll be fine. In that moment I knew I didn't love her anymore. How could I love someone who says I'm concerned and call me a manipulative jerk? It was her apartment so I left. I called her parents again to let them know and to take her cat since I could not. I know I'll get hate but I don't know what else to do. She refused my help. And I can't help someone who doesn't want it. I had to move in with my parents again. I feel like a failure. A 28-year-old man stuck with mommy and daddy all because he was too weak to make it work. I don't know if it's the right feeling, but it's how I feel. Hate me all you want, I just don't care anymore. Today I messed up agreeing to watch my friend make love. A few nights ago I, 22 male, showed up at my friend's, 25 male, flat to watch him make love with his girlfriend, 22. It was an unforgettable experience for all the wrong reasons. Making love in front of someone else was a fantasy my friend and his girlfriend wanted to explore, but to complete the package, the two of them had to be more than two. My name was apparently the only name that managed to get 2 unanimous yes votes from my friend and his girlfriend during their selection process. I leaned towards saying no when my friend offered me the uncomfortable position of being the other person, but I accepted the role because my friend played his you owe me card and made it sound like it would be over in less than 10 minutes. I had one job: enjoy the show, but without touching my friend or his girlfriend. My presence was my only purpose. When I entered my friend's bedroom and approached my designated chair, I was prepared for an awkward night. My friend and his girlfriend are attractive people, but I've never been keen to see them exposed, let alone intimate. As soon as the kissing and touching turned into more, I was struggling to contain my laughter. It was a nervous reaction that was out of my control due to an unusual situation that was also unintentionally funny. Exhibit A: my friend was quiet, too quiet. Mimes made more noise than him. Exhibit B: my friend's girlfriend must have been under the impression that I was a talent scout because literally any random touch from my vocally challenged friend, like his knuckle brushing against her knee or whatever, would prompt her to bite her bottom lip and be vocal like she was tasting a delicious dish for a television commercial. Exhibit C: my friend was unable to get a pivotal part of his anatomy to rise to the occasion because he focused too much of his attention on me when he noticed that I was fighting the urge to laugh. I did my best to avoid eye contact since I was supposed to be watching something purposefully hot, not accidentally hilarious. Mid-top, my friend asked me what was so funny. I apologized and said my reaction was nothing more than nervous laughter, which was 90% true. The other 10% was me trying not to laugh at my friend being quiet while his girlfriend was gunning for best over-the-top performance at the Academy Awards. When my friend's girlfriend realized that I was indirectly distracting my friend, she unexpectedly wiggled my friend's softie and said, "Erecto patronum." That broke me. I laughed uncontrollably. My friend got annoyed and said, "Look what you've done." I thought he was talking to his girlfriend, but it quickly became clear that he was actually talking to me. Based on his feedback, my childish reaction motivated his girlfriend to incorporate inappropriate Harry Potter humor when he was feeling vulnerable. He blamed me for everything that didn't go according to plan, including the fact that he was struggling to get it up. By the time he was done branding me the bad guy, he was just and no longer interested in continuing. I apologized again and explained that it was never my intention to laugh or become a distraction. It was involuntary. My friend suggested that we continue the conversation the next day. That was 3 days ago. My friend is still not responding to my messages or answering my calls. I get that I should have done a better job being serious, but I don't understand how all of this is on me though. Anyway, never watching friends make love again.
Hanging out with my boyfriend's friends made me realize how much better I could be doing. I feel bad saying this, but I never realized how poorly my boyfriend treated me until I was around his other friends. Last week was a real reality check. He's done smaller things to make me see the flaws in our relationship, but nothing this big. My birthday was recently and I wanted to go out with my boyfriend to celebrate. He had spent his paycheck before, and didn't get paid until the next day, so here I was paying for his drinks. His friend noticed, and bought me a shot. Some of my boyfriend's old friends showed up, and he just disappeared for 30 minutes. His friends made sure to chat with me the whole time, and make me feel less alone. They would all go out to smoke, and have me watch his table, but his 2 friends were the only ones asking me if it was okay, and in a genuine way. Not I'm asking to be nice but I'm gonna be upset if you make me stay. Way like he was. He did try to act like a good boyfriend saying, if any men act up when I'm gone let me know and I'll handle it, but there wouldn't be anything to handle if he stayed. I had also told my boyfriend I worked at 6 a.m. the next day, so I didn't want to stay too late. It came to 12:30, an hour after he said we'd leave, and all of a sudden his old friends want to go to a different bar until close. My boyfriend automatically agreed without asking me. I privately pulled him aside and told him I wanted to go home, and this night was supposed to be about us, and he said, it's okay you can get an Uber. I practically begged him to come with me, but he was adamant about staying out. It was 1 a.m., my phone was dead, I was drunk. I was shocked he wanted me to just get an Uber and go home alone. I had to pull him aside and lay it on him for him to understand he's being an absolute jerk, and he needs to get me home. He was rolling his eyes, visibly annoyed because, I never see these people, I just want to go with them. This is what happens at bars, you see old friends and hang out with them. His friends then noticed I was upset, on the verge of tears, and offered to walk me home, and that's when my boyfriend agreed to walk with us. They got me home, hugged me goodbye, before my boyfriend even said goodbye, and watched me walk in. I always knew my boyfriend wasn't the best, but this night taught me he's actually the worst. I hate to say it, but I was fantasizing about dating his friends instead of him. I could have ruined a relationship 10 years ago. So in high school, I was in my first relationship, he was my first everything, and I would say I was in love with him even for years after our relationship ended. We broke up when I was 18 and he was 20. Shortly after he started dating a girl who was now his wife. One night, close to the end of my senior year, I was at a party and I needed a ride home, couldn't drive for obvious reasons, and the only person I felt I could trust to get me home safe was him, so I called him and he came and took me home. I guess I confessed how messed up I was about the breakup and him moving on so quickly, like the years we were together meant nothing to him, like the pieces of me I gave to him were worthless in his eyes. He didn't say much, just walked me to my door and made sure I got inside safe. He texted to make sure I drank Gatorade and had a leave ready for me to take when I woke up. 2 days later, he called. He said what I confessed was eating him up and he wanted to see me. He wanted to meet up at a place that was special to us and talk, the place I lost my V card to him. I immediately said yes, so we made the plans. The day of, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do that to his significant other. I cancelled and told him I couldn't break someone else the way I have been broken. He understood, and we never spoke again. For years, I regretted it. I always wondered what if, one day, he sent me a message, thanking me for saying all I said to him, and for refusing to see him. He said I forced him to grow up and learn how to treat people who loved him and love them right in return. 2 days later he was engaged. I locked myself in my room for 2 days and cried. When the 2 days were over, I felt a weight lifted off my shoulders. I felt free of him, of my want for what I imagined life with him would be. I am now married to a man who adores me, and have a beautiful daughter and another on the way. I am happy, I am successful, and I am loved beyond my wildest dreams, and I'd like to think I'd have none of this had I decided to hurt another woman. I made the right choice, and I have no regrets.
Today I messed up by agreeing to an open relationship. To put things into perspective, I, male 20, and my girlfriend, female 21, had been dating and together for 4 and a bit years. Typical high school sweethearts. We wanted to move away and start our own lives after college. We decided to spice things up a bit and open up our relationship a little. It was pretty much a joint decision, but looking back she was kind of insistent on the whole lovemaking is fun idea. She is on a night out with some friends when she phones me and asks if the whole open relationship thing is still cool, explaining she's met a guy, male 24, and asks for me to pay for a hotel because she wasn't working at the time. I agreed. I tell her to go for it and she does. She texts me to say she had a good night and that all was well. The week after, she mentions she's meeting up with this guy again. Wasn't expecting it, but I'm cool with it. Again, asks for me to pay for her hotel, a decision I would live to regret. She doesn't text me the entire night. Weird, but okay, maybe she's just having a good time. The next day I receive a load of messages about how she needs a break from everything. Right now, meeting this guy has apparently opened her eyes. A little more conversation and we're over. She's completely cut me out of her life. I check her Snapchat story and of course, she's with him. I've heard from her friends that they're dating now. 18 years ago today, I was essentially erased from my family's existence. Today marks 18 years since I was told that the man I called Dad, my entire life got DNA test results back and confirmed I wasn't his biological son. It also marks 18 years since we've spoken. In his eyes, regardless of raising me my entire life, I don't exist. The kicker is that my mother is still with him and lies to everyone about his relationship with me. I am not welcome in their home and there are 0 pictures of me or my children displayed. I've effectively been erased from existence, at least in his head. He and my mom married prior to the Vietnam War, and when he returned, he decided he didn't want to be married anymore. So they split and she started seeing someone in the office she worked. He got jealous and wanted her back, so they got back together. Apparently my conception occurred during that break. In the 18 years since we last spoke, I've learned who my biological father is, though he will not recognize that fact. Even though DNA tests have been conclusive, I've learned of at least 4 half-siblings, all of which are significantly older than me. While I've been able to connect with them, there really isn't any type of relationship there. The biggest impact this event had on me was increasing my issues with abandonment and feelings of worthlessness. It negatively impacted my ability to form meaningful relationships and continue to make me feel alone in the world. By all observations, I have a decent life. I'm a father to 2 wonderful children, involved in the community and help at their respective schools, but I still feel out of place, like I'm playing pretend around others. I constantly second-guess every interaction I have and never feel worthy of anyone else's time. It has been a major struggle. Battling anxiety and depression at the same time only makes it worse. Isolation of working from home plays into it, but I'm happy in my current company. Only a select few people in my real life actually know any of this, and I feel like I'd be even more of an outcast if I told others. I just put on a smile when I'm in public and pretend like there isn't a huge hole in me. I don't expect anyone to even read this whole bumbling spewing of word salad, but at least I've told the universe. If you are still reading this, I just want to say thank you for taking the time.
My husband has been cheating for the past decade. Me, 30 female, and my husband, 30 male, have been married for 5 years, together for 11, literally had a movie-like relationship, just a constant honeymoon phase. Of course it got boring here and there, and there were bumps along the road, but I would have never thought of this, ever. Yesterday, I was looking up a recipe on Pinterest using my husband's phone, when he got a message from a contact called Internet Company, but it was a video, which I thought was weird, so I clicked on it. Within the video there was a little girl saying, "Dada," and a woman in the background that got super excited. I couldn't believe it. I scrolled up, tons of texts, all about different things, when he'd be visiting, if he could pick Kelly up today, daycare for Dina, date nights, all sorts of stuff. I couldn't believe my eyes. I managed to find the woman on Facebook. All it did was really hammer it in that this was really happening. I tried to convince myself that those weren't his kids. Maybe he was just cheating on me with someone with kids. Please let him be cheating on me with someone with kids. This woman had 2 daughters, worked an office job, and posted pictures of her daughters and what she made for dinner every night. I took a breath and messaged her. It was so much worse than I could have ever imagined. These 2 girls were both his, one being 11 months and the other being 4 years old. I already was panicked at the thought of him cheating on me for 4 years, until I asked how long. 10 effing years. They had been dating for 10 years. He kept up a double life for 10 years. I don't even want to fathom how. Apparently this woman had no idea. He always claimed he had to live away from her for work. He visited every weekend, 16-hour shifts on the weekend, and returned during the afternoon, and go straight to bed. She showed me countless videos and images of them together. I just couldn't believe it. How could he do this to me? Why would he do this to me? We have been trying for a kid for 4 months. I was so excited to go through this experience together, but that's wrong. It wouldn't have been together. I'm so glad I'm not pregnant. I can't imagine living this lie while pregnant. I just can't look past this. I feel like such a dummy. How could I not tell? Why wasn't I concerned about never seeing him on the weekends? Why didn't I wonder why he took such frequent business trips? Why didn't I question why he was getting so many texts from an internet company? Why did he waste my time like this? Why did he hurt me like this? Why the heck did he do this? I don't even know how to confront him. I can't sleep. I can't even be around someone like that. Someone who could do this to me. I'm so heartbroken. I can't ignore it. My life is a lie. My life is ruined. I don't know how to even try to move on. Update: I haven't confronted him. After dozens of comments advising me not to, me and Jenny have been talking. She has agreed to not confront him only because we are married. I did in fact learn that my husband was supporting this other family of his, and apparently Jenny makes a very low paycheck, so she was and is financially dependent on him. Me and Jenny also got two sides of my husband. Me and my husband's life was eerily good, I guess you could say. Never had any huge arguments. In fact, we rarely argued ever, and if we did, it was usually about me wanting him to get a different job, because I was led to believe he was only making $30,000 a year, which is super low for his occupation. We had an amazing intimate life, all the normal couple bases, but apparently, he wasn't so nice to Jenny. He was far more distant, yelled at her all the time, treated her like trash, only for him to bring her amazing gifts and take her out on amazing date nights and tell her how much he loved her the next week. But that's not it. He loves his daughters oh so much, even though he's screwing over their mom and acts like such a good father. That makes me mad, like super mad. I can't even fathom why. He's not 100% trash. Shouldn't I be happy? But I'm not. I'm so mad at him, it's eating away at me that I can't just scream at him about how horrible he is. Update: my husband has been cheating for the past decade. Hello everyone, I am back. I've moved out of our house. I'm staying with a friend and we are getting divorced. I confronted him with said friend, just simply because you never know what can happen, but at least I got some form of closure out of this. First off, he wasn't sorry at all, didn't even ask me to stay, just huffed and said okay, if this is what you want. When I asked him why, he just looked up at me and didn't say a word. I asked him how he could keep this up for so long. What did he say? Because you both went along with it, so of course I asked further. As many of you guessed, Jenny knew. For some odd reason she was okay with this. I still don't understand why she would lie to me instead of I don't know just blocking me or something. I'll admit I was upset, very upset, and confused, so I asked again why would you do this? He told me that he was cheating on me with her since the beginning of our dating, that she was just a fling though, and he didn't expect the relationship to really last, but it did. When I asked him why to cheat in the first place, because I was young, could get away with it at that time, so why not? He discussed me. I asked why he married me instead of her, because you were the better choice. When I asked him to elaborate, he defiantly elaborated. Jenny didn't have a good job, so she was a bad investment. Ew, Jenny was unattractive. Once again, ew, Jenny wasn't as good as me, she wasn't as clean as me, she wouldn't be as good of a partner as me, and so on. I asked why he would even make love with her if he liked me better, because she was more freaky. I asked about the kids. Of course he clarified that the first kid was an accident. He had a second one with her, because in his mind, he could handle one, so why not two? When I asked about how he treated Jenny, he confirmed that he did in fact only see her on weekends, but claimed to have never treated her poorly. He said he treated her as the mother of his children, and respected her as such, but never treated her as a romantic partner. At the end of it all, he asked if he could talk to me privately. I couldn't find a reason not, so I sent my friend out of the room. He told me that he still loved me and that we could work this out if I really wanted to, that he would abandon Jenny and his daughters, but still pay child support. I said no, to which he let out the most dramatic sigh I'd ever heard in my life, before saying, "Have it your way then," wearing the most smug smile I've ever seen, like he'd won the biggest battle of all time. I was left conflicted. I cried in my friend's car all the way to his house. It's like my, now ex, could just change everything with a flick of a switch. I can feel myself already wanting him back, but I'm not going back. I'm never going back. I've got a lawyer, so does he, the papers are signed, all that's left is court. I can't believe how much my life has changed this year. I went from getting giddy to go home to see my husband smile, to dreading it, hating it, wishing to never see it again. I don't know whether Jenny really knew, but I'm guessing she did. I mean, how did she not know for 10 years? But that being said, how didn't I know for 10 years? Whatever, I just wanted to let Reddit know that this is what's happened. I don't know what to trust. I don't even want to reach out to Jenny. I don't even want to know the truth anymore. You know, Matthew, if you managed to see this, honestly I applaud you. Congrats, you did it, you ruined everything. You got away with it for over a decade and it's finally over. I wonder if you'll go back to Jenny or just find some other girl to trick, to destroy. All I care is that you leave me out of it. I'm looking forward to moving on and finding someone who actually loves me. My brother keeps stealing my lingerie, and I don't know what to do. Some context: I, female 18, have two younger brothers, Jake, male 15, and Henry, male 7, both fake names for simplicity. My mom is in Berlin right now on a trip, so I am babysitting the two for this week. It pretty much started this morning during the morning routine. I wake up at 5:30, have my breakfast and such, then I wake the boys up at 6 so they can have their breakfast before they go to school and before I head off to college myself. However, this morning was different. I went into Jake's room to find my Lacey bra right next to his bed. Shocked, I obviously confront him saying, "Why the heck is my bra in your room?" To which he meekly replied, it was put in my washing." I know for a fact that it hadn't just been put in his washing, as 1, I do the washing, and 2, I did not put this item in the wash as it's somewhat fragile. After he left for school, I did some more investigating, finding several pairs of my bras, underclothes, and even some socks. I have no idea what to do. I messaged my mom to ask what the heck this was about and to tell him off, but all she had to say was along the lines of, "Boys will be boys," and how he's at that age, if you get what I mean, and if I had a problem with it, I should just buy him a dirty magazine. What? I told her several times to consider how I feel in this scenario, that my younger brother is stealing my lingerie and such to do who knows what to it. She basically stuck up for him entirely and even blamed me for it, and I don't think I can convince her otherwise. I just don't know what to do or to feel. Am I making this a bigger deal than what it is? Am I overreacting? What do I do?
My mom took my cheating ex-girlfriend's side over mine and I can never forgive her. I was raised by a single mom. My dad passed away 2 years after I was born. I focused on my career for the most part of my life and my mom supported me doing that. But when I was 20 I met my ex-girlfriend and we got together. We were colleagues first, but she told me she'd work in a different sector soon. In her new workplace she met a new guy who she fell in love with while being in a relationship with me. I only found out because she admitted to making love with him to me after she went out for girls' night with her friends. I immediately broke up with her and threw her out. A few hours after me trying to process what happened, my mom called me and shouted at me that she hasn't raised me like this. I was confused and asked what she meant, and she said that my ex-girlfriend accused me of cheating on her and that she found proof of that on my phone. I couldn't believe what I just heard. I tried to talk to my mother telling her that the exact opposite is true and that she has cheated on me, but she didn't believe me. Part of the reason is probably because she and my mom truly loved each other. I never had a problem with that. Till then I liked how they got along with each other. My mother called me a liar and she said she'd disinherit me from her will as she's not having a cheater as a son. She said she never wants to see me again. Then later my grandparents called me to tell me how disappointed they are of me and that I deserve every bad thing that is to come. You know what the worst thing was? I found out that my cheating ex-girlfriend continued to meet with my mom after everything she did. All of this was so painful for me. The only person that sided with me was my best friend who was furious with her. I talked to him and he hugged me and I cried in his arms. I know many people would think that's unusual for two guys, but his support really helped me getting through this. 1 year later when I already was over it, my doorbell rang, and when I opened I saw my mom with teary eyes and I began to feel how my emotions are coming up, and I slammed the door and started crying, asking her what the F she wants. She said she wanted to talk to me and that she was so sorry. After she begged for 15 minutes straight I gave in and opened the door. She said my ex admitted that she cheated when she was drunk. She apologized profusely and said that she knows that she failed as a mother, not believing her own child. I told her that I accept her apology, but I don't want to see her now and that I probably can never forgive her, even though she begged me to forgive her. Over the last few months she started calling me daily just to hear my voice, as she said. She said she missed me, then apologized again and asked if I could just come over. Her voice always sounded kinda painful and she always says how much she loves me and that even she could understand that I hate her. She cannot live with this thought on her head. I don't even hate her, I still love her. She is still my mom, but the trust is broken. I can never trust her again, because what if I got into a relationship again? Who says that she wouldn't just believe their word over mine again? I appreciate her efforts, but I just cannot forgive her or even see her now, and I hope she understands that I need time. Update: after reading too many comments yesterday, I decided to meet with my mom today to clarify everything. I texted her to come over and she didn't hesitate. She literally appeared at my door within 15 minutes. Many of you pointed out good points I should ask her. Even though she called several times, we rarely really talked. So when she came over I sat her down in the living room. There I asked about my grandparents, her will, and if she is still in contact with my ex. She explained that she had told my grandparents and she expected them to call me, but it seems like they were too stubborn. She also said I'm in her will again. She then started talking crap about my ex. She said that when she found out, she her so hard that my ex lost a few teeth. I very much doubt the accuracy of this story detail, but I wanted to share it anyway because for me it was a funny thing to think about. She said she told her to F off and threw her out of the house. She then again started apologizing profusely and telling me that she knows how hard she messed up and that I probably can never trust her, but she wants to do everything in her power to make this right. She explained that the man before my father had cheated on her, so infidelity was a sensitive topic for her, and then she said that she regrets not believing me or even remotely hearing my side of the story. I sat quiet while she explained all this. I then asked her how I know that I could trust her now. What would happen if I got into a similar situation and if she would just throw me away again? She said I have her word, and I replied that her word is basically meaningless as I don't trust her in the first place. She didn't reply to that answer properly and again begged me to forgive. I told her that I cannot forgive her for now and maybe I will never be able to forgive her, but I also see her efforts, and if she wants me in her life again then she has to show me that I can count on her. She started tearing up. I could tell she tried to hold in her tears the entire time, but then she broke down crying and with a whimpering voice she asked if she at least could give me a hug. I accepted that and she said she's gonna make this right no matter what it takes, and then she left. Now while I am kinda touched in how she shows how much she regrets doing what she did, I am really concerned about my own reaction. When she broke down and I saw my own mother there on the floor crying, I didn't feel anything. I wasn't sad, I wasn't angry, I wasn't happy, and I certainly didn't show any sort of empathy for her. I just couldn't. During the year of having no contact with her, I refused to go to therapy. Maybe it's not too late to do that now. Update, 4 months later. Okay, so I was in therapy and I feel so much better now. Doesn't mean that I forgot what happened. I honestly have to admit my mom really improved herself. I moved into a new apartment last month, and when I asked her to help, she immediately said yes, even though the day of me moving was a day where she had important appointments on her job which she canceled to be there for me. She calls me almost every day to ask me how I am. Sometimes she even drives to my workplace to leave me a bit of lunch there. She also visits me at home just to see me. She says she wants to hear my voice. I still cannot fully trust her. I am in therapy, but I'm not sure if I ever will be able to. But I do recognize her efforts to make things right. She also talked to my grandparents again and made them apologize, but I couldn't care less about them. They were still jerks even after the truth came out. Some of you might be interested what happened to my ex. The last thing I heard from her was that the guy she cheated on me with has now cheated on her too, and he just saw her as some kind of fling. But that's just hearsay from the friends of my best friend. I don't know if it's true or not, and I don't really care about her at all. But if it was true, it would be great karma though. Thank you so much for your support. I'll try to keep you updated if anything happens.
Today I messed up by making my one-night stand breakfast. I got out of a bad relationship a few months ago and only recently felt good enough to get out of the house again. This was my first ever boyfriend and he turned out to be a piece of crap, so I was obviously a bit hesitant. But some old friends from high school were visiting my town and asked if I wanted to go on a bar crawl with them, and I figured screw it. It's not like anything will happen, other than getting drunk with some pals, so why not? At the first bar we run into a group of guys from my university. I had seen some of them around but never spoke to them before. One of my friends decides she's going to force me to get out of my shell, and drags our group over to talk with them. I'm extremely quiet, like weirdly quiet to most people, so I end up sitting in the corner of our booth and not saying anything, just drinking and feeling awkward. Well, one of the guys in the other group, let's call him Adam, is also being weirdly quiet, so my friends and his friends, who are already tipsy, decide to make things as awkward as possible by making us play truth or dare, except we have to drink when we don't want to answer something. There are a lot of personal questions neither of us want to answer, so we end up drinking quite a bit, and by the time we're done the first bar, Adam and I are on a whole different plane of existence from everyone else, and it turned out we had a lot in common, and he was pretty cute, and we're goofing around and laughing the whole time. I started to get butterflies in my stomach, and not just from the alcohol. Adam has my exact sense of humor and is really sweet and kind. We wander off and start having deep drunk conversations about feeling left out of things and how annoying it is when people say stuff like, "Can they speak?" I tell him I'm walking home and he offers to walk with me. I know where this is going, but I'm drunk enough that I don't feel nervous, plus I feel like I have a genuine connection with this guy. Our friends are wolf whistling as we leave, and instead of being embarrassed, I feel weirdly proud. So we get to my place, talk and smoke for a bit, and do the deed. I wake up earlier than him and decide I'm going to make a nice breakfast. I want to impress him and show him I like him, and everyone likes a good breakfast when they have a hangover, right? So I sneak out of bed and make scrambled eggs, French toast, and sausage. I prefer almond milk, so I use that for the eggs and French toast. He wakes up and tells me I look just as cute sober. At this point I'm convinced he's the love of my life. He sees the breakfast and gets excited, and I'm like, yes, my plan worked. I'm going to get to his heart through his stomach. We eat and everything's going great for a few bites. Then he makes a weird face and clears his throat. His eyes start to widen and he asks me what if there were nuts in the bread or something. I say no, but I used almond milk. He jumps out of his chair and says, "Call an ambulance right now." I'm freaking the F out. He's wheezing and stuff and looks absolutely panicked. I ask if he has an EpiPen and he shakes his head no, so I call an ambulance and tell them he's having an allergic reaction and paramedics come and haul him off. This happened last weekend. I have not heard back from him since. I found his buddy and confirmed he is not dead. I guess accidentally triggering a severe allergic reaction does not lead to romance.
Found out I've been dating my father for almost 4 months, so I've never met my dad. He ran off when my mom found out she was pregnant with me. My brother was only 8 months old at the time, so he also has no memory of him. There are no pictures of him anywhere and my mom hates talking about him. All I know is that he was emotionally hurtful to her and a real jerk. I, 25 male, have a thing for older men. Call it daddy issues or a fetish or whatever you want, but I pretty much only date or make love with men 40 and up. My family doesn't know this or that I'm gay for that matter. It wouldn't be an issue, they just never ask. We don't really share personal things like that. About 6 months ago I met David at a club. We hit it off great. He's in great shape for his age, supposedly 43, although that's a lie. He's actually 47 as I've found out. Really attractive, charming, etc. He left for a 2-week work trip a few days after we met, but we kept messaging each other and I really liked him, which is rare for me. We went on a date after he came back and have pretty much been dating ever since. He has a lot of money and I'm kind of his sugar baby, but that's not the reason I was attracted to him. Definitely A+ though. I didn't tell anyone we were dating except for 2 of my best friends. He also never met any of my friends or family and I never met his. This changed last night. We were at a restaurant when out of the corner of my eye I spotted my mom. I don't live at home and we only usually text if we need something. So I didn't know she'd be there, and to be honest I still don't know why she was. She hates going out and thinks it's a waste of money. She had not seen us yet, but David noticed me looking at her. I'll forever remember the way his face changed when he saw her. His expression went from his casual, charming smile he always had to this blank, panicked look. I obviously noticed and got a really bad feeling. So I asked him what's wrong and he just got up and excused himself. I kept asking him where he was going and grabbed him so he couldn't just leave. At this point I was really confused and suspicious, but I would have never guessed what would happen next. I don't think anything could ever prepare me for it. At some point while he was getting up, my mother must have spotted us, because next thing I know she's next to our table, asking me what was going on. I couldn't really pinpoint her facial expression because it looked like she was horrified, but again, at this point I didn't know David was my father and she doesn't know I'm gay. David is visibly uncomfortable and looks like he wants to die. He was literally sweating. I assumed this was because he didn't want my mother to know I was dating someone of his age. I was about to try to explain what was going on to my mom when she said, "Why would you go behind my back like this?" I was so confused, because again, I didn't know he was my dad, so like what was she going on about? She probably assumed I had looked for and met up with my father without talking to her about it, despite her telling us how badly he treated her. To me, however, it seemed like she was acting crazy for no reason. I kind of took it personally and thought she was trying to tell me who to date and what to do, so I casually told her that I was just on a date with my boyfriend, and I tried to grab David's hand but he just jumped up and ran away. He literally bolted like an Olympic runner. I cannot get the image out of my head of him jumping between waiters to get away. Everyone was staring at us by this point. It was so embarrassing and I was mortified. My mom looked like she was frozen in place. I was more confused than ever. I had no idea what was happening. I had assumed she had asked me that because she didn't want me to be gay, which made no sense. She is very open and liberal, or date older men, which made a bit more sense but was still none of her business. But her expression just made my skin crawl. It's like I could feel the horror she must have been experiencing. She just told me to get up and come with her. I was still confused, but something in her body language told me to just do as I was told. I quickly paid for our drinks and appetizers. My mom excused herself to her friends, and once we were in her car outside, we just sat there in silence for what felt like at least 10 minutes. I didn't really dare to say anything. I was still processing that my boyfriend just ran away from me and my mother. I had also tried to text him but he wasn't responding. Shocker, I know. When my mom spoke, it sounded like she had been shot. She sounded so wounded. I think it might haunt me forever. She asked me who that man was and I explained to her, and I went on about how much I loved him because again, I was still thinking of David as my boyfriend and assumed my mom's reaction was because of his age or gender. I cannot believe that I went on about how much I romantically loved my dad right to my mother's face. It makes me want to puke. Long story short, she told me he was my father and that she instantly recognized him. That talk was the most traumatic experience of my life. We both started crying at some point and just wept for a while in the car. I was howling. It was primal. I'm not usually emotional or prone to crying, so it was really shocking to me just how much pain a person can feel. Most of it is just a blur now, especially compared to how clearly I remember every other moment of the evening up to this. We drove home. I slept in my old bedroom. We haven't talked about it since, but my brother is also staying at our place still. He's a med student, never moved out because of housing costs, and he knows something's up. Tried talking to me about it and I just broke down again. How do I ever tell anyone about this? The worst part is I think despite all of this I still love David. Just writing that makes me want to throw up. I cannot believe this is reality. Like, how messed up is all of this? Why did this happen to me? I don't even think I could tell my therapist about this. I tried messaging David but I just don't know what to say. The last message I sent him literally just says, "Please call me, I love you," sent right after he ran away. Like, what the F? What the actual effing F? Like, how do I come back from this? How do I ever look my mom in the eye again? I haven't left my room yet and I'm in tears again while writing this. I can't even remember the last time I cried before yesterday, and now I've been doing it nonstop. If anyone has any advice, as if, who the F else would ever accidentally do this besides me, it would be highly appreciated. Also feel free to make dark jokes about this. It's my coping mechanism. Update: found out I've been dating my father for almost 4 months. Firstly, I really appreciate everyone's comments, although I'm not in a mindset right now where I can take them seriously. Just feels kinda weird when people tell me everything's going to be alright when my entire life is in shambles. I do think I'm doing way better than I should. I think I'm just dissociating though. I think I need to talk about my mother first. A lot of people have a lot to say about her and I just think I need to set some things straight. She is not a bad person and did everything she could to raise us to the best of her ability. She's also a black single mom living in a country where she is a minority and which put a lot of roadblocks in her way, but she always made sure to give my brother and I the best childhood she could. When I think of her I only have fond, loving memories. Some people assumed because of some of my previous statements that we are not a close family, which is definitely not the case. We just really value independence and freedom. I live about an hour away from my mom but still visit her monthly. We call at least once a week. We just don't force each other to confess things or information the person doesn't willingly give up. My brother, for example, has always been very open about his dating life with my mom. She's met all his girlfriends and they often came to family gatherings. I'm just more private. That being said, she has not always been perfect, because no parent is. A lot of people were upset at her for not telling us about our dad, and trust me when I say that she is aware that she has made a mistake. But she also moved to another continent just to keep us away from him and make sure we never run into him. There is no way that she could have known that he would move to the same country as us years later. I'm not gonna name specifics because I don't want anyone to recognize this as me, since a lot of this is already quite specific, but she really did her best to make sure we never have to go near him, and none of this is her fault. I don't blame her in the slightest. If anything, I blame myself for being so angry at her whenever she tried to tell me or my brother about him. I was never interested in finding out more about my father. In truth, I resented him deeply for leaving my mother alone to fend for herself in a world that wanted to see her fail. Since this has come to light, a lot of things I didn't know about my family have also been brought up. I found out that my brother and my mother often talked about my father, just not in front of me, since I was so adamant to never learn anything about him. I remember throwing a tantrum because my brother kept asking when Dad's birthday was. My brother knew his full name, had seen pictures of him, and knew most of the full story of what had gone down between my mom and him. It is not my story to share, as it is fully hers, and so I will not go into details, but know that he was not just emotionally abusive like I had believed my entire life, but also physically and financially. The story of him leaving when she found out I was pregnant isn't fully accurate either. He apparently harm her if she didn't get an abortion, and so she packed her things up and left him. According to her, he never reached out or tried to find her, and she moved to make sure it would stay that way. She really just tried to protect us, and I'll never be able to truly articulate how grateful I am. Obviously, finding out about all this just makes me feel worse. I always shut them out when they tried to tell me about my father, and refused to learn anything about him because I naively presumed that I was better than him and therefore didn't need to bother learning anything about a man I wasn't good enough for. Obviously that backfired, and here we are. Thankfully, my mother does not blame me whatsoever. She is extremely understanding of my side, and we've convinced her to find a therapist, and she also joined group counseling for victims of domestic violence. My brother, on the other hand, is absolutely livid. I felt we had to tell him eventually, and after consulting with my therapist, we decided to just rip it off like a band-aid. Set him down, and I basically first told him I was gay. He did not care, as expected. Then that I was into older men. He was very confused where this was going and also why I was telling him. I don't think he was ready for it or took it well. And then that I met Dad, and that bomb kinda hit and took all his attention at first because he's always wanted to meet him and really struggled with not having a father. Unlike me, his excitement quickly faded though when he connected the dots of me being into older men, meeting Dad and my mom, and my weird and worrying behavior for the past days. It messed him up pretty bad. I really regret telling him at all. He can't come to terms with it and is visibly disgusted by the thought, as he always viewed our father as our father, while I viewed him as some afterthought sperm donor that ran off. He hasn't really talked to me since we told him, and when he does, it's disgusting remarks, insults, or passive aggression.
My boyfriend texted me at 4 a.m. saying he had a panic attack, and I'm so dang happy. So I'm a very insecure person due to my childhood. Both my parents treated me horribly, and I was on the streets at 17. I'm doing much better now, but instability was the name of the game for most of my life. I struggle a lot with relationships of any kind and get paranoid very easily. I'm working on my issues with a therapist, but the road to recovery is long and hard. When I go into one of my episodes, my boyfriend is constantly reassuring me. He's so patient, it's heartbreaking. We've been together a little over 3 years now, and I've gotten much better at managing my thoughts and feelings, but at the beginning of our relationship I would even get physical sometimes, throwing pillows and blankets at the walls, ripping my notebooks, etc. I remember one time, I finally turned on him. Instead of random objects, I was going after him. I started yelling at him, and when he kept responding to my screams in a calm voice, I started pounding his arm over and over, in total probably over 200 times in the same spot on his right bicep, on repeat, just screaming incoherently and going at it. No, I wasn't on something. I knew what I was doing. I knew it was wrong. I still made the conscious choice to do this to him. In my mind, if I did it enough, the mask would finally fall and he would clap back or scream or do something, anything. He didn't. He stayed calm through my incoherent cries and swings. Not once did he raise his voice or get physical. Eventually I fell asleep out of exhaustion, and somehow I woke up to him making us breakfast the next morning. Somehow, he still decided to stay. I asked him why he wasn't giving up. Why didn't he just leave? He said because I was worth it to him, because he believed in me and knew I would get better. I asked him what if I went further and did something bad to him one day. He just held me and said I wouldn't, because I'm not my parents. I would never unalive or think to unalive. His unshakable trust finally fixed what no one else could. I have never laid a hand on him, or anyone again, nor have I gotten physical in any way. Now 2 years later, we're currently in different cities because he's traveling for work, and he just texted me at 4 a.m. because he had a panic attack and needed me, so here I am. Happy crying at 5 a.m. because I can finally help him too. He trusts me to see him vulnerable and tell me his insecurities. He trusts me to be there for him when he needs me. He trusts me to love him. I will never be able to repay him for saving me from myself. I will never deserve this angel. I was not a good person, though better now. I am still not perfect by any means. I don't know what he saw in me, but he stayed. He believed and trusted and loved. He healed me. I just hope that my love can bring him some fraction of the comfort his love has given me.
Tomorrow I'm leaving my wife for a man. I, 36 male, am bisexual but didn't fully accept this until my early 30s. I married my wife, 36 female, right after college. I liked her well enough, but to say I was ever in love with her would be a lie, and I think she feels the same way about me too. I married her to cope with a sexuality crisis and to affirm that I was completely straight. She married me because I was the right sort of man to keep up appearances with. We're childless, thank God, and our marriage has been a disaster of resentment and dissatisfaction. I started messing around with men in my early 30s, and I was always safe and discreet, and I can't believe how long I deprived myself of these feelings. 8 months ago I met my boyfriend, 28, he's beautiful and androgynous and everything I ever wanted as a young man but was too afraid to pursue. We hit it off right away, and not only was the lovemaking great, but we cared for and understood each other in a way that I have never felt with my wife. Needless to say, we're quite in love. A week or two ago, however, he gave me an ultimatum. He told me he could no longer be the affair partner and that I needed to either leave my wife and choose him, or leave him. At first I panicked, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized how easy of choice it is. I can't give him up. and with my wife there was never much to give up in the first place. So tomorrow when she comes back from a trip, I'm going to sit her down and come clean. I'm done living this lie. I don't care if she or our families hate me, she doesn't deserve to have more of her time wasted, and I want to be with the person I love. I know that I'm a bad person and that I probably don't deserve happiness, but I don't care anymore. My only regret was being too much of a coward to leave sooner. Update: tomorrow I'm leaving my wife for a man. I'm incredibly reluctant to post this on here as it's going to piss a majority of people off since I didn't get my butt handed to me and no real karmic justice was served, but it is what it is. When my wife got home from her trip I had dinner ready and so we sat and ate. I asked her about her trip, her friends, the activities they did, and when we finished, I sat her down and told her I had something very serious to talk about with her. I was nervous and flustered and probably making it seem like a huge deal, which she caught on to, and she asked me if this was my way of trying to tell her that I'm seeing someone else. I was caught off guard and asked her if she already knew, and she nodded and told me that she could just tell and she'd had this feeling for a while. I apologized to her and told her I regretted going behind her back and not being honest with her from the beginning and for wasting so many years, but that things were serious with the person I'm seeing and that I wanted to end the marriage. She didn't look hurt, annoyed maybe, but not hurt, and she rightly called me pathetic for going behind her back and not ending things sooner. I asked her about our relationship and how she felt towards me, and I'll try to sum it up. But basically my assumptions were correct. She only married me because her parents and her friends liked me, because I seemed like I had a good future ahead of me in terms of my career and financial stability, and that I wouldn't mooch off her, and that she thought I wouldn't cause problems for her down the road. I'm still not sure what this means. She admitted to never really loving me, but that she liked me, liked the way people viewed us, and liked that I was a safe choice. I also asked her if she'd ever cheated on me, and she said she had. At the beginning of our marriage, when we still weren't spending Christmas together as a big family, she went back to her hometown and slept with a family friend who was an old flame. She also has texted on and off with different partners throughout our marriage and had entertained the idea of having an affair, but it was too inconvenient for her and it would have been too obvious since it was with a coworker. She admitted to considering divorce in our late 20s because we were going through a period of financial instability since I was between jobs, but she stayed because she felt it was easier. That she liked how easy life with me was because I didn't seem to expect anything from her. We talked about the next steps. She doesn't want alimony, we call it spousal maintenance, and was a little insulted when I offered it. She makes more than me, but she's taking the lion's share of the apartment we own since she's taking this as an opportunity to move to a nicer neighborhood closer to her parents, and she's getting everything in it that we bought together. She also wanted me to agree to tell our relatives that she's the one leaving me and that we're not to talk about our infidelity to anyone but our much needed future therapists. I'm staying in the spare bedroom while I apartment hunt and we get prepared to start putting everything into storage in order to sell the apartment. We're going to let our lawyers handle the rest and I'm hoping to move out in a week or so's time. I've asked my boyfriend to be patient and to wait until everything is settled for things to resume properly between us, but we are meeting for coffee in a few days to catch up. I'm sorry this wasn't the karmic takedown of the century that you all wanted, but rather two fed up people deciding to put an end to a sham marriage. My wife and I have agreed to keep the divorce amicable even if we're not sure friendship is on the table yet, and I'm also going to help her move once she finds a place too.
I told my boyfriend it was his fault his son was in critical condition. Yes, I'm a heartless bitch apparently. My grandma passed away on April 26th. She was my best friend. She is the first real loss I've experienced. I'm shattered about it. On April 29th, my boyfriend's son was in a major car wreck. He and his friend were drinking and his friend got behind the wheel and drove. Thankfully they hurt nobody but themselves, but his son's best friend passed away and his son was in critical condition, as any parent can imagine. My boyfriend was very stressed about it. In the middle of me grieving, I am doing all I can to be there for my boyfriend. I spent the first 2 days at the hospital, being supportive of my boyfriend. I went home the third day to take care of our house, do laundry, clean up, take care of our dogs, so my boyfriend didn't have to worry about it. I came back to the hospital to deliver dinner to my boyfriend. I wasn't going to stay cause I still had to do laundry before going to work the following day. I dropped off dinner and my boyfriend says, "Oh, you didn't have to bring dinner. I already ate." I was slightly annoyed cause I just wasted gas and wasn't planning on staying. Thoughtlessly I said, "Well, I wouldn't have come if I had known." I realized my mistake immediately and apologized, but my boyfriend yelled at me in front of his entire family to leave and called me a dumb bitch. I left without argument cause I knew it was wrong of me to say that. So today, I am home finishing laundry etc., and my boyfriend comes home to take a shower. We get into a huge argument because I couldn't stand how he was talking to me. My grandma just passed and instead of me grieving, I am trying to put that to the side and be selfless and split time at the hospital and taking care of things at home so my boyfriend didn't have to worry when he gets to leave the hospital. Apparently it wasn't good enough for my boyfriend. He insulted me and called me a dumb fat bitch, told me I'm selfish, told me nobody cares about your grandma or your feelings, nobody cares that she passed away. Obviously you're alone because you don't have a support system. Where are all your friends? To add, I moved from Alabama to Colorado and have struggled with keeping friends. Majority of my support system is in Alabama. It's a point of pain for me. Aside from that, but I struggle with my weight due to medical issues. I'm really not that big. I could lose 40 pounds and be back to my expected BMI. Anyway, so at this point I saw red and shouted, "You raised your son to think drinking and driving was okay, and now his best friend unalived himself and put your son in critical condition. You're dad of the year." I know that was messed up, but I can't take it back. I'm just so fed up with the insults. I'm fed up with how he has acted since she passed, before his son got in a wreck, and I'm sick of him acting like my grieving was no big deal. Neither of our pains are comparable or invalid. Aside from that, but he is acting like I'm the bad guy for not staying at the hospital 24/7 like him. I was trying to do normal adult things so he didn't have to, when I would rather lay in bed for eternity. I'm the jerk, but I don't care. I'm fed up with my pain and sadness being ignored. Today I messed up by not knowing that the guy I like works on the same floor as me. Happened yesterday and still feel like I want to pass away. I'm 19 and he's 21. It all started when a TA for one of my classes got sick and they got someone else to fill in for a lecture. The guy they got to fill in was a fumbling mess, but dang, he was also so cute. I did some light stalking afterward and found out he has a blog, and it was one of the most wholesome and funny things I had read in a while. He's a total nerd that's very attractive and I'm so into that. One time I was studying in the library and saw that he took a seat near mine, so I struck up a conversation with him and it went so great. We talked for hours and I got no work done. Anyway, I work in a research lab on campus part-time. This past week, my PI was still out on vacation, but my mentor had full access to the lab, so I was free to do my experiments unbothered. One of my close friends also works in the same lab as me, so we've been having a blast just hanging in a basically empty lab. It was about 4 p.m. yesterday when we decided to go out into the hallway to just chill for a bit and eat some snacks. One of the doors to another lab that we were standing close to was open, but we didn't think too much about it since the entire floor was really deserted. Basically everyone was still on holiday. We were talking about this guy she's seeing when she asked me if anything new happened between me and the awkward dude who guest lectured. I told her about what happened in the library and she started drilling me about his facial expressions and how close he was sitting to analyze if he was into me. We were saying things like, I feel like at least one time his eyes dropped down to my lips. Or, did he stare at you for longer than 5 to 7 seconds? Because if it was, he for sure wants to do you. It was all for shites and giggles. Then me, being the crass unfiltered beach I am, went and said, I would even let him F me in the behind if he wanted to. And we both burst out into laughter. Disclaimer, I was kidding. Then out of nowhere, I hear footsteps coming out of the open door next to me, and both me and my friend whip around to look. Lo and behold, to my terror, the guy I like walks out of the door, gives us a barely concealed shocked look and says, hey, you guys might want to just keep it down a little bit. Then he effing winked at me, went back inside, but left the door open. I gave my friend the most mortified look and she mouths, holy crap, that's him. And I straight up bolt down the hallway and flee down the stairs with my friend chasing behind me until I reach the outside of the building, where I promptly collapse onto a bench. My friend comforted me amidst many fits of laughter while I passed away slowly due to the sheer embarrassment I brought onto myself. She'd also searched up the name of the lab that is literally 3 down from ours, and sure enough, he's listed under our team. This guy does not have a LinkedIn or Facebook status saying he works there. I've never even seen him in the hallways, ever. Do I think he heard everything I said? Yes. Does his lack of any reaction worry me? Very much so. Do I want to dig a hole and bury myself in it? 100%. Update. Today I messed up by not knowing that the guy I like works on the same floor as me. 2 months ago, I messed up. I was infatuated with this super cute guy who came in and guest lectured for one of my classes. I ended up realizing, not in a way that I wanted to at all, that he actually works 3 labs down from the lab I work at. Basically, most of the floor was on holiday and my close friend and I were hanging around the hallway joking about my crush on this guy when I said, I would even let him do me in the behind if he wanted to. He overheard, came out and told me and my friend to be quiet, then winked at me. I was so effing mortified. I didn't come back to the lab until winter break was over, hoping that the large influx of people would somehow prevent me from ever seeing him again. That didn't happen. On my first day back, I was in the break room making some toast when he walks in. I had thought, knowing that a confrontation was probably inevitable and that I ought to apologize for my crass comment, but instead, I frantically looked away and focused on putting peanut butter on my toast, because if I do that, he can't see me, right? That didn't happen again. Instead, he came up right next to me, smiled, and said, hey, how was your break? I looked up awkwardly and told him it was fine, mainly just stayed on campus and worked at the lab. He told me that he basically did the same but went to see his family for a couple of days. He didn't bring up what happened either, thank God. Then he said something along the lines of, is that all you're having for lunch? And I was like, yeah, I was in a rush and forgot to pack something. Then he said, oh, I was gonna go grab something to eat at a sandwich place near us. Do you want to come with? I was like, what the F? That smooth effer. I tried not reading into it and brushed it off as him being nice, so I said sure and we went. Well, we ended up having a great lunch. Inevitably, as we were on our way back, he finally made a crack and was like, so tell me, after our lunch today, how many seconds do you think I spent staring at you? I literally just looked at him blankly with my jaw dropped before he chuckled out, it has to be longer than 6 seconds at a time, right? That has to mean I like you. By the way, what he said was a reference to what me and my friend were talking about that day when he overheard. Even with my shock, I managed to laugh and make a wisecrack back at him. Well, tomorrow is our 1-month anniversary. We have not done the butt stuff. He told me after a couple weeks that although he appreciated my comment, he's not into putting his thing in behinds. Looks like I will be retaining my behind V card, and I managed to get a super cute, intelligent, and kind boyfriend out of this whole ordeal.
My Tinder date turned out to be my childhood nemesis. I've never really told anyone, but the very first person I've ever hated was a girl from my childhood who stole my precious balloon. I was about 9 at the time and was an inpatient for private reasons. The hospital was pretty far from home so my parents couldn't see me often, but on one particular day, my mom left me a balloon with a get well soon on it. I was fixated on it because it made me feel close to my parents, so I would take it with me wherever I was taken. And then, that evening, curious me went out of my ward and ended up getting lost because tons of people were all over the place. The balloon ended up slipping away and I went after it, only for this one girl about my age to grab it. Velp, when I asked for my balloon back, she refused and ran off to her mom. I was a very reserved kid and was scared of confronting her, especially with her mom, so I let her take it away. I was pretty sad cause the balloon was special to me, but I eventually let it go even though the grudge has always remained till today. Now, I matched with this a girl on Tinder and things have been going very well. On our most recent date, we discussed our past regrets and all that. And then she tells me about the time she stole a balloon at a hospital from a boy years ago but has since regretted it. She says she would apologize to the boy given the chance. I was shocked, like legitimately shocked. At first I wasn't sure cause I thought my mind was playing tricks on me, so I let her on for more information. And she revealed many more details that made me 100% sure she was that same girl. I couldn't stop laughing out loud and she'd been trying to figure out why. I said I just found it really funny but didn't tell her that boy is literally me. She explained that she really liked the balloon and she told her mom the boy gifted it to her, and now it makes sense why the mother waved at me back then. Like, I genuinely cannot believe the same person who stole my balloon years ago, my one truest antagonist, my villain origin story, has been staring at me right in the face. The worst part is, I don't know how to deal with the grudge now, and it's just so funny to me that this is happening. I'm just waiting for the perfect chance to tell her and see the look on her face. I'm considering leaving my wife because of her weight. Alright, before I get called an asshole, let me explain. I love my wife. I think she's incredibly beautiful, and even more so after she gave birth to our son 3 years ago. The problem is that she put on a good amount of baby weight, obviously, and never lost it. She instead started to gain more weight and was overall pretty depressed. I initially assumed it was postpartum depression and suggested she go to therapy for it. She went to therapy and got some antidepressants. It took her a while to find the right ones, and she's been fine mentally since she found them. Physically is a different story, however. She has continued over the past 3 years to gain weight. The problem isn't anymore that I'm not attracted to her, but she will pass away if she continues to gain weight. She is currently 5 feet 2 inches and about 260 pounds with a body mass index close to 50. I don't know what I can do. I feel like I've tried everything. I've asked her to go to the gym with me, go on a diet with me, not buy fast food, have some active hobbies. She's turned down every single one of these ideas. I feel like I don't have any choice but to give her an ultimatum. Either she genuinely tries to lose the weight or I leave. I can't watch the woman I love and mother of my child slowly decease herself. I don't want to be the dude who gives an ultimatum, but I see no other choice. I guess I just wanted to ask if I'm being an asshole or if there is any other way I could go about this. Update, so I made a post about 5 months ago because I was getting past the point of no return with my wife's weight. Now expectedly I got called an asshole and a d-head and every other name under the book for even mentioning it. But I also got some real good feedback and decided before I made any real decision I would sit her down and let her know how I was truly feeling. Because at that point we had multiple conversations addressing it, but none of them led anywhere. So after we put my son to sleep I asked my wife if we could talk for a moment in the kitchen. Now I'm not gonna lie, the conversation was probably the hardest one I've ever had. Because despite what everyone believed, I do love my wife. Now I don't want to get into every detail, but the basis of the conversation was that I needed her to at least try and be healthier. I also think she needed to hear how serious I was about this, and when I told her I was even thinking about separating, I think it really put the nail in the coffin. It's been about 5 months since then and I'm proud to say my wife has lost 35 effing pounds. I am so proud of her, it's effing ridiculous. The first month was a hurdle and a half, but now she's going steady and losing weight at a healthy moderate rate. Recently she even started to exercise with me. In the morning I usually jog, but since her knees are somewhat shot, 3 days a week we go walk a mile or two, together and either talk or just listen to music together. I know it sounds corny to say, but she even seems happier and her confidence is coming back as well. Well, this was my little update and I wanted to finish it with thanking anyone who actually gave me advice on my first post. Update, I cheated on my wife with her sister. So because of my infidelity and hers as well, I am entitled to give her a sum of my money, which I don't give two flying Fs about because I'm very well off, unlike her because she doesn't really work. So I got home this morning. Right now it's in the afternoon and we went straight back to my house. Well, when we walked in my wife was waiting on the couch and she was very upset. She asked why the F I brought her sister to the trip because I could have just discarded her ticket. Well no, I couldn't have, they cost a fortune, and even though I'm well off, I teach my kids the value of money and I thought she knew that too. I thought wrong obviously. Well, I told her this and asked if she could calm down so we could talk. She wouldn't calm down unless her sister was gone, so I told them to wait in the car. So I sat down with her and asked her if she had guys over when we were gone. Of course she did. At this moment, what a few of you said about my kids maybe not being mine sprung into my head. So I asked her. She said that she had slept with one guy a little before my daughter was born. My stomach dropped. She said she didn't think it was his because of how much my daughter looked like me, but also said the guy she slept with kind of looked like me. So I'm planning to get a DNA test done on both my kids. I told her after that I wanted a divorce, and to my surprise she got upset. Not the kind of upset when you get up and start crying. The kind when she lowered her head in disappointment. I saw in her eyes she realized what she had done. how badly she screwed up her relationship with me and her kids, not to forget her sister as well. She said she was so sorry for how she treated me and hopes we can work through it. I thought about it because I saw the girl I fell in love with again. The girl whose laugh brought me happiness. The girl who knew how to make me smile. But then I remembered what she put me and the kids through, so I stood up, told her there's no way in hell she's getting another chance, and if she really wants to see the kids she can, but on their terms. I told her my lawyer would be in touch and I would be open to renting her a temporary room until the divorce is done. She said she would like that. I let her grab a few of her stuff and watched her to make sure she didn't take anything of mine. I called her an Uber for wherever she wanted to go in the meantime. I also told her I'd let her know where she'd be staying. She left rather peacefully but kept her head down on the way to the car. My kids came out and asked me what happened. I told them Mummy's not staying with us anymore, but if they want she can come and visit them whenever they want to see her. I told them to go upstairs and unpack, so this gave me time alone with their aunt. We sat down and basically talked about everything. What happened on the trip and what will happen now. We agreed to try and start dating, but after my divorce is finalized, which is best for the kids to cool down. They will see their aunt whenever they want, but she is not going to live with us. Also, she isn't married. I wouldn't be doing this with a married woman. So yeah, this leads me to now. We just finished a paternity test at the clinic. I'm so nervous to find out the results. I'll update when I get them. Thanks. Second update, I got the paternity results back and both kids are mine. I am over the moon that these kids I love so much are 100% my blood. My kids and I have all started counseling, with 2 sessions a week. Their first session was after school and it already seems to be helping. Now on to 2 topics I think everyone wants to know about. My ex-wife and ex-sister-in-law. I'll start with my ex. I got her a studio room last night. I don't know what she does during the day, but I don't care. We have only had a little conversation. I'll post it if Reddit allows me to, since I am allowed to. The gist was about our kids and divorce. She has signed the papers my lawyer sent her. She has told me she will fight me if she wants to keep her kids away from her. She has been harassing me, my mom, dad, siblings and their children when I ended our conversation. I have proof like a few of you suggested. With how everything's going at the moment, looks like I'll be getting full custody of the kids. To the person who messaged me about my ex maybe having a mental health issue, there's none I am aware of, but she may need to get a test done due to the way she has been acting. My kids don't want to see her right now and I don't blame them. I will try to get a protective order in place before the court date, which will be decided on in the next few weeks or week, but the actual date will most likely be in a few months. I've taken all the money out of our joint account but have sent her some to live off and enough to hire a lawyer. Now on to my ex-sister-in-law. So we have talked once, that was before I wrote this. My kids really want to see her, so we have planned a day for them to hang out with her Friday after school. I've read all the comments about not getting into a relationship with her. I did say I wanted time to see what I want to do, but again, we spent the night together and I don't want her to feel used, so I told her my feelings and she was extremely supportive and understood. She told me how she feels and I am happy she doesn't feel used. We will not be hanging out, but I will see her if I come to collect my kids and she's there, which is fine. She's a great influence on them and she is helping them through their mom and I's divorce. Right now I'm sitting outside on the deck. We ordered their favorite takeout and I'm watching them goof around. It's great to see them so happy. I don't know when my next update will be, but I will as soon as I can. My wife cheated on me and says it's not her fault. This past weekend the kiddo and I went on a 2-day camping trip for some father-son bonding time. My wife doesn't like camping herself at all anymore and doesn't even appreciate our kid and I going. This is a big hobby for me and I want to share with my son. Usually we argue a lot about my trips, especially if I request to bring our child, but this time she was oddly cooperative about the whole thing, but still insisted she wouldn't join us. I was surprised but didn't question anything because I was so excited that she was finally allowing us to go and I didn't want her to change her mind. I thought we had finally found a common ground and the arguments were ending. I was wrong. We had a great trip and returned back on Monday. We expected to come home to an empty house as my wife should have been at her office for a few more hours. I walked the kid up to his room as he was exhausted and ready for a nap. After, I walked into our bedroom to find an exposed man in my bed. I recognized him as my wife's coworker whom I have met numerous times at her work functions. At first I was in disbelief and even wondered if I was in the right house. Then my wife walked out of our bathroom, also exposed, and I had no more doubts. She looked petrified when she saw me. I have never been so angry. I yelled at the dude to get out of my house so I could speak to my wife. He grabbed his clothes and left. Then we started arguing. I never yell at my wife. We always want to keep things civil for our son, but I was so hurt I was screaming. Then my wife decides to get defensive, saying it's not her fault that I am barely around and camp so much. Even though I hardly go on trips anymore because she doesn't like it. She says that's what drove me to do this. Your neglect of this family. I was in tears at that point. I just don't understand how her cheating could be my fault. When I turned around to leave, my son was standing in the doorway and I felt terrible for yelling. I quickly consoled him, but my wife snapped at me again, telling me to get my hands off him. Now she won't speak to me and says I can't see my child until I apologize. Apologize for what? She said we could go on this trip. She planned to cheat and that kills me. It makes me wonder if she has done this before. I'm stuck staying with my parents right now. I don't know what to do. I want to see my son. I'm worried I really scared my child and of course I would apologize to him. Just not my wife, but maybe it is my fault. Update, for the past week, I have been working with a lawyer to initiate the process of divorce and gaining full custody of my son, with the exception of visitation for now until more is resolved. Things were awkward and tense for the first few days of me being back home, so my wife, using wife to keep things simple and identities private, decided to leave to stay with the guy I found exposed with her. I'm disappointed at the example she's setting for our son, but this makes my decision to divorce even more concrete. I will continue to share as much as I can if that's what people would like, but of course court has its confidentialities that I must keep within boundaries of. I want to thank everyone for the continued support you all have shown me throughout this tough time in my life. I really do appreciate it. Final update. This is another, and most likely final, update about my ex. I expected my last update to be the final post regarding my marriage, but this felt like a necessary thing to share. Last week I received several texts from my ex saying she was pregnant with an unknown man's child, obviously meaning she cheated with multiple other people before the one I found out about. She said she plans to keep the baby and start a family with her coworker. Other posts have context. She also mentioned that she wouldn't be fighting me for custody of our son. I told her I would be willing to split the custody or at least keep visitation rights for the sake of the kiddo, but she insisted she didn't care about that anymore. I am honestly in awe. I'm shocked she has given up on everything about the family we had, but I am most hurt for my son. At the end of the day, she isn't worth wasting any more of my energy on. I have been spending every moment I can with my kid and will continue to do so. I'm starting to feel more like myself again and I can't wait to get back into adventures in nature. I'd like to say a final thanks to everyone for the support and encouragement. I will always be grateful for that. Tobias out, for now.
My best guy friend just told me he's in love with me, 2 days before my wedding. I've been with my fiancé for 3 years, engaged for a little over a year. My best friend and I have known each other since freshman year of college. We are all in our early 30s. This morning I woke up to a long text from my guy best friend that he had sent around 6 a.m. Basically it was him pouring his heart out. He said he's been in love with me for years but always hoped I'd end up breaking up with my fiancé and finally noticing him. He asked me to call off the wedding and run away with him. It said, I needed to tell you before it was too late. I just feel gross and sad. I have no feelings for him beyond platonic love. I've drafted a response and deleted it over and over. I haven't even told my fiancé. I don't want him to have to worry about me so soon to our wedding. I know I need to, but I don't know what to do or how to phrase it. What's worse is that he's become my fiancé's friend too. I'm also pretty pissed that my friend chose such an unfortunate time to cause me such distress. There were so many times over the years he could have just bucked up and told me how he felt, but waiting until right before I'm married, like I would just cancel my wedding and leave my fiancé because of a goddamn text. I want to tell him to not come to the wedding. I can't trust that he wouldn't try to pull something. I don't even know if I want to talk to him again, but the thought of losing my best friend is heartbreaking. Heck, the thought of not having him at my wedding is really painful. He's put me in an uncomfortable, impossible situation. I wish it wasn't on me to deal with his feelings for him. I wish he had either stopped being friends with me when he realized us ending up together would never happen, or had told me a while ago. I don't want to kick him while he's down, but I need to make it clear that I have no feelings. The wedding is still on, and I don't want him to attend. We have been friends for over a decade. I've been crying over this all day. I feel almost disgusted, knowing that this whole time he had ulterior motives. How do I even go about dealing with this? I'm supposed to get married in under 48 hours. Update, my husband. I love being able to say that now. And I got back from our honeymoon yesterday. I turned on my phone and opened the Reddit app and it was still signed into this account, so I had an oh yeah moment and figured I'd post an update. So a lot of people here really helped validate the icky mess of feelings I was having. Thank you for that. Posting here really helped put my thoughts into words. So that night my fiancé got home from his brother's, I let him sit down and then I showed him the text. He read it and I watched his eyes get bigger and expression angrier. Of course, I started apologizing like a dummy and he told me I didn't owe him an apology for anything. We talked and he told me he figured the guy had a crush, but kept it respectful, and really, he had. We were close but beyond a side hug during greetings and goodbyes. There was no physicality. I even let him read out past messages just to see that there was no emotional affair or me leading him on. I never even vented about my fiancé when we would have arguments because I knew better than to do that. I talked to my mom, lol. So my fiancé asked me what I wanted to do, and I said that while it did sadden me, I didn't want him at our wedding. I was afraid that he would try some nonsense. We typed up a very brief message. It said, Hey, I'm sorry that you mistook my friendship for something more. The wedding is going to happen, and it'd be best if you didn't attend. To be clear, I let my fiancé read this message and he stands by my decision to uninvite you. We wanted to make it clear that it was me who wanted him to not come, not just my fiancé. Knowing him, he'd probably claim that fiancé forced me to uninvite him. He read the message and left it unread for a while. I honestly started getting pretty anxious over it and fiancé asked if I wanted to block him. Part of me wanted to and part of me wanted to hear him out. And when he finally responded, the text was so long that I had to click on it to read it. It was horrible. He called me a liar for leading him on for over a decade, that he hoped my fiancé left me and that we were infertile. It was just horrible thing after horrible thing and I started crying. Fiancé took my phone into the other room while I sobbed. I think he called him, but I'm not sure. What I do know is after about an hour he came back in, handed me my phone back and told me that friend was now blocked on everything, would not be attending, and the best man and my maid of honor knew of the situation and would handle it for me. It was like a weight lifted off of my shoulders. Honestly, after reading that message, I really wasn't so sad that friend wouldn't be attending anymore, and our wedding effing rocked. We had the time of our lives, surrounded by people who loved us, and we loved them. It still feels like a dream, to be honest, and if friend tried to show up, I never heard anything of it. I guess that's the update. It's not nearly as dramatic and crazy as what people hoped for, I feel like, but I'm happy. My twin sister, while sitting 20 feet away from me, sent me a private message to my account about how I should unalive myself. My mom smirked when I cried. I just need to vent about this because I am incredibly depressed and I feel alone. I went no contact from my family when I first left for college at 18. It lasted 2 years and then it eventually went low contact because I felt guilty about not talking to them. My mom was extremely hurtful to me. She would lay her hands on us, etc. You know how it goes. She was never physical to us when our dad was around, but the verbal abuse was enough to make him consider leaving her. Because of this, I have severe depression and PTSD, and I had to go on medical leave from college. My mom begged me to come home for around 2 months before I gave in. I missed having a family and I am so dumb for being weak and giving in. Since I've been back, my mom has been doing weird things. She'll want me to get drunk with her, but I really can't drink because I'm on Celexa. When I refuse to drink, she'll give me the silent treatment for a few days. I'm always getting the silent treatment and it hurts. Today my mom asked me if I wanted to just live here and not go back to school. That made no sense. Why would I want to not complete my education? Also, I don't like the constant silent treatment, so I don't like being here. I told her that I'd rather go back to school and she started yelling about how I can just go to the community college here. She started crying about how I didn't love her and my dad told her to stop being dramatic. My sister came in and asked what happened. When my mom told her, she didn't say anything and just went on her laptop. My twin sister is beyond crazy. She once stalked a man for 6 months because the guy told him that she didn't know what she was talking about and should shut up. She found this guy's identity from a few Reddit comments and started physically mailing him things with death threats. She signed his Reddit username to everything. If I knew she had done this, I wouldn't have come here. My sister then sent me a private message on Reddit that said, "You dumb bitch, I hate you so much. You're a piece of trash and I'm glad you were essayed. No one loves you and no one ever will, and how dare you make my mom upset. She has been kind to you and all she wanted was for you to stay here. You're never going to be anything and I know you've been feeling self-destructive, so why stop feeling that way and just go do it already? No one will care. Your boyfriend broke up with you last year and I think that just goes to show that no one cares about you. I hope you get essayed again, but I should stop talking before you call the cops on me like you used to do to mom when we were kids. There's so much I'd love to say to you, but I don't want you to go snitching and I don't want to be a bully." As soon as I saw that, I started crying and I told my dad. He said my sister was out of line, but he can't discipline her, and if that's how she feels, she is entitled to feel that way. My mom came in and saw me crying and started laughing uncontrollably. I asked my sister why she would do something like when I have only been nice to her. I sent her like $400 a month when I was in school because my parents are poor. I deleted my account immediately and my sister said that she found my account because she put a tracker on my laptop. My dad only said that it wasn't nice. I have no idea how to cope with this. My cousin said that I can move in with them next month when they get back in the country, but that's such a long time away. Update: my hands are shaking, but I am on the way to a DV shelter. I am very afraid. The family who was going to take me in said that my mom asked them not get involved and they don't want to make her mad. She didn't even have to know I was there. My entire family has known about the harm and they tell me it's awful but have never done anything. I look a mess because it all happened fast. An object was at me and nasty things were said. My life was threatened. I didn't even have time to shower yet. I am at the emergency room getting my medicine. The DV shelter is paying for it. I'm afraid of getting judged because I actually rolled out of bed and look awful, but I had to escape. The shelter only gives me 30 days, so at my job interview I think I'll be honest and tell them I really need the job because I'm in a shelter. It's at a cinema, so that would be nice. My friend and her parents live in my college town and said I could stay there. I just have to buy my ticket. Thanks for the encouragement and I hope things will be okay for me. Update: my twin sister, while sitting 20 feet away from me, sent me a private message to my account about how I should unalive myself. My mom smirked when I cried. Wow, so it's been nearly 3 years since I posted on this forum, desperate for help. For some reason, these posts just popped into my head after all this time, and rereading them I just want to hug my former self because I had forgotten how bad things were. I also want to hug all of you for helping me. I wrote down the advice you gave me and I used it. I really did. I may be a little vague to continue to preserve my identity, so here goes the last update to this saga, and it's a happy one. The shelter that I stayed in was very nice and brand new. The staff told me how cramped the other one was, so I'm very lucky that I arrived when I did. After the first day, my nerves relaxed and I could just breathe. There were about 7 other women there and we each had our room with a nice bathroom. I was the youngest there and the other women gave me advice about life and they even did my makeup for interviews. We each took turns cooking, per the rules, and we developed a nice rapport. The staff was so amazing and they also talked to me about life. I felt so safe at this place because of the security. Oh, I almost forgot. A church group came to give quilts they had made for us and I still have mine. Sometimes I snuggle with it and think of how far I've come. I love that quilt and I wash it very carefully. We also had group and individual therapy which really helped. I know every DV shelter experience isn't like this, but please don't be afraid to just leave when things get bad. Family counts as DV. I was able to find a job that paid more than the movie theater offered and I told them that I didn't plan on going back to school in the future. Yes, it was a lie, but there was no way I could afford rent by working at a movie theater. I decided to look for my own place instead of just staying with a friend that offered because I needed stability and if things got bad, I didn't really have a support net and would have to start over. I had no reason to think things would go bad, but after leaving such a bad situation, I guess nothing felt secure for me. I rented a room and my roommate was never home because he was a truck driver. I didn't feel very comfortable staying with an older man I didn't know, but I had very few options. He was very nice, and because our schedules never aligned, we left each other goodbye notes since we couldn't do it in person. I still have his note. I did go back to school the next semester when my medical leave was over, but not at my original school. I felt like I needed a fresh start and my family knew about the old school anyway, so I applied to different schools. I got into a great school. I told my story of everything I had survived. In the essay, when my sister told me that I wasn't going to be anything, she was wrong, and I think she knew she was wrong in her assessment of me. I graduated this year and I have stability that I've never known before. Although I'm a few years older than I wanted to be when I graduated, I realized that sort of thing doesn't even matter, and the medical leave was beneficial. I just got engaged to a lovely man with a lovely family. They always tell me they're my family, and I'm so close with my future mother-in-law. I had food poisoning for the first time a few days ago, and my fiancé left the house at 2 a.m. to get Pedialyte just to make sure I was hydrated, and when I felt like I was never leaving the bathroom, he told me he was going to make lentil soup for me. I didn't have to ask or even say anything. When I was kid and vomiting blood, my mom told me to go back to sleep. It feels nice to be treated this way, and sometimes I catch myself saying, "You don't have to," when he tries to do something nice to me. Anyway, he has 6 siblings and they're like the siblings I never had. I learned to value myself and put myself first. I wasn't loved a child, and so I do things for myself that I didn't get. No one made me feel special, so I do it myself. I make it a point to buy flowers for myself weekly. A therapist recommended this to me and it makes a difference. No one cared that I was sick as a child, so I make sure that I rest and relax without disruptions when I'm sick. No one valued my personal time or space, so I have days where I don't even answer my phone and just spend time with myself. Things like that. Thanks again to everyone for helping me. When I made that last update, I was crying and I really didn't think I was going to be okay. I was headed to a shelter with a 30-day stay, and I thought there was no way anything beneficial could happen in 30 days. I was very depressed and hopeless, and I had no idea things would have gone in such a positive direction. My best friend fired me as her maid of honor because I might be pregnant at her wedding. One of my 27 female best friends, 27 female, who I have known for 20 years, asked me to be her maid of honor in January this year for her wedding next year. It would be me as maid of honor and one other bridesmaid. All has been fine, and then 2 weeks ago, she asked my husband and I out for coffee with her fiancé, and after general chit-chat she asked me to step down as maid of honor. Her reasoning was because my husband and I have been talking more about children and she doesn't want to have a pregnant maid of honor taking the attention away from her. I was upset and had to leave the table momentarily to calm down. During this time she said to my husband, "We thought that she would react like this." When I came back I mentioned that if I would still be a pregnant bridesmaid, I thought she just didn't want me to be maid of honor, to which she then responded, "Well, we were actually thinking of you guys just coming as guests." She tried to dress it up like it was for my benefit, as she didn't want me lifting heavy things or getting stressed out if I was pregnant, and that she wanted fitted bridesmaid dresses and didn't want to have to alter them for me, which my husband and I offered to pay for ourselves if needed. But the fact that she stated it as a decision and not a discussion with myself or my husband to see how we felt shows that she already made her mind up. She literally said verbatim that, "It's the one day for it to be all about me, and I think that you being pregnant would take attention from me as the bride." We offered resolutions to everything she said that were contributing factors, like the apparent heavy lifting, which my sister as my maid of honor didn't have to do at mine, if I became sick, again, not yet pregnant, a complete hypothetical, and there are medications for that, and that she didn't want me to plan our pregnancy around her. We weren't even going to do that, so I don't know why she thought we would. She kept repeating the main reason, which was because me being pregnant would be a distraction from her on her wedding day, and that she wanted her wedding day to just be about one big life event and not two. So she has just asked my husband and I to come as guests and has insinuated that she would be happy if I still wanted to plan the bachelorette party, which I have informed her one other bridesmaid that I won't be doing, and she will have to take it from here. I would like to stress that I am not currently pregnant, so she is making this decision based on a hypothetical, which to us is even more of a shock and confusing. Little addition, she was one of my bridesmaids, and I never would have thought about excluding her if she became pregnant. Thank you so much for making it to the end. Today I messed up. I thought a cute guy was ghosting me, only to find out I was actually ghosting him. I was at a party 2 weeks ago, where I only knew 2 people, when in walks this guy who immediately gave me this really big smile, and I thought he was so gorgeous. We ended up talking in the same circle and he introduces himself. We start chatting and quickly find the circle around us has disappeared and it is just us. He is so smart, his smile is outrageously cute, and I love how he seems laser focused on me instead of one of the many attractive women that have now joined the party and are talking about their cool Raya dates. As the night wore on, I found myself talking to various different groups, but each time this guy would appear again and we'd end up just talking to each other again. Someone who neither of us knew came up and said we made an attractive couple, and I realized somehow in the span of 2 hours we were already acting like a couple. It wasn't just being intimately attracted to him, I felt so comfortable around him, he was so attentive to my needs. I told him offhand I had allergies to the dog at the party. Hours later, when I started sneezing, he immediately knew why and moved us outside. His smile was the thing that immediately caught my attention, but it was the thoughtfulness that made it so. At the end of the night, we catch an Uber home together and end up kissing. Before the Uber drops him off, I give him my number. Sunday comes, don't hear from him. Okay, I get it. We both got home at 4 a.m. and I too just want to sleep the day away. Monday comes, silence. Tuesday, even more silence. I know I've read how it is, uncool, to text a girl immediately because you want to seem super cool and wanted, but we're both in our mid-30s and, I hoped, realize these mind games are bullcrap. If you like someone, text them when you can. Life is too short to be with people half interested in you. Wednesday comes and I'm a mixture of angry and over it and insecure all at the same time. How dare he lead me on like this? Well, I guess I'm glad I only wasted one night on this jerk. Was I not pretty enough? All these thoughts raced through my head and coalesced into me typing his name and workplace into Google to see if I can find him. Turns out, he was incredibly easy to find. I was planning on just looking at him because I missed his face, but I accidentally clicked the link that brought me to his LinkedIn page. Yikes, now he'll know that I stalked him, which made me feel even worse. I probably looked crazy. Bailp. Since I was already on his page, I guess I'd look at where he had worked. Maybe he wasn't really interesting and I'd feel better about him ghosting me. Nope, turns out he is not only very smart but also humble because his resume listed a dozen different cool jobs, impressive schools he's attended, things he's worked on. Great. I probably wasn't impressive enough for him. Not 30 minutes later he friends me on LinkedIn, but seemed surprised that I was reaching out. He had evidently texted me that night, and again the next day, only to not hear anything back. I had ghosted him. And this is how we found out my mess up. When I gave him my number, turns out I was off by a digit. Turns out, tipsy me isn't so great at typing or proofreading. If I hadn't been a creepy LinkedIn stalker, it could have been months, if ever, before we would have seen each other again. Right now we're laughing about it and setting up our first real date. Wish me luck, Reddit.
Today I messed up by accidentally revealing my secret identity to my entire office. So, this actually happened earlier today, and I'm still reeling from the sheer embarrassment of it all. For context, I work in a pretty average office setting, but my colleagues and I like to spice things up with themed dress-up days every now and then. This week, we all agreed to come in dressed as our favorite superheroes. Naturally, I was super excited to participate. I've always been a huge fan of superheroes and I have this awesome Batman costume I've been itching to wear ever since I got it for Halloween last year. So, I woke up early, got dressed in my full bat regalia, and even went as far as doing the full Batman voice to complete the persona. I was ready to show up to work and save the day. As soon as I walked into the office, I could tell that something was off. People were staring at me with a mixture of confusion, amusement, and just a hint of terror. I figured they were just in awe of my Batman transformation and didn't think much of it. My manager approached me with a stifled laugh and asked, "Hey, Batman, did you happen to check your email this morning?" I replied, still in character, "Email? Batman has no need for such trivial matters." My manager then explained that there had been a last-minute email sent out last night, postponing the dress-up day to next week due to an important client meeting scheduled for today. My face went beet red as I realized I was standing in the middle of the office, dressed as Batman, with zero context to justify it. To make matters worse, the important client arrived just in time to witness my embarrassment. They were surprisingly cool about it, even joking that they felt safer with Batman around. Still, I spent the rest of the day hiding in my cubicle, answering calls in my best Bruce Wayne voice, and praying for the sweet release of the end of the workday. Now I'm sitting at home, in full Batman attire, contemplating how I'm going to show my face at the office on Monday. I'm leaving my wife tomorrow and I couldn't be happier. I, 45 male, and my wife, 44 female, have been married for 10 years. We dated for 6 years before that and I got a lot of pressure to get married from my parents, her. Something in my gut said that this wasn't right. I called it cold feet and did my best to ignore it. We got married. Pretty much the moment the ink was dry on our marriage license, things went south. On our honeymoon, she did nothing but complain I hadn't booked a nicer hotel. In the following months she wanted a new apartment, a new car, gifts, jewelry, handbags. It was never enough. It's like the moment she got the ring, it stopped being about me and became about what I could give her. I am a doctor. I make good money, not good enough to support the kind of lifestyle she wants though. We don't make love anymore. We don't laugh. We don't talk about anything but money. We have no kids. She said she wanted them before marriage then changed her mind. Our home looks like a showroom. There is no warmth or joy or even comfort here. I hate it. I hate her. I am a 45-year-old physician and I have barely enough savings to sustain us for 3 months. I want to retire someday. I want to enjoy my life. I rented a cool apartment across town, in a less desirable neighborhood, and there's a stack of IKEA furniture waiting for me to set it up there. The lease is up on the Mercedes my wife pushed me to lease next month and I will be replacing it with a used Prius. I'm starting therapy next week. I have a divorce attorney who has assured me that the prenup we signed before marriage means I won't have to pay alimony. I hope to leave the higher paying job that my wife insisted I take for something with less hours, sometime in the next year. I'm going to ask out the pretty barista who flirts with me every morning. I'm telling her first thing tomorrow. I'm expecting her to cry and beg and demand we try therapy. I don't want any of that. This was never right, and I'm only sorry it took me so long to realize it. I'm sorry I've wasted so much of my life being married to a woman because I thought it was the right thing. I am so excited. Update, I am leaving my wife tomorrow and I couldn't be happier. Usually when I wake up, I go for a run or a bike ride. While I'm gone, my wife gets up, gets dressed, gets a smoothie going, whatever. This morning I paced the kitchen, rehearsing what I had to tell her over and over again. When she finally came down, I felt oddly calm. I wasn't expecting to be panicked exactly, but apprehensive at least. I told her I needed to speak to her. She gave me an aha and didn't look up from the coffee machine. Then I just came out with it. I told her I was leaving and that I wanted a divorce, that we hadn't been happy in a long time, and I felt as though she didn't care about me or my emotional needs. Pretty much instantly, the gaslighting began. She cried that I never get her flowers anymore, that I don't do enough to support her, that I don't care if she's happy. I brought up the fact that I suggested therapy over a year ago and she agreed, but then made excuse after excuse not to go. I brought up the time she completely ignored the budget we worked on. I told her how it made me feel when she dismissed me when I tried to tell her how I was feeling. The crying escalated then, along with begging for a chance to make this right, to go to therapy, that she would be better. It went like I thought it would go, and I felt absolutely nothing. I don't care anymore. Whatever I once felt for her is just dead and gone. And she might as well have been a second cousin sobbing about her marriage for all the connection I felt to it. Eventually I just got fed up and walked out. She has been blowing up my phone with calls and texts which range from angry to begging to threatening. I started getting calls from her mother and mine too, but the end of the day, I spoke briefly to my mother and calmly explained that I was sorry she didn't hear it from me, but my wife was sucking me dry financially and emotionally and I couldn't do it anymore. She was surprisingly supportive. I'm currently in my new apartment. I unrolled the mattress in a box and went to Walmart for sheets. I ate Thai takeout for dinner at the kitchen counter and watched a bit of Netflix on my computer. I have everything I need for the next few days. My wife is getting served tomorrow. I keep expecting the sadness to set in, but it hasn't. I feel like 1,000 pounds are off my shoulders and suddenly my future is full of possibilities. I'm going to travel. I'm going to try new restaurants. I'm going to take a job that actually makes me happy and proud instead of rich. Much to the internet's chagrin, I will ask out the barista, because despite unpopular opinion she is both age appropriate, it's her family's business, and I do have the interpersonal skills to recognize the difference between customer service and actual connection. Cheers, everyone. I'm going to have a beer and then take a walk around my new neighborhood. Edit to add, alright folks, I've gotten a lot of comments begging me not to ask out the barista as it's her job to be nice to me. I didn't really get into the relationship I have with her because I didn't think it was relevant to the divorce. But here goes. I met her about a year ago. She's 30. I don't usually wear a wedding ring because my job requires me to scrub regularly. She actually asked me out, invited me to a food truck festival in town. A few months into knowing each other, I said I was married and she was embarrassed. Since then, we've had a bit of a running joke going where she asks me, "So, still married?" My current plan is to reply, "Not for long," and see what happens. I appreciate the internet's apprehension. In truth, I would probably say the same thing if I didn't know the backstory, but I promise I'm not a creep.
My fiancé is convinced I have a crush on my friend's husband. My best friend Sarah, 26 female, and her husband Matt, 28 male, have put me in a very difficult position with my fiancé Jack, 30 male. I knew Matt since my childhood. He was my neighbor and we were friendly. Sarah and I were roommates in college and became close friends. When I introduced Sarah and Matt, they hit it off and started dating each other. I was happy to see two of my friends get together, but also annoyed that I became the third wheel and was often ignored or set aside because they were so into each other. By the time I graduated, Matt had completely dropped me as a friend. That saddened me, but I was still good friends with Sarah, so it was what it was. Sarah and I would frequently hang out, but I never talked with Matt other than the occasional polite hellos. Sarah would sometimes try to do couples dates with her and Matt and me in my dates. I found that Matt had developed an unpleasant personality and would frequently be rude and condescending towards me. However, he's a very devoted and loving husband to Sarah, so for her sake I ignored him. When my fiancé and I got engaged, we had no plans to do a party. Sarah was disappointed that we didn't throw an engagement party, so she organized a small get-together at her home to celebrate us. The party was nice, and as things were winding down, my fiancé and I went to thank Sarah and Matt for their sweet gesture before we took our leave. Matt was pretty tipsy by then, and out of nowhere he suddenly hugged me and in front of my fiancé said that he was so glad that I was finally settling down and he is relieved that now I'll be over the crush I had on him. I was shocked and told him that wasn't true. He just laughed and told Jack that I was always chasing him and he had to work hard to keep me away. I dragged Sarah in and asked her to please fix this mess, and she was all like, "Oh, he's drunk, ignore him," and says, "You know I always trust you. I know you wouldn't act on your crush." Jack was pretty pissed by this point and he walked out. I ran after him and tried explaining that this isn't true, but he told me he doesn't want to be anyone's second choice or their backup plan. Since that night he isn't talking to me or returning my calls. I have talked to Sarah multiple times to clear things with Jack, but she's brushing me off. I don't understand why they believe this or why she'd stay friends with me if she thought I was into her husband. I was in her wedding party and did all the work because her sister, who was the maid of honor, was too busy. I have helped her through her pregnancy and have babysat her kids so many times. She never gave me any indication she thought this, and why would she want me close to her family if she believed this? I feel humiliated that these people think I was pining away for a jerk like Matt. I need help in convincing Jack this isn't true. I'm also mad at him for throwing away our relationship over what some drunken dummy said. I don't know what I am going to do about my friendship with Sarah. Update. I talked to Sarah again and asked her first of all why she'd think I had a crush on Matt. She said that when I first introduced them I had talked up Matt and gushed about him, and she took that as me being into him. I said I was fond of him since I've known him for a long time, but that doesn't mean I want to be with him. She said when they started dating I was often upset about it. I said I wasn't upset about their dating. I was upset that she'd make plans with me and then leave me to be with him, and when we were all together I didn't enjoy being the third wheel while they ignored me. That had nothing to do with wanting him and more to not liking being left out by my best friend. I asked her why she hadn't said anything before, and she explained that she could manage the situation. She had to ask Matt to stop talking to me completely, and she engineered situations so there was little chance of us socializing with each other. I asked her, now that I have explained that I never had a crush on Matt, can you please talk to Jack and tell him? She said she didn't want to lie. This frustrated me immensely. She could ignore this imaginary crush for years and manipulate me, but won't talk to my fiancé to help my relationship. I told her I was done being her friend. Thinking back, I was always doing stuff for her and she used me but did little for me. Update: I wrote a long letter to Jack explaining the entire history of my relationship with Sarah and Matt with the recent screen caps. I asserted as best as I could that I had never pined after any guy. I loved him and he was my only choice. After days of silence, Jack agreed to talk to me. We met and he said that he sees two ways of interpreting the situation. 1, Matt and Sarah are right and he doesn't want to be my second choice. 2, they are malicious people who are messing with me, and that shows very poor judgment on my part that I'd have a best friend like this, and he doesn't want that quality in a life partner. Either possibility leads to the same conclusion, that he wants to call off the engagement. He reminded me that I had represented Sarah as one of the most important people in my life. I'd jump up and help her all the time. I had once canceled plans with him to take care of her kid when the baby was sick. It had irked him, but he had seen it as me being caring and nice. But now he's seeing all that in a different light. I cried and begged him not to end our engagement, but he wanted a break for a while. I thought over what he said for a few days and came to realize that he was right. I was a clingy friend and a doormat. I never even saw how much one-sided my friendship with Sarah was. I was a doormat with Jack too. I didn't want to get married or have kids this early, but agreed to his timelines. I gave up an exciting job opportunity with more money because he didn't want me traveling for work. I love him, but I need to fix myself and be stronger. I gave back his ring and ended things. I returned all the gifts he gave too. He was offended by that, but I didn't feel good about keeping the very expensive things he had given me. He makes a lot more than me and was very generous with what he gave me, but I can't keep that now. Sarah was quiet for a while but then started calling me. I ignored a lot of her calls, but this morning I answered her call and told her about the breakup. I was looking for sympathy from my old friend. She was more interested in knowing if I was still going to watch her kid while she and Matt went on an overnight trip. She got pretty angry when I said no. I have blocked her now. I have lost my fiancé, my best friend, and my relationship with my nephew whom I adored, all in one go, but still, I am thankful for the comments that showed this wasn't something I could fix and helped me rip off the band-aid and walk away from this mess.
My ex-girlfriend got revenge on me and I'm so broken. I, male 25, have been with my ex-girlfriend Carly, female 23, for nearly 10 years. We were high school sweethearts and we had a good relationship up until after she completed college. Adulthood has been putting strain on our relationship, so bills and finding sustaining jobs has been a challenge. We started arguing a bunch and just started overall being annoyed with each other's existence. We weren't sleeping in the same room, let alone being intimate. It was a tough time to say the least. We tried therapy and I felt like it wasn't working. I honestly wanted to be done, but I couldn't break up with her because we lived together and she helped me get out of debt. So I did something horrible and I started cheating on her with her childhood best friend. I thought she would never find out, and my gosh, I was wrong. Yesterday afternoon I came home and she wanted to talk, and without hesitation she jumped straight into it and asked me point blank if I was cheating on her, and I of course tried to lie, and she just starts laughing and says, "I knew you weren't going to admit it, but I was going to give you the benefit of the doubt. So now I just feel less guilty." I just confessed to her and she just looked at me and didn't have any expression nor speak. When I finished she just laughs and told me, and I would never forget it. Honestly, it's fine because Louis was over last weekend and we had a great time. My heart dropped to stomach because Louis is my big brother. I just thought it was low blow on Carly given she knew how insecure I was about my brother. He's the golden child and literally always did things 10 times better than me. I'm stuck having to have some sort of relationship with him, and meanwhile she can just drop her friend. My chest and heart has been hurting so much since I found out, and I'm so broken. I know I was wrong for cheating first, but if she knew, why didn't she just break up with me first? I called out of work because I feel like throwing up just thinking about it.
I got blamed for divorcing cheating husband. I was blindsided by my husband for years. I never knew that he cheated until the affair partner and his 8-year-old son showed up at our house during my mother-in-law's birthday. It was quite a mess at that time. Since it was kind of a family gathering and both our families were there, the affair partner said that since my husband is the father of the child, he has to raise him as well. Financial support is not enough. He should be a father figure of the child. My mother-in-law agreed and said she wanted to raise the child in our home. I was so angry that I decided to divorce my husband and said it in front of everyone. My family agreed with my decision and were supportive of me, while my husband's family disagreed. My 15-year-old daughter disagreed as well. She asked me and my family to forgive her father so that our family would not be broken. My husband also cried so hard at that time and asked for my forgiveness, but I was not buying it. He knew from the start that cheating is one of the deal breakers of our marriage since we discussed it beforehand. What hurts the most is the betrayal of my daughter. At first, she kept asking me to forgive her father. She said her father promised not to do it again. She kept pestering me so that I would listen to and give up the idea of divorce and not to break the family apart and continue living with her father as if everything was fine. She also said that her half-brother was innocent of all these, so it was fine to live with us. You can't imagine how devastated I was as I listened to her bull crap. When I asked her if she and the mother-in-law knew about the affair, she stuttered and changed the subject. From then on, I knew that they all knew. I told her that all of them were the ones who broke the family apart by their betrayal, not me. Fast forward, divorce was successful, and since the house was mine before marriage, then my husband and mother-in-law moved out. Now, my daughter and mother-in-law hated me and blamed me for breaking the family apart and being a hard-hearted biatch. According to them, my daughter also moved out with them. The last I heard, the mistress and her son were living with all of them. I no longer have a daughter and a husband, and my own company. Anyway, I still have my parents and my brothers who stand by my side. They are my strongest support system. What is a daughter? I still have my nephews and nieces I can dote on instead. I can't say I'm okay at this moment, but I wish someday I will be. I wish things will be better in the near future. Additional info: my ex-mother-in-law has been my daughter's caregiver since my daughter was 6 months old, so there might be something about it that I don't know. I also thought that my ex-husband's entire family seemed to know as well, but it doesn't matter now, is it? The devastation they caused me was really hard for me to overcome. Update: 2 months ago, my daughter called and wanted to have a talk, so we made an appointment for the weekend the same week. A day before the meeting, she called up and said she had something going on, so we canceled the meetup. She made a few more appointments that she canceled again and again and again. Today, she came to my house to talk. We did talk, but it's more like her one-sided rant. She was so self-absorbed of how miserable their lives are, how much smaller their house now, how she have to share her room with grandma, how their house have no peace because of small conflicts every day, grandma, dad and her new mom fighting, how they lack money. I paid maximum child support, by the way. It's just that they can no longer afford to cater to her whims. She also complained how miserable her dad is right now, how drunk he is every night, how he was sorry, so on and so forth. I asked how long she had known her father's affair, and she told me she knew it from the beginning. Over the years, they used my ex-sister-in-law, ex's younger sister, as a cover every time they visited the child. Ex-sister-in-law is frail and sickly, so I find it normal for them to care for her every now and then. She just lived an hour away from us. The affair partner lived near her. They usually go there every other weekend and stay there for a day or two over the years. Imagine how I felt this time after I knew the extent of the deception. I sometimes visited with them, but I never met the affair partner or the child. My daughter even told me that her brother is well-behaved, cute, and lovable, and I would love him too if I only gave him a chance. I really can't understand how her brain works, as she was trying to piss me off to death. She wanted to come back and live with me, and I agreed, but then she wanted to bring along her brother. I disagreed. She then came strong at this time and said that if I wanted her to move back in, I should forgive and reconcile with her dad. I refused. I told her if she wanted to come back, just her alone, under no circumstances can those irrelevant people set foot in my house again. She got angry and said they were her family and she couldn't just leave them alone. I told her they were her family, not mine. She is my only responsibility, no one else. They have no right to come to my house. If they force it, the police would be involved. I asked her what her views of cheating were, and if she would tolerate it if it happened to her. She firmly said that she wouldn't, but if it's her dad, it's not a big deal. Other people, it's a big no, she wouldn't tolerate them. Then I asked why she wanted me to be okay with cheating when she wouldn't. I told her I would never ever tolerate cheating or any forms of betrayal. Then, I tried to tell her how it hurts a lot to be betrayed, and it literally destroyed me, especially when they all played me for a fool for years. Then she said our family should be different and her dad is different and he is a great dad. Her dad is her family, so she will accept and forgive him no matter what. So I told her he is her family, all right, but not mine. We're divorced, so I have no responsibility towards him. She's free to do whatever she wants to do, but she has no right to tell me what I should and shouldn't do. Then comes the accusations, screaming actually, how I was a crappy wife for divorcing her dad, how I was the worst mother that because of my ego, I still divorced her father despite her begging me not to. She only wants a happy family, intact, not a broken one. Her dad was really sorry for what he had done, but I was an unforgiving, hypocritical one. Why can't I be a good wife and mother by staying in the marriage? She even told me that if I really loved her, I should have compromised for her. I explained my side and how I felt after this time, but she wouldn't listen to a single word. She just thought that their present predicaments were my fault. She then told me not to see her again. I'm no longer part of her life. She completely broken our mother-daughter relationship. Then she stormed out of my house. When I look back to the past, I now understand why my ex and ex-mother-in-law overindulged my daughter during her childhood years. They cater to everything. I mean everything she ever asked for. When I talked to them about it before, they only told me that she's just a kid and the only princess of our family, so she deserved everything in the world. I never agreed to them, so I did the opposite. When she wanted some things, I would ask her why she wanted those things, and she has worked for it. Simple chores. I tried my best to teach her the value of hard work, but it didn't work because her dad and grandma would give in to her instead. Their overindulgence must have been for these situations. They must have thought that I would give in for my daughter's sake. I love my daughter, But there are things that I wouldn't compromise, and infidelity and betrayal are those things. I have lots of regrets, self-blame, sorrow, anger, resentment, and fear that my daughter is completely ruined by them. I blamed myself for my complacency and lack of judgment all those years. I'm really convinced what everyone said that she was brainwashed, conditioned by them, so I'm at a loss of what to do. My incompetence led to this situation I'm in. I know, I'm a failure. I also knew that. I wanted to have a good relationship with her, yet I don't know how to. I really don't know what else to do.
Update: my Tinder date turned out to be my childhood nemesis. Honestly, this update came sooner than I'd have wanted since everything didn't go as planned. The original plan was to get a similar balloon as you suggested. Thing is, that balloon was slightly complicated. It was one of those heart-shaped ones and had multiple colored dots, so it was going to take a bit of time to find one. I also managed to find my old photos during my time in hospital from my mom's album. Generally, I was going to stick the photo to my forehead, have the identical balloon with me and wear something identical to those hospital gowns, call her over and let her get dumbfounded by what's going on, and then clutch onto my balloon for dear life, and say this time she can't take my balloon, then have her figure it all out by herself. Okay. Maybe not the gown thing, cause I can imagine it being really weird from her perspective, but you get the point. To make it reminiscent of that time she stole my balloon. The reaction: Valp. Those plans ended when I got a call from her telling me I wouldn't believe a post she saw on TikTok from a Reddit post, and then proceeded to explain my whole post to me, and at this point my heart was racing. She asked if it was me, but I denied like my life depended on it. Like I didn't even know what Reddit was, and said she was trying to mess with me. Even after she told me to search it, I still said I didn't see it and used that moment to ask her to come over to prove it. And then later, she did show up and immediately had her phone to my face laughing and saying there was no way this wasn't me because of the timing and details. I still denied, and eventually when we were sitting down listening to the post together, I said it's so crazy, and she asked me one last time to reaffirm to her that it wasn't me, and I told her no, it wasn't. The confusion she had was funny because I could tell she was trying to wrap her brain around this. And I was like, it's so crazy that these things happen. Then slowly started mentioning the accurate details, like along the lines of, it's so crazy that you'd meet the person who stole your heart-shaped spotted balloon as a kid on a busy hallway, and then not tell her it was you, and instead make a whole Reddit post because you planned to surprise her, but the post landed on TikTok and she caught wind of it, and you're still denying whilst literally sitting next to her. And midway between that, she was already gasping and she hit me with a cushion, telling me to shut up. I legit couldn't contain my laughter, and she was pacing up and down saying there was no way this was happening, and I said it was me and that it was about time she gave me my balloon back. I even went to fetch that album and showed her my pictures during my hospital stay, and she immediately started apologizing. I told her I was over it and the post was over-exaggerated for clicks, but she said she still wanted to apologize anyway, and I also apologized not saying it then because I didn't think she would have believed me, and she said she definitely wouldn't have. We talked a bit more and she promised to buy me a balloon.
I think you got me pregnant on purpose, and I don't know what to do. I feel so sick and betrayed right now. I was in a casual relationship with someone for a few months. I was heartbroken when I met him and liked the attention he gave me, which I'm ashamed of now, and the lovemaking was pretty good. I made it clear to him that the situation was only casual, but he slowly started to get more possessive of me. I definitely let it go on longer than I should have. We always used protection. I am not on BC for multiple reasons. Anyway, one night after making love, I noticed a needle on his night table, close to where the protection is kept. I got this little flutter of intuition but didn't think much of it at the time. I thought there must be a plausible reason for it being there. He also seemed more into the love-making that night than normal. I ended things with him shortly after because the possessiveness was getting worse and he couldn't seem to accept that I didn't want a serious relationship with him. He is also a lot older than me. I'm in my mid-20s. He is in his 50s. He'd always be asking if I was seeing other men and not believe me when I said no. I really wasn't. I also met someone who used to work with him and she immediately said he was bad news, telling me about his alcohol problems and anger issues. I realized it was not a good situation and also not fair to him, since he did have feelings for me, to keep making love with him. 1 week after ending things with him, I missed my period and felt really nauseous. Took a test and sure enough, I'm pregnant, going to the doctor on Monday to confirm it. He has been trying to call me at least once a day, and sending me texts saying he misses me and we can still keep things casual. His messages go from sweet to angry and it's freaking me out. He doesn't seem to want to take no for an answer. I don't know if I'm imagining things or wrong about this, and I can't exactly ask if he intentionally got me pregnant. I don't know if I should tell him because I don't trust him at all now. I just needed to rant, but also welcome advice if anyone has any. I don't want to get an abortion but also don't want to raise his child. I'm just in shock and can't believe someone would do this.
Today I messed up by peeing off the side of a mountain. So I, 32 male, and my girlfriend 33 female were out enjoying our annual anniversary vacation. This year we had decided to do some hiking through Appalachia and had ended up in Red River Gorge, Kentucky. The scenery is amazing, the weather was great. I figured I wasn't going to get a better opportunity to pop the question. Well, any gentleman knows better than to get down on one knee in the middle of the trail. You wait until you're at the highest peak. Unfortunately, nature called long before we got to that point. Now, every guy knows that the higher the ledge you pee off of, the more authority you have. So I found a pleasant little overlook, did my business and carried on with my proposal in mind. Along the way we passed a few other hikers, said our greeting and kept moving towards the top. Once we had reached the summit of this particular rock, she sat down and I tried to mentally prepare myself to get things just right. So once I'd gotten myself psyched up, I put my hand into my pocket and palmed the ring. knelt down in front of her, and she said, "I see your wiener." Turns out, I had forgotten to zip myself back up and the little flippy flaps of my boxer shorts failed to do their job, so there I am on one knee, trying to make this a memorable moment, and failing successfully. After flopping through the proposal, we stopped and realized that I may have flashed a few innocent hikers as well.
My fiancé almost passed away in a car accident. My mother-in-law told me he cheated on me. My fiancé almost died in a car accident. That's when my mother-in-law told me he cheated on me with an ex. Now he's recovering well. I feel so guilty for wanting to end it. I feel like a horrible person. We are supposed to get married on August 20th in a small ceremony. I've, female 33, been with my fiancé, male 34, for 6 years, engaged for 1, the best years of my life. He's brilliant in every way, or so I thought. The accident happened 6 weeks ago. A drunk driver hit my fiancé's car. I spent the worst night in my life in the hospital waiting for answers from the doctors, and he went through hours and hours of surgery. His parents and brothers were also there waiting. I've always loved his family and they love me. His mom was one of my favorite people and we got along very well. She was happy to have me as her first daughter-in-law. She's religious, and when my fiancé was hovering between life and death, she was worried about his sins, so she told me that he cheated on me about 2 months ago with an ex he bumped into. She explained that it was because of the wedding and the stress of planning it. Apparently I've been both stressed out and stressing him out. He had a weak moment. It was a one-time thing and he regretted it so much. He asked his parents for advice on what to do and they told him not to say anything. As long as he's remorseful and as long as it was me he wanted, he should forget about what he did and move on. His whole family knew. After the hospital he moved back to his parents' house because we live in a flat without lifts. I visit him every day. I haven't told him that I know, and his family is acting like nothing has changed. They're very happy he's doing better, and understandably so, and my presence by his side is very helpful according to him and his family. Now both my fiancé and his parents are talking about us being able to get married on the day we said. After all, I feel awful because I don't want that. Our relationship was over the moment I found out about the cheating. I stayed because I loved, still do, him, and I wanted him to feel better. I couldn't break his heart while he's recovering. I also thought the wedding was postponed and that we would have more time for him to recover fully and be strong and independent again so I could leave with clear conscience. I tried to speak to his mom today, but she just started hyperventilating and kept telling me not to do this. She made a mistake by telling me and that I shouldn't take advantage of what she said in desperation to punish him and kill his spirit. He's still recovering and he needs me. I have been thinking since my talk with his mom about everything, and I'm so angry at him. I'm ashamed that even when I was worried about his life I was very angry and resentful. We were supposed to have our wedding in this beautiful manor house that he found that's all-inclusive, with our most important people. My best friend is a DJ and my parents paid for the whole thing even though they're much poorer, so I don't know where the stress has come from. We fixed everything in a week. I'm so angry and I've kept bottling it up since the accident. I'm afraid I'm going to explode soon. Update: I told my fiancé that I know about his infidelity and cancelled the wedding. He still wants a second chance. I have written here 3 days ago before I talked to my fiancé. This is after I told him I know about his cheating. I started by telling my parents, who are paying for the wedding, about what happened and that I'm canceling the wedding. Hopefully they can get back some of what they paid via their home insurance. I have told them that I'm going to pay the rest of the damages. My dad refused. I insisted. It's not up to them. Since my fiancé still lives with his parents, I felt that I would be outnumbered if I went alone to end it. Text or a call wasn't an option since he meant a lot more to me than that, and I really wanted to see his face and ask what the F. I also wanted him to see my hurt. I don't want it to be comfortable for him. Cheaters must see the hurt they cause and hopefully learn from it. I took my mom with me. When I told him that the wedding was off and the reason why, he started crying. He told me all things they say in desperation. He was foolish. He didn't think. He was stressed out. He was scared. It meant nothing. He regretted it. He didn't want to tell me because it meant nothing and he didn't want to hurt me. I should give him a chance to prove himself and his loyalty. He can ask his parents to pay for the wedding. We can postpone the wedding indefinitely. I can take the apartment and he will live with his parents, as long as it takes for me to forgive him. I haven't cried so much as I did when I was listening to his bull crap and afterwards on my way home. How could he do this to me? He didn't give me a satisfying answer to why he did this to me, to us. I have cried myself to sleep every night since the accident, and yet I cried like I've just found out. I'm going to stay in the apartment that we bought together and he will stay with his parents. Prices has gone down these last couple of months and we both agree that we don't want to sell for less than what we paid, but the moment it goes up again we're selling. I have started packing his things now and tomorrow I'm renting a van to move his things to his parents' house. Sorting out his stuff and packing his clothes made it real for me. I didn't expect it to be so emotional. Why do I still love him so much? He has been texting me and he has called me twice and we talked mostly about mundane stuff but also about us and our relationship. His mom has called me to say that she felt guilty for first not advising him to come clean but even for later divulging his secret to me without his permission. She was disappointed that I took advantage of her moment of panic but that she understands that I'm hurt. She said he will do his best to win me back. I'm a bit irritated about the fact that none of them, including my parents, believe that it's really over and I don't have the energy to prove my point either. I just need some alone time now and some peace and quiet.
I realized I am the laughing stock of my friends. Today I 33 male realized that I am nothing more than the laughing stock and butt of all jokes in my friendship circle. I found out by accident when I went to the toilet. I hosted a house party for some friends to celebrate my birthday, and whilst everyone was outside enjoying the sun I went in to use the toilet. Preempting the toilet visit I opened the window and was treated to hearing laughing from outside. The toilet window is on the side of the building, so not visible from the garden. After the laughter subsided I heard someone mention my name and a comment along the lines of, "What an absolute mess," and even more laughter. My name was mentioned several times in the following minutes where my friends tore me to nothing, insulting everything about me and everything I try to do. Everything from the drinks I make people, all are just thrown away, to the night getting better when I leave. I sat in bathroom for about 10 minutes and just listened to the onslaught of insults. A secret I confided in one friend was broadcast to the whole group, again to much laughter. When I eventually returned back outside, everyone carried on as normal. However, I became aware that I wasn't part of the conversations and wasn't included in anything bar shared smirks and people glancing in my direction. At one point I was making a drink in the kitchen and one very drunk friend walked in, said, "We're all talking about how you're such a lightweight," then bursts out laughing and walked out. The more I sat there with everyone, the more clicked into place. Whenever I arrange an event, people turn up late and leave early. I'm not invited to other get-togethers and seem to be left out of all in jokes. People didn't laugh with me, they just laughed at me. And I figured that's how it had always been, but I'd been oblivious to it. No one ever asks about how I am, what I have been up to, etc. I started a new job several months ago, but no one seems to have noticed. If I don't message anyone then no conversations are initiated. After half the people left early, again I realized it happens constantly if I organize anything. Everyone else just sat on their phones looking bored until they left, but whenever I suggested doing anything it was met with, rather not, but no alternative suggestions. To make it worse, I saw a, since deleted, Facebook story that everyone went out afterwards, but I wasn't invited. I just want to cry but can't. I've never experienced this before and don't know what to do. I need new friends. My girlfriend told me she was with a friend, but that friend was with me picking out an engagement ring. How do I confront my girlfriend about her lie? God, this is a doozy. I swear my life feels like a movie right now. I 28 male am planning on proposing to my girlfriend of 3 years 26 female. Now, I suck at picking out jewelry. I'm the type of guy that doesn't see a problem with heart-shaped jewelry, so every time I want to buy something for my girl, I usually consult one of our mutual friends. My girl's best friends are all friends with me as well and we all get along well, so asking them for help picking out jewelry is something I'm used to. When it came time to pick out a ring, I consulted my girlfriend's best friend Justine. Justine and I are quite close and she knows my girlfriend better than anyone, including me, so when my girlfriend went out to visit her sister and baby nephew, I invited Justine over to the house to help pick out a ring. Justine and I looked through a few catalogs, but decided it was a dead end and it would be better to go to professionals at a jewelry store. However, I didn't know when my girlfriend would be coming home, so Justine and I thought of a clever text to gauge how much time we had. I asked her when she'd be coming home, as I was ordering takeout and wanted to know when to tell them to have the food ready by. She responded by saying it would be a few hours. She met up with Justine to go shopping. Now, obviously this took me by surprise since Justine was standing inside my house. I showed Justine the text, and she looked as confused as I was. It isn't out of the ordinary for my girlfriend to meet up with people out of the blue like that for shopping, lunch, etc. She's a very spontaneous person and loves making plans on the fly, so ordinarily, I would have believed this text in a heartbeat. However, obviously this had to be a lie. When she came home she acted completely normal, and I played along, but it's been really hard to act like everything's fine. We got takeout, ate together, and cuddled on the couch after. So far she's caught on a little that something's upsetting me, but I just can't tell her what. Looking at her kills me. I don't know what to do. My girlfriend and I have zero trust issues and we tell each other everything, so this lie is killing me. I want to ask her about it so bad, but if I tell her I knew she was lying, I'd have to explain why, and I really don't want to do that. What do I do? I know she lied to me, but I don't know how to confront her about it. Should I just forget it? This won't stop gnawing at me. Please help. Update. I decided to confront my girlfriend. I thought about using some of the lies people suggested, but they just wouldn't make sense. To say I ran into Justine somewhere, well, I told my girl I had to stay home and do stuff around the house and that's why I couldn't go with her to see my sister-in-law. To say Justine was helping me pick out jewelry, it doesn't make sense for her to come all the way to our house to help me pick out a piece of jewelry unless it was a serious piece of jewelry, like an engagement ring. If I just wanted to get her a piece of jewelry as a gift, I'd ask her friends for suggestions or ask them to send me pictures of jewelry she might like. It all happens over text. None of the excuses made sense, so I decided to be honest. I basically just said that I knew we'd been thinking about marriage and she probably knew a proposal was coming soon, so I invited Justine over to help me find her the perfect ring, and that so happened to be the day that she said she was going to see her. So what's the deal? She immediately started grinning like a dummy and prodding me about proposing and the ring, but then we got back onto the topic of where she was and she confessed what she was really doing. No, she wasn't cheating, and no, she wasn't picking out a ring for me. The amount of times that was commented was crazy. So, some people are dog people and some people are cat people. Well, me, I'm a snake person. I grew up with snakes my whole life, but I never felt I was able to get one because my girlfriend has always been uneasy about living with a snake, which I completely respected. Also, the process of buying and raising a snake is very different than that of buying and raising a dog or cat. It's quite complicated, so you could imagine my surprise when my girlfriend showed me a picture of her holding the cutest Kenyan sand boa I have ever seen. Needless to say, my girlfriend was going to surprise me with a snake. We're picking her up next week, I definitely did not expect this and I feel bad for ruining the surprise. But oh well, life is good. Sorry if this isn't the ending you guys wanted or expected. Just a snake. My girlfriend left me on the day I was proposing without any explanation. Elise, 27 female and I, 28 male, had been together for 3 years and living together for 1.5 years. Our relationship was very strong and we were madly in love. All of our friends always used to say that we were a perfect couple. Our communication was strong and we had everything planned in our lives. I told her that I won't be marrying her before I get a job that pays well enough to build our family. And she agreed. Well, I got a very good job 2 months ago and we started planning our lives together. Our plan was to get married in the next year or two, buy a house, and then have kids when we have more financial stability. She also started dropping hints that I should propose. I was already planning to propose, so I started researching for rings, proposal venues, etc. This is when I contacted Leah, 27 female, and asked her to meet me and keep it a secret. I told her my plans and she confirmed that Elise would love this and also gave me some suggestions which I loved. Leah also included David, 27 male, as the three of them were best friends since childhood and knew each other very well. They also helped me pick the ring. The plan was to rent a cabin surrounded by nature and wilderness, as Elise likes that a lot. I rented the cabin and on Friday I took the day off without telling my girlfriend and met up with Leah and David and one of my friends to set up everything. I gave instructions to my friend about how I wanted everything to be set up, as he was supposed to go there the next day before us and set up everything, flowers, cameras, etc. I went back home after that and ordered Elise's favorite takeout. We talked about her day and then went to bed. Now a week ago Leah had invited Elise for brunch on Saturday, proposal day, at a new fancy place, the proposal location. She emphasized that the place was fancy so that Elise wouldn't get suspicious of Leah asking her to wear a nice dress. On Saturday morning Leah and David came to our apartment to pick up Elise. As soon as they left I called a friend of mine who was waiting just around the corner and I left soon after. Then I called my other friend who was supposed to be at the cabin and asked him how everything was going. He assured me that everything was set up exactly how I wanted it. I had also asked David to share their location and to drive slowly or take a longer route so that I can get there 10 to 15 minutes before them. I realized David hadn't shared the location, but it was fine. We got there and I just ran in to change into a suit. Then I went to the exact position and checked the camera angles. Everything was perfect. Then I waited for my girlfriend and her friends to arrive. The drive is 30 to 40 minutes from our apartment and they should have been there. I thought they went slightly overboard with stalling. I waited there for another 20 minutes. It had already been more than an hour since they left the apartment and I was getting worried, so I asked one of my friends to call David and sneakily ask how long it'll take them. They called him 2 to 3 times but no answer. Then they called Leah 2 to 3 times. No answer. I assumed the worst. I called David and Leah as well. Still no answer. Finally I decided to call Elise. First call, she didn't answer. My heart was racing at this point. As soon as I called her again, Leah answered instead. I was panicking and asked her if everything was alright and why is nobody answering the phone. She went silent for 2 seconds and then started yelling at me. She told me to never call Elise ever again and that I was dead to her, that I was a horrible human being for doing that to her, that she doesn't want to see my face or talk to me ever again. I was confused, but before I could say anything she hung up. I was so confused and started crying and my friends had to console me. Soon after that, I got a text from Leah that she'll be coming over later with David to get Elise's stuff and that Elise doesn't even want to step into the apartment. Even if I'm not there, I immediately called her parents to ask what was going on. They knew about the proposal and we were supposed to go to their home for lunch after the proposal. They had no clue what was going on and told me that they'll call her and ask. I got a call from them 10 minutes later saying that they called Elise and she told them that she can't talk right now and she'll call them later. They were also confused about all this. I was devastated and I didn't know what to do. My friends took me back to my apartment and we hung out. David and Leah came over in the evening to take Elise's stuff. My friends and I tried to talk to them but they didn't say anything. They just asked me where Elise's stuff was and just took some of it and said they'll be back for the rest. They also reiterated that if I tried contacting Elise again, I'll be reported for harassment. At that moment I just wanted to cry because just the thought of me harassing my girlfriend was overwhelming. After they left, my friends told me that they think I shouldn't be alone right now and they were staying the night, and won't take no for an answer. We stayed up and talked till 4 a.m. last night and then everyone went to bed. I wasn't able to sleep and I've been just thinking about every potential reason for Elise's behavior, but I don't have any answers. The only scenario I can think of is that Elise was cheating on me and somehow she realized I was gonna propose and she freaked out and told her friends that she can't do this because I cheated on her. This still doesn't make sense, but it's the closest thing to an explanation I have right now. I know it's a horrible thing to think about. Today was supposed to be the first day of our engaged life together. Hopefully, I'll be able to get some answers from her parents if they talk to her. I will leave my adoptive family overnight. All I'll leave them will be a letter. I, 18 male, was adopted by a family when I was 5. I don't know my biological parents. The family already had 3 children, 3 girls. Apparently after the first girl they tried for a boy but it always ended up being a girl, so after 3 girls they adopted me to finally have a son. In the first few years of my life they treated us all well. My sisters however were never able to accept me. They saw me as an outsider who doesn't belong in the family. Actually it was the oldest one, Alicia, who poisoned the other 2, Maria and Juliet, against me by telling them that our parents would treat me better because I was a boy, which wasn't true. In fact all 3 of them protested against me getting a room in the same floor as them, and my parents gave in. There was a spare room in the basement where I had to sleep. This however just led to them making fun of me, calling me names like cellar rat and many more things. I just shrugged it off assuming that's how siblings treated each other, but I realized that having my sleeping room in the basement somehow also affected the way my parents treated me. Sleeping down there felt like I was out of sight for them. They lost interest in me and I became less significant and important, while on the other hand they started to focus more on my sisters. When I was 13, they completely lost interest in me. It was like I was a homeless person living in the basement. They missed all the appointments I had. They didn't care about my grades. They never even called me to eat. Sometimes I would come upstairs and see how they already took away the plates. If I was lucky, there were leftovers that I could eat. Do you think I got presents for my birthday? No, because they didn't even know my birthday in the first place. And last Christmas they said they forgot to buy presents for me, saying they will go shopping with me the next few weeks to get me something, which, as you might expect, never happened. I don't feel despised towards my sisters. I'm glad they have a home where they are cared for and that they can feel loved. I just don't understand why they would adopt me if they just throw me away like a piece of paper. I think they just wanted to have this feeling to have a son for some time, but then realized they could never love me like one of their own. And putting me into the basement was the last straw. That is when they completely banished me from their minds. And I just can't do this anymore. I decided to pack my things and leave. I will do it tonight. I stay at a friend's house for a while and try to look for a job that hopefully gets me enough money so that I can rent an apartment. And after that I will never look back. I decided to leave a letter behind in my room. I wouldn't be surprised if they never even find it, let alone notice that I'm gone. I use a throwaway for this, but I actually don't know why. I thought I don't want them to see this, but now that I think about it, I could send them this post. I don't know why I even write this in here in the first place. I feel so desperate. Maybe I want this because I hope that someone is interested in me and my story. I think my girlfriend has been using my gym socks to wipe after going to the bathroom. I don't even know where to start with this. I'm dumbfounded. She just stormed out the house and I'm sitting on the bed asking myself a lot of questions. I live a pretty normal life, and I thought so did my girlfriend. We've been together for a few months, and after things got serious we moved in together. We started sharing a lot of the household responsibilities, but the one thing she was adamant on doing was the laundry. She would come home and find me in the bedroom getting the laundry together and would quickly ask me to go do something else. I'd come back to finish the laundry and she would have already started it. I always thought it was sweet and never her job to do it alone, but hey, if it makes her happy to do it all the time, I wouldn't stop her. This is where it takes a turn for the weird. I keep all my socks and underwear in the bottom drawer of my dresser. I also go to the gym frequently, so I always keep a good supply of clean gym socks ready to go. I never kept count, but I know by just a visual glance I have several pairs. This morning when I went to grab a fresh pair to pack for the gym, I noticed there were several dress socks, but no gym socks. Again, not weird. They must have been in the laundry. I went to check the laundry basket and it was empty, so I checked the washing machine and dryer. Both were empty. I couldn't figure out where all of my gym socks had gone. So, I did the very natural thing of asking my girlfriend what had happened to them. After all, she is the one who does the laundry all the time. She went silent, turned red and ran out of the room. When I went after her to see if she was okay, she wouldn't talk to me. I told her I wasn't mad. I was just looking for my socks. She kinda mumbled, "I don't know." I still wasn't mad, of course, but I was super confused. Socks just don't disappear. So I asked her again, even laughed about it, and she just looked at me and got mad and said, "I'll buy you new ones." The first thought that went through my head was she had somehow managed to destroy my socks while washing them. I thought the sight of that was actually pretty funny, so I joked with her about ruining my socks. Wrong thing to say. She started immediately crying, like full on sobbing. At this point I don't care about the socks anymore. I want to know what's wrong with my girlfriend. I sat down next to her on the bed and put my arm around her and asked her if she was okay. She just kept saying she was sorry and that she would buy me new socks. I tried assuring her again it was okay, even went so far as to say I would buy new socks and she didn't have to. I sat with her for a few minutes trying to calm her down and eventually had to get ready for work. I told her loved her and got my things together to leave for the day. On my way out I grabbed the garbage to take outside. When I got outside I lifted the lid off the garbage can and I noticed a small plastic bag sitting on top of the garbage already in there. I could see through the bag, kind of the semi-see-through ones. There were socks in the bag. Since I was sure she had somehow managed to ruin the socks washing them, I wanted to see for myself. I opened the bag and immediately regretted my choice. There, inside the bag, were several pairs of my gym socks covered in what looked like poop. As soon as the smell hit me I knew it was poop. 1. We don't own any pets. 2. We don't have any kids. 3. Whose poop was on my socks? Work could wait. I couldn't go the rest of the day wondering why my gym socks were covered in poop and inside a plastic bag in the garbage can. I grabbed the bag and walked back inside. As soon as my girlfriend saw the bag she flipped out and started yelling at me. She said I shouldn't be going through the garbage and that I was disgusting for bringing it back into the house. I asked her to calm down and that I just wanted an answer as to why there was poop on my socks. I wasn't blaming her of anything, but she started accusing me of blaming her. That's when it clicked. I don't know what it was that led me to ask this, but everything leading up to this moment had just been so crazy. I asked her, "Is this your poop?" She started sobbing again and ran out of the house. I didn't go after her this time. So, now I am sitting on my bed with a bag of poopy socks on the floor and a lot of questions in my head. The only conclusion is that she used them after going to the bathroom, which that alone has its own set of questions above everything else. I sent her a text asking her to come back. She hasn't responded yet. I don't even know what I'm going to say when, if, she gets back. Update, I had to leave for work and am now at work. Yes, I threw away the bag of socks. She texted me back and she's clearly embarrassed, but felt she owed me an explanation. She said she didn't want to talk about it in person and that we could discuss it over texting and to not bring it up in person. I'm condensing the conversation and filling in some gaps as best as I can. Her responses are super short, but I'm getting the idea. I flat out asked her if it was a fish. It is not a fish. She confessed to using the socks after going to the bathroom. I found the reason she always does the laundry is because she was hiding the fact that she uses socks to wipe with, primarily her own. I had no reason to question the amount of socks she ever has because who pays attention to that kind of thing? She thought I would notice and think it was weird since she doesn't own many socks. She admitted she has done this for a long time. Her reasoning, as best as I can understand, is that because she is a germaphobe, her word, and she is afraid toilet paper will tear and is afraid of getting her hands messy in any way, she uses socks because it covers her entire hand. After she's done with them, she throws them away. She used mine because she didn't have other socks. So, my girlfriend has a fear of getting poop on her hands, so she wipes with socks, and has done so for a long time. It could be worse, I guess. I hope we can laugh about this later. I'm trying to find the humor in it now, but I'm still weirded out. Yesterday I froze while being intimate and my girlfriend asked if we should stop. I said yes and she backed off. I've never been treated like this before. I 23 male have been SA'd before, twice, and this has affected me in subsequent relationships a lot. 2 days ago my girlfriend, 23, was in my lap and we were making out and suddenly the images of SA came into my mind and I froze. She obviously sensed it and asked if everything was okay, but I couldn't answer and I'd begun to sweat. She got off my lap and asked if I wanted to talk, but I still couldn't say anything. Then she asked if she should leave the room and I gave a small nod. She just grabbed her phone from the table and left. This has never happened with me. Nobody has listened to my no before. It feels weird, different, I don't know. The next morning when I woke up she had made breakfast and left me a note saying if I wanted to talk I could call her anytime. She came over after work and I thanked her for listening to me. I was almost in tears. She welled up too and said no obviously means no, but hesitation means no too, and that she would never knowingly hurt me. I've never been treated like this before. My parents were the worst, and almost every relationship I've had, 3, were also similarly awful. But she's different. She's been my rock when I've fallen low. She cooks for me because she wants me to be healthy. She leaves notes of affirmation all over the house for me to find and is generally the most genuine amazing person I've ever met. I want to show my gratitude to her and want to tell her how much she means to me, but I don't know how. Also, it's still weighing on me how my say matters to her. Never in my life have I ever been treated this way. So how do I tell how much she means to me, and will I stop feeling this way? Update. I thought I'd update y'all since so many people commented on my previous post. As I said in earlier, I wrote her a letter and it was much more difficult than I thought it would be, but I wrote what was in my heart and how much I loved her and thanked her for supporting me. I made some of her favorite snacks and took her to a small park nearby. We ate and watched the sunset together and then I gave her the letter I wrote. She cried and hugged me and we sat there talking about future aspects. And then I showed the post to her. She welled up again and asked if she could come to a few therapy sessions with me so that she could understand better what I was going through. Also, it might help her not burn out. I will talk to my therapist about it and we'll see how it turns out. But that's about it. We went home, watched a movie and went to bed. I seriously feel so lucky to have her in my life. Here's to hoping for our best future together. Oh, and I seriously cannot thank you guys enough. Every single one of you who commented, even the rude ones, have made a difference. Seriously, y'all are amazeballs. Thank you.
Boyfriend is upset that my brother didn't let him spend the night with me when I was very drunk and passed out. I've just turned 18 and can now legally drink where we live. So my brother invited me, my new boyfriend and a few friends and cousins over to hang out and maybe get drunk. I drank way more than I should have. People left one by one and I was only there with my brother and boyfriend. I don't remember much except that I woke up in his spare bedroom in the morning and my boyfriend wasn't there. Apparently I passed out on the couch. My brother took me to the bedroom to sleep. My boyfriend wanted to spend the night there but my brother said no. My brother says he didn't let him stay because he doesn't know him and he didn't know if we've been intimate, and I was completely incapacitated and couldn't consent to anything intimate, so he felt like it's safer to not allow him spend the night there with me. Boyfriend insisted that he didn't want to be intimate, just cuddling. He got confrontational with my brother and accused him of being controlling and said he has no right to decide if he can spend the night with me, which my brother told him I can decide you're not gonna spend another minute in my house. Boyfriend said he'll leave but he'll take me with him. Brother stood in his way and told him to either leave or deal with the police. Then my boyfriend left. So here we are. My brother thinks I'm dating a complete jerk. My boyfriend thinks I have a whole controlling brother and I've spent the last 2 days regretting drinking that much. My own feeling is that it would have been okay if my boyfriend spent the night with me in the bed, but absolutely not okay to be intimate. We haven't been intimate yet, been dating for less than a month. I understand why my brother acted in a protective way. I was drunk and letting a guy who is interested in me spend the night with me is just unnecessary risk. I also understand my boyfriend's disappointment, but he should have respected my brother in his own house. So now my boyfriend has demanded an apology from my brother for being mistrusted and for interfering in his relationship, and my brother had banned him from future events and parties at his place for being a jerk. My boyfriend would also like me to demand an apology on my own behalf from my brother for him acting the way he did, by assuming he can decide who I can or can't spend the night with. I'm in this mess and I need to make this disappear if I am to have some peace and make everything normal again with my relationship and family. What do I say to my boyfriend? I think he needs to drop this and move on, and over time show to my family that his behavior on the night wasn't who he really is to earn their trust. Update. Based on the advice of you guys, my parents and my brother, I broke up with my boyfriend, so I asked my boyfriend what he expected to happen that night if he was allowed to spend the night with me. He repeatedly said nothing but let slip that maybe he hoped we'd be intimate in the morning. So you guys were right. He wanted to do it that night with me and he probably would have if he was allowed to spend the night with me. Even the thought of it gives me a lot of stress. I always knew SA is a danger a lot of women and men face, but never felt it so close to me. Maybe because I've always been with people I trust, I don't know. I never thought it could happen so easily to me. It would have happened to me that night if my brother hadn't protected me the way he did. I'm going to be a lot more careful about my own safety from now on. I won't be as trusting to strangers, and I'm now learning my drinking limits so that I won't overdo it, especially where I might be vulnerable. My brother also told me to never accept a drink from the people I don't 100% trust. Thanks, Reddit.
Update: I will leave my adoptive family overnight. All I'll leave them will be a letter. I didn't expect to give you an update so quickly, but in the brief time span between my post yesterday and this one right here, so many things happened that I have to update you right now. Let's start by what happened yesterday. First of all, I never expected my post to blow up like this. This is absolutely insane. I tried to read all of your comments and answer all direct messages, but it's just too many, so I'm sorry if I ignored you. Many of you had great advice, such as taking all my documents with me and go to the police, which I wanted to do today. Let's go through everything that happened chronologically. After reading through many comments, I decided to take my documents with me, so the evening before my adoptive parents went to bed, I snuck into their bedroom and took all documents that I could find and waited for nightfall. I packed my things and left when all of them were asleep. Everything went as planned. I silently left the house and went to my best friend's home. He had an apartment in a neighbor city, so I had to walk for a while. I arrived at his apartment between 2 and 3 a.m. He had a spare bedroom that he used for visitors who might want to stay for the night. We agreed that I could live with him as long as I want. He only expected me to find a job quickly, and if I do that, he wants me to help him pay the rent for it. I was fine with that. I slept through the night, and in the morning I started looking for jobs immediately. But now, a few hours, something more than interesting happened. While I was on his laptop still looking through the online job advertisements and collecting them, the doorbell rang. He opened the door and I heard a familiar voice, but it wasn't one of my parents. It was one of my sisters. Maria, to be exact, the middle sister. I heard how she asked if I was here. He wanted to lie for me, but I decided to talk to her to find out what she wanted. So I appeared behind him and she went, "Thank God you're here," and hugged me. I was completely overwhelmed and surprised and didn't know what to say, and then she told me how she found me, and this is where things get more interesting. She told me that this morning a way too familiar sounding story appeared on her TikTok For You page. Apparently my story was shared by a TikTok account who actually had a quite big audience, and she became even more suspicious of the situation when her and the name of her sisters were also mentioned. To be sure about the situation, she went in the basement and into my room, where she found the room mostly empty and of course my letter. I mentioned in the story that I would stay with a friend, so she went out looking for me, telling our parents she was about to visit a friend. She said she drove to 2 different houses before finding the correct address. She apparently visited 2 other friends of me before finding the correct apartment. Apparently she also took the letter with her. She said she hasn't showed them the letter yet and wanted to talk to me first. No one besides her knew where I was or what I did the last night. She apologized to me and offered to talk with her on my side to our parents. She explained that the way I talked about her in the original post made her feel bad. She said she never hated me or anything. She admitted that she also protested against me having a room on their floor, but just because of Alicia's influence on her and because she believed her lies when she was younger. Now that I think about it, unlike Alicia and Juliet, she never called me bad names. She said that Juliet probably also is just insufferable because of how Alicia manipulated her. She said she never realized how bad I was treated. She never gave a second thought about me because Alicia spread rumors that I was just very socially awkward and overall didn't like any of them, and that I would just lock myself inside the basement like the worst introvert and all of that. And as a reason for her claims, she just reminded them that I was adopted, and that is why I would try to make myself the outsider. I said to her that this might explain why she and Juliet might have been like that to me, but not why my parents would have behaved that way. She replied that she also can just make claims here without any proof, but she thinks it's because even between them, Alicia is the golden child as the firstborn. Her and Juliet are only the failed attempts of them having a boy, and her being the golden child made it easier for her to manipulate both of them into believing the lies she told them. Then she said that she knows that mom and dad would be pretty easy to manipulate if you know how. And then she gave me 4 options. 1. I could come with her right now and talk with her to my parents. 2. She would let me think about it and leave but not tell my parents. 3. I refused to go back with her entirely, but she would tell them about the letter without telling them where to find me. 4. I refused to go back with her entirely, but she would pretend to not know anything but maybe stay in contact with me. I picked option 2 and she gave me her number. She said that if I decide to give them a chance she would support me, but she would understand if I refused to. And now we are here. I don't know what to do. I would lie if say I wasn't tempted to give them a chance. But on the other hand, if it's true that Alicia is the one behind all of that, I don't know if I want to deal with her again. I've read through my girlfriend's journaling and it disturbed me. I've been dating this girl for a little over a year. Long distance. We see each other on a monthly basis, a week, 2 at a time, and everything felt good outside of occasional overthinking and anxiety on her behalf. Other than that, we've communicated properly. Not a single fight with raised voices. Conflict is resolved by a compromise and conversation. It's as good as it gets. She met most of my friends, including female friends, and I've met hers too. As I was visiting her recently, I was asking to see her notes on something work related. We more or less share a professional field, and as she pointed at a black notebook in the direction of the bedroom, well, I found a black notebook in her bedroom. As I opened it, it became apparent it was her journaling notebook, and the crap I've seen there made me feel uneasy. It's covered page to page with resentment towards me, where every time I would go out with my friends, she'd assume I'm cheating or, to quote, with another bitch. When my friends are at my house, we'd listen to their playlists on my account, and she'd track that on Spotify and assume I'm cheating because it's normally not the music I listen to. It's such a nightmare fuel, because I could have placed every record to a situation where I was having a beer with my male friend, not once gave a reason to doubt me and over-communicated every time, including changes of locations, people I was with, what time I got home with audio messages. As in, I know I haven't cheated, and those notes made me feel like there's a larger mental distress at hand. Now I'm stuck, because on the surface, the relationship is great, but the level of distortion of facts that's happening inside her brain is alerting. Delivered my friend his last meal. For backstory, I 20 male am a delivery driver for 2 major food delivery companies and have been doing so for a bit over a year. With COVID happening and me just getting my license, it was a perfect gig as everyone was ordering from home and I could work on my own time, being my own boss. One of my friends, I'll call him Justin, 22 male, knew I worked for them and occasionally we'd try to match orders, where he'd place an order to a restaurant and I'd wait to see if I could get his order request so I could pick it up and bring it to him. He always left a good tip and most of the time surprisingly the orders did come to me, which was great. I mean, a good paying order and getting to see a close friend. It doesn't get much better than that. Justin was your typical adrenaline junkie, owning 3 motorcycles of different styles and a sedan that he transformed from a mom car to one that could outrun many sports cars. But he was always respectful of those who weren't into that. Never weaves in traffic, only did pulls when he was the only vehicle around, and never got angry when others weren't so kind on the roads, always wearing a smile and mix that with his long blonde hair. He was a ray of sunshine. 4 days ago was no different. He sent a text asking if I'd try and get his order. Of course I said I would. And with our good success rate I got his order. He bought way more food than he normally does. Something like what you'd hear John Wayne Gacy order for his last meal. I'm talking surf and turf steak and lobster, loaded fries, chicken wings, a large lemonade and a chocolate shake. Definitely gonna have some leftovers out of that. So I pick up the order and head on to his house. He's outside working on his new toy, a Yamaha R1, still stock and never used. He was putting on a new exhaust because he always admired that beefy growl from a new exhaust, and I'd be lying if I said I didn't love it as well. I pull up to the curb, hand him the ginormous bag of cholesterol, and we talk about the bike, life, and anything under the sun, then had a big bro hug and I went back to working. About 9 p.m. I head home, taking my usual long route home to take time unwinding, listening to music and enjoying the night on roads sparsely ridden on. I got into a highway that leads almost to my neighborhood, just a straight shot, and I see loads of bright lights ahead. They had to be 2 to 3 miles away but there were so many they illuminated the low clouds above, blue, red, white, all emergency vehicles. I approached with a little bit of traffic accumulated moving past pretty slowly, being nosy like everyone else trying to see what happened. At first I just saw a white sedan with its hood almost split in half, and assumed they had hit one of the streetlights, but there wasn't any streetlight damage anywhere. I jokingly said to myself, I hope Justin wasn't involved, knowing he never came down this road for anything. But that quickly became my fear being recognized. Blue bits of plastic were strewn on the pavement like glass, the same color as Justin's new bike, and then one of his shoes in a field off the road. My mind didn't try to make excuses in thinking it was someone else because it knew. I just knew. I never saw the wreckage of the bike but seeing the front end of the sedan all but confirmed Justin wasn't alive. And I was right. I screamed in that car in the most guttural yell I've ever produced. Apparently loud enough the firefighters standing around heard it and looked at me like I was some zombie. My friend was gone and I knew it. I had to pull over practically blind from tears blocking my vision and my head shaking violently. A cop walked up asking who I was, and I explained to him in maybe 2 sentences worth of words spread out over 2 minutes of sobs and gasps. He explained what they believe happened but I didn't hear a word from him. Everything he said shot right out the other ear, the only sound was ringing. I later found out that he was in fact alone on that side of the highway, doing a pull at what they assume was 120 plus miles per hour, and the sedan, with no headlights or any lights on, made an illegal left turn to get into a neighborhood, which made him drive going the wrong way for a couple yards. Justin couldn't react and the impact practically made the bike explode, and the sedan looked like a semi had hit it. The sedan driver was in critical condition but is expected to survive, somehow, and the impact took away Justin immediately. They don't even think his brain could have processed everything going on before the collision. His gear was almost shredded but it was the only thing keeping him together. I'm not sure what to make of life now. I drove by that spot yesterday and the bent street signs, shredded grass, and tire marks left behind a memory I want to forget. And people drove past it like a normal day, because to them, it was. His phone was destroyed but they're trying to get into the chips or whatever to get the information from it. But as far as my friends and I know, I was the last person to talk to him, at least face to face. I like to believe that God or whatever is out there gave us that chance to say goodbye. The last words we shared were the usual I love you brother and a tight hug because we always knew life wasn't certain. And only an hour and a half later I would never be able to hug him again or let him know that the brotherly love was as real gets. I've tried talking to him the last few days while I'm alone and maybe I'll get a sign one of these days to let me know he's okay. I'm not sure why I'm sharing this. Maybe it's a need to release and vent, maybe it can be educational, or maybe just to occupy my mind for a few minutes typing it out. I don't know, but if anything can be learned from my friend, it's to enjoy life in every moment, whether it's good or bad, because in life there is everything you've ever known, your dreams, aspirations, goals, friends, family, everything we know is here. Don't let that go to waste. Always hug your homies, always let those you love know that you love them, and don't ever say goodbye to someone until you both feel the love reciprocated. You never, and I mean never, know when your or someone else's time to leave is. I love you brother. My wife gave birth to a black baby that clearly isn't mine, and I'm divorcing her, but I'm worried about the relationship between my 2 kids and their new half-sister. A month ago, my wife gave birth to a black baby girl. We're both white, so she was forced to admit that the child was a result of a one-night stand last year. I've started divorce proceedings, although we're still living together for now. Between our two boys, aged 2 and 4, I've had paternity tests for them and they came back positive. Her infant daughter and her having lost her job, living together as amicably as possible until the divorce is settled is an unfortunate necessity. Naturally, I have no ill will towards the baby, and I've been disgusted by some of the comments I've heard from family members, friends, co-workers and others, all who seem to be fixated on the racial angle of this, as if the most salient part of this isn't that my wife cheated, but that she cheated with a black man and that the baby is black. What really worries me is that my 2 sons might pick up on these narratives. They're too young to really understand what's happening now, but I'm worried that as they grow to understand the situation that they might grow to resent their half-sister for breaking up their parents' marriage, and worse that their resentment might express itself in a racist fashion, under the influence of the aforementioned racist narratives. Any thoughts on how I should try to influence my sons away from that perspective? It probably doesn't help that we live in a suburb with very few black people and their half-sister is really the only black person my children know. Update: the big takeaway for me was that if I'd need to lead by example here, not excluding her in any way because of her paternity so that she and my sons would see her as a full member of the family, also that I need to be more active in confronting the bigoted and ignorant nonsense I've been hearing, and teach my sons to do the same to protect their sister. I've spoken to some of those responsible since and made clear my feelings on this, and that she is to be treated as a family member, and that if I ever find out that they've said things like that to my sons or their sister that they won't be allowed around us anymore. I've spoken to my wife about this, and we're more or less on the same page. She's been begging me to forgive her and not go through the divorce, but that's not going to happen. Even if I didn't consider the cheating unforgivable, I just don't feel any love for her anymore, other than a platonic affection for her as the mother of my children. My sons are handling this as well as can be expected. The 4-year-old doesn't fully understand, but is upset by the change in the household. Thankfully he's easily distracted. The 2-year-old is thankfully too young to comprehend what's going on, but has definitely picked up on how withdrawn his mother has become. They're both fascinated with their new little sister, so there's that silver lining. My wife on the other hand isn't in good shape at all. She was depressed even before the birth, and now with everything our divorce, her infidelity being revealed and the backlash from family and friends, PPD, and the exhaustion from raising an infant, she's barely functional. She's seeing a therapist, and I've been pressuring some of our family and friends to be supportive of her because even if they think she deserves it, her current state is making it harder for me and our children. It's become very obvious to me that even after the divorce is finalized we're going to have to live together for a while longer. She's in no shape to be taking care of 3 kids without someone else around to support her, and I'm not willing to deprive her of her sons by seeking sole custody. It's also too difficult financially, since she's lost her job. As for the baby girl, she's healthy and fairly easy by baby standards. Since I've been helping care for her, I've bonded with her and I've discussed the possibility of adopting her with my wife. She can't contact the father, as the only thing she knows about him is his first name, and given our co-parenting situation it feels like adopting her as my daughter would be the best outcome for all involved. However, there's been a wrench thrown in that plan. It was brought to my attention that there may be a way of finding the baby's father, namely by having her DNA tested by Ancestry DNA. If the father or one of his relatives has also taken the test, we may be able to find him through their DNA match database. If I'm being completely honest, I'm not happy about this. I've already started to think of the baby girl as my daughter, and having him in our lives would massively complicate the family dynamic. Plus we live in Seattle and she met him in Philadelphia, so God knows how they'd even make it work if he wanted to be the kid's father. However, I recognize that this is a selfish reaction. If we have a chance of finding her biological father, we owe it to her do so, if only so that she has access to her paternal medical history and so that she can have a relationship with him if and when she chooses to do so. I've read a few accounts by children raised by non-biological parents and a common thread is their desire to meet their lost biological parent, so that's that. We've ordered an Ancestry DNA kit for her, and I guess we'll decide our next steps once we get the results back in a couple of months. My sister managed to ruin 2 families' lives with her selfishness. Not content with just tearing apart my family, my youngest sister has managed to destroy the hearts and souls of 2 families. Gross vehicular manslaughter while intoxicated, 2 counts of it. She was so wasted that she doesn't even remember leaving the party that night. She was out partying again, no idea why. She failed nearly every single one of her university classes. She's never needed an excuse though. College for her has just been a free pass to party and run up a credit card bill. My parents have sheltered her from the minute she could walk and have never made her face a single consequence for her actions. The last year has shown she has no motivation to work or do anything really, just guilt my parents for money with promises of doing better next time. We knew she was driving while intoxicated. She crashed the car my dad got her into a pole high on MDMA last fall. I told my parents they need to take the car back. I told her she needed to stop driving if she was high or drunk. I begged everybody to do something before she hurt someone. A mother and her child, that's the lives she ended up taking. I've heard she was married and had a young baby at home as well. My sister doesn't understand what she's truly done, that, or she doesn't care. My parents have convinced her that everything will be fine. Again, because they don't understand, or care. They think because she's 19 they won't throw her in prison. Because she's never been caught breaking the law before she'll get a slap on the wrist or something. That she can bat her lashes and fake cry she'll avoid the big girl consequences for the mistake she made. She's looking at 20 years for this. I won't be sticking around to watch this courtroom drama play out. Me and my brother are cutting contact today. My brother-in-law is convinced that I'm in love with him. Pretty much what the title says. I've never posted on here before, but I do like to read the stories sometimes. So, A few months ago, my sister, let's call her Diana, got married to my brother-in-law, who we'll call Mike. I'm the youngest of my 3 siblings, Diana, and my brother, who we'll call Carlos. I came out as gay when I was 14, and my immediate family, my parents and siblings were all supportive. My extended family, uncles, aunts, cousins, and grandparents are less accepting, so I don't tend to be as out and open around them. I graduated high school and started college 2 years ago when I was 17. I go to the same college that my sister is doing grad school at, and to save costs, I've been staying with her and her then fiancé at their apartment. Mike had always been really nice and I was happy that my sister was with a nice guy. My siblings and I have always been super close, and that closeness didn't go away when I started living with Diana, so I would often end up hanging out with them and their friends sometimes. The semester just ended for the 2 of us, and we all went home this weekend to stay with my parents. We had a big family dinner, during which Mike kept making little jokes about me liking older guys. My boyfriend is 23, and how he would try to keep me away from him and his buddies. Me and my siblings questioned him about these jokes he was making, until he finally stopped making them. That was last night. This morning, my siblings and my parents went on a hike, which is a family activity that we usually enjoy thanks to us living close to the woods. I slept in and no one wanted to bother me, so they went without me. I figured that everyone had gone, but when I was eating my cereal in the living room and watching TV, Mike came out of the kitchen and sat next to me. I was surprised to see him, as I figured that he would have gone on the hike, but I guess not. He started by apologizing for making fun of me, and then said that it was just a nervous tic of his when he didn't want to talk about something serious. He said that it was wrong of him to joke about my crush on him. I was super confused and asked for clarification, and he said that he knew about the crush I have on him, which I don't. I asked him why he would think that, and he cited a few things that he took as me liking him. 1. That I would always hang out with him and Diana. 2. That I chose to live with them instead of dorms. 3. That he barely knew my boyfriend. And 4. That I didn't bring my boyfriend to their wedding. I tried to tell him that he was insane and that none of that meant I liked him, and they all had real explanations, but he just insisted that I was just trying to cover up the fact that I was in love with him. That was a few hours ago. I haven't told anyone in my family this yet, and I didn't have lunch with my family since I've had plans to be out with high school friends all day. One friend suggested that I post this here, so I guess that's why I'm doing this. I'll be sure to update if anything serious happens. Thanks for reading. My wife said her ex's name while we were making love. My wife and I have been married for 4 years and we have a 2-year-old. We dated on and off for 3 years before getting married. Last night, she says her ex's name while we are being intimate. She gave some weird excuse as to why. She said it's a common name. It is a very common name, and must have heard it recently. I wasn't going to start a big argument with her at that time. It has since gotten me worried about why she did that. For some background, this was a guy she was with for a couple years before I met her. They met in college and were serious for some time. They had broken up when I met her and decided they were better as friends. They were friends for years before they dated. We started dating but he remained in the picture. He was her best friend first and foremost and I grudgingly went along with it for her. Several months pass and I put my foot down saying it's too uncomfortable for me. There was some resistance but she steps back from him. Every time we broke up, she was with him. We finally reconciled and got engaged. He apparently didn't know this and stopped talking to her. She was devastated, which should have been a red flag. We talked about it and she was happy to have chosen me. Now after this has happened, I'm tempted to see if she's gotten back in contact with him again. I know she's checked in on his social media because I saw the searches on the laptop. She doesn't know I know that. I don't think she'd cheat, but this guy was always different for her. Do I just confront her? Do I start going through her phone? Or am I being paranoid? Update. Thank you everyone for your help and advice. I did my investigating before talking to her. I went through his social media first but nothing explicitly saying anything was going on. There were a few mentions of his love in some comments, but that could mean anything. I did look at the phone bill and there looks to be calls with him pretty regularly. On to hers. I was able to get on her phone when she was asleep. She must have forgot I knew the code. Nothing in texts and no weird calls, so she deleted them. I did find some apps she tried to keep hidden like Snapchat and Kik. Sure enough, there's their conversations and pictures. I took pictures of all of it on my phone to have as proof. She exploded when we had the conversation and left with our child to her mother's. I contacted a lawyer and am in the process of a divorce and figuring out custody. I'm heartbroken and am more angry than anything else. I'm angry at her but I'm also angry at myself for dismissing so many red flags.
My boyfriend and his best friend are going on a week-long vacation. They uninvited me. My boyfriend wanted to go on a vacation this summer to his mom's friend's house in Hawaii with me and his 2 best friends, 25 male and 29 female. We had been planning on this all spring and at some point, 25 male dropped out of the trip, leaving just the 3 of us. For context, my boyfriend and I have been going out since November, and it's been serious. We had, and still have, been talking about moving in together and he has said, and I agree, that this is a long-term situation, and that we are in it for good. In early June, once 25 male unexpectedly dropped out of the trip, 29 female called my boyfriend and told him that now that it was just the 3 of us, she didn't feel comfortable with me going on the trip. Since she didn't know me that well and she didn't want to be a third wheel, she said that if I were to go, she wouldn't go on the trip. Without telling me that this was happening, they changed the plans and made it a trip just the 2 of them, and they changed the location to a beach in Costa Rica. I was trying to figure out when to ask for time off this summer and hadn't heard news about the plans, so I asked my boyfriend which week in August I should be setting aside for the Hawaii trip. He let me know that, actually, he had talked to his friend and that she didn't want to go if I were going, so he was going to go alone with her to Costa Rica. He said that we could go another week later. maybe to Mexico City or something. I was upset, and tried to talk with him about how the situation made me feel, especially since this wasn't a case of a separate trip being set up ahead of time. This was a case of me being invited and then uninvited from a week-long tropical vacation with a girlfriend of his who I had never met before. We eventually decided to do a trip together to Copenhagen, which we have both wanted to visit. As some sort of compensation, I also asked to meet her, so that I could feel more comfortable with the trip. We spent the 4th of July going to see her and her boyfriend in the city where they live, and although it was nice to put a face to a name, it was ultimately a very cold trip and she was not at all welcoming to me. My boyfriend remarked on how unfriendly she was, to both of us, he thought, and said that he was surprised that she didn't act warmly to me. I went out of my way to try get to know her and her boyfriend. I'm very outgoing and friendly and usually this would be easy, but it didn't really click. Even after several days, they were somewhat cold to each other as well. They bickered a little bit about their future and his own 3-week trip without her that was scheduled for the same time as their trip. This had been scheduled before ours had. This had been my effort to feel better about the trip, so I told my boyfriend that I still didn't feel comfortable with things, and that I was feeling insulted by the way that it was handled. I had tried to make things smooth between all of us, and I asked him to please come up with something that could help me feel better about the trip. On a visit to his family, they asked about the trip and they were all shocked that he would have arranged it this way, and let me know that they would have been furious if they were in my position, which triggered a fight in which I asked him to please help come up with a strategy to make me feel better and more secure about them going together without me. He said that he would never do this kind of thing again, which feels like not much to offer. Since this is kind of a once-in-a-lifetime trip to begin with, he kind of offered to not go on the trip, but he had already paid for the tickets and made arrangements and I didn't want to stop their trip and be resented by both him and his best friend. He asked me to give him ideas of how to make me feel better and wanted me to just tell him what to do and stalled until it was finally the day of the trip. He bought me a bag of peanut butter cups and I drove the two of them to the airport. I feel so disregarded and disrespected in this situation. I want to break up with him, but I don't want to burn up something that has otherwise been really good. Update. I was really upset the day I dropped him off and he was texting me but I wasn't responding. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do, but I didn't want to do anything at all in the state I was in. I waited until the next day, and then I sent him a thought-out text letting him know that I didn't feel safe or loved in the way the trip was handled and that I would be dropping his things off at his place and leaving his keys with the neighbor. He called but didn't leave any messages, and then he messaged me that he didn't understand. The rest of the week, he called and messaged me, but I couldn't bring myself to pick up or text back. On Thursday, I think that he realized that I was serious, and he asked me some questions about logistical things. I told him which neighbor his key was with, etc. When he got back and saw all his things at his place, he got pretty frantic and called and left me a long message. I was working all day, but also I still didn't want to respond. He asked me to explain because he didn't understand what was going on. The next day, I sent another text making it clear that it was over, and he got upset and sent me a bunch of texts in a row about how he didn't understand why I was throwing away everything that we built. He left me a voicemail that was really angry that said he had no idea why I was upset and that he did not accept the breakup because he had no say in it and that he wanted me to tell him the evil story that I had made up about him to his face. I wasn't going to respond to him and I wanted to remain calm, but this upset me, so I sat down to write him this letter. It's long, so skip over if you want. I tried to call him but I started crying and told him I'd just send him an email instead. This is what it said. The time that we have had apart has given me some good space and time to think. I have had a chance to think about the things that are important for me in a relationship and I see that we should not be together. I'm sorry that I have been asking for you to change things about your life that you shouldn't have to change at my or anyone's behest. From the very start, this trip was made in an insanely disrespectful way in which it started out from you being given an ultimatum by your female best friend who I had never met that either she goes or I go on this trip, and you picked her. You didn't offer to have her meet me. Theoretically I was your long-term partner, so this would have made a lot of sense. You didn't encourage her to find someone else to come, and you didn't consult me at all. That's enough for most people to have a deal breaker, right there. However, I stayed. This is a person who you have a history with that is not entirely clear to me. Here is what I understand. Some bad rumors got started about the two of you in which you spent an entire night out with her on an acid trip while you were dating someone else. Nothing happened. The other thing I understand is that you were interested in her romantically at some, theoretically other, point and that she started dating her boyfriend and that closed the door on things for you. According to what I also understand, it took a long time for 29 females' boyfriend to feel comfortable with you being around, but you apparently worked to ultimately make him feel comfortable with you after I'm not sure how long. This is the completely unknown person who shut me out of the trip that I was originally going to go on. Unilateral decision. You did not tell me this was happening until I asked when the trip to Hawaii would be. You purchased tickets in another very disrespectful situation in which I have cooked dinner and have guests present, and you choose to go into my room for well over an hour to select tickets with her, and in which I repeatedly ask you to please come to dinner because you say it will just be a few more minutes each time. There is absolutely no reason for doing it at that time and in that situation, seeing as how she is in the same time zone as us and has a 9-to-5 job. This makes me feel sick to my stomach. So, to make myself feel better about this whole arrangement, I tell you that I want to meet this person. On my request, we arrange a trip to go meet her and her boyfriend. A brief trip in which they are, and you explicitly agree, inexplicably cold. The first conversation that we have is one in which 29 female and her boyfriend argue about how she duped him while he was already in a relationship and got him to date her instead. You tell me about conversations that 29 female has had with you recently in which it seems implied that there is some real instability in their long-term relationship, stuff about kids and dogs. I have a discussion in which I let you know that I see that and that it worries me. Meanwhile, I am still wanting all of this to work out for you and for me and for her. I at this point am planning on being with you for the long term and see no benefit in telling you to not go on a trip with your best friend. I want it to work out, but each and every interaction surrounding this trip chips away at my ability to handle it. The conversations that seem to go nowhere, etc. Your dad, your mom, and your grandparents are all very surprised when we tell them about this trip. It is becoming very obvious that this is a dangerous trip to make with the fragility of our relationship. 29 male. We had only been together for 9 months. How long did it take before 29 female's boyfriend was comfortable with you hanging around, much less going on a one-on-one international tropical vacation in which he was uninvited because of your request? We go over it with friend at the rock climbing gym. We go over it in the car. We go over it while we're booking our Airbnb for Copenhagen. We go over it when I tell you that I still feel uncomfortable, and I do not feel good about the trip. Talk about repeatedly saying something. Although I ask for you to help me, you actually ask me instead to come up with what would make me feel better. Surprisingly, I have no ideas either. Ultimately, it appears that the original plan to meet at my place and hang out and do a game night before you two go on the trip has been cancelled, and 29 female will be staying at my place, but not hanging out with us at all beforehand. You attribute it to you not bringing it up with her early enough. This is apparently not something that was discussed even 2 nights before the trip. This upsets me. You do not know what to do. I don't blame you. At this point, it was well out of hand. I don't know what to do either. There is no good solution that I can think of besides waiting for the trip to be over. I tell you that either I have to get over it, or I have to break up with you, and that I don't want to break up with you, but my ability to get over it is rather worn down. She arrives at my place very late, and we wake up the next morning for me to take the two of you to the airport. After all of this lead up, I know that you can tell how unhappy I am. I fully absolutely know you can tell how unhappy I am. You leave, and when I don't respond to your text messages, you text me to tell me that you hope I'm okay and you're going to bed. No call. The rest of the week was rough. My text to you was met with, essentially, I'm sorry you feel this way. You tell me that I'm being unfair. There is no acknowledgement, and there still has been none, that this trip to a f***ing honeymoon destination, as we have discussed before, could be a crazy and horrible thing to go through with, even with my quasi-blessing. This is not something that people in relationships have to deal with. This is not something that people in relationships do, besides 29F, I guess. In the end, all of this is to say that I have felt serious emotional needs go seriously unmet in a way that is a deal-breaker for me. There have been some wonderful, very positive times, but there has been an unnecessary amount of heartache and suffering for me over things that come down to what I can only assume are personal differences. I cannot handle your relationship with 29 female, and I suppose I could ask you to pick between her and me, but that's not what I want to do. I want you to have your best friend, and I want to leave. I did love you, but I am not about to fight this fight and hear you tell me that I'm crazy for not seeing how totally platonic everything is for the rest of my life. It seems like trying to convince someone to like different food, or to have a different favorite color. I'm not happy in this, and I do not want to feel these feelings any longer. There is no need for this to be mutual. I do not need your permission to break up with you. He wrote me back an apologetic email in which he accepted responsibility for most things without any argument, except he denied anything that had to do with his relationship with her making me feel uncomfortable, and he denied that I would not be able to handle their relationship. He said that the only thing that made their trip bad for me was my own perspective. I wrote him back that trust has to be built and that he put too much strain too early on a relationship in which we had not developed that trust. He agreed and apologized. For me, it ended on a pretty amicable note, but this style of relationship really doesn't work for me, and I don't feel like his responses to me really healed or changed anything significantly. I stand by my decision at this point. I found out why my husband hides his best friend from me, and I don't think there's anything I can do about it. I, 26 female, have been married to my husband Dylan, 26 male, for 3 years. We got together when we were 17, but we've known each other since the 4th grade. I love my husband. He's the total package: funny, sweet, smart, and attractive. He's made my life amazing, and he's who I fully intended on spending the rest of my life with. We attended all the same schools from the time we met, up until college. In that time we've both made our own friend groups. He's been more connected with his friends than I have, and because of that I've become a part of the group as well. I'd like to think, in that time, I've been at around 50% of their group hangouts, mostly because of my job, but sometimes I'm just straight up not invited. I didn't question any of this because hey, they're his friends. He doesn't see them nearly as often as he sees me. It's not my business. My husband met his best friend Caro, 27 male, long before he met me. I knew almost nothing about Caro up until recently. He wasn't at our wedding, nor did he attend any of the same schools as us, and I was under the impression he wasn't friends with anyone in our group. I thought all of this was because of his line of work, as I was told he traveled a lot. Last year me and my husband went to a barbecue hosted by another couple in the group. Caro was there, I didn't recognize him at first, but when I realized who he was, I was honestly kind of shocked. I'd seen him in person before, but he always kept a very, very good distance from me, which I'm realizing now was intentional. Anyways, he's totally stunning. He looks like he could be a supermodel. When I attempted to make conversation with him, he seemed really nervous and totally shut me down after a few sentences. When I mentioned this behavior to anyone else, they also shut me down, saying things like, "That's just how he is," or, "Maybe you said something that offended him." In short, no one would tell me anything about Caro at all. Any conversation that involved him was a no-go. At the end of that night, I tried talking to Dylan about his behavior. He told me Caro didn't like me. I was confused, because I'd hardly seen him in person at all, let alone actually talk to him. The excuse my husband gave was that he disliked me because I cheated on my husband once in college and Caro was too stubborn to let it go. I've seen Caro less than a dozen times since then, mostly at birthday parties, huge get-togethers, and on one occasion he came to our house to watch a football game with my husband and a few of their other buddies. Anyways, a few weeks ago my husband went fishing with his cousin. That same night, I had some of the girls in our friend group over for a girls' night type thing. Lily, 24 female, was scrolling through some social media. I was glancing over her shoulder when I saw a selfie of Dylan and Caro sitting next to each other in a hot tub. The selfie had been posted maybe 30 minutes ago. I asked Lily about what I had seen, and she went pale. She tried saying nothing, but I snatched the phone from her and went to the profile that posted the photo. The profile belonged to my husband. It was a private profile, and scrolling through the photos, most of them were dirty jokes or memes, but the rest of them were photos of him and Caro. Either they were hanging out alone, or with the rest of the group, minus me. Most of the photos they seemed way too close, too touchy, or doing things that seemed too personal or intimate for friends to be doing. I spent a good 10 minutes looking before I couldn't take it anymore. I was horrified. All of the photos were dated to nights my husband told me he was working late, hanging out with this relative or that, times that he told me he was doing something else, and obviously hangouts that I wasn't invited to. Lily just sat there looking dumb. She didn't say anything, but all the girls were looking at us like a bomb had just gone off. They clearly knew what I had seen, and their reactions were enough to confirm exactly what I was afraid of. I was livid. I started yelling. Lily was crying and then the rest of the girls were freaking out. When I started to calm down and demanded that they explain what was going on, Lily told me everything. Dylan and Caro had been intimate together, and very essentially dating behind my back since before we even got married. They got together during a 1-month break me and Dylan had during college, and they stuck together ever since. They all knew, and none of them told me until I found out the hard way. Caro wasn't at our wedding because he felt guilty. He avoided me like the f***ing plague because he felt guilty. They arranged group meetups in a group chat I wasn't in, because they all liked Caro enough to spare his feelings. Even the guys in the group felt the same way about him. Apparently, Caro was never as distant as I thought he was. He was just being hidden. Dylan was hiding him from me because he didn't want me to find out they were together. By the end of it, half of us were sobbing, and everyone who wasn't was apologizing to me. I was so angry. I made them swear they wouldn't say anything to Dylan or anyone else. I kicked them all out, and cried myself to sleep. I was basically in denial, like it was some kind of sick prank. My husband didn't come home until the next morning. He told me all about the supposed fishing trip he'd went on. I didn't say anything about what I knew. I guess he could tell something was up, because he kept asking me what was wrong, all day, every 5 minutes. Eventually I just told him I'd been in an argument with my sister. By the end of the week, I was totally numb. Last night, I saw a notification pop up on his phone. Since I knew his password, I opened it. It was a text from Caro. I looked through the conversations they'd had. It confirmed everything. It was devastating. Dylan texted Caro the exact same way he texted me. He told Caro he loved him. Every sweet thing he said to me had been said in his conversations with Caro. I was hardly mentioned. I put his phone back before he noticed. Dylan is at work now. I don't know what to do. I could never imagine myself leaving Dylan because he's such a loving partner and a good man, but I can't see myself winning in a competition against Caro if that's what it comes down to. I can't even make myself be disgusted or angered by Dylan. I love him too much. I'm not even upset with Caro, but I'm so hurt. I don't want to risk losing my husband, and I don't want to share him. I called Lily and my sister this morning and told them about what I had found. They both asked what I'm going to do, and I had nothing to say. I don't know what to do at all. Update. Hi, I really appreciate the support and advice I was given on my last post. Dylan came home last night around 10. I had a whole speech prepared to confront him with, but I could only end up saying, I know about you and Caro. I'll spare the details of the conversation because it's still raw, but he left around midnight. He only took a few of his things. I haven't spoken to him since, aside from him telling me he was coming to get more of his things, and after our conversation I've decided to go through with divorce. I've collected all the necessary information, and I'll be getting in touch with a lawyer shortly. Again, thank you all for the advice and help to come to my senses.
Date 2. I will leave my adoptive family overnight. All I'll leave them will be a letter. I start this by saying that many of your comments suggested that Maria could have potentially manipulated me and that I shouldn't trust her just now, which I understand. I decided to stay with my friend, especially since I applied for so many jobs yesterday and I think I could find one in no time, so there is no reason for me to get back with them as an 18-year-old. But these are just side facts. I would have not given you an update if nothing had happened. Apparently my adoptive parents did realize I was gone recently, so they started looking for me. They are sure that Maria knew where I was, considering she had my letter with her. I'm currently only in contact with Maria, who told me all of this. Apparently my parents tried asking her about my whereabouts and grounded her after she refused to tell them. Yes, they grounded a 21-year-old. Couldn't believe it either. As many of you suggested, I went to the police so they couldn't file a missing report about me. And meanwhile Alicia started to spread rumors again. Apparently she used my disappearance as a proof that she was right with everything, and Juliet believes every single word. She is completely under Alicia's control. Even though I didn't want to see them again, I kind of want to give Maria a chance. I asked my friend if hypothetically Maria could stay with us too. He raised an eyebrow and said, only if she wants to sleep on the couch. And then he asked me why I want her here in the first place. The thing is, if she cares about me, then I don't want her to stay with this family. He was annoyed but said yes. I texted her asking if she'd consider to move out and offered her to stay with me and my friend. Before you say it, I know it seems like a way too quick decision, but I truly think that Maria is not like the rest of them. Many of you said that she probably wanted to save face, but someone wouldn't go through all that to find me and then protect me by keeping my whereabouts a secret if they just wanted to save face, considering that I never mentioned their last names or where they live, so it's not like anyone could have known it was her in real life. I honestly think that my story opened her eyes. She answered by asking if I was for real and that she wasn't sure. I reminded her that she is 21 and probably should think about moving out of our parents' house anyway, and that she was grounded at her age is pretty effed up. They treat their children like 10-year-olds even if they are adults. She said she is not denying that she would like that, because apparently Alicia also started to spread lies about her too because of how she behaves towards me. She overheard how she was talking to her friends about her and that she was called the complicit of a maniac. Still don't know why Alicia hates me so much, but I don't care about it. She said she doesn't think it's a bad idea, but she wants to find a job to have a financial stability first before moving out. That was fair enough, and my friend was much happier this way too. He said he isn't really excited of having another jobless person living with him, but he said that if she has a job he'd gladly help her. One more reason why I think that Maria moving out isn't a bad idea is because if both her and me got a job, we could probably rent an apartment together in no time and would not have any financial problems. So yeah, that's it for now. Let's see what happens in the future. I want to mention one more thing. On my last post, some people were talking badly about the TikTok account that shared my story. Please don't talk badly about the account. They didn't know it would end like that, and I don't have a problem with anyone sharing my story. Thank you for reading. Today I messed up when I opened my mouth during an intervention for my girlfriend's brother. Last night was awkward. I was part of an intervention for my girlfriend's brother. I'm gonna call him Joe because his shirt said I am bad, I am evil, I am Mojo Jojo. I had no business being at the intervention, but my girlfriend said my presence would provide emotional support. So, there I was, the fly on the wall, the random dude in the background, watching family and friends explain to Joe that his dinner invitation was nothing more than a lie to lure him into an ambush that might save his life. Joe said he was willing to listen to the rehab pitch as long as there was food because he didn't show up hungry to have fake dinner. Joe was eating while everyone was telling him how much they missed the person he used to be and how all of them wanted to fix the broken person he's become. Not gonna lie, my attention drifted after an hour of hearing different people saying the same things. I was staring at the fish tank behind me when my girlfriend tapped me on the shoulder and indicated that her brother was trying to talk to me. I was as confused as everyone else when I realized Joe was asking me if I had anything to add. I opened my mouth without thinking and said I was just there for the fake dinner. Joe informed all the family and friends that he had no clue who I was, but he liked me. I said my name and explained that I was his sister's boyfriend. Joe decided to approach me and shake my hand. Without letting go, he asked if I was sleeping with his sister. At that moment, my girlfriend interjected and attempted to dismiss the question, but Joe managed to speak over her and said it was someone else's turn to talk. Still squeezing my hand, Joe hugged me unexpectedly and promised to go to rehab as soon as possible if I agreed to share the most R-rated thing I've done with his sister. My girlfriend called her brother a bully and literally pulled me away from him. Joe tapped his watch and said I had less than 60 seconds to tell him something dirty because nothing else was going to convince him to get clean. The family and friends continued with the intervention as if I never got involved and Joe never interacted with me. Joe grabbed his hoodie and made it clear to everyone he was leaving. Joe's parents begged him not to go. It was an emotional plea, difficult to watch. I looked at my girlfriend, who was crying in my arms at that point, and asked should I. My girlfriend and I locked eyes. She understood the question and said no. I said we could tell him about the thing we did on my birthday. My girlfriend asked if I was talking about the messy thing. I said yes. My girlfriend covered her ears and said it was my call. I took a deep breath and yelled I peed on her. Everyone froze. My girlfriend got upset and said she thought I was going to tell her brother about the other messy thing. I asked what other messy thing. My girlfriend became even more upset and asked if I forgot about the night she peed me. I lowered my voice and said everyone was staring at us. Without making eye contact with anyone, my girlfriend practically ran to the bathroom and basically isolated herself for the rest of the evening. Joe said no pun intended, but if I wanted to escape too. The back door was open. It was the most embarrassing moment of my life so far, but something good did happen. Joe gave his phone and his car keys to his parents and agreed to let them drive him to rehab the following day, which is today. My girlfriend is no longer completely mad at me. She said her mom and dad might never look at us the same way again, but for now, they're too busy helping her brother to think about how their daughter and her new boyfriend behave in the bedroom. The end.
My husband laid his hands on me because my coworker talked to me at work. My husband cheated on me for 2 years. However, every time he gets a new friend, he thinks I am into them or making love with them. I got from him because I hugged his friend after helping his wife give birth at home and his friend was trying to say thank you. I didn't want to hug the guy anyway, but I was being polite and we were in their house. I got a new job at a restaurant, and one of my co-workers is really attention-seeking, and he is dating another girl co-worker. We have karaoke nights on the Mondays that I work, and the co-worker always comes and sings a lot and is drunk. I don't talk to this dude or acknowledge him because my husband thinks he is attention-seeking. I sang a song at karaoke, and my co-worker commented on it. Now my husband is mad because he says I don't have boundaries when I ask him to have boundaries with women. His friend was a few hours late to meet up with him the other day. I was home alone and cleaning the house and had music on. My husband called me 10 times and I didn't notice because I was cleaning it and didn't have my phone. I also missed a call from my friend. I answered his last call, and he accused me of having his friend over and making love with him. We even had a friend who was a homeless junkie dude, and the friend talked to me about how he's making love with some dude's wife while my husband was right there picking stuff up. He got mad at me for having that conversation, and I agreed that it was inappropriate and won't talk to him by myself anymore. Junkie dude made dinner another night and he was being really insecure about his cooking and kept asking if it was okay, so I told him it was great because I honestly wanted him to shut up. I mentioned how my husband makes amazing food. I was punished for a week over this and there was violence. Today, we were arguing because the co-worker thing happened last night. He wanted to leave, so I tried to get in the car to stop him. He got in the car and told me what he was going to do, and then it started. It was bad. I opened the car door and yelled for my landlord to help as she lives right on the property. She helped us calm down and he apologized and says he doesn't like having rules on him. I asked him to have boundaries with women. The advice I'm really looking for is, has anyone ever been with someone who is very traumatized? He was a child refugee from Africa. His relationship with his mom is bad. She showed no love. Him and his siblings starved so that she could buy gold jewelry and she stole all their money. He was in a relationship with a woman 20 years older than him who has 7 children and is an alcoholic and physically hurtful and cheated on him the whole time and severely put him down. I have a lot of empathy for him and have seen him grow a lot and am proud of him for how far he has come, but also some things like his insecurity are not changing fast enough for me to even be or feel safe. I had a hard life. I was harmed a lot as a child. I was put in lockdown facilities from 13 to 18 because my parents listened to therapists and thought I was mentally ill. Despite all of these things, I am an extremely positive and optimistic person. I learned how to heal myself, and in the lockdowns, I learned how to find freedom within myself when I had nothing. I have always been psychologically aware and intelligent in the way that I can help people, help myself, and I can understand what is going on in people's hearts. I see the true person that wants to be free in him who is caged by all of his pain, but it has taken a toll on me. His cheating made me lose myself and I was a shell of a human until recently. I have been getting back up on my feet, but I feel like because I have better energy now, men are becoming more attracted to me, and now my husband is starting to become paranoid and insecure again when I have never betrayed him like that, and I never will. But when you're paranoid, everything you see feeds your assumptions. I guess I am just wondering, has anyone been with someone so traumatized and had to be patient for their growth? I can deal with a lot, and I know that humans are complex. I don't expect a perfect person. Thank you for taking the time. Update: it's been a month, and he is gone. I let him keep the car because it was the only way to get him to leave as soon as possible. My family came. It was the longest we had gone without seeing each other. He had us hating each other for the past year, so it was really nice for everyone to reconnect and for me to remember who I am. They helped me get a car. But the main thing is that I love my life. Literally, wow. Existing is amazing. I'm so happy to own my life and not to live in fear anymore, not to have so much hatred and paranoia inside of me. I started to become someone I never wanted to be in that relationship, my own anger and violence. I thought the only way to get out was to let him finish me off because things had gotten so codependent. All the cheating on me made me feel so attached to him. I wanted him to fix how I felt. My past relationships were bad, but in a more calm way. I was not used to something like that. I never understood why people stayed in hell like this, but here I found myself. For anyone else who also feels stuck, freedom is right around the corner. It hurts, but if you go through it, things get better so much faster than you can ever imagine. I can't explain how amazing my life feels now so quickly. Thank you everyone for your support and words and honesty. I am so happy to be alive. I discovered that my dad is cheating on my mom. My family is going to fall apart. I never thought that I would ever have a story to post on here, but I guess I was wrong. I always looked up to my dad. He did everything he could to make my sister 17 female and me 20 female happy and make all our wishes come true. He would bring flowers for my mom every time he went grocery shopping and bring her little presents on special occasions. As a family we went on a lot of trips. He always wanted to show us as much of the world as he could. Although we don't have that much money, I could give many more examples on why I thought he was a great dad and husband and how I would want my future husband to be like him, but that changed only 2 days ago. My sister, calling her Mary, was using my dad's MacBook to do some school stuff on it. When she called me into her room, she immediately showed me what she found. My dad has a profile on a dating website. We decided to have a look on his browsing history and it got worse. He has profiles on several platforms, some of them being called something along Cheating 69 or Find an Affair. We found messages he sent to street workers, the places he looked up and him googling gross stuff and parties in close cities, like every 3 days, and besides that loads and loads of graphic videos, a lot of them containing barely lethal. But that is just the tip of the iceberg. Mary would send me screenshots of more things she found while going through more of the browsing history. He looked up different STDs and ordered medication for some of them. That's when our last hope, that he never actually met someone, died. Additionally, he looked up these gross places in the city we went to on vacation last year. Of course, while we were on vacation, I decided to have a closer look at the dating websites. He used my mom's, my sister's and my name as passwords, along with our birthdays. He wrote in his description, "Loyalty and honesty are very important for me," on the site he found after Googling, best websites to find an affair. While all of that left both of us hurt and shocked, the most horrible part is seeing him still being super nice to us and my mom not having a clue. At least I'm 99% sure she doesn't have a clue. She recently opened a package containing a fish product and she was genuinely surprised and laughed about it, thinking my dad would want to surprise her with it. She also got mad at him for liking pictures of much younger girls in swimwear, 18 to 25, on Instagram. I can't imagine her to be okay with all the things he does. Mary and I want to show her all the things, but we can't just yet. My mom goes on vacation with her best friend in 2 weeks, and I don't have the heart to destroy it. She saved her money for 1.5 years to afford it, and it's all she talks about recently, getting everything prepared. My mom and dad also plan to go on a vacation in September, and my heart breaks every time she talks about it. My mom is the nicest and sweetest woman I know. The news are going to completely shatter her. She really loves my dad and thinks he is a great man, appreciating everything he does. It hurts me to sit with them and listen to all of what she says. Now, for everyone wondering how Mary and I want to reveal the news, while my mom is on vacation, my dad will be on vacation too. Since we are very close to my aunt, my mom's sister, we think it's best to tell her first during the week my parents are away. She might be a big support when we tell my mom, besides that my dad might get aggressive that we found out his secret, so having someone else knowing what's going on will be better for our safety. The only thing that's sure is that my family will fall apart. We are close to our extended family and I know people will take sides. I hope the grammar isn't too bad. I tend to mix English grammar with the grammar of my native language. I really needed to get this off my chest so I could process everything. My boyfriend is being discharged from basic training and I don't know what to do. I'm 19 female, I'm in college, I'm in the Army Reserves myself. He is 19 male. Before getting together, he always wanted to join the military. He swore up and down it was the only life for him, the only thing that will make him proud and happy in his life. I supported him. He didn't have a job. He is horrible at saving money when he does get it. I'd buy us food, take him to his appointments when he got into a motorcycle accident, buy him what he needed. I did everything for him. When he got his settlement for the accident, he promised to buy me a ring. I don't care about the ring or how much it would have cost. I care that he chose to spend the money on his brother instead, buying him a motorcycle his brother doesn't even know how to ride. Now that he's discharging due to mental health, I don't know what our life will be like. I can't continue to support him. He told me he will come back and get therapy, but what if the only way he can get adequate therapy is to marry me and use my insurance? I don't want to get married in a courthouse. I'm too young to continue supporting a man in his life when I have so many responsibilities between college, army, ROTC, a dog, and a civilian job. I can't move him up here with me. I can't find him a job. I'm hurt to say that the man I love so much might not be entirely what I thought he'd be. Maybe I'm just overthinking. Maybe I'm being selfish. But what is he going to do when he comes back that will make our lives the way we imagined it? I love him, but this is stressful. I wish that he would have just sucked it up and pushed through, because now I feel like I have to help him start his life while aiding his mental healing, and I just can't do it.
My girlfriend dated me because of a dare. My girlfriend, 17 female and I 18 male, have been dating for 5 months. Before we started dating I had a crush on her for roughly a year. It was quite well known since one of my old friends spilled it directly to her and her friends. They giggled for some time, but she never made a move on me or spoke to me about it. We're just classmates and aren't close. For New Year's, she hosted a birthday party for her 17th birthday. I was overjoyed and happily came. It was a great party, though I was mostly off to the side since my old friends were mainly mingling with other people. A few days afterwards, she came up to me and asked to meet me after school. We agreed at the park to where she confessed she had feelings for me and wanted to be a couple. I was over the moon and we began dating that day. Our relationship was pretty solid. We didn't get into many fights, but she wasn't all that affectionate, which I was fine with. We never got intimate and mainly did small things like cuddling. Skip to 5 months, she was in my home and in the kitchen, making herself a snack. Her phone was buzzing and she asked me to bring it over. Her settings are where you can see the first line of the message. The phone also automatically turns on whenever she receives a notification. I took a glimpse and it was one of her friends. I didn't take a good look, but it read something like, "When is the breakup happening?" Which immediately attracted my attention. I unlocked her phone since I knew her password prior. I read a few more messages where they were talking about a prank they pulled on me. I confronted her about it and she went silent. After some prodding, she confessed. During her birthday, one of her friends dared her to ask me out. She got guilty when we continued dating for months upon months. It was supposed to be a one-time thing with a simple date at a restaurant. They planned to hook me up with someone and frame me for cheating in the next few weeks, so she has a valid reason to break up with me. It also gave the other girls a chance to spread rumors about me. We got into a huge fight and I told her to leave and that we are done. It's only been a few hours and I'm absolutely devastated. I really like this girl and she decided that it was a fun idea to pull on my heartstrings. I don't know what to do. Her things are still here, so I'm going to put it all in a box and leave it outside. She's been texting me, apologizing and trying to explain herself. I blocked her friends' numbers since they were also harassing me. I haven't blocked her number just yet since we have to get each other's stuff from the other's houses. After that, I'll be going no contact. Luckily the school year is almost over and I'm graduating, so I don't have to see her again. Still, I'm really upset. It hurts, man. In love with an escort. 8 years ago my wife passed away and I had a difficult time coping. Eventually I tried online dating, but went nowhere. I started seeing someone providing a service, and she was amazing. We really connected on an emotional as well as a physical level. I've seen her at least once a week for the past 5 years. I feel like we've grown close over this time and she's opened up to me as well. She's told me her real name. I've been to her actual condo. She's told me her reasons for getting into this industry. We talk about her family, and I've even taken her on vacation several times. We text daily. We've talked about her school and her career, and this is what's messing me up. I feel a strong connection, but I also realize it's her job, and I'm paying her. The problem for me is that she's now done school and is ready to move back home to begin her career and quit being in this industry. She told me all this during Christmas. She bought me a PlayStation 5 for Christmas. What the F? She said it was a thank you for being a great client all these years, and she said she is gonna miss me. She said that even though I was a client I always made her feel special. She said she is gonna miss venting to me and appreciated me always listening to her. She said she is planning on making the move this spring. I'm mentally preparing for it but don't know if I can handle it. I think I am in love with her. I want to tell her this. I want to tell her I love her and she means everything to me. I really think she has feelings too, but I don't know. Maybe she's really good at her job. It's probably a long shot, but I'd love to be in a real relationship with her. Heck, I'd even relocate with her. Should I tell her I love her? I'm 40, no kids. I don't have a lot of close friends. All I have is my career. What do I have to lose? I don't know. Then again, if this is all just a part of her job, I don't want to make her feel awkward. Update. So I told her how I felt. We had another amazing time this weekend. We were cuddling in bed and looking at potential homes for her when she moves back. She seemed very excited about her future. At this point I wasn't going to say anything. She seemed so excited about her future that I didn't want to ruin the moment. As we were about to fall asleep she said that she's going to miss this. I asked her to explain and she said she's going to miss snuggling with me, miss my massages, hair play, and chatting and hanging out. So then I told her how amazing a person she was and how I was excited for her future too. I said that she positioned herself to get everything she wanted out of life. I thanked her for everything she has done and how important she had been to me over the years. I said I have developed deep feelings for her and asked her if we can see each other once she retires. I asked her if I can take her out on a real date afterwards. Her response: I care about you too, but let's not complicate things right now and enjoy our remaining time together. She fell asleep shortly thereafter while I was up all night with my heart breaking. The next morning I apologized for making things weird. She said it's fine and she understands and not to worry about it. She seemed to be taking this all so calmly and casually, like it didn't affect her at all. Meanwhile I'm dying inside. Before I left she recommended a friend of hers who is in the same industry that I can see once she retires. Ouch. This was Sunday. For the next few days it was weird. Usually we text all the time. She'd send me cute pics and stuff, but there was barely any communication. Then I receive an email. She tells me that I have been an important part of her life too and that I've helped her grow throughout the years. She says that she has feelings too but are unsure of what they are exactly. Somewhere along the way the lines were blurred and she said it was her fault for letting that happen. She doesn't want to explore those feelings because she has to move on with her life. She says it will never work because there are so many obstacles to overcome. Mainly the fact that she will be living across the country. She says she is open to being friends but isn't even sure about that as it might complicate things. She suggested that we take a break from seeing each other for a while. I replied and apologized again for making things weird. I told her that she was special and I will support whatever she wants to do. Well, I am absolutely destroyed. I mean, I knew this probably wasn't going to end well, but I don't know how I'm going to get over this heartbreak. I don't know if I'll ever see her again. What am I going to do now? No one wants to be with a broken down 40-year-old man. For her, I am happy she is starting a new life. She will be successful in her new career, get married and start a family. I was delusional to think that it could have been with me. I want to thank everyone for the kind words and support. As for the ones with the negative comments or who have attacked me in my DMs, it doesn't matter to me. Nothing that you say can make me feel any worse than already do. Maybe it's time for some professional help, or I should just go see that other person she recommended. My wife hit my car and her reaction upset me more than the damage. I have a 1971 Cadillac Eldorado, a wonderful car. I spent a lot of money to make it almost like brand new. Yesterday my wife went to take her car out of the garage and got distracted by our daughter who was in the back seat, turned the steering wheel too soon and ended up hitting her car on my Cadillac, scratching the paint on the side a lot. When I got home from work she was at the garage door waiting for me, and it was cold. I could tell by her crying face that something had happened. Then she told me that she had hit my car, started to cry saying that it was an accident and apologized. She was trembling and wringing her hands. She always wrings her hands when she is very nervous. Until now I don't understand why all this fear. We have been together for 9 years and she knows that I am not violent. We went into the garage and she started to cry even more. Of course I was a little disappointed to see that damage to my car, but she didn't do it on purpose and apologized. I hugged her and told her to stop crying and to stay calm. No one was hurt and that's what matters. The other things we can fix later. Even though it's a car that I love and that I took years to buy, it's still just a material object that has no value when compared to my family. What bothered me the most was her reaction. waiting for me outside in the cold, shaking and crying like that. That was not necessary. Today we talked about it and she told me that she couldn't contain herself because she was so afraid. Afraid of what? Of me. This upset me more than the damage to the car. A couple should respect each other, not be afraid. Respect is different from fear. I would never hurt her for any reason, and that is what I want her to keep in mind. Date. My girlfriend dated me because of a dare. I honestly didn't expect to post an update so soon, but since I did agree to pick up my things today while also dropping hers off, I don't know why I expected nothing to happen. A lot of you pointed out about she may have fallen in love with me during our relationship. It doesn't matter if she did or not. She broke my trust and I'm no longer attracted to her after yesterday. She allowed her friends to talk crap about me and plotted to destroy my reputation. She's weak-minded and I'm not going to further date someone who will pick their abusive friends over their romantic interest. Do I feel bad? A little, but I tried warning her and she did not listen. Now on to the actual update. So I went to my ex's house with a friend of mine since in no way in hell I'm going there alone. It was right before school. I didn't see my things outside so I rung the doorbell. Her father came out and handed my things while I gave him her things. He asked if I had cheated on her since she's crying in her room about it. So yeah, more of you were right about them spreading rumors and trying to blast me. I explained I didn't even show the screenshots I had on my phone. I ended up sending him it through his phone number. He thanked me and said he'll take a look at it. I told him if he didn't believe me through this then look at her phone. My friend and I left to go back home and get ready for school. I'm happy I got my guitar back since it's really the only thing I valued. After school, I got a call from my ex's dad. He apologized for the accusations and found the group chat of the girls and the hookup plans. He said he was going to punish his daughter and find these friends' parents. He got their names already and he's prodding my ex to know where they live. I told him he could use my screenshots as evidence to back me up. Props to the dad for being calm about this. That's really all that happened. I know her dad and he's a scary man. He's 6 feet and built. He can be very intimidating and I know my ex will give up the information. It's only a matter of time the girls will fall. I'll be keeping an eye out since I have a week left of school. If anything happens, I'll post another update. I'm not interested in finding their socials and seeing if they already started spreading the whole cheating rumors. I'm sure they did. However, everything was fine at school. But now it's the weekend, so I may receive some backlash when I return. I honestly don't care. I already got accepted into a college and I'm ditching this place. I just need to survive a week in graduation. My ex's dad will do all the heavy work.
Learning my boyfriend's native language in secret. Haven't told anyone this, but I wanted to surprise my boyfriend by learning his native language. The last time I visited his home country, a year ago, I noticed that a lot of his friends and family had trouble switching to English around me, and even his sister was too self-conscious to try out her English with me. I also felt like I was missing out so much on culture and humor. I love my boyfriend and want to be an authentic part of his world. I also am passionate about language learning and partaking in new cultures, so I started learning his native language on Duolingo. I currently have over a 150-day streak. I'm nearly finished with the course. I've been practicing for over an hour a day, and I've been watching TV and movies and listening to podcasts in the language. Luckily the language isn't too different from English. I think I'm getting to be conversationally fluent, and it makes me so happy. I'm visiting his home country again in May, and I can't wait to surprise him and his family by whipping out my new secret power. Update. So me and my boyfriend were walking around Copenhagen a week ago, having just arrived, and came to a park. I was originally planning on surprising him with my secret by participating in a Danish conversation, but since it would be a few days until we saw his family and friends, I just couldn't wait. It was nearly sunset and the park was so warm and beautiful. We were sitting down in the grass just people watching, and I told him that I have been keeping a secret from him for a while, that I had been learning Danish for him for the past few months because I loved him and wanted to be an authentic part of his life. I was so nervous and relieved to say it, and his eyes widened and he just hugged me for a very long time and smiled and told me that he was so happy. He said that he had an inkling that I was doing something like this, because on our shared Spotify playlist, a bunch of Danish songs had begun to pop up. I had been listening to learn the lyrics. He said he would love to help me with the language. For the rest of the day we just talked and then had an amazing dinner. It felt like a huge weight had been lifted off my chest. Fast forward a week and I've been hanging out with his family and friends, and they have all said how shocked they are at how good I am at Danish having only learned it for 6 months. I can listen and have full conversations with people. It's like a dream come true. I've even made a few jokes. I'm a little slow at speaking and I make some mistakes, but I'm so glad that my hard work has paid off. 45 minutes to an hour every day for the past 6 months. Yesterday we were at a bar and I was speaking with a lot of my boyfriend's childhood friends, just having simple conversations about books and football and jobs, and a lot of them independently came up to my boyfriend later and told him how impressed they were, both with my Danish and with me as a person. Call me selfish, but it just made me so happy to hear that. It's so nice to see how my work has paid off. I think that communicating with people in their native language lets you see their most authentic selves, and so I felt like I got to know them much better than if we just spoke in English. Last night my boyfriend just reiterated how much he loves me and how impressed and overjoyed he is that I've done this. He says it opened so many doors for me, just in terms of work and living opportunities here, and also how much he and his friends and family appreciate it. Of course I have lots more to learn, but I think my trip so far has been nothing but a huge success. We've shared so many awesome moments together. I love my boyfriend and his country and I can't wait to get more fluent.
Day I messed up when I got exposed in front of someone who didn't want me exposed and then getting us lost. My friends and I returned from our camping trip this morning. We were a small group of guys and girls in our early 20s, all friends. On the first camping night, one of the girls in the group wanted someone to go with her into the woods when she had to go pee. She asked me, I said cool. The second night she asked me again, no problem. Third night, me again. She never asked anyone else. The rest of the group noticed. Some of them were convinced her intention was to get together with me. She's into you. Stop playing dumb. Make a move next time. That was the feedback from the group. On night 4, all of us used mushrooms. My friend was really feeling it when nature called. I was equally feeling it when she asked me to go with her. By the time she was done peeing, I was completely exposed. I asked my friend if she wanted to get exposed too. She said she wanted me to get clothed. I got the message and managed to get dressed, but not fully. My shirt was gone. I was unable to figure out where I tossed it. My friend and I searched for my missing shirt for more or less 15 minutes before we gave up. At that moment we realized we were kind of lost. It took us almost an hour to find our way back to the camp. When we explained to the group what happened, none of them were convinced we were gone for that long without getting together. I referred to my bare chest and said we were really just looking for my shirt. One of the guys said my shirt was on a foldable chair and explained that I left it there because I said the letters on my shirt were melting. On night 5, my friend asked someone else to go with her.
My husband and son both lied to me. I'm 34 female and my husband is 36 male. We've been married for 12 years. A few weeks ago my husband said that he has seen another woman handle situations that he didn't think I would be able to handle. I tried to talk to him about why it bothered me and he just told me it was a passing comment and I shouldn't take it so seriously, that he had meant to simply compliment her by saying she was handling so much on her own, and he was impressed by it. I told him it was completely unnecessary and hurtful to compare her to me to compliment her. He told me I was being unreasonable and jealous and that he didn't mean anything by it. After that he didn't say anything else about it, so I dropped it. Then yesterday when I came home from work I saw a pair of women's Fendi sunglasses on our kitchen island, kind of hidden by our fruit bowl. I picked them up and asked my husband whose they were. He looked confused and was like, "Aren't they yours?" And I said no. Our older son, 11, is sitting at the kitchen table and goes, "Oh, those are my friend Allison's. I took them home on accident." I was immediately suspicious. These are very expensive sunglasses. I know Allison's mother and she doesn't seem like the type to let her child bring something worth that much money into school. My son kept insisting they were hers and he had just taken them home accidentally on the bus and he'd return them to her tomorrow, but I said no and that I'd return them to her mother in person so I could make sure they got to them safely. When I spoke to Allison's mother she confirmed that they weren't Allison's, and that neither she nor her daughter owned sunglasses like that. When I told my son and my husband this they both feigned ignorance. My son went from saying that he could have sworn they were Allison's to well maybe not, maybe I don't know whose they are, and then my husband said that he does remember taking the sunglasses out of our son's backpack when he was getting out his lunch stuff. My younger son, 9, just came home and recognized the sunglasses. They are Noelle's, the woman my husband helps out sometimes, the one who he told me to not be upset over comparing me to her. I'm going to confront him when he gets home. I don't know what to say to him. I feel as though I'm going to immediately burst into tears. Can someone please give me advice on what to say? And also just general advice please. I never thought I would be in this situation. Update: when he got home my husband admitted they were Noelle's. She has been over there while I was at work. My husband has not realized they were hers. He thought they were mine, which is why he didn't move them. My older son realized whose they were immediately, which is why he lied about them. He knew I was about to find it all out and was trying to cover. My younger son recognized them because apparently they have gone with Noelle numerous places on my husband's days off while I was at work. I don't know what he told my older son, but he told my youngest not to tell me about Noelle and her son hanging out with them because I would feel bad about being left out because I was at work. I returned the glasses to Noelle, who seemed horrified. She was under the assumption I knew about their hangouts. I asked her why did she think I would be okay with this. She looked really confused and told me why would I care if we were separated anyway. I told her we absolutely were not separated. We were very much still together. Apparently my husband told her we had not been together except for cohabiting and co-parenting for months now. I confronted my husband with this information and he didn't deny it. He apologized but said he had developed feelings for Noelle but didn't want to risk our marriage until he knew if they were true feelings or just attraction. He left the house. Noelle wants nothing to do with him because now she knows the truth. He lied to her as well and she's furious. I'm speaking to a lawyer today. I'm not going to speak to him again except through lawyers, since I don't have anything else to say to him. My employee told everyone in our organization that the CEO and I are having an affair and he's a married man. My partner, 47 male, and I, 40 female, own and operate a small business with around 100 to 150 employees. My partner is not only my business partner, but my life partner as well. He is our CEO while I share an ops role. Our relationship outside of work has never been something we have kept a secret, but we are both professionals that are respectful of the environment we work in and the employees that work in it. No one wants to see PDA or hear about our personal lives. We have never skirted around the issue that we are together, and we even drive into the facility together regularly. Most of the staff have worked for us in the past, so they are aware that we are together. Unless someone asks, we typically don't start out our day by letting our staff know we are dating. If they ask, we happily would let them know. No secrets here. We are also the sole owners of the business, so we do not answer to a board, etc. My partner was married and has been divorced for over 13 years. He has 2 adult children who are in college. We have been dating for 3 years and have a happy, healthy relationship. There's no tea to spill there. His ex-wife has gone on to remarry twice since the divorce. This morning we both received an email from our company administrator that he and a few other managers needed to meet with us to discuss some urgent concerns they had regarding an employee. Apparently, one of our best managers, the type of person you never have a concern with, goes above and beyond, great work ethic, etc., has been going around and telling other staff and members of management that my partner is still married and we are having an illicit workplace affair. They claim that they found the marriage certificate online. This manager has insisted on telling everyone this. The admin and other department heads wanted to bring it to our attention because it had gotten out of hand. There is proof of this manager doing this. It is not hearsay. Something about this incident broke my brain. I don't really pay any mind to employees who gossip, or get disgruntled from time to time who doesn't, but something about this hit me wrong. This manager is our highly degreed clinical social worker and we operate a healthcare establishment. Everything I thought about them as a person was shattered. This was someone that I was constantly impressed by, praising to others, and genuinely really liked as a human and trusted. I was really proud to have this person as an employee. I am fully aware of the backlash and hate that employees can give to their supervisors, the gossip, rumor mill, whatever. I've even caught myself complaining about my previous supervisors from time to time before I owned this business, so I get it, I really do. In my opinion, there is a big difference between hating on your boss, gossiping, and defamation of one's character and reputation. What I want to understand is why someone would do this. What do they get out of it?
My ex-wife wants me to be with her in her last days. Backstory: I met my ex when we were both 10. She is, my twin sister's best friend, so we've always been kind of a trio growing up. We started dating at 14 and got married at 23. Things got ugly though because 5 years after getting married, she told me she had a month-long affair with her coworker. Apparently the guilt was too much for her, so she confessed. We tried to work through it, but after a few months of trying, I knew that despite the fact that I loved her, I couldn't trust her anymore. She told me she still loved me and that she'd wait for me and prove that I was the only one. I wanted to believe her, but some things just can't be fixed. We never had kids. 3 years after the divorce, I met my now wife, 38 female, and we got married 2 years after dating. She's everything I could ever dream of in a wife and more. My ex, as my sister told me, they're still besties, never really recovered. She quit her job and is now working in a church. Throughout my relationship with my wife, she kept trying to get back together, and on the day of my wedding, she told me she still loved me and would love no one else. She said this was the last time she would bother me, but that she'll wait for however long it took. Apparently she's honest in that regard, at least because my sister says she's never been with anyone since. So here's what happened recently. My wife and I, married for 7 years now, have 2 kids, 7 female, and 3 male. My sister came over with her own kids so the cousins could play. While my wife was out to pick up lunch, my sister sat me down and told me the situation about my ex. Apparently, she only has less than 6 months to live. She refused treatment and wants to live the last few months to the fullest. One thing on her bucket list though was that she wanted to feel like my wife again. No lovemaking, no kissing. She just wanted me to be around the house. She still lives in the house we lived in, again, and maybe hold her from time to time. I told her I wouldn't do that, because that was pretty much emotionally cheating. My sister kept arguing and begging me to at least see her and hear her out. We kept arguing, no screaming. The kids were in the next room with her older daughter, till my wife came back. My sister told her the whole story, and while she looked upset, she said she understood where my ex was coming from. When my sister left, my wife and I talked about it. My wife knows everything that happened in the past with my ex. She says while she isn't thrilled about the idea, she won't get upset if I decided to see her on a regular basis. My wife is literally the best thing that ever happened to me, and I love her more than anyone. She makes me happier than I've ever been in my life. Even in the good times with my ex, she knows I won't cheat. I also have zero romantic feelings for my ex, so there's nothing lingering there. I don't hate her or anything. It's just that the love I had for her has long since died. After thinking about it for a while, I'm honestly 50-50 about it. I know I don't owe her anything, but I feel like I might regret not seeing her at least one more time, since the last time I saw her was on my wedding day, and that wasn't a good encounter for either of us. Unless you count the times I occasionally see her in the store or something, I honestly feel like, despite what she did, she still deserves to go with some peace. On the other hand, I'm not entirely sure if this might potentially affect our marriage. My wife says she's okay with it, and I believe her, but I just can't be sure that she'll feel the same way after it happens. I don't want anything to jeopardize what I have right now. No matter what, I'm not too thrilled about going myself, to be honest. Any advice? What should I do? Date: my ex-wife wants me to be with her in her last days. It's been almost 3 weeks since I've posted, and a lot has happened since. I got some solid advice from a lot of you guys, especially some who messaged me their personal experiences. I'd like to thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. So here's what happened. As many of you guys suggested, I talked to my wife. We had a long discussion about the whole situation, and I assured her that no matter what, she is and always will be my first priority. I also assured her that while I wanted to say my goodbye, I would never act like her husband. It would be more like me seeing a childhood friend or something like that. I also told her I would never spend the night, nor would I be alone with her. She was more comfortable after our talk and was pretty okay with the idea of me seeing my ex again. As you guys guessed, she really felt like she was forced into being okay with it when my sister asked, but this time, she really was okay. So I talked to my sister, and after a long, long heated discussion about what my role would be in the visit. She agreed to the boundaries my wife and I set. A week later my sister and I came over to our old marital home. It was surreal cause while the emotions from years before came back to me, I didn't feel any sadness nor hatred or anything negative. I saw my ex, who was waiting for us in the living room, and she cried when I walked in. Most of you suggested she was faking it, but while she was still strong, you could tell almost immediately something was wrong with her. I indulged her with a hug and we talked for a few hours while my sister made lunch. I showed her pictures of my kids and told her stories about what they're like. Honestly, I didn't know how I would react after I saw her again, but it just feels like seeing an old friend you haven't seen in a long time. There was no hate or anything like that. I walked around the house and it was pretty much the way it was when I left over a decade ago. I'm not really sure how I feel about our wedding photos still framed and pictures of us still all over the house, but it wasn't really my place to say anything. The three of us had lunch and played board games all afternoon. It honestly felt like we were back to when we were kids and the three of us would hang out together. It was nice. I left at around 6. She was sad but she understood. When I hugged her goodbye, she whispered I love you to me but then said how she's happy I was able to find the happiness she couldn't give me. That part got to me, to be honest, and I was fighting back tears. I told her I'd see her again soon and she asked if I could bring my kids next time. I told her I would and left to pick up dinner for my family. I told my wife everything that happened and she was quite happy about the outcome. I guess it helped that I brought home her favorite food, but she also agreed to let me bring the kids next time. Overall, it was a great experience seeing her again. I feel like I needed that and would have regretted not doing so. Again, I'd like to thank everyone who gave me advice. Also, please don't roast my ex too much. She made a mistake and paid the price, but it doesn't mean she's an evil person. This will be my last update. Thank you very much, Reddit. Got a girlfriend and my gay best friend stopped talking to me. I'm a bisexual guy and my friend Steve, whom I've known for 10 plus years, is gay. We come from conservative families, so we didn't even know the concept of queerness when we were young. Steve and I were inseparable throughout our teenage years and people joke that we were like brothers. We managed to get into the same college and moved to a big city when we were 17 years old. This exposed us to a completely different world and Steve realized that he was gay. I realized that I too was attracted to men. Not knowing anything about the queer stuff, I thought I was gay too. Steve and I found other queer people and our new friend circle was made of gay people. We couldn't tell our families that we were queer, so Steve and I could only depend on each other. We started dating men, but our initial relationships weren't very serious. After my first gay relationship ended, I realized that I was attracted to both men and women. I was bisexual. I told this to my group of queer friends, who said that I was going through a phase, that years of brainwashing was the reason I was attracted to women, that I would get over it, and they told me that I was gay. Steve refused to accept that I was bisexual and told me that bisexuality wasn't real. I tried to convince him but he refused to accept that I wasn't gay. We were roommates and this started causing a lot of tension between us. I decided to let it go and stop trying to convince him. Things went back to normal and I had 2 more gay relationships. Steve got into a serious relationship with a senior. Our families didn't know anything about this. Then I met my current girlfriend Mary at a bar. Mary and I hit off immediately. We exchanged numbers and kept talking for a week before I invited her to our flat. I introduced her to Steve, and Mary and I went into my room. When she was leaving, I noticed that Steve was glaring at her. I didn't think much about this. Mary and I started meeting more often and Steve refused to talk to her. I decided to ask him about it and he told me that Mary was not good for me and asked me why I was being so close to a woman. I asked him what he meant by that and he just stormed off. Steve started fighting me about trivial things that didn't matter before. Mary and I made our relationship official a few weeks later and I posted about it on my story. When I got back to our flat, Steve and a few friends were waiting for me. Steve started shouting at me, asking how I could betray him. He told me that I turned my back on him and he called Mary a witch. I reminded him that I was bisexual and assured him that I wasn't leaving him. Our friends took Steve's side and asked me why I started dating a woman. They agreed with Steve that Mary bewitched me. I left our flat and when I came back later, Steve refused to talk to me, and told me that he wouldn't talk to me as long as I was in a relationship with Mary. I hoped that this would blow over, but Steve refuses to talk to me a month later. I really like Mary and I don't want to end our relationship, but Steve needs my support and nobody back home knows anything about us being queer. We would most probably be disowned if they found out. How do I handle this situation? Update: after I posted on Reddit, I decided to tell Mary about Steve not talking to me. She was extremely supportive and told me that she'd support me in anything I decided to do. Some people asked if Mary knew about my gay relationships. I told her about my earlier relationships and me being bisexual in our first date and she was okay with it. I did not know biphobia was a thing until the comments told me about it yesterday. I assumed that everyone in the LGBT community supported each other, and I thought I was doing something wrong. As many people suggested, I decided to cut off my toxic friend circle and I won't be talking to them in the future. A comment about the relationship between Steve and I being codependent made me rethink our friendship. I realized that we were depending on each other too much. We were the only connection to home left for each other and this made us way too dependent on each other. I felt like we needed space from each other. I decided to move out and when I told Steve about this, he started crying and begged me not to leave. He said he would talk to me and that he would tolerate Mary. I told him that we were being codependent and he wouldn't need to tolerate me if he didn't like my choices. I told him that I would be there for him when he decides to come out and that he could always count on my support. Steve kept crying but I told him my decision was final. I went back to my room, called Mary and started crying. I did not want to leave my friend alone. She listened to what I had to say and reassured me. I had to look for a new place to live but Mary called me a few hours later and told me that one of her friends has a room and that I could move in with him. I thanked her for her help. Steve's friends started calling and yelling at me for abandoning them for a girl. They accused me of being a bad friend and accused Mary of breaking up our friendship. When I called Mary later, she told me that my friends were calling her and shouting at her for breaking up my friendships. I apologized, but she was very understanding and told me that she would be there for me if I needed her. Hearing her say that made me feel better. I'm moving out, putting some distance between Steve and I and blocking my earlier friends. This ordeal has made me understand that I made the right decision by sticking with Mary, and I appreciate her way more now. A lot of you mentioned that Steve might have feelings for me. I've only ever thought of him as a friend and I might have given it a shot before, but now I'm afraid of a romantic relationship with him. Thank you to all the people who gave me advice and helped me decide.
My fiancé spent our entire savings, which we both were saving for our wedding and honeymoon, to buy a gaming PC. What's worse is that ever since he got the PC, he has totally ignored me. He has absolutely forgotten that I even exist in his life. My fiancé and I got engaged in December last year. In January this year, we both together decided to save money every month for our wedding and honeymoon. In 6 months, we saved around $8,000. Last month my fiancé's best friend bought a new gaming PC, so even my fiancé wanted to buy one. So he asked me, but I denied it because we both already had laptops. I told him that he can play games in the laptop that he already has. He repeatedly kept asking me if he could buy a PC, and I finally agreed to it. Now I regret it so badly. After a week, the PC finally came, and with the PC, a new table and chair also was delivered. Apparently he had ordered a gaming chair and a table as well. That night, I asked him how much it all cost, and he was a little hesitant to tell me. After a while he told me, and I was distraught when I heard that he had spent our entire savings of $8,000 to buy the PC. We had a very big argument that night, and I scolded him for spending all our savings because that savings contained not only his money but my money as well, and we were saving it for our wedding. After everything I told him, his final reply was, "I will earn it all back soon." I don't trust those words at all. I thought anything worse than this couldn't happen at this moment, but it has. It has been about 2 weeks since he got the PC, and since then, my fiancé hasn't gotten up from his new chair. Ever since he got the PC he hasn't even seen my face. The only time he talks to me is when he is hungry. He calls to me and tells me to get him something to eat and drink. I call him to watch TV and he denies it, saying that he's busy. I call him to sleep together and he denies it and says that he'll sleep later. His sleep schedule has been messed up. He plays games the whole night and sleeps at 5 a.m. and wakes up at 2 p.m. He's asleep when I'm awake and he's awake when I'm asleep. From the past 2 weeks I've been so lonely that it feels like I'm alone at home and nobody to even talk to. He is ignoring me so much that I think he has absolutely forgotten that I even exist in his life. I honestly feel like his waitress nowadays because from the past 2 weeks, the only interaction we both have is him asking for food and water and me giving it to him. He has also 100% stopped doing all the house chores. From the past 2 weeks, I have been the one doing all the house chores and it's getting very hard for me to do it all alone. We used to share our responsibilities and do all the house chores together, but from the past 2 weeks he isn't even taking care of himself. He is barely even brushing his teeth and taking a bath, let alone do the house chores. Also, he is actually supposed to be working from home, but ever since the PC arrived, he hasn't even touched his laptop to work and he isn't even seeing his phone to check if someone has called or texted him anything regarding work. I'm now genuinely afraid that he might lose his job. Everything that is happening right now is so bad. I called my parents and told them about it last night and they almost had nothing to say. I'm thinking of calling his parents tonight and telling it to them, and maybe they can knock some sense into him. I honestly don't know what else to do now. I want to burn that PC. It would be very nice if someone suggested me something about this. Thank you very much for reading this and thank you very much in advance for your comments and suggestions.
Broke up with my ex-fiancée of 4 years 2 weeks ago after catching her in a huge lie and then finding out 3 days ago that she offed herself because I wouldn't take her back. I am in need of some serious advice as I'm being blamed for everything. Hey guys, I need some serious advice as I'm pretty much being cornered by basically everyone, and I really don't know what else to do as my mental state is declining and I'm left wondering if it's really all my fault. A little background. Me and my ex-fiancée had been together for almost 6 years and engaged for 4 out of those 6 years. I was introduced to her by a close friend at a party and we just clicked. She was attractive, had a great personality and had similar hobbies as me, which made it perfect. Back in April of this year I started noticing little changes in her. She started wearing more revealing clothes to work, started putting more makeup on, etc. To be honest, I had no problem with any of that stuff as it's her body. She can wear whatever and put on however much makeup she wanted to. But what made things worse for me was when she started coming home late from work, or how instead of spending the weekend off with me, we both had weekends off from work, she instead was always going out. I once had asked her why she never invited me to come out with her, to which she replied that it's only girls' night out and that her other friends would not be happy if I tagged along as they were not bringing their own boyfriend with them. It all came crashing down when me and her had a huge fight because she decided that instead of going out on a date with me, she told me how she already had made plans with her friends and that it was rude of her to cancel. That was it for me. I blew up at her and we had a huge fight, which resulted in her packing her bags and leaving. I didn't hear from her for almost a week. None of her friends knew where she was and heck, none of her folks even knew what was going on until she finally contacted me and wanted to talk. Imagine my surprise when she confessed to me that there was another guy involved, and how all this time she was hanging out with him when all this time she was lying to me about hanging with her friends. I blew up. I wanted nothing to do with her and was going to break up with her until she got on her knees and begged me to give her a second chance, which my dumb self did, but only after she revealed everything to me, and she did. It made me sick to my stomach, but in the end I forgave her and told her to delete all contact with the other guy, and that I expect her to have no contact with him going forward, which she promised, and things kinda went back to before. Heck, we were even spending more time together, but that feeling, that trust wasn't there anymore. Everything was kinda okay until 2 weeks ago. A friend of mine who was visiting another city which was 3 hours from where I live sent me a picture with the message, "Sorry bro, that broke my already broken heart into a billion little pieces." The picture was of my ex-fiancée at a mall 3 hours away from where we lived, holding hands with some stranger who I didn't know. I broke down. I was heartbroken, especially since I thought she was at work while in reality she was 3 hours away holding hands with her lover. When I got home from work I waited for her and right away confronted her, which she denied and called me a psycho for not believing her, and that I was a piece of crap for not trusting her until I showed her the picture that my friend sent me. Her face told me everything, and when the waterworks started I knew that I had made a huge mistake taking her back, so I ended it. She cried and begged me to think it over and not to throw away everything that we have together, which made me angry, and I'm not going to lie, but I was not proud. I'm still not, but she's saying crap like not to throw away everything we have, when it was her who threw away everything. It pissed me off. I told her to pack her stuff and leave, called her parents and mine and told them everything. Her parents came to help her and I told them to basically F off after they told me to think it over and to make the right decision before actually ending it. She begged me not to end things, but I did. I had to for my own peace of mind. I did not hear from her or her parents until 3 days ago when my parents called me to let me know that my ex-fiancée had offed herself. Her parents found her and she had left a letter apologizing to everyone including my parents and me, and how she is sorry from the bottom of her heart for what she did to me and that how she can't live without me, and because of that she ended it. I am at a loss. Ex-fiancé friends and family are blaming me and my own mother told me that it was my fault. She told me that I should have forgiven her. I am effing disgusted. I have currently taken some time off from work and have not a single clue what to do. I don't know how to move forward with my relationship with my fiancée after finding out about her past. My fiancée, 28 female, is the most amazing, gorgeous, bubbly, and thoughtful woman I have been with. We met through mutual friends and have been together for 2 years. The relationship has been blissful, and I knew she was the one, so I proposed to her 2 weeks ago, and we plan to get married by the end of the year. 2 days ago, when we were together, she told me that there was something very important that she wanted to discuss with me. She said she had hidden some things about her past and wanted to be open about everything before we got married since it's been eating her up, and told me she had been an S-worker for a few years before meeting me. This came as a complete shock to me since I never expected her to have done S-work, but I remained respectful and asked for more details about her past work. She revealed that in her first year of college, when she was 18, she started camming to make some extra money, and after a year of camming, she also started working in an adult club and did it throughout college and a while after that too. Then she got a real job working in an office, so her previous work became too time-consuming and tiring, but she liked how much money S-work brought, and many of her friends also worked as experts, so she joined the website they all used, and for the next 2 years, she was an expert. After 2 years, she became a sugar baby for one of her regular clients and was with him for about 6 months until he replaced her with someone else, and that is when she felt that she wanted to stop being an S-worker. About a year after she stopped that kind of work, she met me. She said she really loved being with me and our relationship is the best she's ever had, and always felt terrible about not revealing her past to me. So she came clean now. I don't know if this was the right thing to do, but I asked her how many people she's been with, and she said the number would be around 70 to 80 men and 10 to 15 women. Honestly, I felt disgusted at that moment. I really love this woman, but since that day, I've been finding it really hard to wrap my head around everything. If it was just the light stuff, I think it won't have really affected me since it's so common. I still have girlfriends who are in this industry in college, so it's not a big deal. But the thing about her being an S-worker is what's affecting me. I don't want to look like a misogynistic pig or make her feel devalued, but I'm not sure what to do now. I think she can feel it because we usually sleep together every night, but I have avoided intimacy since that day. Can anyone offer some good advice? Leaving her would be the last thing I'd like to consider.
I want to leave my husband, even though he tells me he loves me every day. I, 35 female, have been married to my husband, 29 male, for almost 8 years now, but I feel like I can't waste more of my life being with him. He wants to keep fighting to save the relationship, but I don't feel like there is anything left to save. A little background. We were both raised in the same high-control religion that didn't want us to be dating and tried to force us apart. I didn't feel like they had the right to do so I got rebellious and just eloped with him. As they can't separate a married couple, they did. However, disfellowship and shun us, meaning we lost all our friends and family contact, was minimal. I felt like it was my husband and I against the world and thought we would be strong together for having fought together to escape the religion and find our place in the world. Things didn't quite work out like that. While I worked to process my feelings and put the past behind me, he got consumed with hate and was always complaining. For the first couple of years, I worked to provide for us while he was unemployed and gaming all day, not doing any household chores. We decided together that we both needed to get an education that would secure us financial freedom when we both got a decent paying job afterward. I worked hard on my education, where I had a paid internship and studied simultaneously. My husband, on the other hand, put in minimal effort in his studies and got several warnings about being kicked out because of low attendance. With only 1 semester left, he dropped out for mental reasons. This was also my last semester, and I now had the added stress of him dropping out, his breakdown, my grandmother dying, and my brother being terminally ill. It got so bad that I even broke down in front of my boss, crying because the pressure was so hard on me and I was getting so far behind. I didn't think I would make it. I'm so grateful that I have an amazing boss who helped me so much and almost carried me through the rest of my study, so that I could graduate last summer, and also gave me a full-time job at the same place right after. It is now almost 1.5 years ago since my husband dropped out, and he is still just home, doing nothing other than gaming, drinking, and sleeping. I had to drag him to a psychiatrist after he kept talking about harming himself. After a line of sessions and medical treatment, they say that he is no longer clinically depressed and recommended that he talk with a psychologist to work through past traumas and also get a job, because it would be good for him to get out of the house. He did none of that. He is just back to gaming, drinking even more and sleeping. During all of this, I have become more lonely in our marriage. When I told my husband about feeling so overwhelmed, like I couldn't breathe, he just accused me of piggyback riding on his depression to get attention. A few months ago, we had a big fight because I felt something he did was very inconsiderate. During the heat of it, he admitted that he was so embarrassed about my physical appearance that he had even canceled a gaming night at our place with some friends he met online. I was so disappointed. How dare he be embarrassed of me, the woman who has supported him for all these years and fought to get an education to give us a better life, while he, for the most part, has just been a lazy slob with a drinking problem, neither contributing to the household financially or by doing any chores. Ever since this argument, I have refused to tell him I love him and pulled away all affection. I was so hurt by this, I began thinking about how I would be better off alone than in a marriage with someone who tells me he loves me but does nothing to show it. To me, it feels like empty words. My brother recently passed, and we buried him last week. My husband hates that this has resulted in me spending way more time with my family, who I had gone low contact on since we left the religion. Losing my brother kinda puts everything into perspective, and I think most of my family agrees that differences in opinion about religion and life choices shouldn't keep us apart. After the burial, my closest family was gathered in my family home. I don't know why my husband insisted on coming when he always says how much he hates my family, including my brother, but I guess he wanted to look like a supportive husband. However, he drank way too much, enough for people to notice. On the way home, he started complaining about a joke my mother had made that he found very rude and talked about what a horrible woman she is. Then he started talking about how my dead brother probably had some tendencies. I was so offended that he dared to talk about my brother that way on the day we buried him. When we got home, he wanted to continue drinking, but I said that I thought he had enough. Then he got angry, complaining how he felt trapped in a loveless marriage and I couldn't even tell him I loved him. He set an ultimatum, saying that I had to say that I loved him or it was over between us. I didn't want to be pressured like that, so I just told him, so be it, and slept on the couch that night. The next day I go to work and stop on the way home to buy moving boxes, just to show him that I take this serious. He is in total disbelief. He calls his mother, who comes over and tries to smooth things over and says we are so good together and we just need to talk out our differences. His mother is a wonderful woman, but I also know she of course does what is best for her son. He definitely needs me more than I need him, and without me it would again fall on his parents to take care of him, since he seems to be unable to do anything on his own. For the past week since this incident, he has been so nice and acting like nothing has happened. He keeps hugging and kissing me and telling me he loves me. Kinda feels like love bombing to convince me to stay, but I am still looking for an apartment, and my family is on standby to help me move whenever I find a place. I try not to confront my husband or reject him too harshly, just so that we can keep the peace while I plan my way out. I kinda feel like a bad person for leaving him while he is going through depression, but I also feel like 8 years is a long time to wait for him to figure out his shit. I feel like I am pushing back my own issues because I need to be strong for both of us. I have always put everyone else's needs before mine, but I really just want to be selfish now for once in my life and take care of me. Thanks to anyone who has listened to my rant. I just needed to vent how I feel and maybe get other people's thoughts on it. I just feel like going crazy dealing with this on my own. Am I wrong for making my son take a paternity test? This is a mess, and I would appreciate opinions from unbiased people. It was recommended that I post here and another page. I 39 female, have 2 kids, 17 male and 10 female. When I was 21 I had a one-night stand which resulted in my son Austin, the father, wanting nothing to do with my child. When my son was 3 I met my husband Mark, 38 male. My son adores my husband and calls him father. Austin met his current girlfriend through Mark's best friend Alan. Her father, Macy, and Austin have been close since they were young, and we were all thrilled when we found out they were dating. After we found out, Mark and I sat Austin down and explained that we're happy for him, but we needed him to know the importance of safe sex whether it was happening or not. He was disgusted but said he understood, and we left it at that. For context, my son is what others describe as shy and soft-spoken. He's really sensitive and takes harsh comments/actions to heart. We thought everything was fine with him until he came home crying. He eventually told us Macy had cheated on him. I was angry and urged my son to leave, but my husband calmed us both and asked to speak with Austin privately. Essentially, he asked Austin what he wanted to do and if he wanted us to stop seeing Macy and her father. Austin said he didn't want that and wanted to work things out with Macy. I was upset but didn't say anything. Ever since that happened, I've hated seeing her around. All I think about when I see her is my son distressed and crying his eyes out. I act cordial around her, but I don't like her. Around February, Austin came home looking rather upset again, so I sat down with him and asked what's going on. I wasn't expecting to hear him say what he said to me. Macy's pregnant. I was furious. I told him I expected better from him. I also said that before anything happened, he needed to do a paternity test. He was angry that I suggested she cheated again, but I didn't like how she was suddenly pregnant. When Mark came home from work, I filled him in and he was equally upset. We all sat down and discussed it. Austin explained that I demanded a paternity test was done, and Mark wasn't happy to hear that. I explained that she's cheated before, she could have cheated again. That led to a huge argument before we all calmed down. I asked if her parents knew, apparently not. He said she agreed to tell them tonight, and sure enough, about an hour later Mark gets an angry call from Alan demanding that my son marries his daughter, and if Austin refuses he demands that he pay child support and stay out of this kid's life. Of course we were all angry and exhausted, so I said that nothing was happening until a paternity test was done and I wasn't taking the word of a cheating little girl. He blew up at us and it was radio silence after the call. Macy was told she can no longer see Austin and he took it out on me. A few weeks ago, Alan contacted us and agreed to do a paternity test. I asked why the sudden change, but he ignored me. He said he set up the appointment for May 5th. Austin went with Mark. He said he didn't want to be around me. It stung and I won't lie, it made me cry when he said that. Results finally came in a few nights ago and he isn't the father. He was shattered. Instead of apologizing, he screamed that this was my fault and he'd have never known. He hasn't said much to me since. Maybe I was wrong for making him do a paternity test, but I was only looking out for my son. Was I wrong for making him take a paternity test?
My girlfriend's dad discouraged me from proposing because their family isn't thrilled about us having dark babies. Me and my girlfriend, Naomi, are an interracial couple, with her being Korean and me being black. We have dated for just under 5 years now, and for the past few months I've been planning on proposing. I'm pretty traditional, so I thought it would be a good idea to ask Naomi's dad for his blessing before I proposed. I asked earlier this month. When I arrived at their house I was greeted by Naomi's mother and father who invited me in. After a little talking I told them that I was going to propose and wanted their blessing. Her mother was ecstatic, and her father didn't seem displeased and he told me it was okay for me to propose. We talked more and the topic of babies was brought up by her mother. I told her that I wanted to have kids with her, and she got even happier. We continued talking. When I told them I needed to start heading home her mother said she would send me home with some food and left for the kitchen. Me and her dad have a small language barrier between us that usually is alleviated by either Naomi or her mother, so we kinda just sat there in silence. He then told me this: "I'll clean it up," but it was difficult to understand as he isn't great at English. "You are a very nice young man and we like you a lot. We'd be happy to have you in our family, but we are not too happy about you and are having dark babies." I was stunned, and kinda just awkwardly laughed. We sat there for another 2 minutes before her mom came out with a wrapped plate. When I got home, I said nothing about this to Naomi. I know I need to talk to her about what was said, but I don't want to be the one that accuses her family of being racists, and I know this is probably irrational, but the way her father said it put the thought in my head that Naomi may not want kids because of how dark I am. How do I approach her about this in the least accusatory way as possible? Update: thanks for all y'all's input, it really helped and most of y'all were right on the target. Yesterday afternoon I sat my girlfriend, Naomi, down and had a conversation with her about what her dad said to me. I tried to leave out any mention of proposal and told her I was in their neighborhood and decided to pop by. Terrible lie, I know, but she bought it. I told her what her dad said about us having dark babies and asked if she had any similar feelings about our kids popping out half black. She looked at me like I was out of my mind. She told me she didn't give an F about the color of her kids as long as I was the dad, which was reassuring. She was not so happy with her dad. She wanted us to take a drive over there and talk with her parents about it. That evening we dropped by unannounced, and when her mom opened the door to see us she immediately asked Naomi to show her the ring. Naomi was confused and I about crapped myself. I, like a dummy, didn't call ahead to her parents that I hadn't proposed. I guess her mom thought we were going to surprise her with the engagement and assumed I had already proposed. I was speechless. They began speaking in Korean, but from context I assume her mom was asking if I was too cheap to buy her an engagement ring. And Naomi looked at me and started hugging and kissing me. My secret was out and I told her I had already asked her parent for their blessing. She was a few seconds from crying but sucked it up so we could speak to her dad. Like I said in my original post, my future father-in-law isn't great at English, so he and Naomi spoke in Korean. According to Naomi, she asked him why he told me that, and he said that he was worried about their extended family not viewing our babies as Korean and being rude to them or me for being black. I guess this did not come across well in English, because he was just concerned for me and our kids. He didn't care that our babies would have dark skin. This was a huge relief. Her father isn't the racist their extended families are, but like, screw them, who cares what they think. I am just so glad that our future kids are going to have grandparents that are going to love them. Only downside is now Naomi is expecting my proposal, so I really got to knock her socks off. Thanks so much for all the help.
Front desk receptionist mentioned my essay. My day is ruined and I don't know where to go from this. I'm a freshman university student who was referred to specific doctor from the physical therapist for my major. Everything was presumably going well, but I was nervous as this was my second time really going to the doctors alone. I realized I wasn't in the database for some reason after submitting my information in at the kiosk, so I went to get help from a receptionist so I could carry on with my appointment. She asked for my personal information and everything was going fine until it was time for me to pull out an insurance card. Upon seeing it was Medicaid, she suddenly got so cold to me for no reason, exclaiming in a louder tone than before, We don't take Medicaid here, like at all. She went around trying to figure out how else to help me, but was very obviously pissed off at me. I overheard her and her coworker talking crap about another patient. At one point she was looking through records to see what was going on, but for some reason she felt the need to mention the last reason I went to that hospital, which was my essay. She said, "Yeah, the last thing it shows in here is, come closer." Then she whispers in my ear kind of loudly, "Your essay." I froze and immediately tried not to cry the entire time while keeping my composure. It's been 3 hours and I'm still crying about this. Had a breakdown about it in front of my professor, who told me that it was unprofessional of her, but I still can't help but to feel like I'm overreacting.
My wife told me to shut my mouth in front of a bunch of people at a kid's birthday party. My wife and I are at odds lately over her sister-in-law, who is also her best friend, who is married to her brother. Long story short, she bends over backwards to accommodate their every ask, including babysitting, errands, etc. This extends to volunteering me to help them without my knowledge or consent, etc. She never sees my point of view or agrees with any criticism of them I have. We were at my nephew's birthday party today. My sister-in-law is the one who's hosting it, so my wife is super keen for things to go well. Things were going okay. My daughter, 3, was a bit upset because her balloon animal had accidentally been popped, so she's standing with my wife getting a cuddle, and a boy, older than her, 5 or 6, sprints into her and knocks her over. She's crying obviously, and I pick her up. My wife is making a joke of it, saying oh she needs to watch where she's going. I said back to her don't blame her for getting bowled over by the bigger boy. Now, apparently the mother of this other kid was in earshot, which prompted my wife to tell me, in front of one of her other best friends and a couple of other guests, to shut my mouth. Then she had the cheek to tell me to not have a moody face. 15 minutes before this post, I sent an email to a divorce lawyer for a consultation. I've finally reached my limit. Update, I spoke to my solicitor first thing this morning, and we had a good talk. He knows that I'm angry and upset at the situation, and he says that he will get myself and my wife in for a consultation if we decide to go down that route. The issue in Scotland is that for a divorce where only one party wants out, it can take upwards of a year to get it, and evidence of separation in that period, unless both parties agree to unreasonable behavior as the reason for the courts granting the divorce. Long story short, I can't proceed without her buy-in, if I want it resolved fast. So I took my daughter to my mum's after this, and then sat my wife down. I told her that yesterday's situation was absolutely unacceptable, and that if I had told her to shut her mouth in front of my friends, that I'd be getting crucified from everyone we know. I told her she was lucky I kept my mouth shut at the party, and that I didn't give an F about how sister-in-law would have taken it. We fought again about sister-in-law, and again, she defended her actions, saying that I'm the selfish one who won't help out my family when they need it. I then did the, perhaps petty, move of dropping divorce leaflets I'd printed from my solicitor's website in front of her. I said to her I absolutely want to help my family, and this is how I do it. I told her about how I was tired of playing third wheel in my own marriage, and I told her that I was not prepared to subject my daughter to a lifetime of this subservience. Finally, it looks like what I've said has had an impact. She cried and I think she was close to having a panic attack. This made me feel guilty, because fundamentally I don't think she's a bad person. She's just brainwashed into thinking sister-in-law is the second coming of the Messiah. So she promised that when I've finished work today we can have a serious talk about things, and she will listen to my concerns. Right now I'm not buying it, but I owe her and my daughter at least a chance to sort things out, so I'll see where it goes. To answer some questions folks had, I know this seemed like an overreaction to something, but you've got to understand this was the latest in a long line of sister-in-law related issues. Some folks have asked if my wife is gay and in love. I have thought about this as a possibility. I didn't ask her yet, but I may tonight. It certainly seems logical given how passionate she gets about it. Update 2. So we sat down last night for the crunch talks. I have to give her credit where it's due. She apologized for what she said at the party, and she said that she'd also have considered divorce if I'd done the same to her. I reiterated to her that my issue is that she completely makes herself subservient to sister-in-law at our expense. I pointed out how messed up it was that she didn't immediately take our daughter's side in this incident. The collision was accidental, I think, but I told her that to blame the little one was out of line, which she accepted. I then asked her outright if she had any sort of romantic feelings for sister-in-law. She squirmed and looked a little uncomfortable. She said that a long time ago at the end of high school there had been a drunken kiss on a night out, but nothing beyond that. She sort of played the angle that she didn't want anyone, especially her brother, to know about it, and that's why she bends over backwards to make sure sister-in-law is happy. I asked her if sister-in-law had ever threatened to reveal this incident, but she denies that it's even been brought up. She just thinks that if the wider family knew, it'd bring up a lot of weirdness. She swears that she has no interest in having any kind of relationship with sister-in-law, and that she's straight. I told her I didn't care about what she did that long ago, but that it needed to stop impacting our relationship in the present because I am the thinnest of thin hairs away from walking away forever. She, surprisingly, apologized again, and said that she'd really try to work on it. I told her that I needed to see some proof of that, so she can consider herself on probation. I told her that if I feel that it's happened again, I'll be taking our daughter to stay at my mum's. She accepted this, so we're proceeding cautiously. Sorry if this isn't the update you were all hoping for, but I think it's the best thing for the three of us right now.
I proposed to my best friend of 14 years, we got married and now I celebrate our anniversaries by myself. As the title says, I married my best friend. It's more like married. We were 4 when we first met. It was our first day of prep. Aussie's here. Her mum had somehow managed to drop her off at the wrong primary school on her first day of school ever. I simply saw opportunity for a friend, and I took it, and by the end of the day she and I were attached by the hip. of which my twin brother did not like. He got over it. On lunch, my mom had packed me and my brother those lolly rings, accidentally packing me too, so me and my newest friend had lolly rings on our first day of school. When it was time for pickup, we made our moms hand over each other's phone numbers so we could talk. That was the first and last day of school we shared, but that didn't stop us from being friends. Weekly play dates on weekends where we would go to the local bakery, and she would get a lamington and I a jam donut. We would steal our mums' phones to talk to each other. When we got older, we didn't get the chance to talk as much, but we were still friends. In 4th grade, I lost my dad and stopped all contact with anybody that I didn't live with or have to see at school. Just like that, 3 years had passed and I hadn't spoken to her. In an unfortunate turn of events, we met in the hospital. Then just like that, it was like no time had gone. We were those 9-year-olds talking on the phone as though nothing had ever happened. By that time we had both gotten our own phones as we had to take public transport, so with that we were in regular contact again. Just a year into the talking, she had something to tell me. She had a rare type of cancer. I won't say what kind. She was told the same day we got back into contact. The doctors weren't sure if they could help her, but they were trying. She had to go on different medications and different chemo treatments. She was only in 8th grade. We were 13. 6 long years of treatment and she was only getting worse. She gave me a list of things she wanted me to do for her when she passed. Most were basic things that normal people had gotten to do, like go watch fireworks or see a school play. The one she most wanted to do was get married, but she knew she wouldn't make it, so she wanted me to get married one day. On the last day of 2022, I got permission from her doctors and parents to take her to see the New Year fireworks. Right when it struck 12 a.m. I proposed. With a lolly ring, she said yes. Although confused, she said yes. I told her why miss out when she could have her own wedding. With that, our pretend wedding planning began. We had an engagement party, a bachelorette party, and had 4 months of wedding planning, all in the safety of her hospital room. We got married on the 10th of April. I lost my best friend just a month into being married, the 10th of May. I wish I hadn't cut her out of my life. I lost 3 years of friendship because of me. Even though she said she was happy to just say 14 years of friendship, I wish it really was. So do you, Lamington. Thank you. Tell Dad I said hi and that I still love him. I love you, my best friend. No one could replace you. I hope you can see all the fireworks up there. I'll celebrate every anniversary. Just take care of yourself and Dad.
Today I messed up by putting my self-defense lessons to use on a goose in front of my coworkers. So it's the usual Monday morning. I get out of bed, prep a meal, head out to work, yada yada, you know how it goes. Everything is as predictable as it can get with one exception. This time when I get to the front door of the office building, there is a goose standing guard, and right behind the glass door I see my coworkers who are taking a video because the jerks already knew what was about to happen. The goose makes eye contact and I avoid looking directly into its eyes to avoid confrontation. Then I start gently stepping around it, trying to find a way to get to the door without agitating it. Needless to say, the goose hissed at every attempt, and after 10 minutes, he effing had enough. I ran and he ran after me. Then I tried to circle back around to the front door, but he was just too fast. Left with no other option, I conquered my fears and faced the beast. The goose flew at Mach 2 towards my face. My reflexes kicked in and I roundhouse kicked the poor bastard so hard it walked away limping somehow. My coworkers are now intimidated or something, because I usually have 3 to 5 people visit my cubicle daily, but no one has done so since the incident.
Mom told me she loved my older sister more. I'm completely heartbroken. I, 15, was kicked out of my house on March 27th because my older sister Anne, 29 years old, and I got into a fight. For some context, my mom has terminal breast cancer. She's been sick since I was 10 years old. I know that the cancer started in her breast, but over the years it spread and I haven't been well informed about where or how. But my mom's health has been getting worse and they talk about it, stage 4, which my biology teacher explained to me is basically the terminal stage. And kicked me out of mom's house, where she also lives. In March, after we got into a fight, she hasn't let me come back unless I apologize, so I've been visiting mom secretly when Anne isn't there. Now I'm living with my dad. I miss mom a lot. She's alone with the monster that is Anne and I can't protect her. Mom also wants me to come back and encourages me to apologize to my sister. I desperately wish to go back, but I feel like if I apologize, it would be admitting that Anne is right and that I was wrong, and we would go back to the controlling dynamic that existed before, and I'll continue to be abused by Anne. A few days ago, I was at home with mom and she brought up the topic again. I told her I couldn't do that for the reasons I explained earlier, that she should help me, that I understood she was sick but that she was also my mom and I needed her to take care of me. Mom told me that I needed to understand that she loved Anne more because she had loved her for more years. I don't know how to explain that, although I had been able to notice it over the years. The fact that mom said it out loud broke my heart. I cried loudly like a little girl having a tantrum. I locked myself in what used to be my room and called Dad. Even though it wasn't time for him to pick me up, Dad came for me. Now I feel terrible. I love and miss mom. I want to see her, hug her, have her tell me a story, prepare food for her. But I also hate her. I hate her because since she gave birth to me, apparently I was at a disadvantage with her monster daughter, for something that I couldn't control. I miss her, I love her, I hate her, and I hate myself for hating her. Thank you for listening.
Blew up my wedding by uninviting my groomsmen. How do I fix things? 2 weeks ago I had my bachelor party. I was very hesitant about having one in the first place, mainly because I don't like the connotation and expectations behind a traditional bachelor party. My best man and all my groomsmen knew this. We've known each other for a very long time, since childhood, and we're all super close. My groomsmen are 28 male, 29 male, best man is 25 male. Before I met my fiancée, I was not a good person. I manipulated and used women, intimately and emotionally, all the time, and thought it was cool and fun. This was partly because of my, then, unresolved trauma from women in my childhood. When I graduated from college, I started taking care of myself physically, emotionally, and most importantly mentally. I was able to afford therapy and really worked hard on myself to change and become a better man. My best man knew about this and has followed my journey and has been generally very supportive. He too has started to see how toxic our behavior was and is basically more or less on the same path to becoming a better person. Our other friends, not so much, but it's not something that affects our friendship, and they are much better with their behavior in comparison to when we were younger. I met my fiancée shortly after the changes I made. My fiancée really helped me heal from my trauma and has embraced me with all my flaws. I feel so loved and cared for, and she's the one I want to spend the rest of my life with, not to mention that her family has welcomed me since day one. I've opened up to her about everything. She knows about my past, and she's well aware of my friend group and how they are. She ended up actually encouraging me to have a bachelor party so I wouldn't miss out on a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I told the boys I didn't want anything to do with clubs or any variation of exposed girls. They agreed. We went to a hotel with a casino and gambled for most of the afternoon. In the evening we went back to our room and drank some more, and by the time it was 8 or 9 p.m. I was completely wasted. This is where things took a turn for the worse. My groomsmen were talking to a group of girls when we were gambling in the afternoon who were doing a bachelorette party. They invited them to our room and they showed up at 9. So when they showed up, things got crazy. We all went to a club, at which point I pretty much blacked out. I remember telling my best man to take me back and that I didn't feel good about being this drunk at a club, but he just sort of shrugged and laughed it off. Next thing I remember is coming in and out of consciousness while one of the bridesmaids from the other party was coming onto me in her hotel room. I tried to push her away but kept blacking out, and I even mustered enough energy to say out loud, "Please stop, I don't want to." She kept going and I ended up finishing. When I woke up the next morning I was back in our hotel room. I thought I had a terrible nightmare, but I slowly started remembering everything. I began to have a panic attack. I woke everyone and tried to find out what happened. My groomsmen were being extremely dismissive and not taking it seriously, but I pressed until one of them admitted that they thought it would be funny to convince one of the bridesmaids to take me back to her room and give me one more night of fun before I become trapped. I lost my shite and freaked out. I left without them and have been staying with my cousin until I figure out what to do next. I called my fiancée and told her I need to postpone the wedding. I need time to think. The boys and my fiancée have been blowing up my phone. I've only been responding to my fiancée and reassuring her that it's not her. It's something with me. I sent one text 1 week later to my boys group chat telling them they are all uninvited. I obviously told my fiancée about this but didn't explain why. She, her family, and all the relatives of my friends have been calling me a complete jerk and blowing up my phone non-stop about the issue. The only people that know what happened are me, the boys, and my cousin. I don't have any other family. And my best man said he had no idea what they were up to and feels like crap for not being there to stop and protect me. I feel so lost. I haven't slept for days. I can't eat. I can't think. I can't breathe. I can't even look my fiancée in the face. I keep making excuses about why I'm staying with my cousin and I'm working through something. Response: I'm wearing thin. I feel sick every time I text her because I cheated. Even though I didn't want it. I finished and I feel like a horrible person. It feels like I regressed, and with my history, I can't trust myself anymore, and how can I expect my fiancée to? Date: I blew up my wedding by uninviting my groomsmen. How do I fix things? I decided to tell my fiancée everything. I took my cousin with me and had a speech prepared. On paper, we decided to meet at our home. So my cousin and I drove to her. We pulled up to the driveway and my heart was pounding out my chest. I told my cousin I need to turn around and I couldn't do this, but they insisted and pushed me through it. As soon as I got out of the car, my fiancée opened the front door and stared at me with an emotionless face. I thought we got off to a horrible start. I was dreading going inside. We walk in and my fiancée directs us to our living room. At this point no one has said a word and you can cut the tension with a butter knife. My cousin and I sit on one couch, and my fiancée is sitting on the couch to the right of us, closest to me. I open by telling her that I'm really sorry about how I've been acting, and that she's done nothing wrong. I pull out my paper letter and start shaking a lot. I try reading the first couple of sentences but eventually start to break down and have panic attack and cry. My cousin grabbed the letter and continued reading the letter until I was able to grab it back and continue. The letter read like my first post, had a lot more apologies and emotion in it though. When I finished I looked up and saw her extremely distraught and upset. She just stood up, said she needed a minute to think, and went to the bathroom for a good half hour. I didn't know what to think. I was devastated and it was killing me inside. I didn't know what she was thinking or what she was going to do next. When she opened the bathroom door, she just ran up to me and hugged me, and started bawling her eyes out. She kept saying that she was sorry about what happened to me, and that she wishes she was there to protect me. We spent the rest of the night talking about it. She was very supportive and was just mad that I didn't come to her sooner. She's furious with my best man and immediately texted her family, without all the details, to explain my side. She said something along the lines of, "They did unforgivable things. We've decided to postpone the wedding while we both figure out how to work through this." My fiancée has already helped me connect with mental health resources that deal with essays. I've already been to 2 sessions this week. She's been extremely supportive and comforting. We're looking into next steps with the police to report the crime. Although I don't have much evidence, I honestly don't care if I get justice at this point. I'm just glad my fiancée believes me. I told her I was scared she would think I was lying because of my past, but she said she knows I've changed and that she fell in love with the person I am today. As for my best man, I've got no contact since. It's only been 6 days since I told my fiancée, so I'm still working through some stuff. In the meantime, I'm happy I have the love of my life in my arms at night. I can rest easy at night. The nightmares have slowed and stopped. I'll try to update when I can in the future. Thanks for the advice. Update 2. This will be my last update for a while. I just want to thank everyone for the kind words and support in my inbox. Some of you even opened up about similar experiences and that really helped. I'm not even close to being okay mentally. I constantly have panic attacks and anxiety randomly throughout the day. Sometimes unrelated things can trigger an attack, but I'm trying my best to fight and survive. My fiancée has been my rock, and her family, her dad, mom and sisters, have been angels. They've even hired a private investigator to help with our police report that we're filing. My fiancé's dad is well connected in the legal world, and he's connecting me with a lawyer who'll be pretty much taking lead with my case. In the meantime, all I can do is try working through my issues and trying to move on. It's hard, not just for me, which kills me inside. I can see the pain this situation has caused my fiancée. I can see it in her eyes. It's hard not to blame myself. I've written personal letters to the parents of all my ex-friends, groomsmen, explaining things. I mailed them out yesterday. I'm closing that chapter of my life, as I've also mentioned that in those letters. What they do with that information is their choice. As for our wedding, we have decided to revisit things next year, maybe sooner depending on everything we're dealing with right now. We know we don't have to rush and can just take our time. I don't know if I'll ever be okay, or if the panic attacks and anxiety will ever go. I hope the next time I update I'll feel like I can breathe again. Till next time. Final update. Hey everyone. I have been constantly receiving messages about an update on my situation, so I thought I'd loop you in on what's been happening since the last time we spoke. After everything that went down, it was really hard for me to piece my life back together. I did struggle with anxiety and PTSD from the incident. You have to understand, apart from my cousin, my friends were all the family I had left. To lose that so suddenly was brutal, gut-wrenching. I tried therapy for a while. It helped until it didn't. Life became a little dark and it put a strain on me and my fiancé's relationship. I don't blame her. We ended up breaking things off and went no contact. Between the panic attacks and the constant stress from the aftermath of our failed wedding, it was too much. In the span of 4 months I went from being essayed, to losing most of my family, to losing the love of my life. To say I've had it rough is an understatement. My police case came to a dead end a week after I reported everything. Was told there was nothing I could do. From a legal standpoint, I could have pursued a civil lawsuit, but I don't have the resources for a legal battle with my ex-groomsmen. I also don't have the emotional strength or courage to look them in the face after everything. Only one of them reached out, my best man. We had a chance to chat for a bit, but I was very closed off and ended the interaction, making it know that our friendship has pretty much come to an end. He was very emotional and told me he understood. It felt like I had cut my own arm off. I will say though, my cousin has been my lifeline. She's kept me alive throughout this, and trust me, there were points when that was not easy for her. I was pretty much ready to go. I stayed with my cousin and her boyfriend for about a month after my breakup, enough time for me to find a job out of state and move away from everything. I've spent the last 5 to 6 months starting over. It was very hard at first, but it's true what they say, time heals all things. I love what I do for work and most of my colleagues have become close friends. My boss is super chill and understanding. I'm neighbors with this cool hippie couple that has me over for dinner on a weekly basis, and I'm dating again. I haven't found someone specifically, but it has been nice to make love again. I don't mean that as a brag or to be crude, but I genuinely thought I wouldn't bring myself to enjoy lovemaking ever again. It's weird. Feels like I've discovered lovemaking for the first time again. I'm still a work in progress, but I'm happy to report that I'm alive and trying. My ex-fiancée did attempt to contact me around Christmas and New Year's since she heard I was in town visiting my cousin. She wanted to talk. I don't know what about. I decided not to reach back out. I felt it would destroy all the progress I've made. Not ready to open old wounds and all. She is the love of my life, always will be, but I feel it's too risky to let her back into my life again. If she broke my heart for round 2, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't make it back this time. For now, I'm alive and decently happy. I've got food in my belly and a roof over my head. I have it better than most. I'm grateful.
I think I saw my dad texting my nephew. This is hard to start because I am having a lot of trouble typing this out. I'm 22 female, youngest of 5 siblings. My oldest brother is married with a 3-year-old son. He is the joy of my family's world. I do not live at home. I'm in college about 4 hours away, but my parents live about 2 minutes from my brother and his family. I'd like to preface all of this by saying that I love my family so much, but I have always had issues feeling uncomfortable around my father since I was a teenager. He is a very goofy person but has his typical spits of hot-headedness, but my sister and I have talked plenty of times about how sneaky and gross our dad can sound. He will comment about women's, ours included, bodies and make it seem casual when really it just makes him sound so creepy. I've tried to chalk a lot of it up to him being older and out of touch with keeping his mouth shut, but I get very uncomfortable just because I can feel my dad's eyes sometimes and I always cover up around him. But I also have realized I have had trust issues with my dad for a while and do not want to presume he is as uncomfortable as I feel he is sometimes. That being said, I was home this whole past week after my semester of classes ended. My brother and his wife had multiple plans throughout the week, and my parents are always willing to watch my nephew while they get some time to themselves. My nephew is coming up on his terrible 3 years, so I can see how he fails to listen a lot and can throw tantrums sometimes, but I've noticed how my dad has been so controlling with him to understand things that is just not going to make sense to a child. My mom and I try and tell my dad to calm down, but my dad insists that he never raised any of us children to just do as we please and boss everyone around. This is more of the tip of the iceberg that has caused me to observe my dad and how he acts with my nephew, but what has really gotten to me has been the touching I have seen from my dad. I can't even wrap my head around what I'm typing, but I saw him lift my nephew up and do a circular motion with his hand in a rough manner around my nephew's you know what. I tried to dismiss this, but then I noticed how often my dad would quickly volunteer and almost insist on changing his diaper even when I said I would do it and that it was no big deal. After that I started to feel more and more anxious and noticed that even when putting his bathing suit on, he would have to take him to another room to lay him down to get the suit on, but if it was any other one of us, I know we would have just helped him change in the living room. But yesterday, all my family was over. Most of my siblings are married and my nephew was wearing a diaper-like swimsuit that buttons in multiple places on the sides. It can fill with water, but it's supposed to hold a number 2 if he goes while swimming. We were all out there in the pool, but my dad and my nephew were in the hot tub, which is raised out of the ground to the side of the pool. I was initially in the hot tub with the two of them when I wondered out loud if he had maybe gone poop in his swimsuit. Then I jumped into the pool right after that. When I came out of the water, I looked to the side of the hot tub, which was blocking the view from my other family members, and saw my dad roughly unbuttoning the front of my nephew's suit in the front, which is unnecessary to feel for poop. And I couldn't believe it, but my dad kept grabbing the thing. It must have happened 3 times. It was like he was flicking it almost. I just exclaimed, "Dad, what are you doing?" But I couldn't even get myself to look at my dad's face, so I got out of the pool and went inside. I left immediately this morning, but I can't comprehend what to even do. I feel so incredibly angry, and traumatized and bitter. I want to do something about it, but I don't know what to do. I'm afraid I'll be wrong and just look crazy, but I'm afraid to be right and ruin my family. Please, where do I even begin in knowing what to do? I was invited but left out the entire time. For a little context, I'm 25 female and disabled and have multiple chronic conditions making me medically fragile. I don't get out much, but when I do, I use a wheelchair and cane and can only tolerate an hour or 2 at a time. I do not go on vacations, especially when there is a lot of physical activity. My parents have been trying to convince me for the past 2 years to join them camping for Mother's Day. I have politely declined due to my physical health, and it saddens me, of course, because they take my child on the trip with them. I miss out on family vacations and miss out on a lot with my son. My dad convinced me to go this past weekend and take my partner as well. My grandparents were also going, and I only get to see them twice a year. For months he has been saying, "It will be very laid back, relaxing, and a great time to share with kiddo and all of us. You miss out on a lot of memories with him because you're sick, but I want to make this work. He is growing up so fast, you need to take more risks and put yourself out there. I really want to get to know your partner more too." He got a hotel nearby for me to rest when I need and validated my health concerns. My only issue besides some anxiety was that my family guilts me when I use my cane. I don't think my dad even knows I use a wheelchair because I know he will disapprove, but it was supposed to be a relaxing trip, so maybe I could just try without at least the chair and only use my cane if absolutely needed. Anyway, the whole trip was horrible. Sure, there were some fun moments, but I was absolutely miserable and only got to spend a total of 8 hours with them, give or take, from Saturday through Monday late afternoon. They planned back-to-back walks, 5-mile hikes, shopping, exploring, etc. I knew I would be left out on a lot of things. That's fine, of course. They were camping after all, but they talked it up as if they were making it as adaptable as possible for me and my partner to be included. We were only staying from Saturday to Monday, and they were staying until Wednesday, so they had more time to do things I couldn't do after we left. We all arrived on Saturday at around 2 p.m., but they didn't allow us to come hang out at camp until late evening, so we could only stay a short time because it got too late. The next day was Mother's Day. No one talked to my partner and I at breakfast. Whenever we tried to join in the conversation, we were ignored or talked over. After a couple hours of food and shopping, my legs were purple and swollen. I was in an extreme amount of pain and exhaustion. I told them I needed to rest and then we can meet up for the next thing they had planned, but they wanted to do that immediately, so I had to stay behind. They got back at like 7 p.m. but decided to leave again for a walk and didn't get back until almost 9 p.m. We didn't stay for long, obviously. On Monday we had to check out of our hotel at 11 a.m. They went on a morning hike and told us they'd be back around 12 to 1 p.m. at the latest. I told them we are leaving around 4, so they said they'd be back in time. We went to the shops for a couple hours to kill time and then waited in the car for a while in 95 degrees heat. At 2 p.m., I texted my mom but no answer. We decided to wait for them at their trailer, but when we got there, the campsite manager kicked us out because my family wasn't there. I was overheating and really struggling. At around 2:45, we decided to just travel back home. I wanted to say bye especially to my son, but I physically couldn't handle it anymore. We needed to go back before it turned into a medical emergency. I texted my mom again letting her know we were leaving and that I was really disappointed in how all of this turned out. They made a big deal about me coming but didn't keep my health in mind and left us out of almost the entire trip. I put in so much effort, pushed myself, and I feel crushed. I'm happy for the good moments, but 99% of the trip felt a waste of so much energy and money. It felt like we were ghosts to them. My mom didn't reply until a little after 4 p.m. and got defensive about my feelings. She said that if I hadn't needed to take a break on Mother's Day, then we could have spent more time together, completely ignoring the fact that I am ill as well as the parts where they changed the plans for whole trip. I feel sad, betrayed, unwanted, and they put my health at risk. I should have just stayed back because I was right to not go the other times they invited me. I am seeing them this weekend and dreading because I know I am going to get scolded for being ungrateful and unreasonable or something.
Girl is stalking me because she thinks I am her baby's father. Should I file a restraining order against her or have another paternity test? About a year ago I have started seeing a girl. We met in a club. We hooked up and then remained as friends with benefits. We mostly hang out to make love, but also sometimes we hang out just because. We made love regularly, like at least twice a week or something like that. Up until now we got along great. We never spoke about starting a serious relationship or anything like that. Like 3 months ago she messaged me that her period was late. I told her okay and asked if she wanted me to drop off a pregnancy test. She told me yes, so after I got off work I stopped by the drugstore and got the 2 tests. Because the woman told me one can fail, I went to her apartment and waited until she took the test. She was nervous while we were waiting, so I tried to calm her down, which I guess worked because she was a bit more relaxed after. Both tests came out positive. She broke down and honestly I was scared too, but I let her calm down. I stayed with her overnight and we spoke about what to do next, and the obvious thing was going to the doctor. She went to the doctor like 2 days after this. Later she messaged me that she was 3 weeks pregnant. I told her okay and asked what did she want to do. Like if she had thought about having an abortion or she wanted to keep it, and she said she needed to think about it. I told her cool and to keep me informed, and to text me if she needed anything. About 5 days later she texted me and told me she wanted to keep it. I told her okay and I asked her to come to my apartment later after work so we could talk. It was very awkward, especially since she kept trying to get with me because she was feeling it. I told her that I will step up. I will take care of the baby and her if the baby's mine. She assured me like 100 times that it was mine because she had not been with anyone else as she was busy with college and only had time for me. Still I told her that I wanted a paternity test, just to be sure. She told me once again that she was sure it was mine and tried to talk me out of doing the test. However, she finally accepted to do a test when it was safe. Through this time I have been very active in the pregnancy. I went to the checkups with her and have been staying with her sometimes as she was struggling with morning sickness and such. Also I brought stuff for the baby like clothes, some diapers and the crib. We explained to the doctor we weren't sure I was the father and asked when was it safe to do a paternity test. She said around 8 weeks. We put it off honestly. She was feeling too sick, morning sickness, and I was also busy with work so we couldn't do it at 8 weeks. During this time I took care of her still and we went to the 4 months checkup too. She was feeling better once the first trimester passed and we did the test at 17 weeks. The results came out and I am not the father. She told me it must be wrong because she hasn't been with anyone else for like the last 2 months before her missed period. However, we had been explained that it is very accurate. So I drove her to her apartment and told her that that was it because it ended up not being my baby. She cried and tried to guilt me again, telling me she knows it's my baby. I told her I had promised to take care of her if the baby was mine, but it isn't. Ever since this happened she had been texting me and calling me to tell me about the next checkup or whatever related to the pregnancy. I told her I kept my promise and to leave alone. I don't want to see her again. To please just leave me alone. Then, about 2 days after this, she showed up in my apartment. She asked me if we can talk inside my apartment. I told her if she needed to tell me something then she could just tell me there, but she started crying and said that we really need to talk in private and such. Finally I gave in because she was making a big fuss in the street and she looked terrible, like she was gonna faint or something. I calmed her down and she confessed to me that she had developed feelings for me these last couple months because I was so attentive towards her and the baby. She yet again insisted I am the father and that the people who made the test might have made a mistake. She asked me to wait until the baby's born so we can make another test. I told her no because it's expensive and we were told this test is very accurate. She told me she's sure. She doesn't want me to miss on my baby's life. She told me to wait until the baby is here and go to a different clinic for the paternity test because when the baby's born I'll get to see that they're mine. Like she thinks they would look like me. Once again I told her no. She started crying uncontrollably and she was feeling sick, so I let her stay with me. She tried to get me to lay with her, but I let her sleep in my bed and I had to sleep on the couch. The next day I dropped her off at her apartment. She told me to think about the second paternity test and she tried to kiss me before getting out of my car. Then nothing for like 3 days until she texted me to ask me to go with her to the checkup she is next week. I told her no, and to stop insisting. She started blowing up my phone with messages and I ended up blocking her. The next day she showed up to my job. She was crying a lot and telling me off for blocking her. My manager came up and asked what was going on because obviously he was outraged to see a pregnant girl arguing with his employee. She told him I was refusing to be a father for our baby. I was abandoning them. I had to explain all of this to my boss later. I don't know what to do honestly. My family is basically telling me to do things her way and wait until the baby's born to know if it's mine or not. Although they were excited to have another grandbaby/nephew/niece from the start since I'm the youngest and only one of my siblings without kids. My friends are encouraging me to file a police restraining order, but I don't want to do that. Like I know she's in a very shitty position. I was the only one of her possible baby's daddies who stepped up when she got pregnant. She's probably feeling miserable with pregnancy symptoms. She's young and scared. I don't want to add to that. I don't know what should I do honestly. Also another friend, female, told me I had led her on by being attentive and taking care of her, letting her stay with me even after the test results and such, and that's why she had developed feelings for me, which makes sense I guess. I don't want her to be sad or stressed since it will also impact in the baby's health, and I don't wish that either of them have a hard time because of me. I want to help if I can, but also feel wrong because even though I've asked her many times to be honest and tell me who else could be the baby's father so I could help contacting him, she had told me each time that she had only been with me and the baby's mine. Despise the paternity test results. I don't know. I'm just confused and tired and don't know what to do. Ruin my wedding to propose. I'll ruin your proposal. I 35 male have a young brother, Todd 29 male, who had a complicated birth and had to stay a month in the ICU, and because of that my parents have always doted on him and almost denied him nothing. Even if it was to the detriment of my sister Abby 32 female and I. My brother drinks in on the attention and has on more than one occasion made himself the center of attention at either my sister's, or a cousin's special event. Because of this, Abby and I have a strained relationship with Todd and our parents. Unfortunately, Todd met and fell in love with Lucy, 24 female, who announced her own pregnancy at the baby shower my mom held for Abby. When I proposed to my wife Michelle 30 female, I just wanted to elope, but she really wanted her family to be there, so I invited my family out of obligation. While out, my best man Jim 35 male noticed a receipt from a jewelry store slipped out of Todd's pocket. Jim confronted Todd about this, which led to an argument. Jim told me everything and I told Todd that he was no longer going to be a groomsman because I knew he was going to propose at my wedding. Todd cried to our parents, and which led to a blowout. In my parents' eyes, since Todd never admitted that he was going to propose to Lucy at my wedding, I was unfairly judging him. I refused and brought up Todd's past behavior. My parents couldn't refute this and got Todd to agree to not try anything at my wedding. This wasn't enough to convince me to let him be a groomsman, but I warned him that if, as a guest, he'd try anything I would make him regret it. Fast forward to the wedding, and surprise, Todd walked over to Lucy and proposed to her during Michelle's father-daughter dance, and did it in a way so that everyone would notice. Cue my revenge. Jim and I had hired a woman to pretend to be Todd's side piece who cornered Todd and Lucy and claimed that she was pregnant with his baby. Todd denied this, but when she called his phone, I gave her his number and messed with Todd's phone to incriminate him. It didn't look good. Lucy threw the ring back at Todd and left in tears. When Todd saw the smile on my face, he knew that it was me, and I didn't respond to a single call or text from him or my parents until after the honeymoon. Lucy has thrown Todd's stuff out and has been denying access to their kid. Todd is furious and is demanding that I clear his name. I sent him a text saying that I had no idea what he was talking about, as well as a screenshot of a bill for the wedding, and gave a vague message demanding reimbursement for half of the wedding costs. Michelle knew the whole time what I was planning and gave me the green light after Todd ruined her moment with her dad. So I felt pretty good, but now even Abby thinks I went too far.
My brother got my daughter to open up through Mario Kart. My 32 female brother 26 male was discharged from the Navy 2 weeks ago, and my family threw a party to welcome him home. He is an extremely outgoing person and can make anyone smile and laugh. Because he was stationed on 2 aircraft carriers for basically 8 years, he has only met my daughter a handful of times. My daughter, 12 female, is the quietest and shyest person you will ever met. Her father severely abused her as a child and she has extreme trust issues as a result. She only talks to me, her aunt, grandparents, and her best friend. I put her in therapy and she has been making progress, but if you touch her in any way she might have a panic attack. Her social skills are fine, but you need get her to trust you before she feels comfortable around you. I got her a Nintendo Switch for Christmas and she loves it. She is on it 24/7 and she considers it a safe space for her. She does her homework early so she has time to play it and takes it everywhere. She became a little too addicted to the Switch and I had to set some ground rules, but she abides by them and we managed to figure out a healthy amount of time for her to play her games. She recently got into Mario Kart and is currently finding out about all the games in the franchise. My brother has a Wii and gave it to her and she reset the Mario Kart Wii game so she could unlock all the tracks and characters. My brother was a huge Mario Kart fan as a kid. He had every game of the franchise and competed in online tournaments before he went into the Navy. I don't know too much about the game, but I remember him maxing out his account at the 9,999cc, which I think is the highest level you can go. During the party, my daughter was sitting next to my sister like usual when she told him her uncle is really into Mario Kart. I walked over and said she should ask him to play after the party, but she shook her head. I pulled her aside and said my brother would not hurt a fly and he is one of the nicest people in the world. She agreed after I said I would be in the same room with them, and after the party ended I asked my brother to play with my daughter and he said yes. She got her Switch and we sat at the table, and 20 minutes later she was laughing and talking like I never saw her before. My brother was trash talking her and she was giving it back to him. They played for an hour before we left and my daughter was sad to see him leave. She told me he's a lot of fun and wants to get to know him more. Since that day my daughter and brother have been spending a lot of time together and her personality has started to develop. She is talking more and is interacting with her classmates. Her English teacher emailed me to say my daughter volunteered to read a paragraph of the book they are reading and she barely stuttered while reading. She wants to try volleyball again in the fall and asked me to sign her up for tryouts. Yesterday she came home and said she played Mario Kart with a couple of her friends during recess and she asked them herself. She never reaches out to people, so I was surprised. My brother has picked her up from school while I was at work a couple times and she finished her homework by the time I picked her up. I used to beg her to do her homework and now she willingly does it. She is breaking out of her shell and it makes me so happy to see. My brother has been a big part of it. He makes her do her homework, then checks it and sees if it's correct, then they play Mario Kart or they play cards or he teaches her how to throw a ball. I am a little ashamed to say this, but I kind of hope my brother builds a connection with her and she sees him as a positive male role model in her life. She certainly is not going to receive that from her father. Having my brother back home is awesome, but seeing my daughter and her uncle connect warms my heart. My boyfriend won't let me break up with him. I feel like I'm stuck in a relationship I don't want to be in. I'll try to keep this as short as possible. 8 months ago, I, 22 female, met my boyfriend, 32 male, and we hit it off instantly. The age gap was definitely intimidating at first since the oldest I dated was 26. However, since we had a lot in common, I was able to look past it. After a little over a month, he asked me to be his girlfriend, and while I said no at first, I, hesitantly, agreed later. Honestly, looking back at it now, he is very persistent and does not ever take no for an answer. Fast forward to today, we've been together for nearly 7 months. However, since then we've had way more downs than ups in our relationship. This is my first proper relationship, and I also have my V card, which he knows, because I want to save it for someone special. I've had flings in the past who were super persistent, but I've always kept true to myself. I want to do it with someone who I genuinely love and see a future with, not him. My friends have a theory that he won't allow me to break up with him because he still hasn't slept with me. I don't know how true this is. Unfortunately, I realized quickly in the last few months he's not someone I see a future with. I've tried to break up with him 3 times over the space of 2 months, and every time I say it he immediately shuts me down, calls me annoying, and argues I say things on purpose to get on his nerves. I'm sick and tired of this relationship, and we argue all the time. I don't even know why he thinks it's healthy when we argue 95% of the time. Every time I bring this up as a reason to break up, he says that we don't have issues and that everything is perfect between us. I don't know if he's in denial or if he's just trying to make me stay with him. I'm so miserable because I don't know what to do anymore. I've stopped going out and don't respond to any of my friends. I mentioned that I need space recently and he got annoyed and said I do this way too often. I don't want to be with him anymore. The way he dismisses everything I say makes me feel silenced. When I tried to break up with him on the phone, he literally said that I can't do that and that I have no choice in the matter. My friends keep telling me to break things off and are complaining that I'm still with him, saying that I'm leading him on and I have no backbone. I'm genuinely terrified of him because he doesn't seem to want to let me go, and I've had nightmares that I was forced to stay with him until I'm old. I can't even escape him in my dreams. He tried to find my address recently since he doesn't have it. My parents would have a heart attack if they knew I'm seeing someone who's 32. But I'm keeping that away from him since he said if I ever ignore his message he would come to my house personally. I don't know what to do. I feel like I'm losing myself each day I'm in this relationship. I honestly wish I never met him. I feel like my life is out of my control. Update. Hey guys, so an update on the relationship I was in for 7 months. I finally did it and broke up with him. I broke up with him a few weeks ago, messaged him firmly telling him to not contact me and that it's not a negotiation, and blocked him. I've received a few no-caller ID missed calls, but I haven't answered because I know it's him. I know he's probably very shocked that I had the balls to actually break up with him and go through with it since he knew he had a lot of power over me. I'm proud of myself for going through with it and finally taking my power back. I didn't tell my parents. Unfortunately, I don't have the type of relationship that allows me to be comfortable with them about these things. I know they'll probably blame and yell at me, and right now I can't handle that on top of the emotions I'm dealing with. I'm not sure about anything right now. Some days I really miss him and get angry at myself for ending the relationship. Other days I'm so happy that I don't have someone constantly monitoring my every move and silencing me when I say something. I'm confused and hurt at the same time. I love him, but I know I shouldn't after what he did to me. It's harder than I thought it would be. Besides this, I just want to thank everyone who personally messaged me to ask me if I'm okay. I'm getting there day by day, and I started working to keep myself busy and out of the house. Hopefully with time I'll heal.
Today I messed up by being a life art model for my best friend and losing a best friend. So, I'm sure from the title you are all thinking this is just another explicit story or whatever. If you think this is that, I don't blame you, but it definitely wasn't a good experience in my eyes. This didn't happen today but rather last week. But some context first. I go to a university with around 80% women. I'm a man, I'm turning 20 soon, and I'm around the same age as the other students in my year. The university has a campus where all the students live on site and go to lessons in the same building. All the students on campus do the same history course. While everyone does history, there's a thriving art community in the form of clubs, or groups. It's my first year in university when this all went down. There's this super cool girl who lives 2 doors down from me who I've made friends with. She's also my project partner for one of my semester-long research courses, and she helps organize the art club in her spare time. Let's call her Beth for now. Apparently, the art club has occasional life model drawing sessions, where they get one of the members of the art club, usually a woman, to model for the group so they can practice their drawing. I've never been super into art, so this was a surprise to hear when Beth told me about this. I assumed that having a model could become awkward, but I supposed as long as they were all women and it's for art, it's not that bad. So, the day of the mess up, I'm working on my part of the project with Beth in the library when she gets a text. Apparently the student who was going to model got some sort of a virus and was too sick to join. Beth gets really upset. These sessions happen once a month and she doesn't want to miss it. She asks me if I want to model. After all, the girl who was going to model was also a student, so how bad can it be? When Beth asked me this, it was as if she expected me to say no. I should have. Unfortunately, I panicked under my need to please and the unexpected request, and I said yes. After all, why shouldn't I do something different? There's 3 things I messed up here on out. Firstly, for some reason, I don't know why, I assumed the students drawing me would be random students I had never met before. I didn't consider Beth would be among them. Secondly, as I came out of the dressing room, I realized that I knew many of these students since we all live on campus. These were girls, and they were all girls, believe it or not, which isn't super unusual for the art club I knew and walked with to class every day. My main mess up was this: as I removed my dressing gown, trembling with fear like a wet puppy, I got incredibly self-conscious. I was holding a standing pose with my hands on my hips, and I'm aware I don't exactly have washboard abs. I don't know why, but being so in my head about this all made my body react in a weird way and things began to stir below deck. I never got fully stiff, thank God. Unfortunately, for the rest of the hour session, I kept alternating between soft and half-mast due to being caught up in my head. This was incredibly awkward as I had to keep perfectly still, the only thing moving being my meat sausage. Long story short, I've had a few more classes with Beth, but she's refused to meet my eye even once. Her, and a few of the other drawers, treat me nicely enough, but there's this heavy awkward tension every time we interact. It's hard to just find new friends since Beth lives so close to me, so I see her daily. I don't know what to do now and I'm worried I've lost a friend. Destroyed my entire family for only $99. We've all been seeing the recent craze of DNA testing and whatnot, so my dad and I decided to jump in the bandwagon and we bought 2 from 23andMe. We got our results back a few days ago and I went into the DNA relatives section to check out my matches. At the top it listed my dad as only sharing 29.2% DNA with me and being predicted to be a half-brother, which is impossible. This didn't make sense to me since we also shared a paternal haplogroup and we just looked so alike, so he was definitely my father. My cousin also had taken the test a while back and she shared 24.6% with me, also predicted to be my half-sibling. We're supposed to share around 12%, being first cousins. I couldn't think of a genetic relationship that would explain what I was seeing and I had doubts in the accuracy of the percentages, so I made this post on the 23andMe subreddit asking for help. Basically, the shared percentages are extremely accurate and highly unlikely to be false. The only realistic explanation for what I was seeing was that my uncle, my cousin's father and my dad's brother, is my father. Reality hit me in the face like a flying bag of bricks. All the dots lined up and I felt a sense of loss. I sat in my room for an hour just in shock and then I had a feeling of anger come over me. I needed some answers. Without even thinking, I rushed out of my room and confronted my mother downstairs. My mom is a businesswoman and is often away on business trips. She had no idea my dad and I had done one of these tests since she was away on a trip and just got back. My mother and I never had a traditional relationship. She was always focused on her work and my dad ended up mostly raising me. My irrational self didn't even sugarcoat it. I asked her if she cheated on dad with Uncle David. I have never seen the color drain from someone's face so quickly. She looked dumbfounded and then mumbled, "What kind of question is this?" Of course not. I told her everything. The test, percentages, DNA matches, all of it. Crap hit the fan. My mom fell to the ground crying, begging me not to tell dad. I left her there and went back into my room. I called my cousin, now half-sibling, and told her everything. She ended the call screaming, "Dad, now uncle," then came home and stumbled into my room asking what's wrong with mom. I told him everything too. He didn't say anything after calming down. He left the room and I locked the door. For the next few hours, I heard my entire family fall apart outside my door. My parents got into a heated argument and my grandparents rushed over to see what was going on. My aunt-in-law and David showed up shortly later and I'm pretty sure I heard my dad and David get into some physical fight. Utter chaos. I feel like crap. I know it's not my fault, but I can't help feeling that this is all because of me. If I had spent my birthday money on something else, none of this would have happened. But another part of me is glad to know the truth. I'm too scared to go outside. I don't even know what the outcome was. The only noise I hear in the house now is the occasional sobbing coming from my mother. And I'm sure my dad is out of the house. F my life. Update, back to where we were. I eventually left my room, called my dad and he was actually at the hospital with my grandmother. She couldn't handle the situation and had a heart attack right when she went home. I knew my mother was still in the house but I left her there, without saying a word and went to the hospital. I got to the hospital and saw my grandmother. She's in stable condition, and then sat down with my dad to talk. First thing we told each other was that this situation didn't change our relationship. He was still my father and I was still his son. I got the confirmation of my dad and David getting into some altercation. Dad told me he effed him up really hard. My mother had told my dad that she was drunk and David essayed her. The only reason she had not told anyone was out of fear of destroying my father's family. Dad then suggested going to the police. She refused and then started to slightly change her story, making my dad doubt her claim. That's when David and everyone else came over. David claimed my mother was lying to save her own butt, and that they had consensual lovemaking. As of now, my dad and I have no idea who to believe. He says his relationships with my mother and David had always been good. He's not sure what to do. David's wife is filing for divorce since this occurred after they were married. My cousin is holding up alright, although she's still pretty shaken up. My dad and I have been staying with my grandparents for the past week until we figure out what to do. Any advice would help. Thank you.
My ex-boyfriend broke up with me because of my number of bodies. We've only met in December, but I became really attached to him. He found out about my number of bodies in the beginning of January. His is low, 3 including myself. Mine is in double digits and higher than most people's. We are both 24 years old. He initially broke up with me after he found out and I was more or less okay with that. People have preferences and it's okay. He then came back a day later and we got back together. Even though he came back, it was always on his mind. I tried my best to reassure him. The worst thing is I do really regret my past. I hate myself for being so hedonistic. If I had a time machine, I would have saved myself for him. We had our ups and downs. I was trying to be as transparent and genuine, and it seemed like we were working through it. A week ago he said that he doesn't see me as worthy of marriage. That broke me because he knew that I don't see the point in having a committed relationship if building a family is not the final destination. He then said that the past couple of months he decided to emotionally check out and that he was only with me for the lovemaking. I was so heartbroken. I was literally screaming because of the pain, but the worst has yet to come. I asked to see him one last time. I've never seen him so cruel. He called me a slut, and he made fun of me with extremely cruel jokes. I feel so conflicted because I feel like I deserve that. I totally changed my mind about casual intimacy, and at this point I became totally disgusted by lovemaking overall. I am an extremely loyal person. I love this guy so much that I feel like I just can't be with anybody else. I hate myself so much because I messed up. If only I could keep my legs closed, I would have been happy with him. I lost the chance to be with the love of my life over some meaningless intimacy in the past. My adopted brother lied to the internet about our family, and it's wrecking all of us. My brother posted a story online about a week ago to Reddit. In it he claimed his adoptive family, are awful to him. We neglected him, called him cellar rat. Really? Like he's Cinderella? It all sounds fictional because it is fiction. I'm Juliet, and here is the truth. When he was a few months old, my brother, Ben's, parents lost custody of him. I don't know the details to this day, just that they were unsuitable. I suspect substances, as our family has had significant problems with them in the past, but I have no proof of it. His bio parents are our dad's cousin and in-law. Our parents took him and so he wouldn't go into the system, and for the first few years his bio parents tried to get him back. Ultimately, when Ben was 5, our parents adopted him. There has, to my knowledge, never been any specific need or desire in my parents to have a son. I'm a few months older than Ben, and when he was officially adopted nothing changed. He'd already been with us since forever. I genuinely have no idea what he's talking about with, we never accepted him. My sisters and I adored him and each other. I mean, we did everything together. I remember when he and I were 10 and Alicia left for a sleepover. Maria was super sad and we watched our favorite movies all night. We told Mom and Dad we were doing our own sleepover, and when I fell asleep first, Ben and Maria drew on me with marker. This was just one very clear moment. We had more, but this should give you some idea. We tease each other but we love each other, and if we have a genuine problem we say something. When we got older and had to separate rooms, puberty sucks lol, Ben said he wanted the attic. We don't have a basement. We have a separate garage, and an old unused root cellar, but no basement, so we all cleaned the attic, made sure it was warm and safe, and let him have it. We went to his games. He had awesome birthday parties. For his 16th we did a huge bonfire and a ton of his friends came. As far as I know, the presents he got from birthdays and Christmas were what he wanted. He never went hungry. Sometimes we didn't want what was cooked, so we made something for ourselves. I will say a couple years ago he started changing. He started kind of closing himself off, but this was also when really bad stuff happened. My parents both work. Mom's a secretary and Dad's in construction. Well, when I was 15 Dad fell and got hurt really bad. He's still recovering, doing much better, but it was really scary, especially because he couldn't take pain medicine. This is how I found out about the substance problems in his family. Alicia started to struggle at university because of it, and long story short had to be hospitalized herself only a couple months later. I'm proud to say she has been seeing a therapist since then, but we nearly all fell apart. Recently Alicia told me Ben was not great to her at that time. I knew things got kind of chilly between them, but he was almost encouraging according to her. He'd say things like, well, Dad had to work so much to help pay your bills, like it was her fault he got hurt, or, I mean, you've never been that great at school. When she worried about university stuff, even when she asked him to stop and said it was making her feel worse, he kept making comments. Ben told her not to talk too much to the rest of us because Maria and I were trying to take care of Dad in the house while Mom worked extra, and Ben was busy with his sports. It was not his job to help Dad, but it would have been nice to see him try. It's hard to see someone you love in so much pain, but well, I guess it wasn't hard for Ben. I confronted him with what Alicia said a few weeks ago and he flipped out, said our parents were weak-willed baby snatchers and my sisters and I are worth less than him because he's better and stronger, and we're weak and emotional. I have never seen this side of him before, and it was bad. Mom called the police when Ben threw dishes at me and punched a hole in the wall. He's technically of age, so he grabbed some clothes and his papers and left. None of us have spoken to him since, at least I haven't. I don't care right now what happens to him. I still feel scared when someone is holding the dishes. Alicia and Dad are both really upset with themselves. Alicia because she confided in me, and Dad because he thinks he wasn't a good enough role model of a man. Mom and Maria want him to apologize, and until he does he isn't welcome back. And worst of all, we don't know why. We don't know what happened to make Ben do this. We loved him. He was our son and brother. My trans sister changed her name to my current name. My sister came out as trans about 2 years ago. We are not close at all. The last time I saw her was at my college graduation 3 years ago. However, when I heard the news, I sent her a text congratulating her and wishing her well. She's always been the black sheep of the family, interested in different things than me and my family. Kind of the look who came out their cave energy. She's since left our small town in western Massachusetts and moved to Seattle. I currently live in Boston and heard she changed her name. She had a fairly gender-neutral name to begin with and didn't change it initially when she came out. However, 2 months ago I heard from someone who follows her on Instagram that she changed just her first name to my current first name, thus giving her the exact name as me, minus the middle. I immediately called her and asked why she'd do such a thing. She said she'd always liked that name and couldn't find a better one. She went on to say, "We don't really talk. I don't live on the East Coast and never visit. I don't know why this even matters." I explained that I'm kind of embarrassed and feel awkward about this and asked to help her choose a different name that literally isn't mine. I do go back to my hometown somewhat frequently, and so I'll have to deal with this socially with friends and other people we both know when I do end up going back. Anyone from a small town will tell you, word spreads fast. She said she's made up her mind and she intends on sending in the paperwork to change it legally this month. I called my mom and she said she had the same exact conversation with her, but my mom lost her patience and had kind of an argument and said something transphobic in the moment, and they haven't spoken since. My dad hasn't touched this at all, lol. I'm just not sure what to do here, because while it would be nice to be closer to my only sibling, I can't shake that we have the same name. It's weird and annoying, to be honest. How do I go about getting her to change her mind? Or do you think I can't change her mind?
Divorcing my wife because she has been late for 90% of everything we have ever done together. Everyone we know is shocked and confused, but I don't care. No, I'm not having an affair. No, I'm not having a midlife crisis. No, I'm not looking for a younger woman. No, I'm not hiding anything. My wife and I have been together for 12 years. During this time she has not made even the slightest amount of effort to be on time for anything we did. When we were dating, average wait times were 15 minutes to an hour for her to finally effing show up. I waited because I loved her. After marriage she somehow got worse, and after childbirth, she got even worse. She used to blame circumstances for being late every time, but now she just blames our son. I put up with it because I loved her. Example 1. We're currently looking at preschools. We're 15 to 30 minutes late for each meeting because the thing we need most in our lives is for the teachers to believe our son is chronically going to be late for school. It's always something with her. Example 2. I wanted to see a movie in theaters a while ago. She wanted to come too. I had to leave her in a clothing shop because I was going to miss the start of the movie. Of course she was livid. Example 3. A few months ago, we went to see a concert of a group she likes. We were an hour early because of course we were an hour early. It was something that she wanted to do. I'm so sick and tired of it. Dinner reservations are always a toss-up because restaurants in our area have no chill and will cancel your reservation if you're a minute late. Growing increasingly anxious as she stares at her effing phone and trying to ask her in the nicest way possible to hurry up is a horrible feeling. Especially since she will flip her lid the second that I try to tell her we're going to be late. Meeting up with friends, going to a children's event with our son, even trying to take a walk is always an ordeal of trying to get her to put the goddamn phone down and get ready so I don't have to stand there like a dummy. I think my boiling point was last week when I stood at the entrance of our house for 20 minutes with our son, as he grew increasingly impatient, and then seeing she had abruptly decided to start vacuuming the house. I'm getting spammed with calls from mutual friends and family. She went and told everyone that we're getting divorced. Everyone wants to talk me out of it. I just broke after years of patience. I have no regrets. My wife is not the woman I used to know. She let the fame get to her. I know I won't probably get anything meaningful from Reddit, but at this stage of life I don't have a single soul to talk to. I met my wife when I was 15 in high school. She was 17. That later part of my teenage years was probably the hardest of my life, since in half a year I lost my mother, never knew my dad, so she was the only thing I could consider family. At that time, me and my wife were only friends, but she was there for me, and grieved with me. I think I started developing feelings for her during that time. We started dating when I was 17 and we got married 7 years later. For context, my wife was very frugal and unmaterialistic. She never cared about clothes, makeup, brands, cars, etc., always spending money on thrift shops or during sales on whatever she liked. I remember trying to impress her with my 370Z just for her to react with, "What car is this? A Corolla?" So yeah, I think you get the type, but that's what I liked about her the most, and also, she was the most caring person I ever knew. In our family, she's the successful one, always working in big corporations. Regarding myself, I always worked as a community first responder for my local hospital. The salary wasn't high, but I loved my job, helping people as I could. Fast forward, 2 years ago she received an offer from an important company for an executive position, offering 4 times her salary, and let me tell you, her salary wasn't bad by any means, but we should have to move to a different city. At first, I was doubtful, since that would have meant losing my job and not be sure if I could have contributed financially to our family for an indefinite time period. But she said that she could have sustained the family effortlessly with this new job, and for that time I could have looked after the house and groceries till I could have found a new job. Since she was so enthusiastic, I accepted. I was happy to support my wife's career. Well, the best way I can put it is that my wife underwent a crazy transformation, some Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde type thing if you know what I mean. She started caring more and more about luxury brands, jewels, cars, etc. I don't think you can quite imagine my disbelief seeing her coming back home with a Versace bag after seeing her for years wearing $10 coats from our local thrift shop. She also started hanging out with her new female coworkers a lot. My wife isn't very extroverted or very social, so that was quite the shock, but I was very happy for her. I thought that she finally found her dimension after years of struggling. But that happiness started fading after she started coming home way later every day, and later, until it was a miracle to be able to talk to her for 10 minutes a day. I thought it was her being very busy with work, since well, being an executive means lots of work, Till she started posting lots of photos of her with her coworkers drinking, going shopping and stuff. The fun part is, she never finds time to reply to my text, but she always has a minute to post photos, and when she replies, she says that she's working. She also literally stopped saying things to me altogether. Have you ever experienced your wife/husband going to work with an Audi A3 and then coming back home with a Porsche Macan GTS? Well, I did, and let me tell you, it's no fun. I confronted her on if it was a business-issued car, which it isn't, then on why she spent so much money on a car when she didn't care not even a little about cars. Her passive-aggressive response was that it's her money and that she's entitled to do as she pleases. Or have you experienced not seeing your wife or husband coming back home for a night and not replying to text just to receive a call the following afternoon saying that she forgot to tell me that she left for a business trip? Well, I hope you haven't. But the worst is when she invited me for lunch with her coworkers. I was very happy because that was the first time we were doing something together in months, and I thought that what I've experienced before was only a phase and that it was all ended. My wife left first because she had work to do, so I dressed up nicely and left 2 hours after to the scheduled restaurant. For context, I sold my 370Z years before because I didn't need a sportswear anymore, so my daily driver is a very frugal Renault Clio. I like it, and since I don't need that much, I don't have reasons to upgrade to a pricier model or brand. Well, I get to the restaurant, park my car in front of it, get inside just to see my wife staring at me like horror-stricken. She gets up from the table and takes me outside of the restaurant, then proceed to literally insult me for parking my Clio in front of the restaurant and in front of her table, saying that I embarrassed her and that I should have parked it somewhere hidden. I was completely at a loss for words. I asked her why, and she said that it was a cheap, non-luxury car, not representative of her lifestyle. She then gets back inside the restaurant, warning me not to embarrass her like this again. I attended the rest of the lunch in shock. That day I realized that girl I had at my side wasn't my wife. It wasn't the girl I married anymore. My wife is now out of the house, celebrating a great year for the company, and I'm here at home writing this with the divorce papers in front of me. I don't think I can handle this situation anymore. I tried lots and lots of times to talk to her, to tell her how I feel, to tell her that she changed, that she's not the same woman I knew, but she just doesn't listen. She always says that she has no time and that she needs to work, or she tries to minimize the situation saying that it's not true and that she never changed. She wanted kids, now she doesn't want them anymore, saying that they would rob her time from her career. She wanted to travel, now she doesn't want to do it, for the same reason. Is she really the same woman I married? But still, I can't bring myself to talk about divorce with her, most likely because I hope that somewhere hidden inside of her there's still the woman I loved and still love, even if this doesn't seem like the case. Left, ghosted, my fiancé because I found out I was just an option early on in our relationship. We did distance early in our relationship for reference. I was away a decent amount for work but eventually got to be home more. I never even considered breaking my commitment to her. We got engaged a little over a month ago, dated for about a year prior. About 2 weeks ago I was borrowing her MacBook for some studying. She's working on her master's and was in class at the time. I saw a text pop up from her best friend whom I don't really like. She's a bad influence in my opinion. Enough said. Regardless, my nosy self goes through their messages backdating to when we first started dating. So anyway, to keep this fairly short, there were 2 other guys I know of for sure she entertained enough to go out with, kiss, made out all night in her words, send pictures to, and brag about it to her best friend I don't care for. Oh, and let's not forget she spent the night with one too. She never sent nudes or anything over text even to me, but a lot of the pictures she sent me, they also got. I confronted her when she got back from class and she made excuses for everything and shamed me for going through her messages. I know I shouldn't have, but either curiosity or instincts from back then got to me. She admitted she kissed one of the guys one night she got too drunk and fell asleep in the same bed, but fully clothed in her words. Who knows? I slept on the couch that night. I was so pissed. My mind was made up right then and there I was going to leave. If she's going to do that early on in our relationship, I can't honestly trust her ever again. A few days go by and I make it seem like I'm good and over it just to buy time to collect myself. I got myself situated, and made up some null crap story that I wanted to get her engagement ring engraved while she was in class. She agreed. The next day while she was in class I packed myself up and drove to a close friend's place to crash. Blocked her on everything. It's been over a week of no communication. I don't plan to communicate further at all to be honest, and I honestly just need to get it out there. I feel like I'm getting in my head. I felt so betrayed as I was always so loyal and committed, enough to put a ring on her finger. Now I'm just chilling, not sure where I'm at emotionally, trying to stay productive and keep my mind off it, coming to Reddit for validation or something I guess lol. My wife just told me she made an OF about 3 months ago and I don't know how to react. My wife and I have been together for a little over 9 years, married for 7, no kids yet. We are in good jobs both making over 100K a year, active social and intimate life, not at the same time. Yesterday she told me the dreaded 11 words no one in a relationship wants to hear. OP, I need to be honest about something, please don't be mad. Naturally, that put me on edge and I started thinking the worst. She then explained how one of her friends from college reached out and invited her to lunch. This I knew about, and she explained how she was doing well but recently got into OF and explained how much she was making off of it. She was thinking of making it her full-time job. Then she suggested that my wife should think about it. My wife is beautiful and is in good shape, more on the curvy side, tattooed, goth type, and just overall a beautiful person. She then said she looked into it more and was amazed at how many people had OF and were making good money off of it. She wanted to see if it was something she would be successful with, just as a way to make more money. She made an account and posted 9 photos over the 3 months or about every other week. 3 of the pics were of her in dresses she had tried on for an event we went to. nice for the event, but not one you would bring to church or to grandma's house. 3 were of her when we went on a trip of her in a bikini. 3 were of just her feet when she got her nails done. I don't get the whole foot thing. All of the pics I had seen or had taken myself, all also posted on her private Snapchat, so nothing too provocative or inappropriate in my eyes. She disclosed how much she made, her thoughts behind it, but then she showed me some messages, people want more, requesting content, and just some nasty comments. She asked my thoughts. I told her I didn't care about the photos, but what hurts the most is the fact she hid this for 3 months, that I asked her 2 months ago why she was acting weird, like she wanted to tell me something, then gaslit me for weeks. She said she was afraid of how I would react. I said then, hiding it for an additional 2 months while still actively posting on it was any better. I don't know what to say anymore. I needed time to think. That is where I am now. Like I said, I don't care about the pics. She did say she wanted to post more content that is more on the adult side, which I'm conflicted about, but I cared more about the fact she did this, hid it from me, continued doing it while gaslighting me to the point I thought I was doing something wrong in our relationship, and was being paranoid. I don't know what to think. I need all the opinions I can get, but please be respectful. It's that story you've never been able to tell. When I was 17, I worked at a grocery store with a guy named Brian, normal guy, mid-20s, lil chub, didn't really think much of him. One day he tells me about how he lives in an apartment by himself and that his neighbors are absolutely crazy, like they would yell at him to be quiet, pound against the wall to get him to shut up, even though he wouldn't be doing anything. He would sneeze, and his neighbors would scream at the top of their lungs from next door. It was that bad. To be honest, I didn't really care much when he was telling me this. I just wanted to go home and not work anymore. Couple days go by and I noticed that Brian wasn't showing up anymore. Whatever, didn't think much of that either. A month or 2 goes by and he finally shows back up to work. So, being the nice friend I am, I asked him where he's been. He tells me he was actually fired because he was in the hospital. I didn't think that was a valid reason to fire someone. But what do I know? I didn't comment on that. I asked him why he was in the hospital and he told me it was for personal reasons. I tell him it was good having him back, and carried on with my day. Fast forward a couple days to me talking to another coworker who was good friends with Brian. He says, "Did you hear what happened to Brian?" "Yeah, he was in the hospital and was fired or something." "Do you know why though?" "No, he said it was personal." So this is what happened a couple months ago before Brian disappeared. He was at home by himself, when his neighbors, surprise, start yelling at him through the walls for being too loud. Brian, telling himself I've had enough, decides to call the police and have them deal with it. The police arrived and started talking to the neighbors for quite some time. Hours go by with the police and neighbors, so he calls the police again to ask what's taking so long. The police respond with, "We left like an hour and a half ago." Turns out that the neighbors were never yelling at him. In fact, they were never there. Brian was schizophrenic and was hearing voices in his head. He had to go to a mental hospital for a month. Date: my wife is not the woman I used to know. She let the fame get to her. Well, after that business party my wife didn't come back home. I tried contacting her since I was very worried, but she didn't pick up the phone, not even once. She came back home in the morning exactly when I was about to leave for her workplace to ask about her. I asked her what happened, and she said she stayed at this female coworker's house since she drank a lot and she was in no condition to drive. Fair enough. I told her that she could have sent a text to warn me, and that I would have gone to get her. Her response was, "With what, the Clio?" I stood there in silence, and she later said that she forgot about warning me. I asked how she was feeling, only to be answered in monosyllables. We minded our own business for a while. Then she comes to me and she says she has something to discuss about. I tell her that I have something to discuss with her too, and well, would you look at that, she asked for divorce. I wasn't expecting that at all. I asked her why, and her reply was that after talking to her friends she understood that I wasn't fit to be her husband, that we have different values and different lifestyles, and that she deserves a man of a similar worth compared to her. She was just waiting for the right time to brought it up, and after the party she made up her mind. I'm going to be completely honest, that was a low blow, but I just smiled at her. I tried talking to her, proposing to separate for a while to see how things go. I even proposed couple therapy like someone suggested, but she was dead set on it, so I calmly told her everything I needed to say, from the fact that I was thinking about divorce to the fact that I felt like she changed, concluding saying that I'm sure she will find an awesome man since I know her worth, having been her husband for more than 9 years, but that I know what I'm worth too. We decided to separate for the moment, and we will arrange the divorce later on, since she has no time now, but we have a verbal agreement on some things. I decided to go back to my hometown to relax and to decide what's next for me. I should be able to regain my previous position in the hospital, but it's all to see. Also, one of my friends there offered to host me until I found in housing. I'm really grateful to him. But well, I understood that my wife couldn't care less about me when the lengthiest discussion we had concerned who was taking the dog. For context, we got him a month after moving since she always wanted one and to keep me some company. But in 2 years, she probably spent the equivalent of 2 hours with him. I always took care of him and well, he's been a more than loyal companion in those 2 years. So, she literally made a fuss about the fact that I couldn't take the dog with me, for maybe half an hour or so. I told her that I didn't care at all. I was taking him with me since she doesn't have time to care for him, and it was very strange for her to say those things when she didn't care not even a bit about him for 2 years. So I packed the necessities and before leaving, I asked her if she was cheating on me and she denied, and I will trust her on that. I read a lot of people in the previous post talking about hiring a private investigator, but I'm not going to do that. I trust what she said, and even if it wasn't the truth, I honestly don't want to hear anything about it. It would only make me feel worse. I feel calm, but inside I feel like I've lost an important piece of myself. The things she said didn't hurt me initially, however the more I think about them, the more heartbroken I feel, but I'm trying to focus on nicer thoughts, like meeting one of my old friends which I haven't seen in a long time. I'm still trying to process everything, it all happened so fast, though I must say that seeing my dog so happy inside the Clio brightened up my mood a lot. He loves car rides. Even if things went down this road, I still wish her all the best. I could never forget what she did back then for me and in general in those 16 years spent together as a couple. I may do another update in the future about how things went, but for now, goodbye. I will take some time to focus on myself and on the upcoming divorce. Again, thanks to everyone, take care.
I delivered my friend's fetus. My friend took a pill to terminate her pregnancy that she thought was 3 months along. She started getting sick and having contractions that we didn't know were actually contractions. After hours of her being sick in and out of excruciating pain, she wobbles to the toilet and screams, my baby, my baby. We rush into the room and there it is, a small fetus attached to her. Nobody could do it. I stepped up and did it. I first reached in and coddled the fetus with my hand and cut its navel and removed it from the umbilical cord. I removed it out of the toilet. I wrapped it in a towel. I cut my friend's umbilical cord and cleaned her off and she seems to be okay now. I don't know how to feel. I'm glad I knew what to do, by the power of whatever is vested inside of me. They all looked at me asking me how I did it and how I was able to be so calm. I just did it. She gave birth to a miscarried fetus, but her body contracted it and she had stimulated contractions due to the medication, but the fetus had distinguished private area, arms, legs, a head, small bones, a rib cage, eyes, fingers, it was all there. It fit in my hand. It was like a small doll. The fetus was male. This was the mother's last option. We live in Louisiana. How can I help my friend? How do we all move forward? Please guide me.
Anyone have stories of confronting your bullies years later? I was 15 and moved to Philly from Texas. I had a pretty strong accent and had never been out of the state before, so I didn't know what to expect socially. On my first day of school I had the bad judgment to wear a Dallas Cowboys jersey thinking people will just laugh. Throughout the day, I got a few dirty looks and a few "you've got balls" comments. Last period goes by and I'm waiting for my bus out front when this huge Guido comes up and starts talking crap. I tell him to piss up a rope and next thing I know, I'm on the ground. He gets suspended and I'm told not to antagonize things. Time goes by and he's a constant pain in my life, bullying me around on a weekly basis. He outweighed me by about 75 pounds thanks to his steroid use and had a temper to match. I got my butt handed to me many times thanks to him and his manipulations. We graduate and I don't see him for a few years. I had always been into cooking and decided that's what I wanted to do with my life, so I went to culinary school and started working in the industry. I worked my way up the ladder quickly thanks to focus, a willingness to sacrifice a social life and hard work. A few years later I was the executive chef of a small bistro and we had a policy of taking a prisoner on work release from the county jail as part of a rehabilitation program. The owner was a great guy who grew up without guidance and made some bad decisions early in life that got him thrown in jail for a few years. He got out, got a job as a dishwasher where the owner of that place saw some promise and took him under his wing, giving him the life lessons he never got from his family and so on. This was his way of paying forward what he got. We had gone through a few guys that seemed to do well and so far the program was working out well. One day we were slated to get a new guy and guess who walks in the door? He doesn't notice me at first but then is introduced to me as his direct boss. The owner starts to introduce me but I interrupt saying that we already know each other quite well and need no introductions. I told the owner about our history, not leaving any details out, and he asks me what I want to do. I tell him give me a few minutes in the walk-in, large walk-in refrigerator that is soundproof. With him and it's all good. I take him in there and ask him why he was in jail and where he was in his head. I also told him how I would treat him was up to him and that this could go well or he could turn right around and go right back to jail. He ended up breaking down and spilling his heart out to me, between substances, an awful household and having no real friends in school due to a total lack of social skills. He had no idea how to have a real relationship. He told me that the days he would be awful to me were the days after his old man would lay his hands on him when he got wasted. His life just went downhill after school and he ended up getting busted for dealing. I told him to clean himself up and I'd do my best to show him how to get himself together. He ended up being one of the hardest workers I have ever seen. 5 years later he ended up being my sous chef. He has his own restaurant now and we guest chef at each other's place all the time. I wouldn't trade his friendship for the world.
My boyfriend took his shirt off in front of me for the first time. My boyfriend and I have been together for 8 months and he has been hesitant to take his shirt off around me. He was essayed by one of his uncles from the age of 9 until he was 13 years old and the trauma he has is still there. He never took his shirt off as a kid and gets really uncomfortable when people touch him. He didn't let me hug him or hold his hand the first month we were together, and the first time he asked for a hug I nearly cried. He is the most handsome man in the world and has the biggest heart imaginable. I'm happy to be his girlfriend. He is really into fitness and goes to the gym almost every day. He started working out when he was 15 as a way for him to take back control of his body and he really enjoys it. He struggles with anxiety and considers me and the gym his safe spaces. He has really nice body and works hard to maintain his physique. Last night he came to my apartment and was complaining about being sore. We were laying on my bed watching TV and he kept moving around and trying to get comfortable. He fell down some stairs 2 months ago and sprained his AC joint, and yesterday was the first time he has been able to work out that shoulder. He was really uncomfortable, so I asked him if I could rub and massage it for him. He shut the idea down, but I assured him that he was safe with me and I would not do anything to him he didn't want. He was still unsure but said he wanted to take this step with me. I offered to take my shirt off with him, and after a minute of reassurance he agreed. We took off our shirts and he looked so beautiful. He moved up in front of me and I began rubbing his shoulders. He flinched at first but relaxed and said it was helping. He asked me not to touch his lower back, so I stayed around his shoulders and neck. I massaged his shoulders for about a half hour and told him all the things I love about him, and he was so calm and relaxed. He spent the night, and when I woke up this morning he was in between my arms. We didn't go to sleep like that, so he must have moved next to me in the middle of the night. I started rubbing his back and he woke up and moved closer. It was our first time sharing a moment of intimacy and it was so beautiful. He left an hour later and sent me a text thanking me for treating him with love and respect. I did it. He trusts me with his body. I will love and respect him for as long as I live. Lady gynecologist shamed me. I 24 female found a lump/cyst in my you-know-what. I got super concerned and fixed an appointment. I specifically went to see a lady doctor cause I knew I'd be physically examined. When I went to her chamber, she asked me about my sexual history and all the nitty-gritty details, which I thought was pretty normal. I think it's common for health practitioners to gather intimate health history from patients. I told her I've made love before, but I'm definitely not intimately active. Had 4 partners in the past and I'm always safe. Then she stresses, "So you don't have your card?" The question was unsettling. Now I live in a small town where lovemaking is a hush-hush subject. She was pretty pushy and adamant and kept asking about my intimate adventures. Her words, which I thought was completely unnecessary. When I asked for the diagnosis, rudely with a little smirk on her face she said, "You should know better since you're the one screwing around." I was told quite rudely to relax if I wanted to be helped. Then she asked me to run some blood test and get back to her. I was in disbelief. Shocked to say the least. I legit walked out of her office, made an immediate appointment with a senior male OBGYN. I was so mad at this lady that exposing my lady bits to a male was least of my concerns now. Shame went out the window. My experience with the male was smoother and simply no nonsense. He was professional and articulate. I was told it's a Bartholin cyst and not cancer that I thought it was. He was nice enough to even draw me a diagram to show how the gland gets obstructed and the cyst forms. Anyway, my point being, why are some doctors so desensitized about people's problems? I chose to go to a lady expecting her to understand my problems, but rather I feel like I was shamed and subjected to slew and snide remarks. Silence, shame and abuse are real in healthcare now. I worry about people, especially underage girls who will be subjected to treatment like this. I wonder how common are practices like these. I can only imagine how hard it must be for women who go for abortions. Please, if you have a girlfriend, sister or any women in your family, make sure that they feel safe and comfortable with their doctor. From a health perspective, what I went through is dangerous for patients who are vulnerable. You want to be as clear with your clinicians as you possibly can. Doctors should provide competent medical care with compassion and respect for human dignity and rights. They shouldn't be making assumptions and judgments. Today's experience shook me to the core. Stay safe, you all. I didn't listen to Reddit and came to Egypt. I hate it so much. As the title says, I came to Egypt on holiday and was so dang excited. As a well-traveled person, I thought people were exaggerating how crap it is. So I've been here 3 days and have 5 more to go, and I'm ready to go home. I hate it. The people are awful. I feel like an ATM machine to them. It's so draining doing anything because everybody is trying to extort you. I came with 2 friends on the same day and another flew in from another place, so arrived at the hotel after us and got a whole different price for the same room. I'm so drained. Today a taxi driver locked the doors and wouldn't let me out after paying him the agreed hotel taxi price. He wanted dollars for the grace of God to be with me. I'm so done. I have 5 more days to go. I will stay inside the hotel and not go anywhere. Also, the hotel is filthy. I cleaned my room myself today. Buying toilet brushes is really not hard. I hate it here. I'm sorry, Reddit. I didn't listen. Edit. The worst part was the incredible moment I saw the pyramids was ruined by extortionists everywhere. They lied. You can't walk in or drive. You have to go on a horse cart. I didn't want to because I don't like using animals in tourist places. I feel most of them are used. I reluctantly agreed only to get in and realize we have been duped. Also, they told us it was $30 each to see the pyramids, only to look at a sign and calculate on the way out that it was $8. Another edit. I am not from a developed country or anything and am not looking down on any culture. I am black, I am female and I am African. I am from a developing country. I have long braids and am not sure if that is contributing. I assumed it's just because I am a foreigner. I am not African American. I am a literal African who wanted to visit another African country with a rich history that I fell in love with decades ago. I am currently in Sharm el-Sheikh. I took a guided boat tour today which I had pre-scheduled, which was nice, but still, you have to stop at these places before where they're trying to sell you all this stuff. I'm just drained. I don't have Egyptian friends, unfortunately. We are 3 black Africans, 1 female who is me and 2 males. We are all just friends and thought it would be awesome.
Whacked my girlfriend out of reflex when I woke up to her doing certain things to me. I feel horrible for what I did. How do I even start this? Let me just start by saying that I would never lay my hands on her intentionally, let alone hurt her in any way. My girlfriend has a very high intimate drive unlike me, and therefore she is the one to initiate it most of the time. It took me a few years to fully trust her, but she was such a loving and caring person who understood my trauma and was always able to control herself even with her high intimate drive. When I was a child I was SA'd by my own egg donor. I remember the awful things she's done to me and I tried to defend myself. But I was just a little boy and she was a grown woman. I wouldn't call her mother because that's not what mothers do. This traumatized me and it destroyed every relationship I tried to build with a woman. It was hard for me to trust one until my girlfriend appeared, and she always respected my consent so far. Yesterday evening she wanted to make love and I told her I wasn't in the mood right now, and then I turned around. I woke up in the middle of the night to my blanket gone and her doing you know what to me. My heart started beating really fast. All the anxiety I felt as a child came back, and before I realized I whacked her so hard she fell off my side of the bed. I immediately realized what I just did. The only thing I thought about was that I did that to her. She held her cheek while looking at me with a shocked face before starting to cry. I wanted to comfort her and apologize, but she ran out of the room into the bathroom where she cried her eyes out and then she went to sleep on the couch. I apologized repeatedly but she refuses to talk to me. I feel so bad. I know I am a horrible person and there is no excuse for this. But what can I do so that she speaks to me again? Is there anything I can do so she forgives me? Update 1. When I made the original post I definitely didn't think it would blow up like this. And I certainly didn't expect the comments to be so one-sided. And I didn't expect them to be on my side. I expected nothing but people telling me how horrible I was, and I felt that this would be the only comment I deserved. But after reading literally thousands of comments I slowly began to realize what actually happened there. You have to understand that this moment shocked me to the core, and this shock still was there when I uploaded the original post. I saw myself as the absolutely disgusting hurtful person because of it. I never wanted to hurt anyone, but I realized now that it was a trauma response. When I woke up to her doing that to me it felt like my whole body was controlled by someone else. Like I was controlled by strings that forced me to react like that. And the more comments I read the more I was sure about that. One day after the post, after thousands of comments and many DMs, I talked to her about it and I broke up with her. Because all of this made me realize that my perspective of loving and caring was pretty messed up. I realized that she showed me the bare minimum of compassion someone should have in a relationship, and I noticed many toxic patterns I haven't realized before. But going into them now would not only be irrelevant to the actual topic, but it also would take way too long for this update post. By the way, she refused to apologize to me and demanded an apology from me. Besides my now ex-girlfriend I only had one friend. I don't have an actual mother or a father. I don't have grandparents or siblings, just this one friend, so I really lack of healthy bonds in my life. Breaking up with her was a hard thing to do, but it was necessary. She currently stays with her mom, who also called me yesterday to ask why I broke up with her, and I saw no reason to lie and just told her everything. She was quiet on the phone for a while and then just told me her daughter's ex-boyfriend broke up with her for a similar reason. She said it wasn't the same situation but a similar one, and then she apologized. She didn't go into details, but if I'm interpreting it correctly, my ex seems to have a thing for traumatized men. But again, there is no evidence to support that claim. That's just how I would interpret this conversation with her mom. So what am I going to do now? Well, I'm going to therapy and probably won't enter a new relationship anytime soon. I focus on myself and I have to heal. No, I won't press charges because that would mean that I would have to deal with it in a negative way and put energy into it that I just don't have. I hope you can understand that. Her mom is probably going to punish her anyway. And losing the respect of a person you love dearly, I can imagine that's worse than what she would get as a punishment from the court. As for you, I would like to thank you all for your comments. Thank you all so much. Update 2. I can't believe that I'm updating again after such a long time, but now something happened and I think some of you might be interested. If you read my previous posts about this topic, you know what happened. It's been a few months, so not everyone might know about it. So a few months ago I was in a relationship with someone who SA'd me and I defended myself by slapping her in a trauma response. Back then I felt terrible, but this wonderful community made me realize I was the victim. I've been through a healing process, and even though the scars of my past may never fully heal, they definitely can be brought to a point where I can live with them and it's perfectly fine. However, what happened that I felt the need to update you? Well, apparently my ex got reported by someone. The letter arrived today and they need me as a witness. Probably another guy who she felt the need to re-traumatize, or maybe even her ex. Who knows? Wouldn't be the first time. I'm not quite familiar with the details yet, but I think I'm ready. A few months ago the wounds were fresh and I had to put myself first. This is why I refused to report her myself. I explained back then that if I reported her then I would have been forced to deal with this again in a negative way and put energy into it that I just don't have. But maybe I can get something close to justice now that I feel better. I think I'm going to do it. Final update. My girlfriend dated me because of a dare. Man, sorry it took so long. I got busy with graduation and was waiting for things to be finished up. Now that I think it is, this may be the final update to conclude this mess. My ex got grounded, of course. All technology has been stripped away and she was forced to delete all her socials in front of her dad, besides Facebook cause of family connections. She isn't allowed out of the house and he's hoping to get her a job over the summer. All that money will be directly funded to her college savings and none for spending. So laughing my butt off. Her dad also messaged me that she ended up ratting out her friends' addresses and he went to each house to talk to the parents. I don't know what happened to them, but some were furious at graduation. I know they had a huge fight with my ex and everyone dropped her as a friend. They dropped each other as well. The whole friend group basically crumbled except like 2 of them. I'm pretty sure my ex probably has 1 or 2 friends left, if any at all. She was well popular then dropped to the bottom of the food chain. It's hilarious. None of the girls confronted me, except my ex. She met her after graduation where I was heading back to the car with my parents. She stopped me midway. She apologized profusely and admitted she never actually saw me as a lover, but as a best male friend. She realized how much we had in common when she took me on that date and wanted to get to know me more. She's a lesbian, but wanted to keep the charade of us pretending to be lovebirds so her friends wouldn't think she's a freak for liking girls. They're quite homophobic and would have dropped her. They did anyway, so She also used the whole prank card as an excuse to not break up, since I could have told people and word would have been spread around and it could have ruined her reputation too, which is why they did the whole getting me framed for cheating thing. I'm surprised she suspended it for several months and got that far. It's impressive actually. If I hadn't caught her in time, she probably would have gotten through with it due to pressure. So basically she used me so people think she's straight and also not ruin her reputation if she came out that it was a prank to date me. The only thing I forgave her for was her being a lesbian. I'm a straight cis male, but I can't imagine how scary it might be to be in a circle full of homophobics, whom you knew since you were kids. If I was gay, she didn't want to be discarded as a social outcast. I'm sure she would have found plenty of friends who would have accepted her for who she is. We don't live in the 1900s, lol. Still, I understand why. I honestly would have rather her come out as a lesbian than using our relationship as a prank. It would have been so much easier to handle. In the end, I told her to leave me alone and that I blocked her. She understood and left. She was sobbing so much and was having a panic attack in the parking lot. I had to drag her away from my parents at one point since I didn't want them finding out what's been going on. I only told them we broke up and this is a final conversation to clear things up. I do feel bad for her, but I can't help her. I do hope she finds better friends honestly. Anyways, that's all for the update. I told her dad that I made a Reddit post about this situation. I didn't want to out her, so I asked him to ask her if it would be okay. She said yes. I don't know if she read my posts or not, but she definitely now knows I wrote about her to Reddit. Oops. My wife and her best friend accused me of having an affair, then got angry when I didn't have one. I 31 male and my wife 29 female had a baby last December. It was a traumatic birth and my wife developed postpartum depression. While she was originally going to go back to work after the birth, she's been struggling enough that we decided to wait until our daughter was a year old and reassess. She has been going to therapy weekly, with my wife home full time. I've had to work increased hours. This is something we discussed prior to making this decision and she knew this from the start. A few weeks ago, my boss approached me about a project that would require a lot of overtime in a short amount of time. It would both be great financially and for my career. I talked to my wife about it and she agreed that I should say yes to my boss. For the 4 weeks I'd be working on this, my mother-in-law and her best friend Jessie, 29 female, would come help out with some of the duties that I typically do. Jessie is a stay-at-home mom with a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old. She began coming over during the day and would watch the kids with my wife. 3 weeks into the project, it became clear that we'd need a few more weeks to get it together. I went home that night and talked to my wife about it. She said she was okay with it, but got very cold in the days after. It wasn't unusual behavior over the past few months, so I didn't think much about it and tried not to take it personally. During the last week of the project, I got home one night and saw that Jessie was still at the house. I didn't think much about it, said hi to her and my wife, and then went to go check on our daughter. Before I could get to her room, I heard Jessie say something along the lines of, "He doesn't even stop to greet you. Definitely a sign." I turned around and asked what it was a sign of. Immediately, my wife started crying and Jessie started accusing me of having an affair. She told me that I must hate my wife because she has postpartum depression and I'm not attracted to her because she gained weight from the pregnancy. Neither of these things are true. I'm trying my best to help my wife through her postpartum depression while supporting our family, and I think she looks great how she is right now. She just hasn't wanted to have sex and I haven't pushed. Jessie then demanded to see my phone. I told her no. She told me that's a sign that I'm guilty. I told my wife that I would let her see my phone if she wanted to. She nodded and something inside me broke. I guess it was the thought that she actually believed I was having an affair really got to me, and that she didn't trust me after everything we've been through. Well, she looked through the phone and there was no evidence. Jessie started saying that I deleted the evidence. She started screaming and woke up our daughter, so I told her to get out of the house. Eventually, she left and I went to calm our daughter since my wife was still on the couch crying. When my daughter was asleep again, I sat down by my wife and tried to talk to her about what's been happening. She told me that she's been worried ever since I started working all the overtime. I told her that we'd talked about how good of an opportunity it was and she agreed to letting me take on this project. She said it was very suspicious to increase the length of the project. I told her that sometimes that happens. She wanted more evidence, so I showed her messages and emails with timestamps from work and pay stubs showing the overtime. She said she believed me and was sorry for doubting me. It was just that Jessie had been telling her that these were all signs that I was cheating. I asked her why she believed Jessie more than me, and why she didn't come to me with her concerns. She didn't have a real answer. It's been a couple weeks and the project is over. I actually scaled back and I'm trying to work a little less than I was before the project so I can spend more time with my wife and daughter. But I feel so burnt out trying to do everything and becoming resentful because in the back of my mind, I know that my wife doesn't trust me. I ask myself, what happens the next time I have a project, or I have to run errands one day, or if I have a business trip, am I going to come back every time to accusations that I'm cheating? I've tried bringing it up a couple times but my wife tells me it's not the time and that she's tired or sad. I try to be mindful of her feelings but I wonder if that means that I can never have any of my own. I'm not sure what to do here. Any advice for how I can move forward? Update. That night I approached my wife and told her that I was going to find a therapist. I didn't connect it to her accusations or anything. Just said that I was having a tough time and needed therapy. She shrugged and told me to do whatever. Next day, I got home from work and our room and my home office were ripped apart. Things everywhere. Important papers scattered. I don't see her but our daughter's in her room crying. My wife left her alone. Her cell phone's off. I call my in-laws and a few friends, but no one's seen her. I'm starting to get worried and I call my mom to see if she can babysit while I go out and look for her. Before my mom can get home, my wife gets back. Jessie's driving. Jessie doesn't come in. She hasn't been back in the house since I kicked her out because she was offended by my behavior. But my wife does. She's clearly upset. Been crying. I ask what happened. I thought at first the house might have been robbed. She starts screaming at me that I'm being unfaithful and that the therapy is a front so I can meet my mistress. I try to calm her down and tell her that's not true, but she came at me and she whacked me. My nose is broken. She kind of realized what she did and sat down on the couch and went comatose. Just stared at the wall. I went into my daughter's room and locked the door, called my mom to tell her what happened. She was already on her way, and my mother-in-law to ask her to come over and take care of my wife. I packed a bag for my daughter and when my mom got there, we left. My wife didn't even look up. We dropped my daughter off with my dad and then went to urgent care for my nose. I got blood all over my mom's new Subaru. My daughter and I are staying with my parents for a while and my wife's staying with hers. I am looking into getting a restraining order against Jessie. My wife and I are separating. I love her but I won't live with someone who hurts me and who could potentially hurt our daughter. I am not going forward with a divorce yet, with the hopes that my wife will get the treatment she needs and we can work things out. My in-laws told me that they're looking at inpatient treatment at a local hospital, but I also have everything well documented in case of an eventual custody battle. My heart's broken because I know this isn't my wife, this is a sickness in her mind, but I need to keep myself and our daughter safe and give her the space to recover. I'm hoping that this is the right decision. Thanks again everyone. Update 2. Do I let the woman I fought with my wife's death let her speak at her funeral? My wife passed on early Monday morning, convinced by her friend Jessie that I was having an affair that I did not have. She had a mental break, which resulted in my taking our infant daughter and staying with my parents for a while. She was with her parents, who planned on taking her to the hospital for inpatient treatment on Monday. On Sunday night she came to my parents' house and demanded I give her our daughter. Because she had left her alone for several hours the last time she was responsible for her and had gotten physical with me, I refused. I offered to let her come in and spend time with her while my parents and I were present, but she didn't want to come in and wanted to take our daughter with her. She was upset but left eventually. A few hours later, she drove her parents' car into a tree and passed away. The friend, Jessie, came to see my daughter and me yesterday. After some tears, she told me that she was planning to speak at my wife's funeral. She had already cleared it with my in-laws but was letting me know as a courtesy. I told her she would not be speaking at the funeral. We fought and she left after telling me that I was an asshole and not the only person who loved my wife. I talked to my in-laws who were adamant that Jessie be allowed to speak. She and my wife knew each other since they were kids and my in-laws are close to her. We're all very fragile right now and I fear that pushing this further would hurt my relationship with my in-laws, which I don't want. Still, the thought of seeing Jessie up there at my wife's funeral makes me feel sick. I don't think I can stand to listen to her, knowing that she took joy in my wife's deteriorating mental health and picked up my wife, leaving my daughter home alone. That being said, I don't trust myself to make the best decisions right now. My mind's clouded by grief, guilt, and fear. My parents are split on what to do and I don't have the energy to reach out to my friends, so I'm coming here again to ask for your advice. Thank you. Been reverse pickpocketing my parents for years, and I think I'm addicted to it. When I was younger, I noticed how excited my mother would get over finding money on the ground or in the wash, even if it was only $1. Once I was a bit older and had a job, I realized that I had money I could spend however I wanted. My parents didn't really like receiving random gifts when it wasn't a holiday or birthday, so I started sneaking 1s and 5s into their wallets, bags, and even coat pockets. It made me so happy to see how excited my mom would get even though it wasn't much money, and sometimes my dad would bring home candy with the surprise, extra money. I'm an adult now and still live with my parents. They let me live with them super cheap even though money has been a little tight the last few years. They don't like it when I just give them money to help, even if they pay me back. I've started reverse pickpocketing 10s and 20s. My mom gets especially excited and tells me all about the money she found. My dad doesn't vocalize that he found it. He just brings home ice cream or fast food for the family. The problem is, I can't stop. It's not putting me at a detriment because they don't charge much for rent, but I'm worried I'll get caught soon. I'll probably stop once our financial situation is a bit better in a year or so. I just absolutely love the smile it brings to my mother's face, and the smile my dad has when he surprises us with a special treat. It's worth the $20 to $30 every paycheck. I don't do it too often, but it's been going on for so long I think I'm addicted to it.
My dad kept his no questions asked, just call me for help promise. My 13 female, dad is a good dude. He's not perfect. He'll get pissed over smaller things sometimes that I think aren't worth the trouble. He gets a bit too drunk with his coworkers occasionally and gets banished from my parents' bedroom. All in all though, good dad. One thing that I've been told again and again since I was in elementary school is that if I'm ever in real trouble, he will always be there to help. I've never had to take him up on his promise until I was invited to a party a few weeks ago. Told my parents I was sleeping over at a friend's place. There were some older guys at the party and hard liquor. My friends and I will sneak the occasional beer, but it was our first time trying things like vodka and whiskey. We got really drunk and the high schoolers were being creepy. My friends really didn't want to call their parents, kinda understandable because we were wasted at a party with boys we didn't know that well. I ended up calling my dad at like 3 a.m. He just asked for the address and immediately drove over, dropped off my 2 friends and then we drove home. Honestly, I thought I was in for the shout session of a lifetime. Low-key I knew I deserved it. All he did, though, was hold my hand and tell me that the world can be a dangerous place and to please make safe, smart decisions. Next morning, he acts as if nothing has happened. Apparently my dad just told my mom that I was feeling a bit sick and came home during the night, which was true because my hangover was horrible. My dad, this guy.
My girlfriend and I took graduation pictures, but I found out she cheated on me. My girlfriend 22 female and I 21 male took graduation pictures last Wednesday and they arrived on Saturday. We were excited to see them and she posted them on Instagram and made another post of the photos we took. I was going to post them in 2 weeks after our graduation ceremony, but she made a post for us. She posted them on Instagram at 6 p.m. yesterday and an hour later I received a DM from a random account that said my girlfriend was cheating on me. They sent 5 pictures of her kissing a guy at a party we went to back in January. I looked closer and the woman was my girlfriend. She had a pink streak of hair at the time and the woman had the same hair streak as her. I was confused, so I went to her apartment and showed her the pictures and she confessed that the girl was her. She said they were grouped together for a final for one of her classes back in December and they made out one day after the other group members left. She then told me she slept with the guy every Wednesday while I was at work from December until March when she broke it off because the guilt was too much for her to handle. She said the pictures were when I was in another room talking to a couple of friends and she ran into the guy and they went to the patio to make out. I didn't say anything other than we were finished and I was breaking up with her. I went to her room to collect my things and she started crying and begging me to forgive her. She kept apologizing and pleaded with me to give her a second chance, but I couldn't hear anything at that point. She grabbed my arm when I walked out the door and told me to stay, but I pulled my arm out and left. She was blowing up my phone when I got back to my room, but I blocked her an hour later. I feel completely numb. I haven't left my desk since last night and I don't feel like moving. We were together since our first semester of college and now it's over like that. She was my best friend for the past 4 years. We went everywhere and did everything together. I know everything about her and she knows everything about me. She was with me when I found out my mother passed away. I supported her through her eating disorder recovery. I did my best to be a good partner for her. I'm never going to see her father or her little brother again. We were going to graduate and get an apartment together and we're planning to go to Germany and Italy next year and now those plans are all gone. How am I going to tell my sister about this? She loves my ex-girlfriend and now I have to tell her she cheated on me. She still has the post of our graduation pictures on her profile and all the comments saying y'all are the cutest. I have a folder of our pictures on my nightstand and it feels like the folder is mocking me. I hate this feeling. I hate everything so much right now. Why would she do this to me? All I want to do is cry, but I can't do it. How could I not pick up the signs? She never responded to my messages on Wednesday and I never thought anything of it. Why am I so oblivious to things? I hate myself so much right now. Update. She sent me a text through her best friend's phone saying she also got together with one of her friends from high school when our college sent us home to quarantine in spring 2020 and felt like I needed to know. I knew it. I am so mad. Today I messed up being willing to do anything to make my girlfriend get off. Last night my girlfriend asked me to stop trying to pleasure her because she was not gonna finish and it was getting late. I said I was willing to keep going. But she said we both knew she never got off with anyone and nothing was gonna change that. I asked if she wanted to use one of her toys. She said she was not in the mood for toys. I said there must be something I could do to get the job done. She said it is what it is and encouraged me to focus on the fact that she enjoyed getting me off. At that moment she got dressed and prepared for bed. I was still exposed and still struggling to accept the idea that my girlfriend was doomed to always depend on accessories. I have nothing against anyone using accessories, but I could tell that deep down my girlfriend would really like it if she could get off through human contact. My girlfriend eventually got tired of hearing me go on and on about trying new things and figuring out ways to get her off that she finally interrupted me and said there was something we could do that might work. She said I was not gonna like it though. I said I was willing to do anything if it meant getting her across the finish line. My girlfriend said okay and opened her closet. She pulled out a hoodie and said her first boyfriend had that on when he took her card. I asked why did she still have it. She shrugged and said she didn't know. I asked what did she want us to do with her ex's hoodie. She said I should put it on and let her have top. As soon as I put it on, my girlfriend became really dominant. The animal inside of her came out. An animal I didn't even know existed. My girlfriend didn't get off, but she milked every minute I had that hoodie on. My girlfriend put the hoodie back in the closet when we were done and said she was willing to let me wear it again if I was still feeling passionate about trying anything to get her off. Not gonna lie, it was not the biggest confidence boost to realize that my girlfriend was not only attached to her ex in some way, but also needed his personal belongings to bring out her wild side and potentially get her to cross the finish line, which I've been unable to do since the beginning of our relationship. All I wanted to do was make my girlfriend feel good and now it seems like I'm competing with her ex to do that. I hate hoodies now. Edit. The ex-boyfriend is dead. I should have included that information in my post. Sorry. Date. Today I messed up being willing to do anything to make my girlfriend get off. My girlfriend and I decided to end our relationship. This happened on Sunday. The plan was to unpack the hoodie situation. The deceased ex-boyfriend, my girlfriend struggling to finish, her feelings towards me, my feelings towards her, our feelings towards getting therapy, etc. However, when I showed up at the flat to have that discussion, my girlfriend was no longer sober. I could see it in her eyes, hear it in her voice, smell it on her breath. She was drunk. It was out of character. My girlfriend usually avoids drinking too much. I asked if she was in the mood to talk about what happened with the hoodie. My girlfriend said she never wanted to use the hoodie to hurt my feelings, but she got sick of hearing me talk about getting her off like it's become my life's work. I apologized for becoming obsessed with this and promised to tone it down. My girlfriend didn't seem to believe my promise and asked if I would ever enjoy lovemaking with her if she never finished. I was honest and said with her without and finishing. Lovemaking would always be enjoyable with her because I loved her, but deep down I would probably feel like she's not getting the full experience if there was no satisfying payoff for her at the end. My girlfriend said if I wanted a satisfying payoff, all I had to do was wear the hoodie again and again and again. I asked if that was really her talking or the alcohol. My girlfriend shrugged. I asked if she thought it was normal to ask her boyfriend to wear something that belonged to her dead boyfriend, especially during lovemaking. My girlfriend struggled to stop the tears and said the hoodie actually belonged to the guy who was best friends with her dead boyfriend. She confessed to cheating on him before he passed away. I was speechless. My girlfriend clarified that the hoodie belonged to someone who was still alive. She taunted me to ask her why she had the hoodie of the guy who never loved her, why the hoodie made her go wild when I had it on, why she cheated on the guy she loved more than anyone, etc. I hugged her out of the blue until she managed to calm down. The two of us eventually ended up on the couch. We were too emotionally exhausted to continue talking. She fell asleep. When she woke up, she asked me to leave, for good. She said our relationship kind of tested her to see if she really was ready for another relationship since the death of her boyfriend. What happened with the hoodie made her realize something she apparently knew for a long time now. She was not ready for me, for us, for anyone. I did my best to fight for our relationship, but her mind was made up. She was done. We were done. I've been unable to sleep, hence me typing this post while most people on my side of the planet are sleeping or almost getting up for work. I hope my ex-girlfriend will be okay. I hope I'll be okay. Ex-wife contacted me out of the blue to tell me the man she cheated with and left me for mistreats her. I'm 31 and my ex-wife Claire is 35. We were married 10 years ago right when I turned 21 and graduated college. We were married 5 years. During my whole marriage, I thought we were happy. I certainly was. Anyway, I worked in the IT field and still do. We never got into fights during our marriage and our love-making life seemed to be satisfying. A couple of months before I finally caught her with her affair partner, she turned cold to me, whereas before she had loved to initiate lovemaking and loved having it with me. Suddenly we tapered off. Every day turned into once a week. Then for the last 2 weeks before I outed her, not at all. I caught her because she had left her phone out and it was still open to an exposed selfie that she had sent to a number I didn't know. Although I was crushed, I kept my head on and took photos of her phone with my phone. I saw her message stream with her boyfriend, some guy from the gym that I was paying her bill for. I didn't confront her. The text told me all I needed to know. They had been screwing while I was at work, in my bed. I just kept quiet. Then the following Saturday when I knew she would be at her supposed double yoga class and that's why I'll be gone 3 hours, I loaded my stuff into my car and left. I had talked to a divorce attorney and I would be fine. I was 25 and didn't have serious money. Her father had passed away and left her like $200K, so she was rolling in dough. I had no claim on that money, nor should I have had one. We had no kids, although she had always claimed we would start having kids when she turned 30. That birthday came and went, but rather than start having kids with me, she decided to just spread her legs for someone else. Although I was the sole income earner, she was in possession of a vast amount of money, by my standards, and also had a college degree and was a school teacher for 2 years before we got married. The divorce papers were left on the kitchen table. She of course blew up my phone later with all kinds of apologies and begging and pleading, but I ignored her. A lot of her friends tried to call me and left nasty messages about how I was a coward and never loved her otherwise. How could I ghost her? I ignored all of them. The only person I called was the guy's wife, who promptly dumped him. But I guess it worked out for my ex because she and her boyfriend got married just a few months after the divorce finalized. The only time I ever saw her again was in front of the judge to end our divorce case, where I had to pay 0 alimony and it was a clean break. She never looked at me once but kept her head down. She brought her boyfriend from the gym and he was flexing, trying to look hard like he was going to fight me. I just shook my head at him and thought he gets what he pays for. I've been on dates since then and have made love a few times since then, but have never been in a long-term relationship since. This was my own choice. In a lot of ways I'm not over my relationship with her. I don't love her anymore, but I'm turned off to loving anyone now. I reconnected with some of my friends I had neglected during my marriage since my wife disapproved of me being friends with anyone. Facebook used to be an app I used, but pretty much anyone I care about I already see and converse with face to face or on the phone, so I never use it anymore. Apparently Claire had spun a narrative that I was mentally hurtful and that's why she had no choice but to leave me for a fair partner. My parents didn't buy it, and my close associates didn't buy it, either, but she tried selling the crap to my boss to get me fired. I guess as revenge against me ruining her boyfriend's marriage. Ironic that she caped for his marriage, when it was his new bachelorhood that helped make a relatively honest woman out of her. I just showed my boss the texts where my ex begged for mercy and forgiveness and admitted she was having an affair and that I was a good husband, etc. He just told me he was sorry, and gave me 2 weeks paid off to rest. Fast forward 6 years, I'm still single and just working in my same field and at same company, but making more money now and I am doing pretty well for myself, my own apartment, I've got savings, I've got a 401k, a car, and am generally happy. I do what I want, when I want, and answer to no one. I suppose I could put a down payment on a house, but I don't need one, and I'm happy where I'm at. But last week my ex started texting me again. I never blocked her number, since there was no need to. She hadn't been trying to contact me anymore since the flurry of old messages a long time ago begging me not to divorce her and telling me the other guy, who she is now married to, didn't mean anything to her, blah blah blah. At first her messages were just friendly. Hi OP, it's Claire, long time no see, how are you? I know I messed up, can I call you? Then she tried to call me, at least 10 times, I didn't pick up, and I didn't answer any of her texts either. OP, this is still your number, right? I talked to a mutual acquaintance and he says this is still your number since you replied to him on it. Please talk to me. She then told me how much she missed me and how I was the only man who was ever good to her. Then she started sharing information. OP, a fair partner is such a bastard. He hurts me, I don't know what to do. I made the biggest mistake of my life throwing you away. You were the best thing that ever happened to me. I still ignored her. Then she started naming off different ways that he hurt her. I don't ever want to contact her again. so I texted our mutual acquaintance, a person who had joined in on calling me a coward years ago but with whom I still have some contact because I know his family, and told him what Claire told me, and asked him to get into contact with the proper authorities if what she's saying is true, because I don't give a crap about Claire anymore, and I don't care if she starved to death in the street or passed away, but maybe her friends care. I actually used those words. Looking back, it's obvious I do care, if I bothered to try to send such a hateful message through an intermediary, but I didn't want to get involved otherwise. I also think Claire is trying to manipulate the former nice guy I used to be. The old me would have rushed to her rescue and be a shoulder to cry on. Not anymore. The acquaintance told me I was an evil person and a monster and blah blah blah. I told him to F himself and blocked him. For the first time in forever I logged into Facebook. As expected, no one that I used to think of as a friend had ever tried to message me to comfort me or help me back when I was first getting cheated on and divorced. I had gotten a lot of support from my family and actual friends and coworkers who had since become outside friends. Tons of people who were her friends had been sending me messages now, telling me they were right to support her because I was abandoning her in her time of need. Like seriously, what the F? What am I supposed to do? I'm her ex-husband and someone she cheated on. They know about the alleged misconduct on the man's part, so as her friends what are they doing about it? I'm just some guy she used to know. And who she hurt. I kept on getting the abuse. I screen captured all the texts she had sent me recently as well as years ago. My number never changed, and I never delete anything, and have decided to stop taking high roads on social media and just plastered all their feeds with her texts where she begged me to take her back and she admitted to cheating on me. Finally they left me alone. Now she is still texting me complaining about what I said to the mutual acquaintance and accusing me of never loving her and that I was an evil person. I never replied to her. I feel good about what I did, and in my own sick way, I feel like I have closure. Claire, if you're reading this, F off. Today I messed up by doing what my ex-wife says and ignoring the accident and 2 people passed away. So this happened, I don't know, 2008-ish, and it's a memory that unfortunately won't go away in my life. It popped up again unintentionally and unprovoked the other night and it just doesn't sit right with me and I'm always left with regret and remorse. So the year was 2008 or so. I tried googling the news headlines to corroborate my claim but I'm not very good with that sort of advanced search. My then wife at the time is not a good person at heart. She was a Karen in training and very self-centered. We were heading up the 101 in Cali for her cousin's wedding one weekend. I want to say it was around Salinas, before the exit to head west to Monterey. When the accident happened, I saw a spray helicopter about 100 yards on our right take off from the fields and watched it get about 50 feet in the air. Not too high for a helicopter but enough to be low for a helicopter. I saw it hovering there and then saw the propellers for a second, quite visibly, which caught my attention because you should honestly never see them rotating that fast when airborne. So now I'm paying complete attention to the helicopter and I watch smoke come out its engines and then just stop and plummet to the ground like a rock. I saw it happen and pointed it out and I started to pull over to the shoulder to help and she yells at me. "What are you doing?" "I'm pulling over to go help." "What are you going to do?" "I've got a fire extinguisher in the car. I can go put out the flames and try and pull them out." "You're not a Marine anymore. You can't just go running off and saving people anytime anymore." "But they could be hurt and I see smoke everywhere." "No, we're going to be late to the wedding. Let someone else deal with it." So away we went. I found out later on during the week in the news that the 2 people died inside from the fire before emergency services got there. The worst part is that when we finally arrived to her cousin's wedding, we found out that they deemed us unimportant enough for the actual ceremony and it was the reception we were hurrying to. I feel like those deaths are on me and I should have done something. Cheated on my then pregnant wife 26 years ago and lost the chance to know my daughter. About 26 years ago I cheated on my then pregnant wife, which I fully accept was 100% without a doubt a situation where I was fully in the wrong. I quickly admitted to it and she understandably went ballistic. She told me I'd never see my child ever and that she was gonna ream me dry with child support. Honestly, the first few weeks I tried to mend things. I told her that I'm not looking for forgiveness but I am sorry. I at least wanted to be a part of my daughter's life, but she was understandably angry and she stood by what she said. She did what she said that she would do and I honestly wanted it all to end without too much stress, so I didn't even bother with a lawyer. I lost the house, the car and everything I owned and I had to move back to my parents' house, where I got the scolding of a lifetime. They shat on me for a week straight but again I deserved it, so I never thought to fight back. I quickly bounced back since I had a pretty good job and moved to an apartment and it had been a few months, so I tried to contact her again. I just wanted her to let me have a relationship with my daughter at least. She had been born at the time and I wanted to see her, nothing more. She still refused and told me that I'm never gonna see her ever again. Well, at that point I was at an all-time low. It was clear that I had made a mistake to not try fighting for the right to at least see her, but it was too late to think about this, so after a few months of depression I got over it and started dating again. It took a few dates but I found a new girlfriend. When we got serious I told her all about my past, my previous wife, my cheating and my daughter, and she was aware of everything I had done, but she chose to trust that I would never do it again. 24 years later I've almost moved past all that. I'm married with 2 beautiful kids and honestly life's great. I still have thoughts and curiosity about my daughter, but from what I can gather from my ex-wife's social media, she married a brilliant guy and they raised her well and even gave her a brother. She inherited my hair and eyes and was a swimmer and excellent tennis player like me. She did well in school and graduated salutatorian. She got into college and my ex-wife gave me a chance to chip in for a car to celebrate that achievement. It was medical school and she's currently a first-year resident. I wanted to be a doctor once upon a time, but I could never hack it in medical school, and seeing her succeed where I failed is a joy, but she doesn't know me, not even a little bit. She doesn't know what I look like, she doesn't know who I am, and it doesn't seem like she's interested. I guess that is probably why my ex-wife gave me an opportunity to talk to her back when they were trying to get her a car for college, and she wanted to know if I still wanted to meet her back when they asked me to chip in for the car. Thinking back, I don't think it was about the car, as they could have afforded it on their own. They are pretty well off. They could have financed it if they weren't. I think my wife was trying to open a chance for me to get some kind of relationship with her before it was truly way too late, but I felt like it was way too late at that point. I told her that she should feel free to tell her about me, and if she ever feels the need to meet me for herself, I'd be more than willing to do so. It's been almost 4 years since then, and she hasn't reached out. My wife told me that she's not really interested in meeting me since she already has a great father. She said she told her about the car and all, how I tried to be in her life in the earlier years, and that I never missed payments for her child support. She said she doesn't really know me, but she appreciated the gesture. It doesn't seem like she's ever gonna be open to meeting me, and all I can do at this point is try my hardest to forget about her. It kinda sucks that I did this to myself, and even though I love my wife and kids and my life is great, I feel terrible that she's better off without me and I don't have a way to get to know her. All I can do is be proud from a distance, as she's not planning on approaching me. I've thought about approaching her and at least becoming acquaintances and introduce her to her half-sibling, but at the same time I don't want to be the one who reaches out. I want it to be her choice because I took way too long back, and I should have persisted because I've missed way too much of her life to consider myself anything to her. She's right, she already has a great father. Getting involved with her will make no difference. We're pretty much strangers. I just wish that she could at least meet her half-siblings. No good reason for it, just some kind of relationship with a person I can't even call my daughter anymore. I just regret the people my stupidity ultimately robbed. My parents had a grandchild that died without meeting. I don't think they even got to see a picture of her or find out how she did in school. I basically robbed my whole family of the opportunity to get to know her. Above all else, she's family, and I believe they would have gotten along. I can't change that now, but I just wanted to get it off my chest. Thanks if you read until this far. My kids are also aware that she exists. She's also aware of them, but me and my wife agreed that we'll only ever try and arrange for them to meet up if they themselves want to meet up.
I just walked in on my boyfriend and my best friend. I don't know what to do. I'm 19 and my boyfriend is 21. We've been together for 2 years. My boyfriend is a big gamer and his games usually take up a lot of his time, so much so that I can never get a hold of him for hours at a time, but when I do, it's because he's playing games with his friends. Last year, days would go by without my boyfriend contacting me due to him playing his games, so I picked up Genshin Impact to kill time and fell in love. I asked my best friend Jessica, 20, to play Genshin with me, but she said she'd rather play Warzone with my boyfriend and his friends. I said okay because she was always into those type of games. So, Genshin has an update tonight which takes roughly 5 hours, so I thought I would head over to my boyfriend's apartment with his favorite food and watch him play games, maybe keep his company. He lives a couple streets down from me, so I usually take a taxi to his place every weekend, or he drives to see me, but our time together is usually on weekends. I called him a couple times and didn't get an answer. I texted him asking if he's okay and if he needs anything, but I still didn't get a response, so I just went over. When I got there, the door was unlocked and I heard some sounds. I didn't know what to do, so I stood there frozen for a few minutes until I mustered up the courage to walk down the hallway. I get to his room. I open the door and he was on top. They were both exposed. He was kissing her. They were smiling and laughing. I started screaming and crying, and they both got so flustered looking for something to cover up with. I ran out the house, and my best friend, or I guess ex-best friend now, was begging me to stop and to listen to her, but I just ran out the street. I ended up walking home by myself just crying, and now, I'm back home writing this. It's still fresh. I don't know what to do. I blocked both of them, but I know eventually they're going to want to talk, and I don't know if I can handle that.
My parents will divorce if I don't break up with my girlfriend. I have a girlfriend at college and my parents don't approve of our relationship at all. Last few weeks they've been furious about it, and threatening to divorce. They told me not to date until I get my bachelor's, which is at least 1 semester from now, and to date only Asian, preferably Chinese American, girls. I'm Asian, and she's white. We didn't even do anything inappropriate. We're just close friends, often hang out together on campus, and we're in a swing dance club. I didn't even tell my parents about my relationship. How did they find out? My sister, 18 female, also goes to same college as me, and she always saw me walking around holding hands and eating in the cafeteria with the same girl. Instead of asking me about it, she told my parents. She took pictures of us from afar and used it as evidence against me. When I told my parents that both my girlfriend and I are legal adults, and that her parents approve of the relationship, they said, "You'll always be a child in our eyes, and her parents don't influence us." They're primarily mad because I kept my relationship a secret for so long, and secondary reason is that I'm breaking their expectations about dating. My grades are fine. I have a 3.8 GPA and got a summer internship, and I've never gotten in trouble at school. What's worse is that my sister was allowed to date as early as her freshman year in high school. She's even invited her boyfriends home and slept in the same bed as them, and went on vacations with their families. She's had like 3 boyfriends already, as she gets into dating drama frequently. When I, 3 years older than her, asked my parents if I could date, they said no, because they don't want me getting in trouble. She did mediocre in high school and barely squeaked out a 3.0 her first semester in college. When I told my parents that I love my girlfriend and I'm not breaking up with her, they said that they will divorce each other if I don't break up with her ASAP. They were forcing me to pull out my phone and text her, saying that I want to break up. I refused, arguing that they let my irresponsible, academically struggling younger sister date, but not me. My parents said that I value white trash over family, and that they spent 21 years raising a failure. I'm not a failure, my sister is. My dad hit me several times, giving me a black eye, while my mom lied on the floor crying, saying that she wishes she aborted me. Then he argued with my mom and screamed at each other. Meanwhile I grabbed my backpack with my stuff in it and drove off to my girlfriend's house about 90 minutes away. My parents fortunately don't know where she lives. When he noticed my car was missing, he called me but I didn't pick up. Then he texted me asking where I am and said that he would come get me. I told my girlfriend's family what happened, and they offered to let me stay with them until we go back to campus. My mom later texted me to inform me that my parents have filed a missing person report against me. I texted back, saying that I'm at my girlfriend's place, and that they can't stop me. I got my girlfriend's dad to call my parents, and he told them to F off, and that if they keep treating me like this they will take legal action themselves. I know it's only because she and I are very committed in our relationship, and her parents are supportive of it. Today I messed up by wearing my wife's nightgown and getting CPS called on me. For context, my wife and I have 3 children, 17 female, 14 male, 6 female. When it comes to sleepwear my wife and I are complete opposites. I prefer nothing. She prefers her long flowing nightgowns. Nothing wrong with that, and she looks amazing in them, so win-win. The night a couple weeks ago was a different story however. I was feeling a bit chilly for some reason and my wife suggested half as a joke that I should wear one of her gowns. We're almost the same size. I'm a small man, so I said screw it, and threw one of them on. It was actually pretty comfy, and when I woke up early I kept it on while I made coffee. My son happened to be up and saw me, and naturally thought it was hilarious. Keep in mind this wasn't anything skimpy. It was the kind of thing a 50s housewife wears in a commercial. All you could see were my hands, feet and head. 2 days later I get a call from Child Services, informing me they got a tip, and are going to be talking to me and my wife. I should probably mention we live in North Florida. We've been trying to save up to leave since our oldest came out, but moving is expensive these days. I guess my son told his friends what he saw, and someone overheard that. Through some horrible game of telephone I'm now probably a drag queen who's trying to convert my children. Anyway, I talked to my lawyer, and he said I'm probably fine. They don't even take kids from heads as much as they should, so they'll probably leave after one visit where they see I'm not RuPaul. Either way, the whole thing has erased any doubts on our decision to move. I realized that my best friend has a very inappropriate relationship with his mother. My best friend who I grew up with used to get teased a lot about being a mama's boy. Honestly, now that I look back on it, he's always had a very weird relationship with his mother. As we got older and started getting into girls more, he would say weird stuff and normally I'd laugh it off and call him a weirdo, or when we got older I'd tell him he needs to get out the house more. When we were checking out chicks he'd say stuff like my mom has a way better body than she could ever have, or my mom's chest is way bigger and stuff like that. As far as I can tell, it's always been him and his mom. Growing up I had never seen him get a girlfriend. I mean, he talked to girls and stuff, but I never physically saw him have a relationship with any girl until the one he got married to. Fast forward to this last weekend that just passed, and his wife, who I'm really cool with, says to me I hate it when he goes on his family trips cause whenever he comes back home to me he's always cold and acts like a jerk to me. So then we started talking about his family trips. I remember when he started taking family trips when he got married. I always thought that because he was old enough and mature now that he'd go and spend time with his father or something. I don't really know, but when his wife said it was just him and his mom and they do this family trip every month or so, we started talking. Things got even weirder to the point, as was said, okay, enough crazy for one night. He takes family trips over the weekend with just him and his mom every other month. Started to become more frequent the longer his marriage went on. I spoke to him today and just joked around about stuff pertaining his situation, and he got kinda agitated towards me. He said, "What, you think I'm being intimate with my mom? What kind of freak does that?" And I just rolled with it, kinda laughed it off and said I was just messing with him, but his reaction was not genuine at all. There is a lot more to add, but I really don't want to fully go into every detail. If his wife is cool with it, should I be too? He's like a brother to me, so should I just let this go and forget about it? I don't want to ruin our relationship or sour it or even possibly uncover something that makes him do something extremely irrational. If it has been going on this long, I want to try and help him. Update 1. Hello to everyone again. So many people had asked me for an update and PM'd me asking to be updated about the situation. So here it is. Over this past week, me, my wife and my friend's wife sat at their house and had a long discussion on how to approach this very delicate situation. We decided that's it best to just simply come out and say something. Talk about what is going on and what we are feeling. His wife definitely wanted to talk about everything, but she didn't want to do it alone, so she asked if we could sit in with them and let her get down to what's really going on. Fast forward to Saturday and we come over to have this, I don't even know what to call it, big talk. I'm sitting with my wife on one couch and him and his wife is sitting on the other couch watching TV and talking. His wife grabs the remote, turns the TV off and says we need to have a talk. All of us. For some reason she chose to completely ignore everything we went over, how we were going to try and break the ice and lightly touch on the situation and try and be welcoming, warm and understanding, how we set up little spaces so we could backtrack and everything. Nope. She just went straight in for the throat with what's going on with you and your mother, and you need to be honest with me. Everything we planned went right out the window within the very first few seconds. It was like she was attacking him, backing him into a corner instead of trying to be there for him. I was angry, I won't lie, but it's his wife so I couldn't say anything. She bombarded him with all these questions and accusations, and when she finally let up I was able to quickly get in and try and bring the volume of the room down a bit. I brought up stuff from our past when we were kids and in school and some of the things he said that seemed off in his behavior that was awkward. I laughed a little and threw in a few jokes, and thank goodness my wife was there to laugh and try to help make light of some of what was going on, but his face. He had this look of disgust and defeat. He never commented back on anything, not a single peep, just sat there quietly in what seemed like he was festering in his own misery. As soon as I was done, his wife immediately went back to full-on attack mode with, "You just gonna sit there while we ask you these questions, and your quietness speaks volumes." After about 30 minutes of us asking him questions and stuff, he stood up and balled his fists and finally responded. He was angry that we would suggest these things and asked us if we were all sick people and tried to turn the tables on us. That's when his wife stood up and started crying and accusing him of lying because whenever he lies he touches his face a lot and looks at the floor, which is totally true. She started crying more and screaming, asking him very personal questions about their marriage. To that day I was always kinda jealous of their marriage. They always seemed happier than us, never really argued, very passionate towards each other, and they never ever really complained ever. But when she started talking, wow, was I wrong. She said stuff like, "Is that why we never make love, because you're out there doing it with your mother? And you are sick in the head, you need help, you therapy and a psychiatrist." She brought up all these things about them never making love, never spending time together. He never gives her compliments, treats her like crap, ignores her when she's talking to him, holds grudges against her for months at a time, and the list goes on and on. Then she stopped and started dry heaving and put her hand over her mouth and saying she's gonna throw up. My wife got up and held her. She continued to dry heave and call him a sicko. Then he just said, "Screw all of you," and stormed out of the house and started walking down the street in the neighborhood. I ran up and caught up to him and asked him to come back and calm down, and he ignored me entirely. He called his mom and she came and picked him up a few blocks down the road where he was just standing while I tried talking to him. When he got in the car he slammed the door, rolled down the window and said, "Never ever talk to me again, I'm deleting you out of my life for good." Then rolled the window up, and that was the last I spoke with him. I went back to his house and tried to console his wife with the help of my wife. She told me all the issues they were having and how deep down she knew what was going on, but he was happy and she didn't know how to handle it. On Monday I went over to his mother's house and she refused to open the door and even threatened to call the police on me if I didn't leave. His wife hasn't seen or spoken to him since that Saturday, but we all know exactly where he is. I'm going to give everything some time to cool down a bit and call over there on Friday and hopefully talk to him or his mother. His wife went to file for divorce. She asked me not to come over anymore. My best friend has blocked me on everything. I don't know what outcome I thought would happen, but I didn't want this. I'm angry and I blame his wife. Honestly, this could have went so much differently, so much more pleasant, but no. She snapped and just went into full-on attack mode. Maybe she's been living with this for years and it all finally violently erupted. Maybe this was her out and she didn't care about saving her marriage or ruining our friendship. I'm angry that we planned all this crap, planned everything, and then boom, there goes the dynamite. Whatever the case is, that weekend I lost my best friend and that hurts so much. I don't even know what he's going through right now. Was he being honest? Was he telling the truth? Was he lying to us? So many questions and so much heartache right now. Anyways, I went and purchased Scum over the weekend to help get my mind off of things. Sit there and lose a few hours in a different reality seems good right about now. A lot of you wanted an update. No happy ending, no questions answered, friendship ruined, marriage ruined, so yeah, there's that I guess. Update 2. After not talking to my best friend for over a year and thinking that I lost him forever, I received a very interesting call 2 weeks ago. It was him and he wanted to talk. He asked to meet at our normal hangout spot and I said, yeah, and he said the date and time, and before I could continue to say anything else, he hung up on me. I didn't know what to think honestly. I was happy, but I also was extremely worried. When we met up and he looked like crap, his face was pale, bags under his eyes, and he looked miserable. I ran over to him and gave him a big hug. I started crying and said how sorry I was for accusing him of that type of stuff and how he's my brother no matter what and all this other stuff, mostly just spilling my guts and blabbering away to him. He hugged me back and we both cried and apologized. Two grown men crying like babies. After the initial waterworks we sat down and he told me how his wife had divorced him and how she spread all these lies about him and stuff on her Facebook. How he had gotten fired from his job because of those lies and all of this other stuff that all came from that messed up attempt at an intervention. I just sat there feeling like complete trash knowing that I caused all of this. Just as I was about to apologize he cut me off and said, "Wait. There is something I need to tell you, man. Remember when I was younger and my parents got that divorce and I told you that mom got really crazy afterwards? Yeah, I remember. The divorce was bad and ugly. His dad cheated on his mom with some super young chick at a fast food place. He told me that after the divorce she started drinking a lot. Sometimes she wouldn't even be able to take him to school or go to work the next day because she'd be so sick. The drinking got worse and one day when he was 15 and sleeping in his bed, his mom came home super late and came into his room completely hammered and essayed him and then had the audacity to snuggle up in bed with him and pass out. After that night, she'd drink, get drunk and then essay him, and when she was sober she'd act like nothing happened. She even started telling him that he was the man of the house and that he had certain responsibilities now that he's the man of the house. This essay continued all the way up until January the 1st of this year. He finally had enough and put a stop it. He said he hasn't seen or talked to his mom since March of this year. I just started crying, man, like seriously crying. Here I was thinking I was his best friend and I didn't even know what was going on all these years. I kinda expected something, but I wasn't 100% sure and I didn't have any type of proof at all. He even said how he thought about offing himself up until he met his wife and she took him out of that house, but his mother would still call him over or plan getaways just to get him away from her. His mother hated his wife with a passion. I never knew he was suffering alone all of these years. How could I even begin to call him my best friend or my brother, and I was never ever there one time for him out of all these years he was going through stuff. He asked me to not say anything to my partner and if I could keep this between me and him. Of course I agreed without hesitation. We spoke about him getting help and he made me promise not to say anything about this to anyone. He said he doesn't want his mom to get into any trouble and he doesn't want her to suffer because she's already suffered enough by his dad. I cannot for the life of me believe that all these years she's essayed him and he's still willing to sit here and protect her, even made me promise not to do anything. Honestly? I want to burn her house down with her in it, and I'm sorry if that sounds cruel, but that's what she deserves. I am so incredibly angry and sad and everything in between. I know I said I wouldn't do anything, but I cannot sit around and let her get away with this, all these years, and she's just going to live her life carelessly while he now has to spend the rest of his life seeking help and getting his life in order? Screw that. Oh man, I don't know what to do, what I should do. I love him, he's my brother, so I will be there for him and help him get the help he needs, but damn it. Gare. I am going to keep his secret safe with me. He's back in my life and I'm given another chance. I won't mess this up again by jumping the gun. I'm just so damn angry. My heart is hurting and I feel so terrible. I really want that woman to pay. But at the risk of losing my friendship? My family cut contact with me 5 years ago after a fight with my younger brother. Now they want me to come back, but I'm having doubts about it. My family pretty much cut all ties with me 5 years ago. Things had been a bit turbulent for a while, but when I went over to my parents' house for Christmas 5 years ago, I got very drunk one night and got into an argument with my younger brother, which ended up turning physical. I was 19 at the time, he would have been 15. And he came out of it pretty badly. Without going into massive detail, he had said something which struck a nerve. I won't say what because it's quite personal, and not really relevant here, and I ended up injuring him quite badly. There was a question of potentially involving the police, but nothing ever happened in regards to that. In the end they all just told me they wanted nothing to do with me anymore, which is fair enough. I was completely in the wrong and they were absolutely right to want to cut me off. I'm not complaining about that in the slightest. I had already moved out by that stage, so it wasn't a case of kicking me out, it was more just telling me to never come back. Again, I can't blame them for this at all. And would be surprised if you could either. This post isn't about me complaining about being cut off or pretending that I didn't deserve it, because I did, and I'm not trying to play the victim here. I genuinely regret what I did and have spent time trying to self-improve in the wake of it. It was quite difficult for me to come to terms with this for the first year or so afterwards. The only person in my family I had any contact with was my mom. We never really spoke in depth, just small updates, wishing each other happy birthday and things like that. Honestly though, after that first year, things have gotten so much better for me. I stopped drinking, which was the root of a lot of my problems. I got my head down and ended up doing very well at uni. I've now got a job that I love, and I've been with my girlfriend for the best part of 4 years, and things are absolutely great. To be brutally honest, I don't miss my family. My relationship with them hadn't been great for a while before the fight, and as far as I was concerned I didn't miss them and they didn't miss me, and being on a non-contact basis with all of them apart from occasional contact with my mom was for the better. However, over the last few months, my mom began messaging me much more frequently, and asking more personal questions about my life, my work, my relationship, etc. I thought it was just boredom on her part, but she maintained it for a while, and began to introduce the idea of me coming back to visit her at some point, which I always shrugged. She started to persist with it, and then yesterday it all came to a head when she added me to a WhatsApp group chat with the rest of the family. I was then told how they had all come to a family decision that 5 years was enough, that my brother had found it in his heart to forgive me for what happened and that they wanted me to come over at some point to catch up on lost time. These are all quotes from what they sent me. I didn't say much, I just said I wanted time to think. I'm quite torn on this now. Part of me feels like I am obliged to go along with it. They cut contact with me because of my own actions, and if my brother's forgiven me and wants to re-establish contact with me, then it's my duty to do so. On the other hand, I feel like since contact was cut my life improved a lot. My relationship with them had been on a downward slope for a fair bit of time beforehand, and I just haven't found myself missing any of it. That's why I'm asking for advice. Would you say that I'm obliged to go and re-establish contact because it was my fault that contact was cut, or do you think it would be acceptable for me not to do so? Date: my family cut contact with me 5 years ago after a fight with my younger brother. Now they want me to come back, but I'm having doubts about it. I'll start off by saying that soon after that post was written I phoned my brother. We talked for a few minutes about how things were going, and then I apologized to him for what happened back then. He didn't specifically say he forgave me, but he was amicable and said that he appreciated me doing it. I'm glad I did it. I know 5.5 years is a long time to have gone without doing it, but that was the first vocal conversation I'd had with him since the family cut contact. He told me that the whole incident hadn't left him with any lasting mental or physical damage, and while I have no way of knowing whether that's completely true, I was glad to hear it. I don't want to make it about myself, but it did also feel like a bit of a weight lifted off my shoulders. In terms of the actual resumption of contact, it won't be happening for now. After a few days of talking to the family as a collective in the group chat, which I have now left, as well as some individual conversations with different members, I told them that I was happy to increase contact with them through messaging, but that as things stand I didn't think resuming face-to-face contact would be right, and that I wasn't going to do it. As I stated in the initial post, I was already having severe doubts about it, and the conversations I had with them pretty much made my mind up for me. I'll list a few examples of it here. Much of the discussion I had with family was done through a group chat in which I, 25 male, was added to by my mum, 45 female. This group chat also contained my dad, 54 male, and my 2 brothers, 20 male and 14 male. The group chat was titled Reunion, so it was pretty obvious what their intentions were. The initial language used by them when I was added bothered me. I gave some examples of it in the original post. Things like my mum saying my brother had found it in his heart to forgive me and them coming to a family decision that 5 years was enough. It made it seem like there was no chance of it being a normal family relationship at all, and that I would always be indebted and subservient to them in some form for that. As I said, I had no issue with being cut off and felt they were pretty justified in doing so, but that doesn't mean I would be prepared to come back and be in a constant state of owing one, and likely being made to feel pressured to do things for them because they were oh so kind to find it in their hearts to let me back. This sort of language continued throughout me being in that group chat. Some more examples were being told that I had lots of work to do if we wanted a normal relationship. Notice that they didn't say we, and also was also compared to the prodigal son multiple times by my very religious parents, which just made me think they were doing it for their own spiritual reasons rather than actually being interested in having me back as part of the family. The final nail in the coffin was that when I specifically expressed doubts about it, my dad said, after all you did to us as a family, we've decided to let you back in, and then pretty much went on to tell me that I should be biting their hands off for the chance to make amends, and that I was ungrateful for not doing so. I told them I was backing out of it pretty soon after that. A few of the replies to my original post asked if any of them needed an organ. I initially brushed this off as a joke, but after some of the conversations I genuinely think it's possible that that's true. My girlfriend, 24 female, is also a big reason why I was initially having doubts, and a couple of things that were said by my dad completely reinforced these. I 100% know that he would dislike her, not through any fault of her own, but mainly because he has some very old-fashioned views on women, and he's also quite racist. She is only half white, and when I was younger my dad made it pretty clear that he didn't want me to date outside of my race. In the group chat, he described her as my exotic girlfriend and made a couple of very stereotypical assumptions on her based on her race, which made it pretty clear to me that he still found it wrong and abnormal of me to be with a girl who isn't completely white. If I resumed a somewhat normal father-son relationship with him, I'm almost certain that he'd try to interfere in some way, and would at the very least encourage me to end things with her. It's not like I've only been seeing her for a month either. We've been together for almost 4 years and have discussed marriage, so she absolutely takes priority over the family. Those are the main reasons behind me choosing not to go down the route of face-to-face contact with the family. There are a few other things too, such as the fact that they seemed awfully interested in grandchildren who didn't even exist, and also that I suspected that it was all my mom's doing and that the rest of the family weren't that interested. I'm fairly sure she was feeding the others lines. My 14-year-old brother was typing an awful lot like my 45-year-old mom. Let's put it that way. With all these factors combined with my initial doubts about it made my mind up that I wasn't going to resume face-to-face contact. I messaged them telling them that while I did appreciate them trying to get me to do so, I just had too many doubts about it to go and start meeting with them face-to-face or going to their house. I did say that they all had my number now, and were free to text me at any point if they wanted to talk, and then left the group chat. I know they've all read it, because they've all been online since I sent it, but I haven't had a single message from any of them. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure if I ever will, and yet, I can't really say I feel that sad about it. I'm glad I've apologized to my brother, and if that's the end of all contact with them then so be it. It is what it is. My mum was contacting me every day in the months leading up to her deciding I should start seeing the family again. Now it's beginning to seem to me that she was doing so because she wanted me to return to them on my hands and knees, groveling and begging for forgiveness. Things certainly began to turn a bit sour when it became clear that I wasn't going to do that. Perhaps she sees it as the final betrayal, and wants nothing more to do with me now. At the end of the day, I'm never going to pretend that they were for a second wrong for cutting contact with me. They did it to protect their 15-year-old son, and I completely understand it. Ultimately though, I grew up, ended my addiction and built a life for myself off the back of it without them involved in my life. It's very likely that they still had this image of the 19-year-old who turned completely white when he was told they wanted nothing more to do with him, but that really isn't me anymore. When they initially kicked me out, I felt like I needed them even though we didn't have the greatest relationship. 5 years on from that, I certainly don't think I do anymore. I apologize to anyone who read the initial post and wanted me to go and see them in person again, but this is just how things have turned out. Once again, thank you to everyone for offering support and advice, and I hope that anyone reading this who has their own issues with family and estrangement is able to navigate them, and build a relationship back if they so wish. Dad left money to his sugar baby in his will. It feels wrong to be writing this so early after my father's passing, but I'm confused on and upset on a lot of different levels, and I really need to talk about it. My dad passed away fairly early on. He was 66 and his funeral was last week. He planned his own funeral preemptively, with my oldest sister. It was prepaid for and I hadn't known much about it. I'm the middle child, 37 male. They deliberately hadn't told the rest of us much about it because an S-worker who my dad had been seeing consistently for years would be attending, and we hadn't even known my dad saw S-workers, or that he was attracted to men. That guy is a year older than me, and apparently he'd been seeing him since he was 18, so, I would have been 17, while my father was making love with a guy 1 year my senior. I'm really not sure how I'm supposed to feel about it. My dad had been paying his rent for that time, along with an allowance and a few investments into his career. He's now a kind of performer, but I think it would be too oddly specific to mention and people who know any of us would know exactly who I'm talking about. My mother knew. We spoke about it and I asked why she didn't tell me. They were divorced anyway. Apparently they'd agreed between them not to tell the rest of us besides my sister, but specifically not me because of my age. They said that my dad was insistent that he had to be at the funeral, and included in it. He looked genuinely upset too. I think it was a little inappropriate that all attention was on this glamorous P word. More than my deceased father, but now I can't shake this feeling that I'm angry with my father either. Back to the will. He left him something like 2 million euros, which was more than anybody else in his life, more than me or any of my siblings, more than my aunts and uncles or their children, more than his grandchildren, more than anybody, and there's no case really to dispute it, because he was of sound mind and he didn't forget anybody. I'm just so unsure how to feel, that age gap. My wife offered to let me cheat if I called off the divorce. My wife and I have been separated for a month, no cheating, nothing like that. We were just yelling and fighting every single day, and honestly for a few days I've been considering a permanent arrangement. She didn't want that. We talked about it and I said I love her but honestly I'm happy being separated and I think for now this is what's best. She said okay, well, I just want you to know I'm absolutely heartbroken but I know this is what you want, I'll give you your space. It was fine but our son called me and said that mom was crying her eyes out for hours. I felt horrible so I had her sister come check in on her and all was fine. She called me today and asked just to talk in person and figure things out. I came over while kids were at school and she gave me champagne and beer. We always had a strict no alcohol or substances rule. She said this is for you. You can drink it if you want, you can drink all you want if you come home. And I said I don't know if this is a good idea and then she said oh in a nervous way. And then well, what if from now on I just do whatever you want? If you want lovemaking I'll give it to you no matter what. If you ever get mad you can whack me, I won't tell anyone. And I said that's just absurd and then she made that nervous ooh again and said. Alright, if you come home, you, oh. And then she gave me a face of defeat, and said if you come home, you can cheat on me, all I ask is that we pretend it never happened and I never have to hear about it and then she said if that's what it takes and started crying. I didn't know what to do, she was crying, she asked if there's anything in this world she can do to keep me and I said if she's this desperate, instead of these crazy offers, I'll come back home and give the marriage another chance but we need to go to marriage counseling ASAP. She said of course, I'll get us the best marriage counselor I can. And then she called her therapist and asked for her recommendation on the best marriage counselor she knows. That was earlier today and I'm at my sister's packing some things to go home. We have our first appointment on Tuesday.
My soon-to-be ex-husband cheated and left our family for another woman. He is now asking that we go to marriage counseling to save our marriage. Earlier this year my husband asked for a divorce. I was taken aback and blindsided by the news. My heart immediately sank as he said those words and I thought he found out about my Reddit account. Since last year I have been on and off again talking with guys I have met, messages but mostly phone calls, on Reddit and have occasionally swapped pics. I don't know why I did it. I guess I could say that I felt emotionally detached from my husband as he never made any effort to spend time with me and was looking for validation. It does not make what I did okay and I regret it. My husband never wanted to talk to me and would rather play his Xbox all day than spend time with family. He's like a hermit and only played his dumb games, sometimes with friends, a lot of times without. I don't even keep in touch with any of the men and wouldn't even be able to tell you what we even talked about because all the calls honestly sucked. Edit. My ex-husband does not know I have done this, even now. He said that he thought he wanted this life but has been thinking about it for years that he regrets our marriage, kids, and never really loved me. He said he was infatuated by my presence but once it wore off, it was too late and that I knew he never wanted kids and flat out said I forced him to make kids with me. He is depressed and anxious all the time and he knows that it is caused by me and the kids. I asked if he considered marriage counseling and he said he wouldn't even consider it but changed his mind the next day and said he would be open to going to one or two but doesn't think it will change his mind because it's a fundamental difference between us. He hated that I wanted more to life and that he shouldn't have to change. He then threw in that he hated spending time with me and the kids, wished he never met me and would rather live alone forever. He believed that I pressured him to have kids and gave in because he thought he was in love. He then stated that he hated how insecure I was because I would always ask him to do things together and didn't understand why I couldn't just do it on my own. This news crushed my entire life, my entire existence and years of relationship, marriage, family was trashed in that moment. I know what you're thinking. Karma is a beach, trust me. I know. Over the week I kept trying to have conversations to understand him and convinced that we need outside help but he was adamant that he was done. I was confused and was going through stages of grief and anger. One of the days that we had a conversation, I saw a message pop up on his phone that said I miss you and for a guy that is a loner, it was weird to see it. I never go through anyone's phone but something told me to open that message while he stepped away. I swiped through the messages and saw that he had been cheating on me with his co-worker. I was sickened because he was messaging her about how he wished he was with her every second of the day, how he missed her body, touch, smell, hair, etc. This had been going on for months. I was enraged, unrightfully so. I felt like the cheating he was committing was worse than what I had done because he was working with her every day and spending 8+ hours a day with her, 5 days a week, and my Reddit calls were nothing physical. I confronted him and asked him to leave, which he happily left. He said he was sorry he was caught but did not regret doing it because he never loved me. He was in love with the other woman. He left the home that same day and didn't contact me or the kids for weeks. Since separating, he's seen and talked to the kids a small handful of times but does not reach out to them unless I tell him something is happening. My ex is dating the woman he cheated on me with and while I thought about throwing hands at her, she can have my loser ex-husband. We are in the divorce process right now and I am feeling better every day. I've moved on and have recently started seeing someone I hope things work out with. He is kind, ambitious, communicative, expressive with his emotions and wants, and beautiful. I'm kind of excited to see where it goes because it feels nice to have someone who wants to spend time with you and build up something potentially long-term. My soon-to-be ex-husband has recently expressed his remorse for cheating, the things he claims he said in the heat of the moment, apologizes for not being present in our marriage, etc. He states when he said he never wanted to get remarried that he meant that he wanted to work things out with me. He must think I'm dumb because that is not what that meant at all. He is still seeing the woman he cheated on me with because he knows I won't take him back, but is crying every time I see him how he wants to fight for our marriage and make things work, even though he's still seeing the other woman. I don't think it's worth the hassle of trying to make things work with a spouse who is still physically intimate with the person he cheated on me with as a backup plan. I also potentially have a soon-to-be serious partner that I can see myself building a future with, maybe have more kids. This became more of a vent sesh than a seeking advice post, but I am also to blame for the demise of my marriage. I regret rejecting him, so I have a best friend who we'll call Jay, who's also my schoolmate, classmate, and we live in the same residential area. A little description on Jay: he's tall, handsome, athletic, fit, smart, funny and sweet. He even has good hair and the most beautiful eyes. Jay and I had been friends from kindergarten up till high school. When we were in primary, he confessed many times, but I only considered him a friend. I never saw him to be as handsome and amazing as everyone else did, because I saw him almost all the time of my life. About a month and a half ago, Jay once again confessed to me. This time he did it more maturely and more in a sweet way that I actually felt butterflies in my stomach, but I wasn't sure I felt the same. His confession did really make me think of it, but I really valued our friendship more, and I didn't think I felt anything for Jay, so once again I rejected him in a way I regret to this day. I laughed and said, "So I'm still your little obsession? Grow up and move on already, Jay." His face after I said that made me regret my words. He didn't laugh like I did. It seemed like he was fighting back tears. I honestly didn't think he was being 100% serious because he would always say how he will confess 100 times a week to wait for me to say yes. Jay just walked away and left. He didn't come to school the next day. He didn't come outside when I went to call him to walk together to school. He ignored my calls and texts, and when he did see them, he never responded. At first I was angry at him. Why was he taking rejection so seriously? I already rejected him enough times for him to get used to it. That's what I thought then. But the more I didn't get the notification of his text, his random FaceTimes, the goofy TikToks he'd send me, the more I didn't get to see his name pop up on my notifications. I felt bad. I had made so many tries to text him when I finally sent him an apology of a paragraph, but it was then I found out. He blocked me. He came back to school after missing 2.5 weeks out. Those 2.5 weeks I thought of him always. Our desks were together, so I'd zone out while staring at his desk. One of my friends even told me I might have fallen for Jay, but I denied it. I denied it until I saw him when he came back. Jay looked like a whole different person. He had dyed his blonde hair jet black and had gotten an amazing haircut. His aura completely changed as soon as he entered the class. Everyone looked at him and I did too. He sat down at his desk and didn't even turn to look at me. Everyone came and showered him with compliments about his good haircut, and he suddenly had the most charming smile as he thanked everyone. Well, everyone but me. I turned to him with a happy smile and said, "Black hair really suits you well. You look so handsome." But he ignored me and continued to speak to this other guy who even stopped talking so Jay would react my comment, but nothing. He ignored me the whole morning, and when our homeroom teacher came he asked to switch seats but was denied. He ignored me and hang out with the people he knew I didn't like. He always walk away when I tried to talk to him. I had actually come to accept that I liked him back. I even asked my friends and my sister and even my mom if feeling certain ways after he left meant I liked him, and my mom said, "Maybe he just needed to leave for you to realize how much you care for him," and my friends and sister said the same. I decided to go and tell him the day after he returned. I didn't get the chance in the morning because he went to his new friends, and when I tried to talk to him he went away. I felt so bad that I went crying in the girls' bathroom. I regretted it. I regretted it so much. I wished I had just accepted his feelings then and tried to see if I'd fall for him with time. I shouldn't have waited this long. He ignored me completely and acted like we were never even friends for the rest of the days that followed. I had enough of it though. Since he had me blocked everywhere, I took my sister's phone and sent him a long message confessing my feelings, apologizing and asking him if we could be friends again and telling him how much I missed him. I begged him to talk to me and really hoped he would see it. Now I'm waiting for his reply. I feel so distressed I want to cry. I feel anxious. I feel like he'll make fun of me, or reject me, even worse, but I'm ready for any response as long as he talks to me and reads my message. I don't care if he hates me now. I know I made him angry and I want to fix it. I feel sorry for how mean I rejected him too. Sorry for my rant.
My child is a sociopath and we don't talk anymore. She started out like any child, as far as I can tell. I have 4 children and spent the better part of my life teaching in some capacity, and there was never anything that screamed out to me that there was an issue. Little things along the way that now feel so much bigger, but nothing shocking or concerning. When she entered middle school she began changing quickly. Around this time, I got divorced, and I thought she just needed some time to adjust. We were in family and individual therapy and nobody seemed concerned. Her behavior and demeanor spiraled out of control, and about a year ago, began spiraling even quicker. Her therapist called me at work last fall and said she could not work with my child anymore, that something horrific had come out in therapy and she was out of her element. She said that my child needed inpatient care, We had done this many, many times, and more intensive therapy. We took her inpatient and then by some miracle scraped together an ungodly sum of money, and got her enrolled in a highly intensive therapy program. We put cameras all throughout the house and locks on our smaller children's doors and set booby traps in the hall so we could hear if she was coming to anyone's room. We weren't sleeping a wink. We even called CPS on ourselves, hoping to get some help to protect the smaller children. I called my ex and asked them to take custody. He wouldn't. I never thought I would get to that point. We enrolled in intensive family therapy, but my partner and I and our adult son were the only ones who did our homework, not my daughter. The PA that prescribed her medications was the lone, unconcerned person, who screamed at my partner and I for an hour one day when we shared our concerns that current treatments weren't working. She said that we misunderstood our child and that she wasn't dangerous, and that she needed more attention. I didn't know how to give her more attention. We are such a close-knit family. She and I had activities we did together, and we did family game nights and movie nights and ate family dinner every evening together. She was the one who would behave so badly that family dinners became silent to avoid her screaming or hurting people. She was the one who would refuse to vote for a movie and then scream at us when we decided on one, then refuse to watch. We had so many heart-to-heart conversations that ended in cruelty and abuse on her part. Nothing we did worked. There was no more attention we could give her. She didn't want positive attention. Her boyfriend came to us and told us that she wanted a bad home life and that if she couldn't have it, she'd make it. He was angry and concerned because he truly did have a bad home life. Of course, I was plagued with self-doubt the whole time, concerned I was overreacting, and this made me feel even worse. Even though everyone else around me seemed to understand the gravity of the situation, I was naive. She marched into our room in February and made a bombshell announcement that sealed everyone's fate. No number of cameras or therapies or sleepless nights listening for noises could protect our smaller children. There were threats towards the adults, but those were not the main concern. The things my child spewed that day will forever be burned on my brain. I don't think I was aware enough to realize this was the last time my baby would be home, but we packed up some things and took her to the ER on the suggestion of her doctor. She hasn't been home since. I stopped eating. I was throwing up daily. I still couldn't sleep. They sent her to a residential treatment center, and they emailed us some pamphlets and studies about the kind of future kids like her have. It was grim. They are victims. They are taken advantage of. They can't hold jobs, but worst of all, they are constantly victimizing others. They said she is just shy of the legal age she can be diagnosed with ASPD, but that it is surely coming. And I see it. I see it now. For the first few months we spoke on the phone a few times a week, and every time we got off the phone I would want to pass away. She was refusing meds and was violently attacking her peers in the facility. She would say horrible things to me. After phone calls, I would throw up and cry until I threw up some more and my relationships at home began to suffer. I was pushing everyone away. Finally, my therapist, partner and adult son intervened and said that they thought the phone calls should stop because they were hurtful. I didn't see it that way, but two of them had heard the calls. They pointed out that our smaller children would act out and have nightmares on phone call days, and that I would walk around crying and zoned out for days after the calls. My therapist said you have to sacrifice one to save the rest. That's just the way it is. I am so full of grief and shame and anger. It eats at me constantly. I know that she is a cruel person, but she was so good at pretending to be normal and kind to get what she wanted, that all I can see now are those times, those smiles. I think about my baby all alone in a facility, not having any family to talk to. Then I think about my other children and how their lives could easily be ruined and taken down a similar or worse path if I let her anywhere near them. I think about the horrible, disgusting things I found in her room. I will never get those out of my head. The things she stole from us that were creepy or just plain mean. Things she couldn't or wouldn't use but that meant something to others. The more I find out over time, the more horrified I am that this is my child. I am grieving like she is dead, but she isn't, and there are no casserole trains or days off of work or Hallmark cards for something like this. The second she turns 18, I am so afraid she will end up on the streets, and I don't know if I am more concerned about what will happen to her or what will happen to the people around her. The things she likes and wants to do are unfathomable to me. I am broken. Everyone who knows, my therapist and 2 friends, tells me I have done the right thing. My smaller children don't have nightmares anymore and our home is happy and peaceful. And once I stopped taking phone calls, my health got a little better. But I think I will always have a huge hole in my heart, and I don't think the fear and grieving will ever end. I don't really feel like I can talk to anyone about it because they all were able to be cut and dry about it. I don't know why I can't. I know everyone wants me to snap out of it, but it's just not happening. It's all been weighing on me so heavily. I had to get it out.
My boyfriend told me about the one that got away, and I don't know what to do. I've been with my boyfriend for 9 months. We've had a few rocky patches, mostly due to me being unable to communicate my feelings, which I'm working through with a psychologist. Otherwise we are very much in love, and I have never known a man to be so expressive about how he feels. Last night he had a few drinks with his friend while I was out for dinner. When I got home, he was a bit tipsy but not drunk. He gets very emotional when he drinks and tends to confess a lot of things during these moments. I have no idea why this even came up, but he decided to tell me about his one that got away, his girlfriend from a few years ago who moved overseas and who he lost touch with. He has never mentioned her before. I thought I knew about all his exes. He told me he thought they would be together forever and that she was as close to a soulmate as he'd ever had. Thank God it was pitch black so he couldn't see me holding back sobs. He said this is normal for guys and that most guys have one that got away. Honestly, I don't think that's true, and it made me feel so insecure. The worst part is apparently she has moved back to our city. He only knows this because he saw her while we were out on a date. This made me feel sick. Apparently she has a boyfriend, and the way he said it made it sound like that was the only thing stopping him from going after her. He quickly turned the conversation to something else before I could respond, and I didn't bring it up again. I have been extremely forgiving and understanding about major things in his past, but honestly this is something I don't know if I can get over. I know I can't change the past, but clearly it's not in the past if he's bringing her up completely out of the blue and she now lives in our city again. I love him so much and I know he loves me, but this has just completely shattered me. While I don't think it's worth breaking up over, I'm looking for advice about how I should handle it, bring it up or forget about it. I thought I had forgiven my husband for cheating on me, until I fell in love with someone else. I, 34 female, have been with my husband, Will, 38 male, for 10 years, married for 7, we have a child, 5. 4 years ago I found out he was having an affair, a story as old as time itself. The classic signs were all there: distant, long work hours, smiling at his phone, etc. So one day after he went to bed I checked his phone, found out it was the fresh graduate, 23 female at that time, that joined his company the previous year. From the messages it was PA and EA that has been going on for at least 6 months. The cheap hotel lovemaking was hard to read about, but what was worse was how emotionally connected he was, calling each other nicknames, doing things that were historically our things. No, it was too much. I took all screenshots, packed bags for my kid, and I called my brother to come pick me up from my parents' house, and when my brother was here woke my husband to tell him I was leaving. By the end of the week I had already had a consultation with the lawyer. There was no going back. For the next 2 years, yes, years not months, my husband tried relentlessly to win me back. He did everything, and he did everything right, begging and groveling, said he was blinded by the attention he got, cut off the girl immediately, switched jobs within 2 months, booked counseling sessions that he begged me to attend, made progress in counseling, read books, you name it. He was visiting our son almost every day after work and weekends. When he wasn't here he would text me where he was, also shared his location. I saw genuine and consistent change and remorse in him, and after 6 months me and the baby moved back with him. Things did get better and better every day for the next 1.5 years until we reached the normal state that we are at now. I can't explain why, or what it is, but during the last 4 years I feel like I have been in an emotional limbo. Things are normal as I said, we go on dates, make love, have family, just like before, but I feel emotionally detached from him, like I can't be all in. I know I have forgiven him and now I don't even think about the affair every day, neither do I have any reason to doubt him anymore, but I also don't feel this love for him like before. He seems to think we are back to our old relationship, but I feel like we are very friendly roommates that smile and wave and just go with the flow. I thought this was my new reality, and I was never gonna get the old me back, until I met Jake. I met Jake, 35 male, about a year ago on our local subreddit. He posted about a hobby we share and I commented, it's a rather uncommon hobby so not many people have interest in it, then DM, chit-chat and such. The first month was nothing but talk of this hobby, then we slowly started to get to know each other. He is a widower and I told him I have a family. We met a few times for coffee after work and for the hobby. Yes, my husband knows that I am meeting this new friend Jake for the hobby. He doesn't know I found Jake on Reddit. I don't know how to word it properly, but I am finally happy and back to my old self. And the reason for that is Jake. We have fallen for each other over the last year and have confessed our feelings for each other. I never thought I would feel this way again, and yet here I am. We have never done anything physical, only met in public, but this is certainly emotional infidelity towards my husband. On one hand I understand that emotions are not rational and it is my husband's doing that we are here, but on the other hand I feel extremely guilty because he has been trying so hard to reconcile. I also feel so angry at him these days for putting me in this position. Also, in the middle of all this I am in pain that I can't be with Jake and am shackled to my married life. Jake says he understands my duties as a mother and would never ask me to do anything I didn't want to, but he was there for me and my kid if I wanted. I don't know why I made this post, maybe to clear my head. What do I do? Where do I go from here? Do I torpedo my marriage and all the hard work we have put into reconciliation to pursue a fling with someone I just met that may or may not turn into anything serious? Do I wipe him out and go back to whatever limbo of a marriage that I have left and just suck it up? Update: I made a post here in early January about my husband's affair. I read all the comments and all that was said here and finally had the courage to admit that yes, this was a sham marriage. I was not proud of my own actions, but I had to go. A few days after I posted I went no contact with Jake. I told him I couldn't do this right now. This wasn't me and more importantly I needed to focus on my mess. I don't know what future holds, but for now we'd have to stop. He said he understood and supported my decision, and would be here if I ever wanted to reach out. That's the end of that. In the meantime I disclosed some of this to my closest friends and family. They all supported me and been there for me. My best friend also helped me plan and process all this, find a lawyer, go to appointments, etc. I have been strategizing the legal aspects for the last couple of months. About 2 weeks ago I had a sit down with my husband and asked him for a divorce. It wasn't pretty. He was surprised, desperate, sad, angry. A lot was said, some of which I am not proud of. He begged me to work on it, was surprised when I brought up his affair, was angry that I led him on for 4 years, to which I asked him if he was sad because he missed out on his chance with his affair partner. because let's face it, cheaters beg for their partner, and when the partner turns them down, they go right back to their affair partner, as if they had a backup plan all along. This hurt him a lot, and I shouldn't have said it, but I've been thinking about it for 4 years. I told him all about Jake as well, but made it clear that regardless of that I'll be leaving. I just couldn't trust him anymore. I was at my lowest point during a very difficult pregnancy and birth, all of which he was there for. He saw me struggle to breastfeed the baby, suffer from sleep deprivation, go through all of this, instead of supporting his wife and son. How did he have the time to go have an affair? I can't wrap my head around. He has been sleeping in the guest room since then. We have had many conversations since then, and I think he is finally getting around to accepting that it's over. He'll move out this weekend. We've agreed to keep things civil, but we'll see how it goes. Thank you for taking the time to read it. Keep me in your prayers. Good night.
Today I messed up by getting with a married woman and getting feelings for her. For some context, I am 30 years old and she is 27. We met through Bumble, the dating side of Bumble. We match and start chatting. As we start talking to each other, she lets me know that she is married, and I ask, "Why are you on the dating side of Bumble?" And she responds with something along the lines of, "Well, I am not that happy in my marriage and I just want friends." So we continue to chat. Mess up number 1. Last Friday I ask her if she would like to hang out at my place and just watch a movie. She agrees, and during the movie we snuggle. I'm like, okay, if she is actively snuggling with me then I guess it's fine. After the movie, we talk a bit more about her marriage because I was curious. She says her husband doesn't put any effort into the marriage, never communicates, never does anything for her. She feels like he would leave her to go back to his country. So she is at a loss for what to do. Just she knows she doesn't want to end the marriage right now, which is good, right? Well, mess up number 2 is throughout the rest of the week, from Friday night to Wednesday, all I can think about is her. I get feelings fairly quickly, which is a ginormous flaw in my personality, which I can see as a bad thing, but throughout the week we are texting and flirting with one another and she isn't stopping the flirting. So it just goes on and on. Then Wednesday, I ask her, "So if I was to cook for you, what would you like to try?" It's a what if scenario. Obviously she responds and picks a dish I am good at, and we set up another meeting at my place for Thursday. Yesterday rolls around and I finish cooking just as she arrives at my place. We eat while watching True Lies, and when we finish we start snuggling up to each other even more. Then she asks if we can drink some wine. Here is the big mess up. We start drinking. Both of us have 2 glasses of wine. Then out of nowhere I kissed her and she didn't pull back and we started going at it. Well, one thing led to another and we made love. And we finish. She showers and then I shower. I take her to the metro station and wish each other a good night. Last night and throughout today, I have been thinking about her and I have deep feelings for her. Yes, I know it was a jerk move on my part to make love with her knowing she was married. Just know I am between a rock and a hard place because I have feelings for her, but she is married and it is a situation that you don't want to ruin the marriage, but it is sorta ruined. I messed up because I know sleeping with someone who is married is wrong. My parents taught me that was wrong when I was growing up, so I feel so guilty. But I never thought she would let it go that far. So Reddit, that is how I messed up. I understand I am the jerk here. No need to bash me for that. Just sharing.
My husband cheated on me with his co-worker. The reason? I have an IQ of 152. My husband always complimented me on being bright. I love that about him. He had such pride that his wife is smart and he would tell this to anyone, but everything changed about 6 months ago when he insisted that we would take IQ tests. I never done this before because I really don't care about these things. Anyway, I scored 152 and he scored 133. He was in shock and very subdued for several weeks afterwards. I honestly noticed his sudden moodiness and I knew why, but it was just too awkward to try and talk to him about it. I didn't want to embarrass him. What made it worse is that we did the test via his work, so his coworkers knew about it. Things went back to normal after a couple of months. He wasn't as affectionate anymore and he certainly never brought up my intelligence nor complimented me on it ever, but he was pleasant and happy again. It turned out he only went back to normal because he started getting with a coworker. I found out everything when I saw his friend's conversation with him, about how he felt turned off by me after the test. He brags about his affair and apparently his friends and brother and all their wives know about it. It's so odd because I'm still the same me. I didn't change and I never take these tests seriously, and he always knew that I was smart. What changed now? I haven't spoken to him yet about anything, not sure I will either. Clearly his affair made him feel good about this whole thing again because he's back to being pleasant to be around. I love my life and I don't want to change it, especially when our children are still too young and need us. I just needed to get this off my chest and get some perspective. Why this sudden turn off by me? The school left my autistic daughter at Disney World, and she was found at a hotel with a random stranger. I'm still pissed off at the school for doing this. My daughter, who is 14, has autism. She has been talking about going to Disney for the field trip nonstop, and as a mom who wants nothing more for her to be happy, I let her go under the conditions that someone supervises her, which the school agreed there would be a teacher with her. I had to work that day and I couldn't get that time off to go with her, and I trusted the school to keep her safe. She was supposed to spend one day at Disney, no hotel stays. I dropped her off at the school at around 6 a.m. and sent her off and came back at around 10 or 11 p.m. I have waited in my car for her, and she has not shown up. I had to get out and ask around if anyone has seen her. None of the teachers knew where she was. I then received a phone call from the Orlando police saying that they found my daughter at a hotel with another stranger whom she thought was the chaperone for the field trip. I got their address and drove the 3 to 4 hours to get to where she was. First thing that happened when I went to pick her up at the police station was that she ran to hug me and cried, saying she's sorry. I asked if she was okay, but she never said anything outside of a nod. The stranger is already arrested. It was someone from the hotel that called the police after they noticed suspicious behavior from him. If they're reading this, I want to thank them. I let her stay home from school for the time being and went the following Monday to speak with the school. I can assure you, I was livid and I didn't hold back against the people at the school, who stated that they told each and every student to be at the bus stop before 7, and the buses leave at exactly 7, so they made no attempt to look for her. They have no idea who this person who took my daughter to a hotel, and he was not one of their chaperones. I told them that I didn't care what their policy is. I didn't sign a permission slip for them to leave a special needs child at a theme park all alone, and they're responsible for her as long as she's in their custody. I had to be escorted off the school after my 10-minute tirade. I can only speculate what the stranger did to her, since she did not come forward to tell me what happened. In fact, she hasn't spoken a word at all and she refuses to leave her room except to eat. She never got on her computer. I'm speaking with lawyers to see if a lawsuit is possible. I don't know what to do. I feel like I failed my daughter as a parent. I want to get her into therapy, but I'm concerned she won't be comfortable enough to speak to a therapist.
My girlfriend is TikTok famous and I hate it. So for a bit of context, me and my girlfriend have been together almost 7 years. She was never super obsessed with social media or anything like that. Hardly posted, kept to herself and all that. Then she started to get hooked on TikTok. At first she didn't post. She would just watch it for hours and hours but eventually ended up making an account and posted quite a lot. She never liked the idea of working for some corporate company making someone else richer. She always wanted to be self-employed and I applauded that. Anyway, one day she'd posted a video and it was blowing up and this is truly when she became obsessed. She started to tell me, this is it, this is what I'm gonna do. I supported her unconditionally and told her that if the bills are paid I couldn't give a dang what she did. At the time of writing this post her followers are sitting in the millions. I don't know how many people are gonna read this but I don't want to say exactly because I don't want anyone to find out who she actually is. A few problems are starting to arise. She earns good money, I can't fault her for that. She actually earns more than me and I'm by no means an average earner in the UK. For one, her health is starting to take a hit. She never eats properly, doesn't sleep and all that. She is obsessed with numbers. If a TikTok or Instagram post performs badly then she will be in a foul mood. It truly seems like the only hit of dopamine she can get is from her posts doing well. She's slowly turning into someone I do not know anymore and it's killing me. I'm lucky if I get half an hour a day where we have a normal conversation that doesn't regard her career. When we have arguments she also starts to call me working class scum and saying that I work for, literal pennies. I just wish that she would be humble and more down to earth. This girl is not the person I fell in love with.